At dawn, a sliver of pale light stretched across the horizon, slicing through the stillness like a blunt knife. In the courtyard, Yifeng stood firmly in a bow stance, sweat soaking through his coarse garments, clinging tightly to his muscular back, the contours of his muscles clearly visible. His eyes were tightly shut, akin to a taut bowstring, poised to release, not in practice of any martial arts, but in anticipation. Name: Yifeng. Skill: Changchun Fist 99. Beginner Cultivation. None points. 0. Unlock advancement feature after gaining 100 points. Damn it. After 16 years of crossing over, this is the pathetic thing I get. Yifeng silently grumbled. This meager system was his only golden finger in exceedingly simplistic point allocation panel. It only served to display proficiency. What good was that? The sole remaining points seemed to hold a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, that pitiful 0 had lingered for a full 16 years. Crack. Just as Yifeng was inwardly cursing the heavens, a sudden surge of vigor erupted within him. A scalding torrent rose from his dantian, instantaneously coursing through his meridians, his organs basking in an indescribable warmth akin to soaking in a hot spring. Is this the feeling of a breakthrough? It's far more exhilarating than I imagined. Yifeng let out a soft groan of pleasure. Moments later, the warmth gradually subsided, and a shimmering light flickered before his eyes. Skill: Changchun Fist 1. Minor success points. 1. Wait. Breaking through a skill can actually earn points. Has the sun risen in the west? A hint of excitement finally crept onto Yifeng's previously somber face. He harbored a vague premonition that these points were undoubtedly significant. Allocate points. Yifeng silently willed, investing his sole point into his martial art. Ding. Consumed 1 point. Non-mainstream martial skill. Changchun Fist has been upgraded to Major Success 1. Your relentless training day and night has slightly enhanced your vitality. In an instant, an electric surge coursed through his entire body. The sensation this time was even more intense than during his previous breakthrough. It felt as though he had truly labored for decades, honing the Changchun Fist to perfection. Countless insights flooded his mind, elevating his understanding of the Changchun Fist to unprecedented heights. Wow, this is the true essence of a breakthrough. Yifeng clenched his fists, unable to suppress a low roar, his chest feeling as if it might explode. With a focused gaze, he locked onto a crooked tree in the courtyard, its trunk as thick as his arm, and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Crack! His fist penetrated 3 inches into the trunk, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward along the growth rings. The trunk yielded with a resounding thud, crashing to the ground. Impressive. Yifeng swallowed hard, a surge of heat igniting in his heart. If such a punch landed on a person, it would undoubtedly create a gaping wound. Though point allocation no longer yields points, the efficiency is 100 times greater than laboring alone. These points must be seized. The more, the better. As he contemplated how to exploit the system, the sound of a rooster crowing abruptly jolted him, causing his expression to change drastically. Goodness, I'm going to be late. Yifeng snapped back to reality, disregarding his thoughts, and hurried towards the town. Qingshan Town, nestled against the mountains, guarded the vital route to Jindong City, making it a place of significant importance and prosperity. At the eastern edge of the town, thick smoke billowed, chimneys rising like sentinels, the air thick with the acrid stench of coal. A blacksmith shop stood out prominently, its sign displaying the bold characters Zhang's Blacksmith Shop. Before even entering, the rhythmic sounds of hammering could be heard from within. "Ah Feng, you finally arrived. I thought you had died in bed." Master Zhang bellowed, his weathered face flushed with anger, resembling a pig's liver in hue. "Master Zhang, I overslept. It won't happen again." Yifeng quickly bowed his head in apology. "Humph. Another chance? I think you're just itching for trouble." Master Zhang exhaled with irritation, his anger slightly subsiding. "Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, and I have something to discuss with you. Come here." "Yes, sir," Yifeng replied respectfully. Yes, they moved to a corner of the shop. Master Zhang's tone softened. "Ah Feng, you've been with us for over 2 years now, right?" "Master Zhang, it's been 2 years and 3 months," Yifeng cautiously responded. Master Zhang nodded. "Yes, over 2 years' time truly flies. You've been diligent, honest, and a local, unlike those outsiders who are all talk and no skill and love to gossip." Thus, starting today, you will learn from Master Wang and acquire genuine skills. Master Wang, Yi Feng exclaimed, glancing in the direction Master Zhang pointed. By the forge stood a burly man with a stern expression, quietly polishing a hammer. Wang Mo. He was the most enigmatic and skilled blacksmith in the shop. It was said he once hailed from a family of martial artists, but had to hide his identity after offending enemies, seeking refuge in Qingshan town as a blacksmith. To learn under Wang Mo, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Why him? He's only been here 2 years, while I've been here for 8. A full 8 years, and him still stoking the fire, never even having touched a hammer. Why do you think he's a local? Master Zhang is clearly showing favoritism. Several apprentices grumbled, their eyes burning with envy as they shoveled coal. All were outsiders, far from home, selling their labor to the blacksmith shop as apprentices. But the life of an apprentice was no life at all. Waking before dawn and sleeping after dusk, toiling through the dirtiest and most arduous tasks. Trying to rise above was akin to climbing a mountain. Talent, luck, and character were all crucial, not to mention the whims of the master. Yi Feng paid no heed to the apprentice's grievances and followed Wang Mo to a heavily marked anvil. Watch closely, they'll demonstrate only once, Wang Mo stated flatly, his words few. He grasped a glowing iron ingot with tongs, lifted a hefty hammer, and with bulging veins, swung it forcefully. Clang, clang, clang. The dull thuds resonated, buzzing in the ears, sparks flying, waves of heat rushing forth. Though Wang Mo's actions appeared rough, they contained a certain rhythm. Each strike was precise, the force impeccable, a sight to behold. Once his demonstration concluded, Wang Mo set down the hammer, his expression still as impassive as before. Did you see it clearly? I saw it clearly, Yi Feng stammered, his mind buzzing. Then give it a try. Wang Mo succinctly handed the hammer to Yi Feng. Taking a deep breath, Yi Feng hefted the weighty hammer. Imitating Wang Mo's stance, he swung the hammer with all his might, bringing it down with force. Clang! The hammer struck the iron, sending vibrations through his hands, his palms burning painfully. Sweat erupted from his pores, instantly soaking his clothing, only to be evaporated by the searing heat. His arms grew increasingly weary, feeling as if they were filled with lead. Yet he gritted his teeth, determined to persevere. He could not afford to stop. This was his sole opportunity to alter his fate. As Yi Feng labored, drenched in sweat, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Forging. One beginner wow. Forging counts as a skill too? Yi Feng's heart jolted, instantly invigorated. He had initially thought this meager system could only enhance martial arts. He never imagined it could also improve forging. This revelation fueled his motivation further. For the sake of points, to grow stronger, for a better life. Time slipped away unnoticed. Yi Feng's movements grew increasingly adept, the rhythm of his strikes becoming more pronounced. Wang Mo, who had initially approached the task with a casual attitude, began to observe with growing astonishment. Certain skills that require repeated instruction are often grasped by Yi Feng in a single attempt, showcasing his remarkable ability to draw parallels and make connections. This lad is truly a natural-born blacksmith. Wang Mo marveled silently, his initial indifference gradually softening into warmth. He began to actively impart some techniques and insights, no longer withholding his words as he had before. Yi Feng, in turn, did not disappoint him within merely a day. He forged a rather respectable kitchen knife. Wang Mo scrutinized the blade with care, nodding in approval. For a first-time blacksmith, achieving this level of craftsmanship is quite commendable. This knife is a gift for you, a keepsake of your endeavor, he added. You must practice diligently if you wish to become a true blacksmith. Do you understand? Yes. Thank you, Master Wang. I will strive to improve. Yi Feng humbly accepted the advice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the crimson rays bathed Qingshan town in a somber twilight hue. The streets were sparsely populated, with hurried footsteps echoing in the silence. Most shops had shuttered their doors, and the patrolling guards moved with urgency, casting an atmosphere of palpable tension. Yi Feng clutched the knife tightly, his initial elation gradually dissipating, replaced by a sense of inexplicable foreboding. He approached a patrolling officer and inquired softly, "Excuse me, is something amiss in the town? Young man, mind your own business and head home quickly." The officer's face bore a look of alarm, his tone urgent. Avoid strangers. Make haste. Anxiety gripped Yi Feng's heart, as if a heavy stone had settled upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He quickened his pace, deliberately steering clear of dimly lit alleys and gravitating toward more populated areas. Just as he emerged from an alley and turned onto the main street, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his nostrils. Yi Feng abruptly raised his head, his neck rigid as he gazed forward. In the deserted street lay a lifeless body. Under the faint moonlight, he discerned the figure of luxurious robes, exquisitely crafted, indicated that this was no ordinary individual. Yet now, the well-dressed young man lay dismembered, vacant eye sockets staring blankly at Yi Feng, unblinking in death. Beside the corpse stood a burly man, clad in coarse garments, wielding a bloodied curved blade. With such pitiful skills, you dare meddle in the affairs of our hyena gang? Truly, you must be seeking death. The brute spat a thick gob of phlegm onto the body. Having learned a few flashy moves, did he truly consider himself a hero? If not for the gang leader's fear of his background, he and his companion would have already reduced the fool to a pulp. Damn it. What bad luck. Yi Feng's face turned ashen. How could he stumble upon a murder scene? Especially involving the scum of the hyena gang. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best option. Cold sweat beaded on Yi Feng's forehead. The notion of chivalry belonged to others. His life was at stake. He cautiously shifted his feet, striving to make not a sound. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air behind him. Chapter 2. Life and Death Struggle. Points for slaughter. The night was as dark as ink, and in the desolate alley, a piercing shriek suddenly shattered the silence. Yi Feng's hair stood on end. His body reacted before his mind could comprehend, as he lunged forward with fervor. Whoosh! A chilling gust of wind swept past, nearly grazing his scalp. Without a moment's thought to brush off the dust clinging to him, Yi Feng swiftly turned to face the source of the threat. In the dim moonlight, a figure clad in black, with a masked face, stood where he had just been, wielding a short staff embedded with iron nails. Huh? The burly man in the street raised his brow slightly, surprised. He had been certain that this lad was merely an ordinary person, hence he had signaled his companion to launch a sneak attack. How could he have evaded it? Were there actually two of them? Yi Feng's heart sank. He understood that today's events would not conclude amicably. These two individuals were formidable, capable of executing a precise ambush in such dimness. Could they be martial artists? Good sirs, I am merely passing through and have seen nothing. Yi Feng slowly rose, attempting to present himself as harmless, offering the money he had to the two. He pulled out a small cloth pouch containing his hard-earned wages. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of his own eyes. He possessed a golden opportunity, with a future yet to unfold, and there was no need to engage in a deadly confrontation with these desperate men. There would be ample time for revenge later. Uffed. The burly man scoffed, thinking it was a government official approaching, only to realize it was just a coward. In the moonlight, the masked figure narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yi Feng closely. His gaze landed on Yi Feng's calloused hands and the iron filings stained on his clothes. His tone laced with suspicion. With hands like those and that scent on your clothes, are you working at the blacksmith shop in town? Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat. How could a member of the hyena gang recognize him? Good sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Yi Feng feigned calmness. I am just an ordinary citizen. How could I possibly be a blacksmith? Humph, stop playing the fool. The masked man spat. I remember now. Just a few days ago, you were running errands at the blacksmith's, bringing me farm tools. Why do you not recognize me today? At this revelation, Yi Feng's expression stiffened, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Having been identified, there was no way his adversaries would let him go. Even if he could escape now, they would undoubtedly hunt him down knowing he worked at the blacksmith's. Thus, the only solution was to eliminate them. Yi Feng's muscles tensed, like a predator poised to strike, ready to unleash his fury. Enough of this nonsense. The burly man snarled. You are out of luck for witnessing things you should not have. Attack. Kill him. The masked figure tore off his disguise, revealing a fierce expression as he initiated the assault. Allowing Yi Feng to escape would mean risking exposure, and the nobleman's family would surely seek retribution. Just thinking of that nobleman's terrifying background sent chills down their spines. Offending him would leave the hyena gang with no refuge. Consequently, to eradicate future threats, they had to kill him. The short staff whistled through the air, aimed directly at Yi Feng's head. Should it connect, his skull would shatter, leaving no chance for survival. In that moment of life and death, Yi Feng found clarity. The decades of martial experience bestowed by the system surged forth, an instinct deeply imprinted in his very bones. His pupils contracted, and he tilted his body slightly to the left, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. What? The masked man overexerted himself, losing his balance and staggering. At that moment, Yifeng sprang into action. Like a specter, he closed the distance, seizing the black-clad man's outstretched right arm and yanking it backward with fierce force. Gah! The masked man was stricken with fear and struggled desperately. Yet, he found Yifeng's grip as unyielding as iron, immovable. The disparity in strength was astonishing. Die! A fierce glint flashed in Yifeng's eyes as his right fist launched like a cannonball towards the masked man's neck. The neck, rich in arteries and nerves, is one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body. A strike here could cause fainting at best, or death at worst. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. The masked man's bloodshot eyes bulged, his throat producing a gurgling sound. His body crumpled to the ground like a discarded rag, completely lifeless. Yifeng stood there, panting heavily. His heart raced like a drum, throbbing against his eardrums. Surprisingly, he felt no discomfort at having taken a life. Instead, a sense of bloodlust surged within him. Damn it! The burly man finally reacted, roaring in anger. He could hardly believe that his companion had been slain by a single punch from Yifeng. I will make you pay with your life. The burly man bellowed, raising his curved blade and charging at Yifeng like a mad bull. The blade gleamed coldly in the moonlight, aimed straight for Yifeng's throat. Yifeng took a deep breath, suppressing his fear, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. He shifted his stance, advancing rather than retreating, and charged toward the burly man. With a deft maneuver, he hooked his foot to snatch the short staff from the ground, then suddenly squatted down, narrowly evading the deadly blade. The burly man's complexion changed drastically. He had not anticipated Yifeng to be so troublesome, evading his lethal strike. Before he could react, Yifeng had already closed in. With a finger, sharp as a sword, he lunged toward the burly man's eye socket. Thud! A muffled sound resonated as his finger pierced deep, blood spraying forth instantly. Ah! The burly man let out a chilling scream, excruciating pain coursing through him, as if his head would explode. Yifeng, seizing the moment, harbored no mercy, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. He raised the short staff high and brought it down with fervor. Boom! The sound echoed like a watermelon bursting, red and white splattering everywhere. The burly man's wails abruptly ceased, his body convulsing a few times before falling utterly still. You have killed a member of the hyena gang, earning 6 points. Yifeng breathed heavily. Each inhalation felt like fire igniting his lungs. A wave of exhaustion crashed over him, the adrenaline from earlier dissipating completely. This was indeed exhausting. More so than a day's labor at the blacksmith's. Yifeng wiped his face, sticky and indistinguishable from sweat or blood. After several moments of rapid breathing, his racing heart gradually calmed. He then belatedly noticed that the points section on his system panel had changed from 0 to 6 points. 6, killing. Could it truly lead to strength? Yifeng muttered to himself, his expression a mixture of emotions. These points resembled Pandora's box, once opened. They unleashed the tantalizing allure of power, making it hard to resist. He licked his cracked lips, a flicker of desire igniting within him. Just then, Yifeng sensed something amiss. Earlier, when he had killed the burly man, the system had clearly indicated that he had gained points. Yet, upon slaying the masked man, there had been no notification. Was the masked figure still alive? Yifeng sprang to his feet, disregarding his fatigue, and rushed to the side of the masked man. The figure lay on the ground, still twitching slightly, his chest heaving violently, clearly not yet deceased. Upon seeing Yifeng approach, a flicker of terror crossed the masked man's eyes. He opened his mouth, his throat producing a muffled plea, "Please, don't kill me, spare me." Yifeng's gaze was frigid, devoid of any compassion. Why had he not shown mercy when he had ambushed me? Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Yifeng raised the short staff high, aiming for the masked man's head. Without a hint of hesitation, he brought it crashing down. Boom! The dull thud of impact reverberated once more. The figure clad in black convulsed a few times before falling silent. Eliminated a hyena gang member, earning 5 points. Were the points different? Could it be that they were related to the strength of the slain? Yifeng had no time to ponder. This was not a place for lingering. The hyena gang could arrive at any moment, and he could not afford to stay here. He briefly searched the 2 bodies, finding nothing but a few pieces of silver. Miserable wretches. Yifeng cursed internally, then turned his gaze to the young master lying on the ground. Rest in peace. He silently offered a prayer, a gesture of respect for the deceased. He noticed that the young master's face was smeared with a white powder, resembling lime. It appeared that this young man had fallen victim to a treacherous trick involving lime, truly insidious. Yifeng reminded himself to remain vigilant in the future. The martial world was fraught with dangers, and one must always guard against others. Although he was unaware of the young master's background, the reaction of the hyena gang suggested that his identity was likely significant. Yifeng cautiously began to search the young master for anything of value. Soon, he discovered a bulging cloth pouch at the young man's waist, heavy to the touch and seemingly filled with numerous items. A spark of interest ignited within him. But now was not the moment for examination. He tucked the pouch into his clothing and surveyed his surroundings once more, ensuring that no one was watching. He swiftly took his leave of the alley. Yifeng chose not to deal with the corpses. After all, they were in the town, and any rash action could easily attract unwanted attention. These two groups were not something he could provoke at this moment. Chapter 3. The Grand Ancestor Long Fist. Soldiers entering the town. The cold wind sliced through the air like a blade, causing pain to Yifeng's cheeks as he sprinted relentlessly until his legs grew weak. He stumbled into a dilapidated little house. With a click, the latch fell into place, and he leaned against the door, gasping for breath. Damn it. I almost met my end. If those two had not been mere commoners, I would surely have become a corpse. In this world, every step is fraught with peril. Yifeng felt a lingering fear. Had it not been for the Grand Ancestor Long Fist at his side, today would have undoubtedly marked his demise. After calming his racing heart, he rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a cloth bag. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, the contents of the bag came into view, causing his breath to hitch. His gaze fixated on a single item, a yellowed book, its cover heavily worn. Alongside it were several porcelain vials, each labeled with names of various medicines. Yifeng picked up the book and squinted at the title under the feeble light, Grand Ancestor Long Fist. This martial art, created by the founder of a former dynasty, comprises 36 forms, characterized by grand and forceful movements, widely practiced in the military. It is a technique of the Meridian realm. The pages were yellowed, each accompanied by illustrations, making it comprehensible even to a novice in martial arts. This technique is perfectly suited for me. With my system, as long as I can grasp the fundamentals, I can enhance my abilities rapidly without concern for my innate talent. Yifeng continued to peruse, discovering secrets of martial cultivation documented within. The first threshold for a martial artist is known as the Meridian realm, divided into 3 stages: body refinement, internal cultivation, and meridian passage. Body refinement, the initial step, prevents 90% of people from progressing further. Yifeng read with great interest, eager to begin his training immediately. However, reason compelled him to recognize that this was not the right time. The night outside had deepened. Forcing himself to train could yield counterproductive results. So he suppressed his desires for the moment. Carefully stowing away the book and vials, he began to cleanse the bloodstains from his body. He fetched cold water to wash away the remnants of blood and incinerated the soiled clothing in the stove until nothing remained. Once these tasks were completed, Yifeng finally collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. The following morning, as soon as Yifeng stepped into Qishan town, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. What was once a bustling street now lay eerily quiet. Numerous soldiers clad in standard armor prowled the streets, each exuding an air of menace. Yifeng, puzzled, pulled a familiar apprentice aside and whispered, "What is happening? Why are there so many officials here?" The apprentice, his face drawn, lowered his voice. "You don't know? Last night, the Lord's son was murdered right here in our town." "What?" Yifeng was taken aback. The richly dressed young man from last night was the Lord's son. "Shoo, keep your voice down," the apprentice hissed, startled. "I hear the Lord is furious and has dispatched many soldiers to scour the town for the murderer. Qingshan town is under martial law now. Entering and exiting is fraught with peril. We common folk should remain in our homes to avoid attracting trouble." A heavy weight settled in Yifeng's heart, and he refrained from speaking further. By the afternoon, as work ended, he hurried home, secured the doors and windows, and eagerly opened the Grand Ancestor Long Fist. Stepping forward with his left foot, he clenched his left fist protectively against his chest and unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist from his waist, the force of it akin to a thunderclap. As he recalled the book's instructions, he attempted the movements. What seemed simple in theory proved to be far more challenging in practice. After numerous attempts, he struggled with stability, the alignment of his punches, and the distribution of power, always falling short. It appeared that my innate talent was merely average, nothing extraordinary. After all, why else would it take me over a decade of practicing the Changchun fist to barely scrape by? Yifeng shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, the Grand Ancestor Long Fist was not an exceedingly complex martial art. With diligent practice, perseverance would eventually yield success. No, this doesn't feel right. He continued to experiment, making adjustments, sweat cascading down his cheeks, and soaking his clothes. Once more, Yifeng gritted his teeth and threw another punch. This time, the wind generated by his fist was sharper, and he sensed a burgeoning aura. This is the sensation. A flicker of joy ignited in Yifeng's eyes. He could feel his body's power flowing in a mysterious manner, significantly stronger than before. Having a foundation in Changchun fist indeed made the learning process much more efficient. Yifeng silently rejoiced, recognizing that his prior experience allowed him to quickly grasp the technique, saving him from many detours. Completing the first form, he exhaled deeply. Drenched in sweat yet invigorated, a feeling of unparalleled elation. The system panel had yet to reveal any new skills. It appeared he needed to exert more effort. There was still a long way to go. He would continue striving. The next day, Yifeng arrived at the blacksmith shop as usual. He swung the hammer, striking the glowing iron ingot. Clang, clang, clang. The hammer met the iron, producing a crisp sound. Yifeng felt unusually strong that day. Each strike was more powerful and precise than usual. Wang Mo, standing nearby, regarded him with a glimmer of approval. Good, you're making rapid progress. If you can forge 10 weapons, you'll officially graduate, and I'll personally apply for your title as a certified craftsman. Thank you, Master Wang, Yifeng replied, his heart soaring with joy. In the blacksmith shop, only certified craftsmen received wages, and the key to achieving that status was to forge 10 weapons. The term 10 forges refers to the process of hammering an iron ingot 10 times to eliminate impurities and enhance its resilience. This is no easy feat. It requires exceptional skill and endurance. Typically, apprentices toil for 8 to 10 years and may still fail. In the following days, Yifeng appeared almost bewitched, tirelessly working at the forge by day and practicing the Grand Ancestor Long Fist at night. For an ordinary person, such exertion would be exhausting. Yet Yifeng gritted his teeth and persevered. He could clearly sense that with each sweat-drenched session, his strength, speed, and endurance were all on the rise. The pace of his improvement was nothing short of extraordinary. This is my path to greatness. Hope filled Yifeng's heart. He believed that as long as he remained steadfast, he would one day become a true powerhouse. Meanwhile, the situation in Qingshan town grew increasingly tense. Conflicts erupted frequently between the soldiers and townsfolk. However, this turmoil did not disrupt Yifeng's routine. He continued his daily life, relishing his time at the forge and in training. One day, under the bright sun, Yifeng practiced his punches in the small courtyard. His fist struck the air, producing explosive sounds akin to thunder rumbling. With each breath, he could see steam escaping his nostrils, resembling two little white dragons dancing in the sky. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted within him, crackling like firecrackers. He felt a jolt coursing through his body, a warm current surging from his dantian, instantly cleansing his limbs. Movements that had once felt awkward now flowed gracefully, each punch bursting forth with vigor. A month had passed. Perhaps I had overestimated my own capabilities. Yifeng smiled broadly, exhaling a breath of stale air. Name: Yifeng. Skills: Changchun Fist, great accomplishment. 5. Grand Ancestor Long Fist 1. Entry: Forging 91. Entry: Cultivation, none. Points: 11 within him. A subtle flow of energy meandered gently. Though slender as a thread, it is undeniably real, akin to a dormant serpent poised to emerge from the earth. Is this what one might call vitality? Truly enigmatic. Yifeng murmured to himself, a glimmer of excitement gracing his face. Although still feeble, this marks his inaugural step into the martial realm. Body refinement, as the term implies, is the process of honing the physical form. Every inch of flesh and each bone must be tempered to perfection. Mastery of body refinement enables one to shatter bricks with bare hands and possess the strength to lift immense weights. Should one achieve the pinnacle of this art, it is said that they could become impervious to blades and immune to fire and water. Of course, that is a legendary realm. One Yifeng dares not yet aspire to. For now, his task is to advance steadily, step by step, solidifying his foundation in body refinement. However, with a system at his disposal, it should not pose a significant challenge. Yifeng gazed at the panel displaying the Taizu Long Fist, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. If such a considerable transformation can be achieved at the introductory level, what might be attained at mastery, or even perfection? How formidable would that be? Never mind. Let us first give it a try. Yifeng took a deep breath and directed his gaze towards the points section. Points: 11. This represents the total points he has accumulated during this period. He shall invest all of it into the Taizu Long Fist. Chapter 4. The strength to endure the grind. Soldiers at the door. All in. Yifeng's forehead throbbed with veins as he wagered all his points on the Taizu Long Fist. In an instant, an indescribable surge of heat erupted from deep within his dantian, sweeping through his limbs and bones with wild abandon. This sensation was more intense and domineering than any previous experience. Ding. Consumed 11 points. Commencing the simulation of Taizu Long Fist. You possess a foundation in Changchun Fist. Simulation speed increased by 15. Extreme simulation in progress. Simulation complete. Taizu Long Fist has reached the pinnacle of mastery. You have surpassed 99 of Taizu Long Fist practitioners in this realm. Taizu Long Fist. Mastery 20. Hiss. Pain. 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 Yifeng gritted his teeth as if he were about to shatter them. His body temperature soared alarmingly, as if seared by a branding iron, with white smoke rising from his pores. It felt as though an eternity passed, yet it was but a fleeting moment. The excruciating agony finally receded like a tide. Yifeng exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had survived a calamity, and was met with an unprecedented sense of relief. Name: Yifeng. Skills: Changchun Fist, Mastery, 5. Taizu Long Fist, Mastery, 20. Forging 91, Beginner. Cultivation, First Stage Meridian Realm, 4. Points: 0. Yifeng's eyes glinted with contemplation. Transforming Changchun Fist from minor to major mastery required merely 1 point. Yet, elevating Taizu Long Fist from entry level to mastery consumed a staggering 11 points. It appeared that the intensity of martial skills indeed influenced point expenditure. Yi Feng's heart raced with excitement. He could hardly wait to test his newfound strength. His gaze swept across the somewhat vacant courtyard, ultimately landing on a moss-covered grinding stone nestled in the corner. The stone was heavy, weighing at least several hundred pounds, and in the past, it would take 3 or 4 robust men to shift it even slightly. Approaching the grinding stone, Yi Feng inhaled deeply. He crouched slightly, grasping the edge of the stone, and unleashed a tremendous force from his waist and abdomen. His arm muscles bulged instantly, resembling coiled dragons, veins protruding fiercely. Crack! The ground groaned under the immense burden. Incredibly, Yi Feng lifted the heavy stone above his head. This strength was at least doubled. No, perhaps even more. Yi Feng's face flushed crimson, veins standing out on his forehead, and he breathed heavily like a bull. Truly, the system was remarkable. If he had relied solely on hard training, who could say how long it might have taken to reach such a level? Adding points was indeed the essence of dominance. Boom! Yi Feng set the stone down heavily, causing a thunderous noise that stirred up clouds of dust. Ouch! Who on earth is that? Early in the morning. Can't they let anyone sleep? A string of curses erupted from next door, clearly startled by the sudden commotion. Yi Feng grinned, calling out, "Hee hee. My apologies for the disturbance." Despite his words, he felt an unparalleled joy swelling within him. The exhilaration of his newfound strength was nearly overwhelming. As the excitement waned, Yi Feng gradually calmed down. The young master who had perished under the lime was also a practitioner of Taizu Long Fist. Clearly, mere strength was insufficient. One must also possess cunning and underhanded tactics. Yi Feng's expression turned serious, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. In this world of the survival of the fittest, even a moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. Gurgle. I am so hungry. Yi Feng patted his emaciated stomach. During the body refining stage, his energy needs had surged, and it seemed he would need to procure more meat in the future. Indeed, the ancients spoke true: poverty in knowledge, wealth in martial prowess. Yi Feng sighed, increasingly aware of his own destitution. The resources required for cultivation would only multiply: elixirs, manuals, divine weapons. Which of these was not costly? Make money, make money, make money. Yi Feng silently chanted thrice, formally placing the pursuit of wealth on his agenda. To amass riches swiftly, he must return to his roots, his forging skills. It was clear that he needed to elevate his forging prowess without delay. Early the next morning, Yi Feng hurried to the blacksmith shop. After tirelessly hammering away day and night, his forging skills had improved tremendously. Within just half a day, he completed the mountain of orders that had accumulated. After lunch, Yi Feng did not rest for a moment, but picked up a piece of raw iron to continue hammering. The hammer in his hand seemed to come alive, each swing imbued with rhythm. The surrounding blacksmiths cast curious glances. They were seasoned veterans, fully aware of Yi Feng's astonishing progress, which was nothing short of miraculous. It had only been half a year since Yi Feng first arrived at the blacksmith shop as a frail youth. In that short time, not only had he grown taller, but he was also now adorned with well-defined muscles. His chiseled face exuded a rugged charm, radiating an untamed allure. Yi Feng immersed himself in the world of forging. Gradually, the raw iron began to gleam, a faint silver sheen appearing on its surface. Yi Feng paused his work to assess it and thought, it was time to forge a true weapon. The hammer swung once more, as he endeavored to transform this raw iron into a genuine weapon. Having frequently observed Wang Mo forge weapons, he was well acquainted with each step and technique. Now, he was determined to put this theoretical knowledge into practice. Clang, clang, clang. The hammer fell ceaselessly, shaping the blade, quenching, tempering, grinding. Yi Feng executed each task meticulously. Time seemed to lose its meaning in that moment. In Yi Feng's mind, there was only one thought: to forge this raw iron into an unparalleled divine weapon. Thus, half a month passed. Yi Feng stood before the water trough, washing his hands on the short blade. This was the fruit of half a month's labor, the blade shimmering coldly, capable of severing hair. Forging, minor mastery, 26 points. 1. As the forging reached completion, his proficiency surged significantly, advancing directly into the minor mastery stage. Good blade. A booming voice echoed from behind. Yi Feng turned to see a burly man, the shop owner Zhang Quizwang, stepping into view. Master Zhang. Yi Feng reverently presented the short blade with both hands. During this time, he had poured his heart and soul into forging this blade, and Zhang Quizwang had certainly taken note. Now that the forging was complete, he was eager to assess it. Zhang Quizwang took the short blade, examining it closely. The blade glimmered coldly, pulsating with a hint of vitality, though it bore some flaws. It was of tin forging quality, especially considering it was Yi Feng's first attempt at weapon forging. Zhang Quizwang's eyes sparkled with appreciation. It was remarkable that Yi Feng's, having only studied forging for less than 6 months, could produce such a weapon. From today onward, you are a formal craftsman at our blacksmith shop. Zhang Quizwang clapped Yi Feng on the shoulder. For every qualified weapon you forge, I shall grant you a 10% commission. Yi Feng's heart soared with joy. His labor had been to prove his skills. Recognizing Yi Feng's extraordinary talent in forging, Zhang Quizwang wasted no time in promoting him. With his current strength, forging one weapon a week would pose no challenge. The blacksmith shop had an excellent reputation, and each weapon fetched at least 3 to 6 taels of silver in commission. This was a tenfold increase compared to his previous salary. Thank you, Master Zhang. Yi Feng bowed deeply. Surrounding blacksmiths and apprentices gathered around, congratulating Yi Feng. A Feng, you must work diligently and not bring shame to Master Wang. Work hard, and you might marry a city girl someday. The air was filled with joyous excitement. Yet, one individual stood silently in the corner, burdened with a basket of iron ore. He brushed his fingers over the still healing scar on his face, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. Becoming a formal blacksmith was merely the beginning. Yi Feng's ambition was to emerge as a true powerhouse, mastering his own destiny. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow painted the sky in hues of crimson, signaling the end of a long day. Yi Feng returned to his humble abode, had a simple dinner, and was preparing to resume his training. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed, shattering the tranquility of the courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, pondering who could possibly be at the door at such a late hour. He set aside his training stance and swiftly pulled open the courtyard gate. Before him stood several soldiers clad in cold iron armor, their suits glinting ominously in the moonlight. Their expressions were stern, and their gazes sharp as hawks. Behind the soldiers loomed a young man marked by scars. The leading soldier stepped forward, his tone frigid. Yi Feng, someone has reported that you are implicated in the murder of the city lord's son. Come with us. Chapter 5. Accusation? Have I become a murderer? Yi Feng, the leading soldier barked. Someone has testified that you were involved in the murder of the city lord's son. Come with us. A wave of dread washed over Yi Feng. But years of enduring the harshness of society taught him that panic was not an option. This is not my doing. Why should I be alarmed? He stiffly tugged at the corners of his mouth, striving to maintain a semblance of composure. On what grounds do you claim my involvement in this matter? Surely, you must present some evidence. The determination of whether I am implicated cannot solely rest upon your word. The soldier's expression hardened as he shifted slightly, revealing another man behind him. Do you recognize this person? Yi Feng's gaze shifted, and a chill gripped his heart. Zhang Sheng, an apprentice at the blacksmith shop. Typically taciturn and hardly noticeable, they had never interacted, scarcely exchanging a few words. Yi Feng racked his brain, perplexed as to when he might have offended this individual. Now facing potential death because of him. I know him. Yi Feng suppressed his surprise, endeavoring to keep his tone steady. We have worked together. That's good enough. The soldier smirked. Zhang Sheng has reported that you are the murderer of the city lord's son. Heaven above. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sheng's performance erupted. He began to weep dramatically. That night, I awoke to relieve myself, and saw Yi Feng sneaking out of an alley with a knife. When I inquired about it, he stammered, looking frantic. Clearly something was amiss. I also recall an earlier altercation between Yi Feng and the city lord's son. He must harbor resentment. Therefore, I dare to speculate that Yi Feng is most likely the killer. Zhang Sheng fell to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. I swear before the heavens, if I speak a single falsehood, may I be struck down. Yi Feng observed Zhang Sheng's clumsy theatrics, his temples throbbing. Evidence. This man thinks he can condemn me with mere words? Yi Feng clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Does this soldier possess any actual evidence of my guilt? Is it reasonable to convict a man based solely on hearsay? The soldier's chubby cheeks quivered as he sneered. Evidence. The witness is none other than our brother Zhang here. As for material evidence, you must be feeling guilty and hiding it away. Search his quarters thoroughly. With a wave of his hand, several soldiers stormed into the small dwelling, ransacking it with reckless abandon. Yi Feng's chest swelled with murderous intent, nearly overwhelming him. These soldiers were not investigating. They were fabricating charges, ready to sacrifice an innocent to advance their own interests. In their desperate quest for glory, these scoundrels would not hesitate to frame him. We found it. We found it. A soldier shouted exuberantly, emerging from the house with a gleaming kitchen knife held aloft. The soldier presented the knife to the leader as if it were a trophy. The soldier examined it with feigned seriousness, a smug smile spreading across his rotund face. Indeed, this is material evidence. There are bloodstains on this knife. Bloodstains? Yi Feng could hardly contain his laughter at the absurdity. This knife was used for butchering. It was only natural for it to bear some blood. Could this truly be considered evidence? Yi Feng, both witness and material evidence are present. What do you have to say for yourself? The soldier weighed the knife in his hands, approaching Yi Feng with a look of utter disdain. Yi Feng's teeth ground together, his response deliberate and measured. I have nothing to say. The soldier was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Feng's compliance, and then burst into laughter, his flesh jiggling. Good. You are wise to recognize your situation. Take him away. Clank. The cold shackles clamped around Yi Feng's wrists. Move. At the soldier's command, several men escorted Yi Feng out of the town. Yi Feng remained silent, his expression eerily calm as he allowed them to push him along. Zhang Sheng watched as Yi Feng was led away, the sorrow on his face gradually fading, replaced by a sinister smile. The pitiful demeanor he once bore was nowhere to be seen. Humph, do you think you can challenge me? You are woefully unprepared. The city lord's son is dead. And now I have the perfect reason to frame you. The soldiers seek merit, while I seek opportunity. Soon, I shall ascend to the city and claim my rightful place. Zhang Sheng traced the scar on his face, which appeared particularly grotesque under the moonlight. That position as a blacksmith was rightfully mine. Why should it be stolen by an orphan like you? You robbed me of everything. Only by eliminating you can I rise above this lowly existence. Yi Feng, you must not return, or I shall find a way to end you. As night deepened, a group of soldiers led Yi Feng beyond the outskirts of Qingshan town, into a secluded forest. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The surrounding stillness was suffocating, laden with tension. Boss, are we going to do it here? One soldier asked, rubbing his hands together. Fool, do you truly think we should take him back to the office? The soldier's plump face twitched. The city lord merely instructed us to resolve the case swiftly. He never specified that we needed him alive. Understand? Got it. One soldier retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, filled with dense writing. Come, place your handprint here. The leader approached Yi Feng with the confession document. Forcing a feigned smile, the city lord's son met an untimely end. Consider this your contribution to his peace. In your next life, do try to be more cautious. Yi Feng lowered his head, his disheveled hair obscuring his eyes, concealing his expression. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and leave your handprint. A soldier, growing impatient, reached for Yi Feng's hair. At that moment, calamity struck. Yi Feng suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and wild, resembling a feral beast. Die! A low growl erupted from the depths of his throat. With clenched fists, his knuckles audibly cracking, he surged forward with a ferocious force. Not good. The soldier's pupils dilated instinctively, honed by years of battlefield experience. Yet he was utterly unprepared for Yi Feng's speed. It was too swift. So fast that he could not react in time. Crack! Yi Feng's devastating blow struck the soldier's neck with a thunderous impact. The sound of shattering bones echoed, sending chills down the spine. The soldier's head drooped lifelessly, blood streaming from his orifices. He was clearly beyond saving. Enemy attack. Be cautious. This guy is not right. Only then did the others realize the danger, their voices rising in alarm, as if facing a formidable foe. I only wanted to live peacefully. Why must you force me? Yi Feng's countenance was consumed by rage, his murderous intent boiling over. His previously handsome features twisted into a grotesque mask of fury, resembling a demon unleashed. He summoned his strength, his muscles coiling like springs, veins bulging. The shackles on his wrist shattered, producing a sharp metallic sound. Kill. Chapter 6, The Grand Ancestor Long Fist. A surge of bloodlust, damn it. What are you all standing there for? The sergeant's chubby face quivered with rage as he bellowed. Let us go. P.S. Just one against us three. Each of us with a knife can turn him into minced meat. Despite his fierce words, his corpulent body stealthily retreated a few steps. Naturally, such a life-threatening endeavor should be left to the expendable first. Kill. Two soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with menace. Both seasoned veterans who had tasted blood, they had not hesitated to end lives before. They had dealt with ruthless characters like Yi Feng in the past. Flanking him, they effectively sealed off his escape route, long knives glinting with a chilling light as they lunged at Yi Feng. Yi Feng held his breath, his internal energy flickering like a candle in the wind. Though faint, it heightened his senses to their utmost acuity. The trajectories of the blades were discernible, as if in slow motion. Whoosh, whoosh. The blades sliced past him, barely grazing the hem of his garments, the force of the wind causing his clothes to whip around. Each strike missed its mark. By the heavens! Is this kid a slippery eel? One soldier cursed under his breath. Damn it, we've run into a practitioner. The other soldier, too, felt a pang of panic. After years of service, he had encountered tough adversaries, but never had he faced someone so elusive, dodging every blow with such ease. Swish, swish, swish. The two soldiers roared in frustration as their blades wove a frigid net of death, each strike coming faster than the last. After years of practice, their coordination was seamless. One feigned, while the other struck hard, ensuring that any ordinary person would meet their demise within 3 moves. Yet, Yi Feng seemed to possess foresight, evading each attack by a hair's breadth, leaving every blade to cleave nothing but air. Little brat, have the guts to stop dodging. One soldier, infuriated, swung his knife wildly, his mouth spewing curses. By my grandmother's name, I'll turn you into meat paste today. The second soldier, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, wore a grotesque expression. Clad in rusty armor, they were certainly at an advantage over Yi Feng, who was unarmed. Fools, don't fight him one-on-one. Surround him. The sergeant, witnessing the unfolding chaos, could no longer contain his exasperation. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. The opportunity had arrived. Just as one soldier swung down with all his might, his energy spent, Yi Feng erupted like a cheetah, crashing into the soldier's embrace. His right fist clenched tightly, the knuckles protruding like a spear. He concentrated all his strength into a devastating strike aimed at the soldier's face. The power of the perfected Grand Ancestor long fist surged forth, enough to shatter stone. Bang! The dull thud echoed through the silent woods, reminiscent of thunder. The soldier felt darkness engulf him as his nose, eye sockets, and cheekbones collapsed in an instant. Blood, brain matter, and shattered bones erupted like a flood, transforming his head into a mushy wreck. Kill the soldier from Jingdong City. Points 9. The second soldier, paralyzed with fear at the horrific sight, was left gobsmacked. Did he just explode a man's head with one punch? Is this even human? Yi Feng's expression remained stoic, his eyes radiating a chilling intent. He lunged forward, fingers splayed like steel claws, driving straight into the throat of the stunned soldier. Thud. His fingers pierced through. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. With a twist of his wrist, he tore violently, rending the soldier's neck apart. The trachea, blood vessels, and muscles lay grotesquely exposed to the air, a sight to behold. The soldier's body crumpled, lifeless, twitching a few times before falling silent. Kill the soldier from Jingdong City. Points 9. In the blink of an eye, 3 men lay dead on the ground, leaving only the astonished sergeant, rooted in place. Witnessing Yi Feng slaughter his men with such ease shattered his bravado. The sergeant's corpulent body trembled violently, a foul odor emanating from his trousers. He had urinated in fear. Great hero, spare me. Spare me. The sergeant knelt, resembling a massive meatball, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. I was blind to not recognize you. I beg for your forgiveness. I can testify that you did not kill the city lord's son. There is another culprit. I can help you clear your name. I can assist you in dealing with Zhang Sheng. It was all him. He forced me to set you up. The sergeant gazed at Yi Feng, his tone urgent and enticing. Yet, he was destined for disappointment. Yi Feng regarded the sergeant's pathetic display with a hint of scorn. Did you ever consider sparing my life when you wronged me? And do you think I care about your accusations now? Yi Feng picked up the long knife without a moment's hesitation and plunged it downwards. Thud. The blade effortlessly pierced the sergeant's eye socket and embedded itself in his skull. The sergeant's hefty body twitched a few times before falling silent. Kill the squad leader from Jingdong City. Points 15. The cold voice of the system echoed in his mind. Breathing heavily, Yi Feng stood amidst the corpses, drenched in blood, resembling a vengeful spirit emerging from hell. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within. Moments later, when he opened his eyes again, his gaze was already composed. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. His throat tightened. Voice hoarse and deep. If I do not kill them, I shall perish. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, yet if he did not harden his heart, the original owner of this body would have long since turned to dust. Wait, the prompt only allows 3 tries. There are still those who are not dead. Yi Feng suddenly snapped to attention, picking up the long knife from the ground and inspecting the corpses. Sure enough, the first soldier, the one whose neck he had broken, was slightly twitching, evidently still alive. With a swift motion, he thrust the knife into the chest, withdrawing it forcefully, blood spraying forth. Kill the soldier from Jingdong City. Points 9. Only after confirming that all were dead did Yi Feng finally relax, exhaling deeply. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he began to search the bodies. After rummaging through several, he found little more than a few coins and some inferior weapons. What a pitiful bounty, he mused, feeling disappointed yet unsurprised. Being a soldier was hardly a lucrative profession. However, when his fingers brushed against the corpse of the hefty sergeant, he felt something unusually hard. Delving beneath the armor lining, he discovered a neatly folded paper note near the chest area. Squinting in the dim moonlight, he deciphered the inscription. 100 taels. Daqin Silver Bank. By heavens, this is a silver note. Yi Feng's breath caught, his heart racing. 100 taels. That was no small sum. In a small place like Qingshan Town, a typical family might earn a mere 10 taels in a year and consider themselves well off. Murder and arson earn gold belts. While building bridges and repairing roads leave no corpses, the ancients do not deceive me, he muttered softly, his tone laced with self-deprecation and resignation. Yet, Yi Feng did not allow joy to cloud his judgment. He was acutely aware that the matter was far from over. With the city lord's son murdered, the authorities would undoubtedly seek vengeance. The martial law imposed on Qingshan Town was a clear sign. More importantly, there remains an unresolved peril, Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng's self-incrimination as the murderer clearly indicates a premeditated scheme. Should dawn arrive, he would undoubtedly escalate the situation beyond control, leaving me with no means of escape. It is imperative to act before Zhang Sheng makes his move, silencing him forever. I harbor no malice towards others, yet they persist in harboring ill intentions against me. For the sake of my safety, I must ensure your silence is eternal. Yi Feng grasped the long knife and hastened towards the direction of Qingshan Town. Chapter 7. Nighttime Slaughter. Perfect martial arts. The night was heavy, casting a shroud over Qingshan Town. On the outskirts, a dilapidated adobe house stood alone, flickering like a candle in the wind. Yi Feng clung to the wall like a gecko, concealed in the shadows. The compulsion to commit murder, to ensnare his own puppet master. It all stemmed from the individual within this crumbling abode. Inside, the dim yellow oil lamp flickered, casting distorted shadows across Zhang Sheng's twisted face. Yi Feng, look at you now, he cackled. Zhang Sheng's fingers traced his scars, his eyes brimming with malicious excitement. The jealousy he harbored towards Yi Feng and the humiliation he suffered at the hands of other apprentices had morphed into a perverse pleasure in this moment. The soldier needed a scapegoat, and he would gladly provide one. A 2-for-1 deal. Humph, the Lord's son deserved to die, if he hadn't he? How would I have this opportunity? Surviving tonight means I can finally secure a position in the city. The more Zhang Sheng pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Who would dare look down upon Zhang Sheng then? Yi Feng, even in death, would never anticipate that it would be I, Zhang Sheng, who would step over him to rise to power. Suddenly, a chill raced up his spine, penetrating to his very core. A cold metallic sensation graced his neck, akin to the flick of a serpent's tongue. A gleaming long knife was poised against his throat. Who? Zhang Sheng whipped around, his pupils constricting in terror. Yi Feng? You are not surprised to see I'm still alive? Yi Feng's voice was as frigid as ice as he stood behind Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng's body went rigid, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. How could he have returned alive after being captured by the guards? It was nothing short of a fantasy. Furthermore, Yi Feng brandished a deadly weapon, boldly appearing before him. Yi Feng, listen to me. I was coerced. It was the soldier's doing. They threatened me with imprisonment if I didn't testify against you. I was only trying to save myself. Zhang Sheng babbled frantically, desperately trying to disentangle himself from the situation. Tears streamed down his face, erasing any semblance of his earlier bravado. Yi Feng regarded him silently, akin to a spectator observing a clown's antics. Such scum could utter any lie, utterly beyond redemption. Saving your life? No, you are merely envious, aren't you? Envious that I surpass you. Envious of the favor I receive from our master. Envious of my brighter future. Correct? His words, though soft, struck like a blade, shattering Zhang Sheng's psychological defenses. Zhang Sheng's lips trembled, yearning to retort, yet finding himself devoid of justification. He was indeed consumed by jealousy, mad with it. Why should this orphan, Yi Feng, earn the master's recognition and possess superior talent? He was unwilling. He was indignant. He would not allow it. Hence, he resolved to ruin Yi Feng, to ensure he would never rise again. Seeing that pleading was futile, a wave of madness surged within Zhang Sheng, and he howled in despair. Yi Feng, do not revel too soon. Even if I perish, you cannot escape. You have slain so many. The Lord will have you torn to shreds. Prepare to accompany me to the grave. The noise grated on Yi Feng's nerves. His expression hardened as he struck swiftly, delivering a knife-hand blow to Zhang Sheng's nape. Zhang Sheng let out a muffled groan, collapsing limply to the ground. Yi Feng chose not to kill him outright. Doing so would leave bloodstains that would be hard to cleanse, potentially alerting others. The optimal choice was to make him vanish. Yi Feng dragged Zhang Sheng out of the house, utilizing the cover of darkness as he hurried toward the depths of the forest outside the town. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Yi Feng drew the long knife, aimed it at Zhang Sheng's neck, and without a hint of hesitation, struck down. Kill the blacksmith apprentice, earned 3 points. Yi Feng, expressionless, sheathed his long knife and buried Zhang Sheng's body. After completing these tasks, he gazed skyward. In the east, a hint of dawn began to emerge, heralding the arrival of a new day. As morning broke, Yi Feng entered the blacksmith shop. The fire still blazed brightly, yet the rhythmic clanging of metal had diminished considerably. A few apprentices huddled together, whispering, "Have you heard? Something major happened last night." "Shoo! Keep your voice down. Don't spread rumors. Why worry? Everyone already knows. I heard that several soldiers patrolling outside the town vanished last night." "Really? Can that be true? They are soldiers. Who would dare to harm them?" "Indeed, the Lord is furious and has dispatched officials from the city to investigate our town overnight." The fragmented discussions of the apprentices drifted into Yi Feng's ears. He tightened his grip on the hammer momentarily before relaxing, resuming his work. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the hammer was dull, its rhythm chaotic. "What are you doing, you fool?" Wang Mo appeared by his side, observing the misshapen metal with increasing concern. "Your mind is elsewhere. The work is suffering. What's going on? You're not yourself today?" Yi Feng lowered his head, hesitant to speak. He could never reveal to his master that he had been the one to kill these men. Could he? Enough. It's clear you're distracted. The city officials are investigating, so keep your head down and focus on your work, understood? Understood, master. Yi Feng steeled himself, exhaling a heavy breath, and refocused his gaze. The rhythm and precision of his hammering instantly returned to form. The clear, melodic sounds of clanging metal echoed once more through the blacksmith shop. Wang Mo nodded in satisfaction, stepping aside with arms crossed. The magistrate is furious, and the officials are conducting a thorough investigation. Yi Feng hammered the wrought iron. Yet his thoughts drifted beyond the window. In this world, seeking the truth behind a crime is a daunting task, particularly after silencing all witnesses. However, the world is complex. One can never be certain that an extraordinary individual won't uncover the slightest clue. I am still lacking in strength. A mere official can instill such fear in me. Yi Feng chuckled at himself, the desire for power growing wildly within him like rampant weeds. As night fell once more, Yi Feng returned home, weary and drained. With a thought, the system interface materialized before him. Name: Yi Feng. Skills: Changchun Fist 6, major success. Taizu Long Fist 3, major success. Forging 35, minor success. Cultivation, first stage meridian opening, 5 points, 46 points. An opportune moment to embark on another round of enhancements. Yifeng settled cross-legged on his bed. This bounty of points was ample enough to elevate the Taizu Long Fist to a new level. System, allocate all points to Taizu Long Fist. Ding. Consumed 40 points. Taizu Long Fist is now in training. Training complete. Taizu Long Fist, perfect. First stage meridian opening, 33. Summary. This training session equates to 80 years of arduous practice. Your aptitude truly is exceptional. If Taizu were present, he would surely address you as master. Is this the perfected realm of the Taizu Long Fist? Yifeng's eyes flew open, radiating brilliance, his aura overwhelming. A punch was thrown, the air crackled, and a sound akin to thunder resonated, shaking the windows and doors. More importantly, the once feeble vitality within him had multiplied at least tenfold. 80 years of grueling effort. How terrifying. Yifeng inhaled deeply, calming his exhilarated heart. Slowly rising, he stepped into the courtyard. The moonlight cascaded like water, bathing the entire yard in a silver glow. Yifeng's gaze swept across the space, ultimately resting upon the moss-covered stone mill nestled in the corner. This stone mill had borne witness to his prior transformation. Now, confronting it once more, his mindset was entirely different. Let me test just how strong I truly am now. The heavy stone mill was slowly lifted with ease. He did not set the mill down but continued to exert his strength. Crack. A fissure, resembling a spider's web, spread across the surface of the stone. Break for me. Yifeng roared, his muscles coiling like iron, power surging forth like a torrent released from a dam. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated, dust billowing into the air. The solid stone mill was forcefully split in two by Yifeng. The two massive stone pieces crashed to the ground, creating two deep craters. Is this still human? Yifeng gazed at his hands, disbelief shining in his eyes. He knew he had grown stronger, but never anticipated such an extraordinary level of power. He was akin to a humanoid beast. Should he encounter those soldiers from last night again, he was confident he could take them down, one punch each. With the Grandmaster's long fist perfected, such might was attainable. What of the more advanced martial techniques? Yifeng felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps it was time for him to venture into the city and witness this broader world. Chapter 8. The Ambush on the Constables in the Dead of Night. Yifeng sat alone in his home. To venture into the city, a travel permit was essential. Given my current status, acquiring one was not particularly challenging. However, with the officers on high alert and the constables conducting searches, it posed quite a dilemma. Yifeng's fingertips rhythmically tapped against the table. He had not anticipated that the brocade-clad young master would bring about such significant trouble. The hyena gang, it seemed, had the audacity to fabricate a murderer and exonerate themselves completely. Truly, they were the foremost gang in the region, with fingers in every pie. I could no longer afford to delay. Rather than waiting for the storm to pass, it would be wiser to stir the waters. I must devise a plan to ensure the constables witness the truth with their own eyes. Yifeng's gaze flickered as a bold scheme gradually took shape in his mind. He rose and moved towards the corner of the room, where a pile of old miscellaneous items lay. After rummaging for a while, he unearthed several pieces of black cloth, a can of black paint, and some scraps of animal hide. With scissors in hand, Yifeng cut the black cloth and stitched together a simple yet effective outfit using the animal hide and fine twine. He then painted the emblem of the hyena gang on his arm, a fierce hyena head. The lines were rough, lacking finesse, yet in the dim light, it exuded a wild and menacing aura. Donning the attire and concealing his face with a black cloth, Yifeng scrutinized himself in the copper mirror by the oil lamp. In the reflection, a figure clad in black emerged, revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes and the fearsome hyena head tattoo on his arm. Excellent. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, pushed open the door, and melded into the deeper shadows of the night. The night was eerily silent. The wind howled, rustling the leaves and adding an extra layer of foreboding to the atmosphere. Yifeng deftly avoided the patrolling soldiers in town and stealthily made his way to the outskirts. Beyond the town lay an official road leading to the city. This was the necessary route for entering town and also the optimal ambush site. Yifeng climbed a slightly elevated mound, concealing himself behind a large tree. The mound provided a broad view, allowing him to survey the movements on the official road. He took a deep breath, the icy night air filling his lungs, momentarily easing his tense nerves. Should the plan fail, there would be no turning back. He closed his eyes, mentally rehearsing each movement of the Taizu Long Fist, preparing his body for peak performance. Time slipped by, each second stretching into eternity. The surroundings were utterly still, save for the occasional chirping of insects echoing through the night sky. Yifeng focused on regulating his breath, calming his racing heart. His eyes remained fixed on the end of the official road, not daring to relax for even a moment. After an indeterminate length of time, faint hoofbeats finally reached his ears. They were coming. Yifeng's eyes sharpened, instantly shifting into a combat mindset. He held his breath, merging with the darkness. The hoofbeats grew closer, clearer. A group of constables on horseback raced towards Qingshan town, dressed in standard constabulary attire, their long knives at their sides. each bearing an expression of grim determination. There were only 3 of them. Yifeng quickly assessed their numbers. Fewer than expected, yet still sufficient. Leading the group was a burly middle-aged man with thick brows and large eyes, sporting a full beard and wielding a goose-feather knife with an imposing presence. "Brotherly, something feels off in Qingshan town," said a young constable, anxiety evident in his voice. "First, the Lord's son was murdered, and now several patrolling soldiers are dead. Could it be that demons are at play? Demons wielding knives?" "Fool," Li Xian retorted sharply, "we are here to unearth the mastermind behind these events." "Indeed, Chief," another constable quickly concurred. "Certainly, someone is scheming against us." Before he could finish, a sudden, unexpected event transpired. Whoosh! A stone, propelled by a gust of wind, hurtled towards the young constable at the rear of the group. PFF. Blood erupted, staining the night as the young constable screamed and fell from his horse. An ambush. Li Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he unsheathed his goose-feather knife, barking, "Beware of the ambush." Yet, his warning came too late. Just as his words left his mouth, a shadow shot forth from the trees by the roadside. Yifeng had made his move. He was already poised for action. And at that moment, his mastery of the Taizu long fist erupted with unparalleled force. Boom! Yifeng propelled himself forward, his form akin to an arrow released from a bow, instantly closing the distance to pounce upon another constable in the midst of the group. The young constable barely had time to register the flash before an overwhelming force, akin to a raging torrent, struck him squarely in the chest. Crack! The young constable's chest caved in, creating a horrific wound. He had no chance to scream before silence enveloped him. Kill a constable from Jingdong City. Points 10. In a flash, 2 constables were either dead or injured. Who dares? Li Xian seethed with fury, taken aback by the audacity of someone openly attacking the constabulary. Yifeng remained silent. In such a situation, words were superfluous and would only serve to reveal his identity. Without hesitation, he bent down to retrieve the fallen constable's long knife, his feet springing forth like a leopard's pounce. The long knife carved a cold arc through the night, aimed directly at Li Xian's throat. "Madman, you seek death," Li Xian bellowed, charging forward instead of retreating, swinging his goose-feather knife with ferocity. Before the blade reached him, the fierce gust from the knife's trajectory stung Yifeng's face as if it were being cut. What a swift blade! Yifeng thought, his heart racing. He dared not meet it head-on and swiftly evaded to the side. Li Xian, undeterred, shifted his stance and aimed another strike at Yifeng. In his hands, the goose-feather knife seemed alive, its blade flashing with lethal intent, each strike possessing the power to cleave stone. Yifeng's Taizu long fist was formidable. Yet when it came to swordsmanship, he was merely an amateur. Faced with Li Xian's proficiency, he was forced to retreat under pressure. No wonder he was the head constable. He was indeed a practitioner of the Meridian realm. Yifeng was astonished internally. His internal energy was rich and profound, likely having honed his vital organs to perfection, placing him a level above me. However, a glint of determination shone in Yifeng's eyes. This was even better. If Li Xian were too weak and fell easily to my hands, how could I draw out the hyena gang? Yifeng feigned a weakness, exposing an opening at his chest. Li Xian, predictably, took the bait, his goose-feather knife piercing towards Yifeng's chest like an arrow. Just as the blade was about to strike, Yifeng crouched low, narrowly evading this lethal blow. Using the cloak of night as cover, Yifeng feigned a move and vanished into the darkness. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Li Xian's fury boiled over, just as he raised his knife to pursue. He caught sight of a familiar tattoo. In the light of the torch, Li Xian clearly discerned the fearsome hyena head tattoo on the arm of the masked figure. This man is one of the hyena gang. Li Xian halted abruptly, his brow furrowed. The hyena gang was notorious for their brutality. It was not surprising they would commit such an act against the officers. However, the constabulary and the hyena gang had always maintained a respectful distance. Why would they choose to attack us? Could it be that they were feeling guilty? Li Xian's fingers traced the hilt of his knife as his mind raced through the recent peculiar events in Qingshan town. The Lord's son murdered, patrolling soldiers slain, and now a direct assault on the constables. All of this had the fingerprints of the hyena gang. Li Xian suddenly awakened, as if struck by a revelation. In Qingshan town, who else possessed such audacity? Who else had this level of power? No. It is imperative to report this matter to the lord of the city at once. He cast a glance at the fallen constable, his expression darkening further. A gaping wound, the size of a fist, gushed blood from the constable's chest, who had long since lost his breath. A single punch had sealed his fate. The strength of this masked assailant is unfathomable. He closed his eyes in sorrow, a tempest of rage swelling within him. Rest assured, I, Li Xian, vow to avenge you. He carefully assisted the still groaning young constable onto his horse, then turned the steed towards the city, galloping forth. Meanwhile, not far from the official road, atop a hill, Yifeng stood at its peak, coldly surveying the distant glow of flames. The plan has succeeded halfway. The hyena gang, this matter has arisen because of you. So bear the consequences yourselves. Chapter 9. The Enigma of Inner Strength and the Extraordinary Talent of Cross-Training. Bang, bang, bang. The early morning was not heralded by the first rays of sunlight, but but rather by the deafening sound of pounding on doors. A throng of soldiers, dark and menacing as wolves, stormed into the various halls of the hyena gang, seizing anyone they encountered. The streets lay desolate, with every household's doors and windows tightly sealed. The occasional wail of a child was swiftly silenced by a parent's hand. Within the blacksmith's forge, waves of heat radiated. Yifeng, bare-chested and robust, exhibited muscles sculpted like wrought iron, his bronzed skin glinting with a metallic luster in the flickering light. Have you heard? Last night, the constables were ambushed outside the town, suffering heavy casualties. Is that true? Who would dare assault the officers? Are they courting death? Who else could it be but that gang of ruffians from the hyena gang? This is bound to be entertaining. Fragmented whispers drifted into his ears. Yifeng's heart was as clear as a mirror. Last night's operation had unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. The city lord had directed his ire towards the hyena gang, and now it remained to be seen how they would respond. Yifeng exhaled a breath of stale air, his breathing becoming increasingly steady and prolonged, as if his body were merging with the hammer. Within him, a faint vitality flowed, nourishing his limbs. With each swing of the hammer, this vitality grew slightly stronger. Though minuscule, it was undeniably present. Yifeng furrowed his brow, pausing his actions in contemplation. The techniques of the Grand Ancestor's fist could actually be integrated into blacksmithing? No wonder the ancients spoke of refining iron into steel. Refinement did not merely refer to the number of times one forged, but to the relentless pursuit of mastery and self-improvement. Yifeng, are you practicing your fist techniques? A deep voice interrupted his thoughts. Yifeng's body tensed slightly, and he inwardly cursed. Wang Yimou had appeared silently behind him. Eyes fixed on him with an intensity that seemed to pierce through him. Yifeng slowly exhaled, forcing a wry smile. Master, do you walk without making a sound? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Just arrived, Wang Yimou replied, his expression as stoic as ever, his words few. Yet his gaze remained locked onto Yifeng, unwavering. Yifeng took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him, and forced a grin. Just messing around. Learned a few farming techniques to stretch my muscles. The Grand Ancestor's fist does promote physical health, so it is somewhat adequate. Wang Mo's expression remained impassive, his tone still hard to decipher. He extended a hand, rough as tree bark, exploring Yifeng's shoulder, arms, and torso, his brow furrowing deeper with each moment. You have cultivated vitality through the Grand Ancestor's fist? That is not the usual method. You are cross-training? How is this possible? Wang Mo's voice bore an unusual tinge of astonishment, even a hint of fervor. He stared intensely at Yifeng, as if he wished to dissect him for a thorough examination. Vitality? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, feigning confusion. Wasn't vitality the hallmark of a martial artist's entry into the realm? Was it truly so remarkable? Wang Yimou seemed to perceive Yifeng's bewilderment, his tone growing more urgent. Ordinary martial artists must endure years of rigorous training, honing their bodies and combining it with medicinal baths to barely touch the threshold of vitality. I remember you were just an ordinary apprentice 6 months ago. How could you have cultivated vitality in such a short time? You are an anomaly, a prodigious talent in cross-training. Wang Mo's chest heaved with intensity, his breath growing heavier. Yifeng was left in a fog, his face a mask of bewilderment. Cross-training? What was that? This was clearly a result of the system's enhancements, which had drastically increased his attributes. What cross-training was he even talking about? Seeing Yifeng silent, Wang Yimou assumed he was merely being modest. His admiration for Yifeng intensified, and his tone softened. At your age, to have brought the Grand Ancestor's fist to such heights is truly commendable. Given time, you will surely achieve greatness. Master, I have a question to ask you. Yifeng's heart stirred, seizing the opportunity to extract more knowledge about martial arts. Why have I been feeling that my progress in cultivation has been increasingly sluggish, akin to a snail's crawl? That is natural, Wang Yimou replied without hesitation, for you lack inner strength. The practice of martial arts is akin to constructing a building. A solid foundation is essential, but blueprints also provide guidance. Inner strength is the essence of martial arts, akin to the framework of techniques, guiding the flow of vital energy. What you are currently practicing, the Grand Ancestor's fist, while it allows you to enter the realm of physical refinement, ultimately remains an external technique. Hence your progress will inevitably slow. Wang Mo's words struck Yifeng like a bolt of enlightenment, awakening him to the truth. He had always believed that as long as he enhanced his martial arts, his power would naturally rise. Now it became clear that his understanding was indeed superficial. The path of martial cultivation was far more intricate and profound than he had imagined. So, Master, how can I acquire inner strength? Yifeng inquired. Wang Yimou paused for a moment before speaking slowly. Inner strength manuals are exceedingly precious, comparable to mountains of gold, and are typically held within the major factions. Rarely shared freely. For ordinary individuals, obtaining them is as difficult as ascending to heaven. He hesitated, his gaze drifting outside the forge, as if penetrating the walls to see far beyond. The leader of the hyena gang, Chang Guang, has perfected his pulse and is on the verge of breaking through to the Sea of Qi. This man is ruthless, committing numerous atrocities in Qingshan town, commanding hundreds of followers, skilled warriors among them. Yifeng's heart raced, his pulse quickening. He sensed the lethal intent in Wang Mo's words. Master, you overestimate me. The disparity in our strengths is insurmountable. I cannot. He does not know you, Wang Mo interrupted, his tone calm. Moreover, even the most skilled individuals can become careless. Even masters have their vulnerabilities. If you can eliminate him, I can make an exception and recommend you to a place truly suited for someone of your peasant genius. At this, Wang Mo's expression darkened, as if recalling some unpleasant past. Yi Feng's heart raced with fervor. An opportunity, a chance to alter his destiny, lay before him. Yet this opportunity came with tremendous risk. On one side was a stable and tranquil life, on the other, an unknown filled with bloodshed and violence. Yi Feng's heart was like a fragile boat tossed in a tempest, swaying violently. He slowly lowered his gaze to his rough, calloused hands, remnants of iron rust still clinging to his fingers, akin to congealed blood, exuding a faint metallic scent. For survival, for strength. His hands were already stained with blood. Qishan Town was too small, like a cage confining him, preventing him from soaring to greater heights. A dragon cannot long remain in shallow waters. Yifeng suddenly raised his head, his gaze now devoid of confusion and hesitation. In its stead was determination, resolution, and an undeniable sharpness akin to tempered steel. Master, I understand. Chapter 10, The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Assassination of Chang Guang as Dust Descended. The most renowned den of indulgence in Qingshan Town, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, glowed with brilliant lights. Crimson lanterns hung high, illuminating the glazed tiles and intricately carved beams, epitomizing opulence. Yifeng lowered his hat, casting a shadow over half his face as he stepped into this realm of seduction. Ah, sir, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? The matron, adorned in heavy makeup, swayed her serpentine waist and approached with a beaming smile. Yifeng replied softly, retrieving a piece of silver from his pocket and tossing it to the matron. Her eyes sparkled as she weighed the coin, her smile widening further. Please, sir, upstairs. I assure your satisfaction. Without uttering a word, Yifeng followed her up to the second floor, selecting a discreet corner to sit. From this vantage point, he had a clear view of the stage where performers sang and danced, as well as the patrons entering and exiting the pavilion. Before long, food and drink were served. Yifeng poured himself a drink, yet his gaze remained fixed on the hall. Time passed slowly, and as his inferior wine neared its end, Chang Guang still had not made an appearance. Just as doubt began to creep in regarding the accuracy of his intelligence, a commotion erupted downstairs. Make way. Get the hell out of my way. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed as he peered through the window's slats. A towering brute, standing at 8 feet, strode in with confidence. The man was broad-shouldered and menacing, clad in a jade belt, his countenance fierce. Behind him trailed a cadre of burly henchmen, each exuding an air of intimidation. Master Chang, you have finally arrived. The matron, twisting her waist, hurried to greet him, her face plastered with obsequiousness. Chang Guang grunted, dismissing her with a glance, and took a seat at the head of the table with an imposing demeanor. What song would you like to hear today, master? Or shall we stick to the usual? The matron inquired cautiously, fearful of inciting his wrath. Bring me the dishes I ordered, and fetch Xiao Lu to keep me company. The waitstaff swiftly filled the table with an array of delicacies, a veritable feast. Chang Guang rolled his eyes and hurled a platter to the floor. What the hell is this? It's worse than pig slop. Do I pay to eat this? The manager turned pale with fear, quickly kneeling in supplication. Master Chang, please. I will change it right away. Get lost. Chang Guang kicked the manager away, sending him sprawling. The surrounding patrons fell silent, terrified of attracting his ire. Master. Miss Luing has arrived. The matron led Luing over, trembling with trepidation. Luing appeared delicate and frightened, her body quivering like a startled doe. Chang Guang's eyes gleamed with lecherous intent as he pulled Lu Ying into his embrace, inhaling her scent with fervor. My little beauty, I've missed you. Luing suppressed her disgust, forcing a smile. Master Chang, please be gentle. Chang Guang lingered in the drunken immortal pavilion for 2 entire hours, indulging in drink and debauchery, all the while tormenting Lu Ying. He was finicky with the food, erupting in curses at the slightest dissatisfaction. And his treatment of Lu Ying was unabashedly lewd, as if he wished to strip her bare on the spot. Yifeng observed coldly, committing every action of Chang Guang to memory. He could feel the man's oppressive aura, stronger than that of the captor he had encountered previously. The consummate mastery of the Meridian realm. It was evident that I cannot confront him directly at this moment. A head-on clash would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, futile and self-destructive. As Yifeng sipped his drink, he reflected on the intelligence he had gathered over the past week. Chang Guang was ruthless and violent, yet he possessed a fatal flaw, an insatiable lust. He was not only a regular at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, but was infatuated with Lu Ying, the pavilion's top courtesan, to the core. Every few days, he would demand Lu Ying's company. Thus, the key to assassinating Chang Guang lay in this very Lu Ying. Yifeng's gaze flickered to Lu Ying, who forced a smile not far away. With her cooperation, the operation would be exponentially smoother. Yet infiltrating the Drunken Immortal Pavilion would require a considerable sum to grease the wheels. His lips twitched. The 100 taels of silver he had salvaged from the captor were originally intended for procuring medicinal herbs to enhance his strength. Yet now, for the sake of assassinating Chang Guang, he would have to allocate those funds elsewhere. Chang Guang, I shall employ the beauty's wiles against you. Let us see how you withstand it. Days later, at the headquarters of the Hyena Gang. In the center of a concealed chamber, a massive alchemical cauldron bubbled with a crimson liquid, resembling boiling blood. Within, Chang Guang sat cross-legged, his muscular torso bare. Tendrils of crimson mist wafted from the cauldron, which he inhaled greedily. The combination of the Qinglian technique and the medicinal bath yielded rapid progress. A single day of this practice equated to a month of arduous training. Alas, that damned city lord. Chang Guang ground his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Somehow, that lord had discovered the Hyena Gang's involvement in his son's death. Important enterprises had been seized, resulting in significant losses. Moreover, the precious herbs required for his cultivation had become sporadic, with some channels entirely severed by the authorities. Humph. City lord, once I break through to the Qi Si realm, you shall be the first to perish. Fury surged within Chang Guang. He longed to storm the authorities and rend the city lord to pieces. However, reason restrained his impulsive desires. Now was not the time for direct confrontation. He must endure. He must wait. He felt akin to a beast trapped in a cage, possessing immense strength, yet no outlet for release. Damn it. I need to vent. I must go to the drunken, immortal pavilion. Chang Guang abruptly rose, seizing his robes and casting them to the ground. He needed to unleash his pent-up frustration, to numb himself with alcohol and women. Someone, Chang Guang bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder, causing the entire room to tremble. Immediately, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a lackey scurried in, bowing and scraping. Master, how may I serve you? Prepare the carriage. To the drunken, immortal pavilion. Chang Guang's tone was grim, his expression as dark as a storm cloud. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. The lackey trembled, scurrying out in a panic. A moment later, a luxurious carriage departed from the Hyena Gang's headquarters, racing toward the most extravagant haven of pleasure in Qinshan Town, the drunken immortal pavilion. Chang Guang entered the drunken immortal pavilion with familiarity, and the matron approached, her waist swaying, a sycophantic smile adorning her face. Ah, Master Chang, what a pleasure it is to see you today. You truly grace our drunken immortal pavilion. Although Chang Guang was a frequent visitor, the matron typically engaged in mere pleasantries. Today, however, her enthusiasm was palpable, even tinged with flattery. Chang Guang raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised, then quickly dismissed the thought. Surely the Hyena Gang's reputation had grown more formidable. Enough with the pleasantries. Where is Luing? Bring her to serve me. Chang Guang's tone was brusque as he shoved past the matron, striding toward the second floor. The matron stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Yet her smile remained plastered on her face as she followed him, obsequiously stating, Miss Lu has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. She has reserved the finest room for you today, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. Chang Guang continued without pause, heading to the innermost room on the second floor, kicking the door open with force. Lu Ying awaited him, draped in delicate veils that accentuated her graceful form. Upon seeing Chang Guang enter, she performed a gentle curtsy, her voice soft and inviting. Master Chang. While Lu Ying had always been obedient, there had been a hint of detachment and indifference in her demeanor. Today, however, she exuded a captivating allure, her eyes sparkling with affection as she stepped forward to assist Chang Guang with his garments. A surge of desire coursed through Chang Guang. The aloof beauty he once knew now appeared so eagerly inviting. My little beauty, what has made you so passionate today? Have you missed me? Chang Guang laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around Lu Ying's slender waist, planting a passionate kiss on her cheek, leaving behind a greasy imprint. Lu Ying, blushing with shyness, allowed Chang Guang to embrace her, gently murmuring, Master Chang, your valor is admirable. I have long held you in esteem. However, the public setting is somewhat inconvenient. Perhaps we should retreat inside? It is more spacious and more intimate there. She pointed towards a screen deeper within the room, her voice soft and inviting. Behind the screen lay a more expansive inner chamber, furnished with an ornately carved bed and a sizable wardrobe, which stood somewhat awkwardly opposite the bed. At this moment, Chang Guang, utterly captivated by beauty, paid no heed to such details. With a hearty laugh, he carried Lu Ying into the inner chamber, eagerly placing her on the bed and beginning to explore her. My beauty, I am here. Chang Guang leaped towards Lu Ying, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. In the face of desire, men are often the most vulnerable, easily dropping their guard and revealing their weaknesses. Just as Chang Guang was about to overpower Lu Ying, a chilling glint suddenly emerged from the wardrobe. It was Yifeng. Brandishing a finely forged iron blade, he aimed straight for Chang Guang's backside. A piercing scream echoed through the night. Chapter 11. The pinnacle of the Minor Meridian realm achieved. Within the confines of the room, the originally enchanting and ambiguous atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the stench of blood. Yifeng's blade, swift and merciless, aimed directly at the vital point. With a sickening squelch, the knife plunged in as if slicing through rotten silk or piercing resilient leather, emitting a dull, teeth-grinding sound. Chang Guang's robust physique stiffened violently, his face, marred by layers of flesh, contorted in spasms of agony, his features twisted together like a tormented specter from the depths of hell. A howl erupted, surpassing the limits of human vocal range, akin to the anguished cry of a wounded beast, piercing through the intoxicating ambience of the tavern and sending tremors through the air. However, what shocked Yifeng even more was the extraordinary resilience of Chang Guang's body. Under the excruciating pain, his gluteal muscles contracted with ferocity, clamping around the blade like iron pincers. A sharp crack resounded as Yifeng's finely tempered steel blade was brutally severed in two, leaving only a fragment embedded within Chang Guang's flesh. By the heavens, is that old rascal's rear end made of iron? Yifeng's mind was thrown into turmoil as he couldn't help but curse. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Almost instantaneously, Chang Guang pivoted around. His eyes bloodshot and wild, his countenance transformed into that of a demonic fiend. You little wretch! How dare you ambush me? I will tear you limb from limb. Chang Guang roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, resembling a mad beast, suppressing the searing pain in his posterior. He swung his massive hand toward Yifeng with the force of a thunderclap. Yifeng's pupils constricted as he instinctively retreated, simultaneously wielding the remaining piece of the broken blade toward Chang Guang's face. Though the blade was short, its sharpness remained unparalleled should it land. It would cleave a man in twain. Yet, Chang Guang brazenly extended his hand, seizing the edge of the broken blade. With a resounding crunch, he squeezed the blade with his fingers, crushing it barehanded. To catch a blade with bare hands? Yifeng's eyebrows arched in astonishment. Typically, practitioners cultivate their internal energy and blood, and even ordinary martial artists in the minor meridian realm find it difficult to withstand the sharpness of swords. Chang Guang's palm felt as if forged from steel. Evidently, he had mastered some form of hardening technique, rendering him formidable. You little imp, your strength is commendable. But alas, it is merely a tickle to me. Chang Guang sneered derisively. I have trained in the iron cloth shirt. Blades cannot pierce me, nor can fire scorch me. Prepare to die. With a mighty stamp of his foot, Chang Guang propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his fist clenched tightly, channeling immense power toward Yifeng's chest. This punch was a fierce strike from the ancestral long fist. Ancestral long fist? How quaint. Yifeng scoffed. Discarding the hilt of his broken knife and unleashing a punch of his own, both combatants employed the same martial art. Yet Yifeng's fist surged forth like an unstoppable tide of an army. The collision of their fists echoed like the clash of two boulders, producing a deafening roar. The sturdy wooden floor beneath them splintered instantly, exploding into a cloud of sawdust that scattered in all directions. Is this truly a battle between warriors? In a corner, Lu Ying, terror-stricken, shivered, her delicate features paling. She was but a frail woman of the world. How could she have witnessed such a spectacle? This was no mere fight. It was a life-and-death struggle between two titans. That young man, could he possibly emerge victorious? Lu Ying peered through her trembling fingers at the chaotic battlefield, where only blurred figures collided in a frenzied dance of combat. She fervently wished for Yifeng to vanquish Chang Guang. But the latter's displayed prowess was so horrifying that she could not help but feel a sense of dread for Yifeng's fate. In the midst of the fray, both warriors staggered back, each taking several steps away. Yifeng coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes gleamed with an even brighter intensity. Indeed, Chang Guang was formidable, a true master of the minor meridian realm, adept in hardening techniques, yet his vulnerabilities had been laid bare, diminishing his overall strength. Victory was within reach. On the opposite side, Chang Guang also retreated 3 steps, each leaving deep impressions on the wooden floor. He glanced down at his fist. Now a grotesque sight with flesh torn asunder, revealing glimpses of bone beneath. Was this the pinnacle of the ancestral long fist? There exists a being capable of cultivating to this level. Chang Guang's heart swelled with confusion, shock, and above all, fury. As a notorious figure, to be cornered by a mere youth was a profound humiliation. You little brat, you have thoroughly enraged me. Today, I shall ensure your remains are scattered to the winds. Chang Guang's voice thundered, his eyes now a blood-red hue, his murderous intent palpable, as they clashed once more. Bang, bang, bang. Relying on his formidable training, Chang Guang unleashed a flurry of punches, each one carrying the force of a tempest, intent on obliterating Yifeng. Yifeng retaliated, executing the ancestral long fist with precision and vigor. Each move was imbued with unparalleled strength, descending upon Chang Guang like a torrential storm. The room lay in ruins. Tables and chairs reduced to splinters, debris swirling chaotically as the battle reached its apex. Both fighters were nearing their limits. Yifeng bore several grievous wounds, blood flowing freely. Yet his gaze remained sharp and his fighting spirit undeterred. Chang Guang was no better off, his body marred by innumerable bruises, blood seeping from his lips. Most grievous was the wound on his posterior, where the blade fragment remained embedded, incessantly tearing at flesh with every movement, tormenting him to the brink of madness. Huff, huff. The only sounds that remained in the room were their labored breaths, beads of sweat cascading down their faces, hitting the ground with soft plops. The surrounding silence felt akin to the calm before a storm, stifling and oppressive. It was then that Lu Ying, hidden in the shadows, saw her opportunity. Both combatants were utterly spent, teetering on the edge of collapse. Silently, she drew a dagger from her sleeve, meant for self-defense. Clutching it tightly, she approached Chang Guang like a phantom. His focus was consumed by Yifeng, and in his agony he failed to notice her advance. Die, beast. Lu Ying lunged. plunging the dagger into the already mangled wound on Chang Guang's rear. Squelch. The dagger found its mark, embedding itself to the hilt within the gaping wound. Lu Ying gripped the dagger with both hands, twisting it violently. A piercing scream erupted from Chang Guang, even more harrowing than before, a sound of sheer agony. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall unleashed from a dam. Wretched woman! How dare you! Chang Guang's features contorted in pain as he spun around, striking at Lu Ying with a furious punch. Bang! Lu Ying's petite form was hurled against the wall, the impact echoing ominously, leaving her fate uncertain. Now, Yi Feng's eyes blazed with intensity. This was the moment he had awaited. As Chang Guang turned and swung, an opening presented itself at his most vulnerable moment. Yi Feng propelled himself forward with the force of thunder. His blood surged, muscles coiled, veins bulging, and his right arm grew thick with power. This punch would be his mightiest strike yet. Ancestral long fist, mountain opening style. Die! Yi Feng roared, his voice reverberating through the room. His fist, slicing through the air with a shriek, aimed squarely at Chang Guang's temple. Crack! The sound of shattering bone resonated throughout the chamber. Chang Guang's head suddenly collapsed in a terrifying manner. His massive frame crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A glimmer of disbelief and fear lingered in his eyes. He could hardly fathom that as the illustrious leader of the Hyena Gang, a master in the pinnacle of the Meridian Realm, he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere novice. Moreover, he perished in such a pitiful manner. Eliminated the leader of the Hyena Gang, Chang Guang, earning 40 points. The accumulated points have reached 100, the martial arts advancement function is now officially activated. Yi Feng stood beside Chang Guang's lifeless body, gasping for breath. Observing his trembling hands, his eyes brimmed with exhilaration and fervor. A mere novice in the Meridian Realm. And yet, victory was his. Chapter 12. Mastery of internal strength and the destruction of the Hyena Gang. The inner chamber lay in disarray, the stench of blood overwhelming to the senses. Yi Feng maintained a composed demeanor as he approached the lifeless body of Chang Guang, the leader of the Hyena Gang. The local tyrant of Qingshan Town, who had ruled with impunity for many years. Surely, he had amassed quite a fortune. Opening the purse at his waist, Yi Feng discovered several silver notes and a handful of coins. With deft fingers, he counted. An impressive 500 taels. How wealthy this old dog was, he thought to himself, unable to suppress his astonishment. The earnings from a quarter's toil at their forge barely amounted to this sum, yet Chang Guang had treated it as mere pocket money. After stowing the purse away, his heart warmed slightly, and he continued his search. Soon, he retrieved a crumpled piece of parchment from the lining of Chang Guang's clothing. As he unfolded the parchment, his eyes lit up at the sight of iron cloth shirt. Unexpectedly, this old rascal had carried it with him. A stroke of fortune for Yi Feng. Concealing the parchment close to his person, he then turned Chang Guang's body over and meticulously searched it. Once he confirmed there was nothing left to extract, he rose and moved to the corner of the room. His gaze fell upon the curled figure of Lu Ying, and he quickly assessed her injuries. Thankfully, she had merely suffered from internal shocks and a few external wounds. With some rest, she should recover soon. Thank you, Miss Lu, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, I would have had to exert more effort, Yi Feng said, his tone softening as he helped her to her feet. In that perilous moment, Lu Ying had seized the opportunity to decisively strike Chang Guang, displaying courage and resolve far beyond that of an ordinary woman. Lu Ying managed a pained smile in response. No, I should be the one thanking you, young master. If it weren't for your intervention, I might never have had the chance to exact revenge on this beast. As she spoke, her emotions surged, her body trembling slightly, haunted by painful memories. Yi Feng, discerning her distress, wisely refrained from probing further and assisted her to a soft resting place before preparing to leave. Just then, a rustling sound from outside the door, accompanied by hushed voices, caught his attention. Is it quiet now? Surely, the commotion has subsided? One voice speculated. Who knows? That racket earlier shook the ground thrice. Another voice quipped. Perhaps we should just stay out of it? Nonsense. We've taken the money. We must ascertain whether they are alive or dead. Now let's go inside and take a look. The door creaked open cautiously, and the brothel madam poked her head in, peering furtively. Upon witnessing the scene within, she froze. There lay Chang Guang in the center, as limp as a puddle of mud, his eyes wide open, forever unclosed. Pale as a ghost, the madam trembled violently. Is Chang Guang truly dead? The henchmen behind her were equally spooked, their faces ashen, legs quaking. The drunken immortal pavilion had accepted payment to allow Yi Feng to lie in wait. But they had not anticipated such an outcome. Chang Guang was a formidable figure, renowned for his martial prowess, impervious to blades and bullets. They had thought that even if they failed, the influence of the drunken immortal pavilion would allow them to manage the fallout. Who could have imagined that this young man would actually slay Chang Guang? What do we do now? One henchman stammered. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to die? The madam hissed, her complexion as white as a sheet, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, as she pondered, a daring thought took root. With Chang Guang dead, the Hyena Gang would be leaderless. The power dynamics in Qingshan Town would surely shift. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems our paths diverge here. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Yi Feng remarked nonchalantly as he strode towards the door. The meager sum he had acquired from Chang Guang was merely an appetizer. The real treasure undoubtedly lay within the hyena gang as stronghold. He needed to act swiftly before word spread, lest he face complications. Oh, young master, please take care. You truly are a remarkable talent, a hero in your youth. The madam fawned, twisting her waist as she graciously escorted Yifeng out. As night deepened, the wind carried the scent of blood through the desolate streets. The hyena gang's lair, situated in an imposing mansion to the east of Qingshan town, was typically well-guarded, deterring ordinary folk from approaching. However, the mansion was ablaze with light and filled with raucous voices. A group of thugs congregated around a stone table at the entrance, drinking and boasting loudly. Damn it. We've had such bad luck lately. The authorities have shut down our operations, and our profits are dwindling. Indeed, I've heard the town magistrate has gone mad, arresting people everywhere. We must tread carefully. What are we afraid of? Anyone who dares cross us will feel our wrath. While they were busy bragging, a shadow fell over them, and a tall figure obscured the light. Who goes there? A drunken thug shouted, rising unsteadily. As they squinted into the dim light of the lantern, they saw a young man with a tall stature and a grim expression. A faint scent of blood lingering about him. Who are you? Dare to trespass on the territory of the hyena gang? You must wish for death. Another, slightly more sober thug growled, his hand creeping toward the hilt of his knife. Yifeng remained silent, slowly drawing his long blade. The cold moonlight glinted off the blade, casting a chilling radiance. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and several heads soared into the air, blood gushing forth, staining the ground crimson. You have slain a member of the hyena gang, earning 6 points. You have slain a member of the hyena gang, earning 6 points. Yifeng's demeanor was icy as he surveyed the surroundings. The hyena gang was the greatest scourge of Qingshan town, notorious for their heinous acts of arson, murder, and oppression. Killing them brought him no remorse. Rather, it felt like an act of righteous justice. Intruder! Intruder! The commotion at the entrance quickly alerted others within the mansion. A cacophony of footsteps erupted as dozens of thugs armed with knives, guns, and clubs surged forth, encircling Yifeng. Who dares to disturb the hyena gang? Let us make him into mincemeat, serve him up for drinks. They roared, eager to avenge their fallen comrades. Despite their numbers, they underestimated Yifeng. He chuckled derisively, moving through the crowd like a specter. The blade sparkled like snow, and with each swing, a scream echoed. Blood splattered, painting the ground, as dismembered limbs littered the area. Yifeng danced through the chaos, his movement swift and merciless, showing no signs of restraint. Though outnumbered, the thugs fell one by one, their eyes wide with terror and despair. Moments later, the mansion fell eerily silent. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, blood forming a small stream that flowed slowly. You have slain a member of the hyena gang. You have slain a member of the hyena gang. The system notifications echoed endlessly, but Yifeng felt numb. He had lost count of how many he had slain. All he knew was that the once bustling lair of the hyena gang was now utterly quiet. Is there anyone left? Yifeng scanned the area, confirming there were no survivors before sheathing his sword and searching the mansion. Soon, guided by his keen senses, he discovered an entrance to a secret passage. Indeed, there was a hidden chamber. Yifeng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he stepped inside without hesitation. The passage was not long, leading to a stone chamber. The chamber was sparsely furnished, containing only a stone bed, a stone table, and a few stone stools. The most striking feature was the immense bronze cauldron at the center of the stone chamber. Within it simmered a viscous, blood-red liquid, bubbling and exuding steam. Was this the medicinal bath that Chang Guang employed for his cultivation? Yifeng approached, scrutinizing it intently. The aroma wafting from the concoction stirred the blood within him, hinting at the potential for a breakthrough. Chang Guang, a master at the pinnacle of the Meridian realm, also practiced formidable external techniques. There must surely be numerous treasures concealed within the secret chamber. Yifeng's gaze swept across the stone room, and soon, in a corner on a wooden rack, he spotted a wooden box. Inside lay an ancient, thread-bound book, its cover inscribed with 3 archaic characters, Qinglian Gong, an internal cultivation technique. Yifeng's breath caught, and his heart skipped a beat. He had previously heard Wang Mo mention that his slow progress in cultivation was due to his lack of an internal technique. To his astonishment, he had obtained it so swiftly. Eagerly, Yifeng opened Qinglian Gong and quickly skimmed through its contents. This was a balanced and harmonious internal cultivation method, capable of opening all the body's meridians when mastered, allowing the vital energy to flow ceaselessly and wielding immense power. That old rogue Chang Guang had indeed amassed a wealth of treasures, and now they were all his. Calming his exhilaration, Yifeng carefully stored the wooden box. He gathered some dry wood, arranging it throughout the courtyard before igniting a fire. The roaring flames surged skyward, engulfing the entire residence. The blaze illuminated the night sky, casting a crimson glow upon Yifeng's visage. In Qingshan town, the hyena gang was no more. Chapter 13. Qinglian Technique, Advancement of Martial Arts. Breaking army fist outside Qingshan town, the night was as dark as ink. Yifeng returned to his dilapidated cottage, securely fastening the doors and windows before igniting an oil lamp. Under the dim light, He poured out the spoils collected from Chang Guang and the hyena gang onto the old wooden table. Silver notes, shards of silver, sheepskin parchment, and ancient thread-bound books. He had struck gold. This was indeed a windfall. Yifeng rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He meticulously counted the silver notes and fragments. There were over 2,000 taels. This was a staggering amount. Enough for him to purchase a grand estate in the most bustling part of the city and hire numerous maids and servants, comfortably living as a master. Truly, without the night grass, the horse would not thrive. Without unexpected fortune, a person cannot prosper. With a sigh of amazement, Yifeng concealed the silver notes close to his person. However, the most crucial item was still this book, Qinglian Technique. Suppressing his exhilaration, he picked up the ancient thread-bound book and gently opened it, breath sinking to the dantian, intent guarding the spirit platform, guiding Qi to return to its source. The esoteric incantations appeared as incomprehensible as celestial scriptures. Following the instructions within the tome, he attempted to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, directing it into his body. An hour passed, and the wick of the oil lamp had burned down a notch. 2 hours later, faint roosters crowed outside. Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes, his expression resembling one who had swallowed a fly. What on earth was this nonsense? What spiritual energy from heaven and earth? What meridians and acupoints? It was utterly incomprehensible. Yifeng, feeling a touch of irritation, raked his fingers through his hair, his face displaying confusion and frustration. This shouldn't be. Surely, my talent isn't so poor that I can't even grasp the basics? Never mind. I'll set it aside for now and seek Master Wang's guidance when the opportunity arises. Like a deflated balloon, Yifeng tossed the Qinglian technique onto the table, choosing to ignore it. All right, hadn't the system just unlocked a new feature, martial arts advancement? Let's give it a try. System, Yifeng silently urged. A faint blue translucent screen materialized before his eyes, visible only to him. Name, Yifeng, Cultivation, First Stage Meridian Realm, 35. Martial Arts, Taizu Long Fist, complete. Changchun Fist 7, Major Achievement. Forging 50, Minor Achievement. Points, 862. 862 points. Yifeng gazed at his point balance, a smile creeping upon his lips. This was the most points he had ever possessed since his arrival in this world. Moreover, an additional plus sign appeared next to the already perfected Taizu Long Fist, indicating the possibility of advancement. Taizu Long Fist, Advancement. Yifeng's gaze locked onto that plus sign, and with a thought. Ding. Advancing Taizu Long Fist requires 300 points. Do you confirm? Gasp. Yifeng inhaled sharply. 300 points? Surely this was a mistake. To recall, elevating Taizu Long Fist from entry level to completion had only cost him a mere 100 points. Now, the advancement cost had more than tripled. Nevertheless, despite the grumbling, the system's prowess was undeniable. Besides, with 862 points in hand, even after the deduction of 300 points, he would still have 562 remaining. Ample enough to indulge for a while. Advance. I shall advance. Yifeng gritted his teeth, determined. I must see what further wonders the already perfected Taizu Long Fist can unveil. Starting advancement, Taizu Long Fist. Consuming 100 points, your fist technique has reached its zenith. Yet the path ahead remains unclear. Consuming 200 points, you begin to comprehend the universe, practicing tirelessly, from 10,000 punches a day to 100,000. Your fist intent reaching the divine. Consuming 300 points, you strike forth, piercing the thick clouds before you, and in that moment, you gain insight into the path you must tread next. Advancement complete, Taizu Long Fist Qi Si, Breaking Army Fist. Summary. Thanks to your solid foundation, you achieved this breakthrough in merely 60 years. A surge of unprecedented, formidable powers surged within him. Yifeng felt as if he had shattered some invisible shackles, his entire being brimming with explosive strength. The blood energy within him became more refined, allowing his intent to navigate his entire body with a mere thought. Even his nails and hair had turned razor-sharp, capable of easily piercing flesh. The prefix Qi Si signified a martial art of the next realm, did it not? Though 300 points seemed steep, its efficacy was indeed impressive. Yifeng, inspired, decided to test his current strength. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the wind, stirring countless leaves into a swirling dance. However, as the leaves approached Yifeng, they collided against an invisible barrier, scattering away. With each breath, blood energy coursed through him, resonating like thunder within his organs. Yifeng calmed the turbulent energy within, gradually raising his right fist, aimed at the wall, and struck with all his might. Boom. Several meters away, the earthen wall bore a distinct imprint of his fist. Protective chi, strength unleashed. Had he truly achieved this in the Meridian realm? Yifeng stroked his chin, contemplating. This was a feat only achievable in the Qi Si realm. Yet here he was, having reached it ahead of time. System, open the panel. Host, Yifeng, Cultivation. First Stage Meridian Realm, 66. Martial Arts, Qi Si, Breaking Army Fist 1. Major Achievement. Changchun Fist 7. Major Achievement. Points, 562, 66. This means The inner palace has reached completion? Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. He recalled that the Meridian realm was divided into 3 stages: body refinement, inner palace, and meridian. The inner palace referred to the organs. Could it be that the system refined his organs without him even knowing? This system, truly remarkable. It had forcibly broken through without practicing inner power. Yi Feng felt a rush of exhilaration. Although the system claimed it took him 60 years to break through the Taizu Long Fist, in reality, it had occurred in the blink of an eye. This sensation was akin to playing a game with cheats. While others toiled in leveling up, he had instantaneously reached the maximum level. Under normal circumstances, a typical martial artist would require at least a decade or more of rigorous training to attain Yi Feng's current prowess, let alone without cultivating inner power. Relying solely on physical strength, the difficulty was akin to completing a hell mode without taking damage. If he were to face Chang Guang now, a glint of determination sparkled in Yi Feng's eyes. Even without ambush, he would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. In this small place known as Qingshan Town, he was unlikely to find any worthy opponents. Naturally, there were always stronger individuals and broader horizons beyond. Yi Feng had heard tales of the vast expanse of the Dacian domain, said to stretch for thousands of miles, teeming with formidable talents. His current strength would likely create no ripple in such a vast sea. Having stirred the waters of Qingshan Town sufficiently, it was time to depart. Master Wang had previously mentioned that once he dealt with Chang Guang, he would recommend him to a place truly suited for his talents. Yi Feng stroked his chin, pondering deeply. What kind of place could that be? His curiosity and anticipation grew. After all, Wang Mo's strength was unfathomable. A place he deemed truly appropriate must surely be extraordinary. Never mind, no use dwelling on it. Tomorrow, he would visit the blacksmith shop and inquire. Yi Feng pulled his thoughts back to reality, gazing at the horizon. He had obliterated the hyena gang's headquarters and slain Chang Guang. Once this news spread, the entire Qingshan town would undoubtedly be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. When that time came, the authorities, rival factions, and even certain hidden entities would undoubtedly emerge. He needed to leave this place of strife swiftly, lest he become ensnared in an unending cycle of conflict. Chapter 14. The jargon of the craft and the initiation of the Azure Lotus technique within the forge, several apprentices whispered amongst themselves, resembling a group of mice stealthily stealing oil. Have you heard? The hyena gang has been annihilated. What a silly question. Such news spreads like wildfire. Last night, the sky was ablaze, burning for half the night. And what of Chang Guang? He was a formidable figure at the consummate stage of Meridian opening. Who could possibly have slain him? Chang Guang met a more gruesome fate. Right at the drunken immortal pavilion, he was stabbed in the back, leaving a pool of blood. At that moment, Yi Feng's expression turned grim as he emerged from the shadows, bringing his hammer down with a resounding clang upon the anvil. The apprentices jumped in fright, immediately falling silent and feigning industriousness. Casting a sidelong glance at them, Yi Feng approached his workstation, grasped a red-hot piece of iron, and began to hammer it with fluid grace. This drunken immortal pavilion still maintains a semblance of propriety, not revealing my identity. Yet, they may wish to seize this credit for themselves to gain notoriety. In these times, reputation is worth more than gold. Indeed, quicker than I anticipated. A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind. In an instant, Yi Feng's hair stood on end, instinct screaming danger. He pivoted sharply, every muscle in his body tensing, and launched himself toward the source of the voice. Breaking army fist. His voice thundered like a dragon's roar, and his punch shot forth like lightning. A white shockwave erupted from the tip of his fist, compressing the air to an extreme degree. The visible shockwave surged forth with a devastating force, crashing toward Wang Mo. The apprentices, terrified, scrambled to the corners of the room, wishing to meld into the walls. If that punch landed on a person, it would surely reduce them to a mere puddle of flesh. A look of astonishment flickered across Wang Mo's otherwise impassive face. He too extended a hand, channeling an overwhelming force to meet the oncoming fist. Bang! A muffled thud reverberated within the confines of the forge. The violent air surged wildly, scattering metal shavings everywhere. Yi Feng felt as though he had struck an iron wall, his hands vibrating from the impact. Riot. In the silent forge, the sound of fabric tearing was particularly jarring. Wang Mo's meticulously tailored gray robe split cleanly at the shoulder, revealing his muscular arms, scarred and twisted like a coiling dragon. Have you broken through again? Wang Mo's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixated on Yi Feng, filled with disbelief. That punch, even a Qi Si realm warrior would struggle to withstand. I have roamed the martial world for many years and have never encountered a talent as monstrous as yours. As he spoke the word monstrous, Wang Mo's voice quivered slightly. He puzzled over how this young man had cultivated such prowess. Could it be that he had begun training in the womb? Yi Feng, jolted back to reality, was drenched in cold sweat. That last punch had been purely instinctual, a reflex that had bypassed his conscious thought. Thankfully, it was Wang Mo. Had it been anyone else, they might have been reduced to mere fragments. Master, I apologize. I lost control of my strength just now. Yi Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He couldn't very well admit that he had simulated decades of training in the system, lest he be deemed insane. I was merely practicing casually, and somehow, I broke through. Yifeng forced a smile, continuing to fabricate an explanation. Practicing casually, and you broke through? Wang Mo's temples throbbed, his mind buzzing. Never mind. Your talent is beyond what common folk can comprehend. I shall not pry further. Since you have slain Changguang, you must have acquired the internal cultivation manual, yes? Wang Mo's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Yifeng chuckled sheepishly. I glanced at the manual. It appeared as incomprehensible as a celestial tome. Wang Mo picked up the manual and casually flipped through a few pages, casting Yifeng a knowing glance, revealing a smile of understanding. Oh, you do not even grasp the jargon of the martial world. It is no wonder you find it perplexing. Jargon? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then realization dawned. Master, do you mean? Wang Mo handed the manual to Yifeng. Pointing at the incantations inscribed within, martial traditions often employ special jargon to prevent leakage of their teachings, comprehensible only to those within the circle. Take this Azure Lotus technique. For instance, guide the chi back to its source. Source refers to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wang Mo opened the Azure Lotus technique and began to elucidate each word and phrase. Only then did Yifeng grasp the situation. No wonder he had found it incomprehensible before. It was simply a matter of insufficient vocabulary. It was akin to a modern individual attempting to decipher an ancient text without annotations. Left in utter darkness. So that is it. With Wang Mo's guidance, as Yifeng revisited the manual, he felt as though a veil had been lifted, enlightening his understanding. He had previously thought himself a martial arts dullard. It turned out he had merely been searching for the wrong approach. Thus, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, with time slipping away swiftly. And soon the day began to wane. Yifeng returned to his humble dwelling, seated cross-legged upon his bed, palms facing upward, entering a state of cultivation. Within him, pure blood energy surged like a roaring river, resonating with a thunderous rhythm. Lifting his palm, he pressed it gently against the wooden bed frame. Crack. His hand sank 3 inches into the wood, leaving a distinct imprint. Is this internal cultivation? Truly marvelous and unfathomable. As Yifeng reveled in the changes within his body, he marveled at the transformation. Previously, he could only summon blood energy for simple attacks and defenses. But now, with the Azure Lotus technique in operation, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body, converting into even purer blood energy. This sensation was akin to sharpening a dull blade, turning it into a formidable weapon in an instant. Calming the tumultuous blood energy within, Yifeng focused his thoughts and opened the system panel. Name, Yifeng. Cultivation, First Stage Meridian Opening, 81. Martial Techniques, Chi-Si Breaking Army Fist 2, Major Completion, Changchun Fist 7, Major Completion. Forging 66, Minor Completion. Internal Cultivation, Azure Lotus Technique 1, Initiation. Points, 562. Indeed, a new internal cultivation option had appeared. Yifeng's heart soared with joy at the sight of Azure Lotus Technique on the panel. If he could solidify it on the panel, he would be able to allocate points. What is talent? As long as one has sufficient points, one could unlock not only internal cultivation but even celestial techniques. Excellent. Wang Mo's voice, like a ghostly whisper, startled Yifeng. You have entered the initiation stage so swiftly. It seems you are on the right path. Focusing first on your realm before supplementing your internal cultivation. For others, even with the internal cultivation method, it would take at least a fortnight to barely touch the threshold. Yet you, astonishingly, are making strides by leaps and bounds. Wang Mo's tone bore a hint of admiration. Having seen much, he understood just how extraordinary Yifeng's cultivation method was. It was as if he had shattered the norms of the martial world. Master, you flatter me. You previously mentioned that if I killed Changguang, you would recommend me to a certain place. Yifeng clasped his hands together, tentatively inquiring. A vague notion stirred within him. In the Deqian dynasty, for commoners wishing to rise above, there were only a few notable paths. The Black Mountain Army, the Demon Suppression Division, and the Demon Catchers. These 3 entities were violent organizations within the Deqian dynasty, tasked with handling various demonic incidents. And they were the coveted destinations for countless lower-tier martial artists. The Black Mountain Army had the lowest entry requirements, as long as one was strong and robust. They could join. However, it was also the most perilous, with countless casualties from years of warfare. The Demon Suppression Division and the Demon Catchers had higher thresholds, necessitating a certain level of strength and talent. However, the benefits are more substantial, and there are greater prospects for advancement. Master, do you intend to recommend me to the Black Mountain Army? Yifeng inquired tentatively. After all, the military typically does not place much emphasis on one's background. As long as one possesses the ability to fight, that suffices. No, Wang Mo shook his head. The place I intend to recommend you to is the Demon Suppression Division. Chapter 15 Departure from Qingshan Town. Encountering defeated troops of the Demon Suppression Division. Yifeng's fingers traced the rough surface of the table, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Deqian dynasty, home to the formidable institution tasked with suppressing demons, the Demon Suppression Division. This band of zealots, treading the line between madness and valor, stands as both allies and executioners against the demonic forces. resources such as techniques, elixirs, and weapons. The Demon Suppression Division never hesitates to bestow rewards, provided one possesses the will to claim them. Yet, why does Wang Mo extend such assistance to someone like me, a mere stranger? Master, are you concealing something from me? Yifeng no longer beat around the bush. His gaze became piercing as he confronted Wang Mo. You are aware that I just annihilated the Hyena Gang and immediately sought refuge in the Demon Suppression Division. Surely, those in power may harbor suspicions? Moreover, the division is teeming with experts, and my meager abilities might scarcely allow me to stand my ground. These words were a blend of truth and deception. The lack of strength was a facade. Probing Wang Mo was the genuine intent. In the dimly lit room, the flickering flames cast shadows on Wang Mo's weathered face, emphasizing his age. Silence, profound and suffocating, enveloped the room. After a long pause, he finally lifted his head. In his eyes, weathered by time, lay a perplexing mix of nostalgia, guilt, and perhaps liberation. Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine. Could this old man be contemplating? Just as his thoughts spiraled, Wang Mo finally spoke, his voice tinged with bitterness, reminiscent of aged wine, the past. His best left unspoken. He retrieved a yellowed envelope from his bosom, its edges worn, exuding the scent of time. Take this, go to Jindong City, and seek the head of the Demon Suppression Division. This letter of recommendation has become obsolete this year. Whether you seize this opportunity depends on your own fortune. Remember, Wang Mo's voice suddenly deepened, carrying a note of warning. In the Demon Suppression Division, never mention my name. Otherwise, it will bring you immense trouble. Yifeng swiftly accepted the envelope, his heart racing. A recommendation letter from the Demon Suppression Division. Such a coveted key to opportunities. Though the reason for not mentioning Wang Mo's name eluded him, the cost was trivial compared to the value of this letter. Thank you, Master. Yifeng solemnly accepted the letter and bowed deeply. Regardless of Wang Mo's intentions, this favor will not be forgotten. Wang Mo nodded slightly before turning to leave. His silhouette elongated and forlorn in the dim light. Yifeng watched as Wang Mo vanished into the night, his thoughts swirling. The weight of the recommendation letter was significant. Only a regional commander had the authority to issue it. Could it be that Wang Mo once held such a prestigious position? Never mind. I shall face whatever comes my way. Yifeng shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts. Regardless of the secrets, strength is paramount. Elevating my power is the urgent task at hand. System, enhance my Qinglian skill. Yifeng leaped onto his bed, sitting cross-legged, his mind focused on his goal. Ding. Consuming 562 points, commencing the derivation of Qinglian skill. Your relentless dedication to training over 30 years culminates in mastery, achieving the pinnacle of channeling. Boom. In an instant, his skin flushed crimson, veins within his body intertwining, golden blood surging like a tempest. Bones glistened, organs radiated vitality, and blood flowed like a mighty river. As if infused with the strength of 1,000 warriors. Is this the pinnacle of channeling? Incredible! Amidst the astonishment in his voice, Yifeng felt steam rising from his body, his heart pounding like a drum, every cell rejoicing in jubilation. It took a considerable moment for him to adapt to this overwhelming surge of power, finally exhaling a deep breath. So powerful. I feel as though I could shatter the very world with a single blow. He sprang to his feet, pushing open the creaking wooden door. A rush of cool, damp air enveloped him, instantly quelling the heat within. Outside, fine rain cascaded like silk, unending and gentle. As the raindrops fell and touched him, they seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, sliding off without a trace. Yifeng stepped out into the courtyard and moved to an open space. The rain intensified, splattering against the ground and creating a myriad of droplets. He embraced the essence of his practice, focusing his energy in the dantian, feeling the blood surging wildly. Rise! Yifeng shouted, his voice resonating like thunder. Within a few meters, the rain ceased abruptly, as if grasped by an unseen hand, defying the laws of nature. It gathered upwards, forming a crystal-clear sphere of water, suspended before his palm. Go! With a mere thought, the water sphere launched forth like a released arrow, accompanied by a piercing shriek, crashing through the air. Wherever the water sphere traveled, the ground was carved into a deep trench, extending for several meters. Its power rivaling that of a small cannon. My control over blood energy has reached such finesse that I can fracture stone with a single punch. Yifeng gradually withdrew from the exercise, savoring the surging power within him, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Gazing at the misty Qingshan town, he knew it was time to depart. In the following half-month, Yifeng transformed into a relentless blacksmith, tirelessly forging day and night. He produced weapons as if they were worthless, nearly exhausting the inventory of the blacksmith shop. Master Zhang, are you looking for me? In the evening, after setting down his hammer and wiping the sweat from his brow, Yifeng approached the burly Zhang Kuei. You've been with our Zhang's blacksmith shop for 3 years now, haven't you? Zhang Kuei's voice was unexpectedly gentle. Your forging skills are now unmatched in Qishan town, save for myself and Master Wang. Master Zhang, you flatter me. I still have a long way to go. Yifeng humbly replied. Ha, you lad, how modest. Zhang Kuei chuckled, then continued. However, Master Wang remarked that a talent such as yours should not languish in this humble blacksmith shop. It would be a waste, given the countless weapons you forged for the shop. It's time to venture out into the world. Master Zhang, enough with the hesitation. As a man, one must aspire to greater horizons. Zhang Kuei patted Yi Feng on the shoulder. Go out and make us proud. Do not bring shame to the Zhang name. I will not. Yi Feng suppressed his emotions and nodded resolutely. That evening, everyone at the blacksmith shop pooled their resources for a celebratory banquet in honor of Yi Feng's departure. As dawn broke, a thin mist enveloped the official road outside Qingshan town like a delicate veil. With a travel bag slung over his shoulder, Yi Feng mingled with a merchant caravan heading to Jingdong City. After paying a few silver coins for passage, he set off with the caravan. Along the journey, the merchants engaged in lively conversation to pass the time. Did you hear? Things have been tumultuous in Jingdong City lately. There seem to be reports of demons. A lean man whispered conspiratorially. Demons? Is that true? With the Demon Suppression Division stationed in Jingdong City, how could demons dare to stir? Exactly. Li Laosan. Don't spread unfounded rumors, or you might find yourself silenced by the division. The group chimed in, clearly skeptical. Yi Feng, resting with his eyes closed, felt a flicker of interest at the mention of demons. Demons? I wonder if slaying them would yield any points. Suddenly, a rapid sound of hooves approached. Drawing near, a band of defeated soldiers, exuding a strong stench of blood, rushed past the caravan. The leader bore tattered armor, a gaping wound the size of a bowl on his chest, a sight that was nothing short of shocking. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened. He recognized them as the city defense troops of Jingdong City. The shattered weapons, torn flags, and the soldiers' faces filled with terror and despair spoke volumes. They had just endured a harrowing battle. Moreover, a battle that ended in utter defeat. Chapter 16. The monsters emerge. The destroyer strikes. The sound of heavy hooves echoed ominously, growing fainter as they retreated in haste. On the official road, a few discarded government banners trembled in the wind. The once light-hearted atmosphere of the merchant convoy had evaporated, replaced by a grave silence. Were these soldiers? The coachman trembled, nervously clutching his whip, unable to strike it down once more. The horses were restless, pawing at the ground and whinnying anxiously. The convoy manager forced himself to remain calm, shouting, "Gather around the wagons. Where are the bodyguards?" Fear spread like a plague. Among the crowd, Yi Feng lowered his head, appearing flustered. Yet his demeanor was as composed as ice. He squinted through the gaps in the throng towards the direction from which the remnants of the soldiers fled. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose like a monstrous wave, blotting out the sun. Within the swirling dust, a few pairs of crimson eyes flickered ominously like ghostly flames. Suddenly, several massive shadows surged forth from the black mist, accompanied by a foul wind. These were creatures the size of calves, covered in dark fur, their grotesque faces revealing bared fangs. Dog demons. Yi Feng concealed himself at the rear of the crowd, observing these beasts in silence. Mid-level in the Meridian realm. Their numbers were few, far inferior to Chongguang. With a howl, several dog demons accelerated, darting toward the merchant convoy like arrows loosed from a bow. The unarmed merchants and their aides stood no chance against the ferocity of the dog demons. The beasts opened their gaping maws, effortlessly severing fragile limbs. Blood spraying forth like a fountain, severed arms and legs flying in all directions. Monsters, seeking death. Brothers, grab your weapons. Slay these wretched beasts. The Weiyuan Bodyguard Agency is here. Those who dare invade our territory shall perish without mercy. A dozen figures darted forth from the convoy like arrows, revealing the hidden bodyguards. The bodyguards brandished their weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the dog demons. Blades flashed and blood splattered. The scene was utterly brutal. Kill, you wretched beasts. I'll fight you to the end. With the bodyguards leading, some courageous aides picked up sticks and stones, joining the fray. In that moment, the sounds of battle, shouts of slaughter, screams of despair, and the clash of weapons, intertwined, resounding throughout the entire official road. With a swift motion, a robust bodyguard cleaved through the air, sending a massive dog head soaring into the sky. This bodyguard towered at 8 feet tall, with a muscular build, wielding a gleaming ghostly blade, exuding an aura of menace. He was Zhao Wei, the head of the Weiyuan Bodyguard Agency. Zhao Wei was a master at the late stage of the Meridian realm. We shall charge forth together. Witnessing Zhao Wei's valor, the morale of the crowd surged. Cheers erupting around him. Weiyuan Bodyguard Agency brothers, follow me to slay the enemies. Zhao Wei bellowed, his ghostly blade slicing through the air with the force of a tempest. Wherever the blade pointed, blood and flesh flew. Not a demon could withstand it. The other bodyguards followed suit, their spirits high, bravely battling the foes. These dog demons. Their capabilities were adequate, a perfect opportunity to test their mettle and see if slaying demons could yield points. Yi Feng took a deep breath, his toes barely touching the ground, shooting forth like a cannonball. Two-legged sheep, dare you resist? One of the dog demons noticed Yi Feng's movement, its eyes glinting with murderous intent. It growled low, its limbs propelling it forward with lightning speed, claws aimed directly at Yi Feng's throat. Noise. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, his right leg coiling with tremendous power, striking out suddenly. With a thunderous sound, the impact was deafening. The dog demon, caught unawares, twisted grotesquely in midair. Internal organs and blood erupted from its mouth. The creature let out a brief wail before crashing to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. You have slain a dog demon of the Meridian Realm, earning 20 points. The system's notification chimed, and Yi Feng's eyes glimmered with excitement. Killing an ordinary dog demon granted 20 points. It seemed that hunting demons was indeed the path to swiftly enhancing one's strength. Yi Feng licked his lips, excitement shining in his eyes. The demon suppression department was undoubtedly a fitting place for him. The merchant convoy, previously steeped in despair, now gaped in astonishment at the scene. They had never imagined that this inconspicuous youth among them was such a formidable master. My heavens! He kicked a dog demon to death? Who was this young man? Could he be a true disciple from the city's martial arts academy? As the crowd marveled, a thunderous roar rolled in from the distance. A whoa! This sound was magnitudes louder than the previous howls of the dog demons, resonating like thunder and causing ears to ring. From the black mist, a colossal claw emerged, like a dark cloud obscuring the sky. A bodyguard, unable to evade in time, was snatched by the massive claw and dragged into the black fog. Crack! Crack! The chilling sound of chewing echoed clearly in everyone's ears. The black mist churned, slowly revealing a cold voice. Two-legged sheep, let me, Lord Black7 of Donya, meet you. Before the words faded, a dog demon the size of a small mountain burst forth from the swirling black mist. This beast stood nearly 10 feet tall, clad in heavy iron armor, with only its crimson, bloodthirsty eyes visible. Its massive axe swung down from above, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air. Zhao Wei's expression turned grave as he roared, swinging his blade to block. Clang! Sparks flew, and waves of force rippled. Zhao Wei felt a numbing sensation in his hands, his arms aching, nearly losing grip on his ghostly blade. What terrifying strength! Zhao Wei dared not underestimate the threat. Desperately wielding his ghostly blade against the dog demon. Clang! 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 The clash of blade against axe erupted with thunderous sounds, echoing throughout the official road. Zhao Wei summoned every ounce of his power, each strike infused with tremendous force, trying to overcome the brute strength with skill. Yet, Black7 remained unfazed, effortlessly parrying Zhao Wei's attacks with an impenetrable defense. Is this the battle of the late stage of the Meridian Realm? It's terrifying. Can Zhao Wei win? He must win. The merchant crowd retreated to a distance, watching the breathtaking battle unfold, their hearts pounding with fear. The shockwaves from their clash cracked the ground beneath them, sending dust swirling. These two-legged sheep are no match for Lord 7. Kill him. Let us reward our brothers. The dog demons howled in excitement, clearly sensing that Black7 had the upper hand in this confrontation. Damn, this beast has tough skin and flesh, and with its iron armor, my blade can hardly penetrate. Zhao Wei grew increasingly alarmed, desperation clawing at him. He had pushed his blood energy to its limit, yet he could not gain the upper hand. Instead, he found himself being forced back by the axe. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wei held on, fully aware that should he falter, the merchant convoy behind him would become fodder for the demons. In that critical moment, look over there. Someone is charging in. A gasp erupted from the crowd. On the battlefield's periphery, a youth darted in like a specter. It was Yu Feng. Let us attack together and kill him. The dog demons, having previously witnessed Yu Feng's swift prowess, knew he was a formidable foe and immediately rallied their companions to encircle him. 5 or 6 mid-level dog demons lunged from all directions. Yet, Yu Feng showed no sign of fear against the onslaught of monsters. In the battle of man against demon, there was nothing to discuss, only life or death. Destroyer's fist. Yi Feng suddenly stamped his foot, and an intense surge of vitality coursed through his dantian, flooding his entire being in an instant. In the next moment, a myriad of shadowy fists descended like a tempest, enveloping the approaching dog demons. Each shadow bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, carving deep ravines into the earth as shattered stones flew and dust billowed. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding thuds echoed in succession, each accompanied by an explosion of crimson mist. Flesh and blood rained down, severed limbs scattering like raindrops, staining the ground a vivid red. A one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, the battle between Zhao Wei and Black 7th Master had also reached a fever pitch. Clang! Another violent clash occurred, and Zhao Wei's ghost-headed saber could withstand no more, shattering with a resounding crack. More formidable opponents? After defeating Zhao Wei, Black 7th Master did not pursue his advantage. Instead, he retreated sharply. A profound sense of danger surged from the depths of his heart, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. As if facing a formidable foe, glancing back, he beheld a tall youth standing not far away, regarding him with a frigid gaze. Beneath the youth's feet lay several dog demon corpses, the ground soaked in blood. To his astonishment, a mere merchant convoy harbored such a powerful warrior. Black 7th Master's crimson eyes fixed intently on Yi Feng, a sinister killing intent flickering across his face. But today, your demise is inevitable. Chapter 17. Is slaying demons the true path? A foul wind assaulted the senses, so pungent it nearly induced nausea. The two-legged sheep was rather intriguing. Having dispatched so many of my minions, Black 7th Master bared his tooth-filled maw in a sinister grin, his voice rumbling like distant thunder, reverberating painfully in the ears. Yet, it was merely that. Before his words could dissipate, the towering canine demon descended with a thunderous crash. The massive axe, accompanied by a piercing shriek, descended like a mountain, aimed directly at the boy's head. Beware! Zhao Wei, having narrowly escaped death, felt his heart shatter, his voice a frantic cry. He was all too aware of Black Seventh Master's formidable strength. This beast was not only endowed with innate power but also clad in an armor of fine iron, resembling a terrifying humanoid monster. Though the youth was swift, how could flesh and blood contend with such a steel behemoth? Yet, in the face of this ferocious assault, Yifeng stood as immovable as a rock, rooted in place. Boom! A thunderous impact shook the ground, creating a horrific chasm that rapidly spread like a spider's web. The earth quaked beneath him, threatening to destabilize his stance. However, the beast's face, hidden beneath a mane of fur, bore no signs of triumph. It observed keenly. Just as the axe was about to cleave the boy's skull, Yifeng had somehow sidestepped with ghostly agility, effortlessly deflecting the iron axe with a single palm. Come again! With the axe missing its mark, Black Seventh Master roared in fury, twisting his stout torso. Utilizing the momentum, another claw, adorned in black scales, lunged towards Yifeng's heart like a striking viper. Should this blow connect, it would surely disembowel him. Alas, Yifeng's speed far surpassed the demon's expectations. In an instant, he slipped into the vacuous defenses of Black Seventh Master. In the face of Yifeng, the demon's massive form became a hindrance, unable to mount a defense in time, exposing countless vulnerabilities. Breaking army, fist of justice. Yifeng stepped forward, his muscles taut as a drawn bow, unleashing a punch devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, merely pure force. The fist sliced through the air, producing a sharp sonic boom. The black claw crumbled before Yifeng's fist like tofu, instantly shattering. Then, with unstoppable momentum, his fist struck the beast's chest with tremendous force. Bang! The sound of the impact resonated like a drum. The finely crafted iron armor of Black Seventh Master caved in, emitting a spine-chilling metallic distortion. A clear imprint of Yifeng's punch was etched into the armor, a sight that was both shocking and gruesome. Gush! Internal fragments, mingled with blood, erupted from the beast's mouth. At that moment, Black Seventh Master's crimson eyes betrayed a rare flicker of fear. He had never imagined that a seemingly frail boy could possess such mastery. The force of Yifeng's punch had shattered his innards through the iron armor. Stop! As Yifeng prepared to raise his fist once more, Zhao Wei was gripped by dread. He rushed forward, disregarding all else, shouting hoarsely, "Little brother, show mercy. Spare a life. Die." Yifeng's gaze was frigid, showing no sign of hesitation. Like lightning, he delivered a devastating blow to Black Seventh Master's enormous head. Bang! It burst apart like a watermelon, splattering red and white across the ground. Slayed a late-stage canine demon, earning 80 points. Staggering forward, Zhao Wei's face, still stained with blood, reflected a terror greater than that of encountering a ghost. He gazed at the corpse of Black Seventh Master, the massive head nowhere to be seen, leaving only an empty cavity, oozing a viscous liquid. Clean up, Yifeng spoke coolly, his voice soft yet commanding, instantly silencing the surrounding chaos. Zhao Wei looked up sharply, staring at Yifeng with wide eyes, as if he might burst. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to speak, but was choked by disbelief, emitting a strangled sound. You truly killed it. Zhao Wei's voice was hoarse and dry, trembling slightly. Do you comprehend the consequences of slaying Black Seventh Master? Do you know what you are doing? Yifeng furrowed his brow, regarding Zhao Wei with confusion. Revenge. Zhao Wei ground his teeth, each word deliberate. Black Seventh Master is a descendant of the Green Wolf King. The demons of Dongya Mountain will not let this go lightly. Then let us kill again. Yifeng's tone remained indifferent. Zhao Wei was nearly rendered speechless by this nonchalant response. He slammed his thigh in frustration, laughing ironically. Kill again? What will you use to accomplish that? The demons of Dongya Mountain have occupied this place for a century, including several formidable beasts comparable to true energy warriors. Do you think this is mere child's play? Zhao Biaohead, Yifeng raised a hand to interrupt Zhao Wei's tirade. If they seek vengeance, I shall face them alone. In an instant, Zhao Wei was rendered mute, all his anger and anxiety caught in his throat. He stared blankly at the young man before him, whose youthful face bore no fear, only an unsettling calm. A wave of indescribable shame washed over Zhao Wei. Moments ago, he had been terrified and flustered, even attempting to intervene against Yifeng, appearing utterly ridiculous and insignificant. The boy before him bore the weight of all responsibility and risk alone, displaying a near-resolute demeanor. Sigh. Zhao Wei exhaled deeply, his head drooping in resignation. He gestured with a weary hand, his voice hoarse. Brothers, clear the battlefield, gather the bodies, and prepare to depart. The escort members hoisted their fallen comrades onto the cart, wrapping them in white cloth. Yifeng walked to a nearby cart, seated himself, and closed his eyes to rest. Zhao Wei approached with a flask of liquor, offering it to Yifeng. Yifeng opened his eyes, accepting the flask and taking a hearty swig. The fiery liquor surged down his throat, igniting a blaze within. Are you planning to head to Jinong City? Zhao Wei inquired softly, his tone considerably gentler. Yifeng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the escort members still tidying up the aftermath, a tacit acknowledgement. Zhao Wei's features twitched, a fleeting look of shame crossing his face. He took another deep gulp of liquor, as if attempting to numb himself. Brother Yi, my Weiyuan escort agency has some reputation in Jinong City. Should you require anything? Yifeng's mind stirred. This was indeed a prime opportunity to gather intelligence. He set down the flask and casually inquired, Zhao Biao head, is Jindong City currently peaceful? Zhao Wei gulped down the liquor, his coarse atoms apple bobbing, the liquid trickling down his stubble, soaking his attire. Not peaceful at all. He set down the flask, wiping his mouth, his voice hoarse with urgency. Very far from peaceful. Yifeng remained silent, simply observing him, waiting for further elaboration. You have seen it yourself. I have been traversing this road for over a decade, yet this is my first encounter with demons. Zhao Wei pointed towards the ravaged battlefield in the distance, and this is on the official road. Currently, in Jindong City, panic reigns. It is said that demons are coming to devour people. Those with wealth are fleeing, while those without can only await their demise. The only silver lining is that the Demon Suppression Division has recently begun recruiting, claiming they intend to eradicate the demons. But in my opinion, it will prove futile. Dongyao Mountain has stood for over a century, and I have yet to see the Demon Suppression Division achieve anything significant against them. Yifeng nodded, contemplative as he stroked his chin. The rampant demons presented an opportunity for his ascendance. If he could join the Demon Suppression Division, leveraging the system, he would swiftly enhance his strength. By then, not even the most formidable demon kings would instill fear in him. Chapter 18. Testing the Crystal? A moment of refinement upon entering Jindong City. The streets were sparsely populated, and the atmosphere felt increasingly oppressive. Brother Yi, the inns in Jindong City are notorious for overcharging. Zhao Wei remarked, riding closer to Yifeng, his whip pointing ahead. That's our escort agency up ahead. If you don't mind, would you like to stay for a while? Yifeng cast a glance at the courtyard, where the vermilion paint had peeled away, and the signboard was missing a corner, appearing rather shabby. However, he did not wish to appear finicky and clasped his fist in gratitude. Thank you, Zhao Biao. The escort agency was located on the eastern side of Jindong City, sprawling with several interconnected courtyards. Zhao Wei led Yifeng into a secluded courtyard, smiling apologetically. It's a bit simple. I hope you can bear with it. Much appreciated. Yifeng nodded, entering the guest room and securing the door behind him. He settled cross-legged on the bed, silently reciting the incantation to summon the system panel. Name, Yifeng. Cultivation, First Stage Meridian Realm, 99. Martial Skills, Chi-Si Break Army Fist 3, Great Accomplishment. Forging 67, Minor Accomplishment. Internal Skills, Green Lotus Technique 2, Great Accomplishment. Points, 330. Having accumulated over 300 points, Yifeng smiled at the panel. Indeed, slaying demons was a path to wealth. The points were primarily thanks to that pack of dog demons, truly benevolent benefactors. With over 300 points, he could elevate the Iron Cloth Shirt to Great Accomplishment. Yet, his skill tree remained too sparse. He needed to acquire more skills for self-defense. With this thought in mind, he retrieved the Iron Cloth Shirt manual from his pack. He also produced a small blue porcelain vial from his pocket, uncorked it, and swallowed the pills inside. The elixir dissolved instantly, a warm current flowing down his throat and rapidly spreading throughout his limbs. Yifeng closed his eyes in concentration, following the prescribed techniques to circulate his vital energy and refine his physique. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them. Iron Cloth Shirt, Entry Level, 1. Success. Yifeng felt a surge of joy. As expected, with the elevation of his cultivation, mastering martial skills had become a natural progression. Continue, he thought, directing his points towards the Iron Cloth Shirt. Ding. Consume 200 points, commencing the projection of Iron Cloth Shirt. Your physical aptitude is exceptional. Reducing the training difficulty by 30. Projection in progress. Projection complete. Iron Cloth Shirt 1. Great Accomplishment. You have achieved great accomplishment in merely 10 years. Your innate talent is extraordinary. The vital energy returns, propelling you into the Chi-Si realm. Boom. Yifeng's entire body crackled as his bones shifted, muscles tensed, and a faint metallic sheen appeared on his skin. Within his dantian, the previously thin vortex began to spin rapidly, voraciously consuming the surrounding vital energy, transforming into a vast expanse of Chi-Si. The vital energy surged, akin to a dragon or tiger, far exceeding tenfold the Meridian realm. The Chi-Si realm, the second realm for martial artists, achieved. Simultaneously, outside the guest room, Zhao Wei approached with a steaming platter of food. Just reaching the door when an invisible wave of energy swept over him, causing his heart to shudder and his limbs to weaken. Clang! The platter trembled violently in Zhao Wei's hands, scalding soup spilling over, burning his skin and making him wince in pain. The aura emanating from within was overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying. It felt as if an ancient slumbering beast had merely released a fraction of its presence, sending shivers of fear through all nearby living beings. Is there a Chi-Si realm expert in our escort agency? Zhao Wei's body trembled. A figure flashing in his mind. Yifeng, the youth who had crushed Black's seventh master with a single punch. Zhao Wei's pupils constricted, his heart racing. That boy could not be older than 20. At such a tender age, in the Chi-Si realm? This was simply monstrous. Zhao Wei inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock, and slowly stepped toward the guest room. Creak. The door swung open without a breeze, revealing Yifeng, whose expression remained calm as he stepped outside. "Thank you," Yifeng said, taking the food. "I just had a slight breakthrough in my training earlier. I hope it didn't frighten you?" "A slight breakthrough?" Zhao Wei's lips twitched. "Brother, would you call this a mere slight breakthrough? If you had truly gone all out, wouldn't you have overturned Jinong City?" "Not at all, not at all." Zhao Wei managed to suppress the tumult in his heart, forcing a smile. "Brother Yi, your talent is extraordinary. A breakthrough is indeed a joyous occasion." Yifeng nodded indifferently, finishing his dinner in silence. The night passed without further conversation. The next day, at the break of dawn, Yifeng rose and, following Zhao Wei's directions, made his way to the Demon Suppression Division's office. The office loomed impressively, its red doors firmly shut, flanked by 2 stone lions that exuded an air of authority. At the entrance, 2 guards clad in black stood with swords in hand, their gazes sharp as eagles, scanning every approaching individual. Yifeng took a deep breath, straightened his attire, and stepped forward, clasping his fist in respect. "Respected brothers, I'm Yifeng, seeking an audience." One of the guards appraised Yifeng, wary of his formidable presence, and asked sternly, "Do you have any credentials?" Yifeng produced Wang Mo's recommendation letter, presenting it with both hands. The guard accepted the letter, glanced over it, frowned slightly, and instructed Yifeng to wait. Turning to enter the office, Yifeng stood patiently outside, awaiting his response. Shortly, the guard returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in fine garments. The man bore a stern countenance, his sharp gaze exuding an extraordinary presence. "You are Yifeng?" the middle-aged man inquired, his voice low and assessing. "Indeed," Yifeng replied. "Neither servile nor haughty." The middle-aged man took the recommendation letter, casting a cursory glance at it, his expression revealing a hint of disdain. "Wang Mo. Has it been nearly 20 years since he left the Demon Suppression Division? What merit could this young man possess to warrant a personal recommendation?" Truly perplexing. The middle-aged man harbored a growing dislike for Yifeng, disdaining those who relied on connections. The Demon Suppression Division was a battleground against demons. Did he think this was a mere game? Yet, since it was a favor from a former superior, he could not outright refuse and, suppressing his displeasure, said coldly, "Very well. Since you possess a recommendation, I shall grant you an opportunity. Follow me." He turned without further ado, leaving no room for argument. Yifeng's gaze shifted slightly, silently following. They traversed several courtyards, arriving at a spacious training ground. Hundreds of martial artists clad in combat attire were laboring intensely, their shouts resonating through the air. The middle-aged man halted in the center of the training ground, turning to face Yifeng. He retrieved a crystalline testing stone from his robes and tossed it at Yifeng's feet. "This is a testing crystal. If you can shatter it, you will pass." At this proclamation, the practicing officers halted, their eyes wide with shock, sympathy, and a tinge of schadenfreude directed at Yifeng. Is he really using a deep-sea crystal right off the bat? Isn't this deliberately setting him up for failure? A deep-sea crystal? This was a device meant for testing those at the pinnacle of the Qi Sea realm. Had such a test been applied to me when I first entered, I wouldn't have even made it through the door. The middle-aged man observed the crowd's reaction with a cold smile. He intended to dissuade this young man from proceeding. Yifeng bent down to pick up the crystal, feeling its icy surface and recognizing its exceptional hardness. He raised his head to meet the middle-aged man's gaze, responding calmly. "Is it truly that simple?" "Indeed, it is that simple," the middle-aged man replied with a smirk. "As long as you can break it." Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the testing crystal shattered instantaneously. The arena fell into silence, with the sound of a pin drop audible. Chapter 19, Victorious. Yet not completely triumphant. With a crisp crack, akin to a thunderclap, the training ground erupted in astonishment. What did they behold? A youth, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, effortlessly crushed the deep-sea crystal with his bare hands. Such formidable strength was indeed alarming. The once dismissive expressions of the officers vanished, replaced by a weightier gaze directed towards Yifeng. Yifeng brushed the crystalline powder from his hands, his demeanor unruffled. This testing crystal was indeed quite tough. It took about 80% of his strength to shatter it. Had it been any other martial artist, they would have found it truly challenging. He had forged his path through rigorous physical training, his raw power comparable to that of a demon. Though the deep-sea crystal was hard, it was not beyond his capabilities. On the periphery of the training ground, the middle-aged man, who had previously maintained a calm expression, now displayed a slight change in demeanor. "This young man is quite remarkable." The middle-aged man silently marveled, reflecting on how Wang Mo, that old scoundrel, had indeed recommended a promising talent to him. He took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. The disdain and casualness in his gaze towards Yifeng had dissipated. "To crush the deep-sea crystal with such ease, your martial prowess must have reached an extraordinary level." Yifeng nodded slightly, indicating a modest accomplishment. Observing this, the middle-aged man's assessment of Yifeng rose another notch. He shifted his gaze to the edge of the training ground, his voice booming like thunder. "Zhao Hu, present." A towering figure, a muscular man standing 2 meters tall, akin to a small mountain, stepped forward with a heavy thud. "You, spar with Brother Yi." The middle-aged man gestured towards Yifeng, his tone softened. "He, Zhao Hu grinned widely, revealing a gleaming set of teeth, his combat spirit surging instantly. Yi Feng frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure surfacing within. Wasn't it stated that shattering the crystal constituted passing the test? I shall not go back on my word. The middle-aged man replied, his expression unchanged, merely smiling faintly. However, passing also comes in various degrees. If you can defeat Zhao Hu, I will personally grant you access to the first floor of the scripture repository, allowing you to choose any martial technique. The mention of the scripture repository piqued Yi Feng's interest. The repository of the Demon Suppression Division was the largest martial arts treasury in Jingdong City, housing countless invaluable manuals and techniques. To be granted access to choose even one. Very well, I humbly request Brother Zhao's guidance. Yi Feng clasped his fists in agreement to the duel. The scripture repository was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Ha! Excellent. You possess courage. The middle-aged man let out a hearty laugh, stepping back to provide ample space for the two. The surrounding officers, witnessing the unfolding scene, eagerly gathered, craning their necks in anticipation of a grand spectacle. Zhao Hu's defense was renowned, and while Yi Feng possessed great strength, breaching that defense would be no easy feat. Indeed, Zhao Hu has been with the Demon Suppression Division for many years, and no one has ever managed to break through his Iron Bone technique head-on. From my perspective, Zhao Hu is likely to secure victory in this encounter. The officers whispered among themselves, nearly every one of them convinced that Zhao Hu held the upper hand. Brother Yi, be cautious. Zhao Hu bellowed, his feet crashing down as he charged at Yi Feng like a rampaging bull. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened, unwavering as he took a step forward. Their fists collided fiercely in midair. Bang! The sound resonated like the clash of metal, deafening to the ears. The stone slabs beneath them fractured, spiderwebbing across the ground. Yi Feng and Zhao Hu stood resolute, their fists locked in a fierce struggle, neither yielding an inch. Muscles tensed and veins bulged, resembling coiling dragons upon their arms. Both men summoned their strength to the utmost, locked in a stalemate, neither willing to relent. This youth possesses immense strength. Zhao Hu was taken aback, feeling as though he had struck a wall of iron, a dull ache radiating through his bones. The hard-earned skill he took pride in could not budge his opponent in the slightest. Again, Yi Feng's fighting spirit surged, blood and energy coursing through him like a raging river, his fist raining down upon Zhao Hu. Each strike bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Akin to a thunderous storm, Zhao Hu gritted his teeth, crossing his arms in defense, yet he was forced back repeatedly, disbelief etched across his face. Desperately blocking, yet unable to withstand the onslaught, Yi Feng's fists fell upon him like hammers, one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy thuds echoed like the beating of war drums, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Zhao Hu's complexion paled, feeling like a fragile boat in a tempest, teetering on the brink of capsizing. The Iron Bone technique, despite its might, could not endure such relentless bombardment. Yi Feng's assault surged like an unstoppable tide, growing increasingly ferocious. His fist swung round, akin to a blacksmith forging iron, mercilessly pounding Zhao Hu. With one final strike, Yi Feng concentrated all his strength and struck fiercely at Zhao Hu's chest. Puff! Zhao Hu was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending dust spiraling into the air. A mouthful of blood erupted forth, unable to be contained any longer. I concede. Yi Feng retracted his fists, speaking calmly. I concede. Zhao Hu clutched his chest, his voice hoarse, his head bowed, unable to meet Yi Feng's gaze. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Every face was etched with shock and confusion. They could not fathom how a mere inexperienced youth could utterly dominate the seasoned Zhao Hu, rendering him defenseless. This was a complete upheaval of their understanding. Excellent. The middle-aged man could hardly contain his admiration, exclaiming, Yi Feng, you are remarkable, truly remarkable. I am Zhao Xiongming, the chief instructor of the Demon Suppression Division. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback before respectfully clasping his fists. I am Yi Feng, a junior, honored to meet Chief Instructor Zhao. Zhao Xiongming waved his hand dismissively, signaling Yi Feng to refrain from excessive formality. He scrutinized Yi Feng, growing increasingly pleased with what he saw. Your technique bears the essence of the great ancestor's long fist, and you have already cultivated it to an exceedingly high level. Zhao Xiongming did not hold back his praise. If you continue to train diligently, your future is boundless. I am merely fortunate to receive such praise from the chief instructor, Yi Feng humbly replied. Zhao Xiongming chuckled, but his expression darkened as he turned to the officers still practicing nearby. What are you lot dawdling for? Zhao Xiongming roared. Get back to training this instant. Yes, chief instructor. The officers trembled, as if awakening from a dream, scattering to resume their training. In an instant, the training ground was filled with the sounds of chants, shouts, and clashing weapons, bustling with activity. Chief instructor, Yi Feng hesitated, but Zhao Xiongming, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Rest assured, I speak with sincerity. I shall not go back on my word. Zhao Xiongming's laughter was jovial, his demeanor entirely transformed. He turned to the officers still practicing, bellowing, listen up. Today, you all train on your own. I have matters to attend to and will be leaving first. Anyone caught slacking will face an additional 10 hours of training tonight. With that, he took Yifeng by the arm and strode away from the training ground, leaving behind a group of officers with expressions of despair. Chapter 20. Crossing the river on a single reed. In the Demon Suppression Division's Scripture Pavilion, Yifeng gazed up at the three characters inscribed above the entrance, an inexplicable solemnity washing over him. Since traversing to this foreign realm, he had never before encountered such an imposing repository of knowledge. Holding his breath, he entered the pavilion, and the scene before him unfolded like a vast panorama. Rows of ebony shelves extended endlessly, resembling a dense forest, filled with an overwhelming array of tomes. Titles such as Mighty Stone Tablet Technique and Wind-Chasing Blade Art caught Yifeng's attention as he flipped through them, his heart filled with astonishment. These martial arts, which in the outside world were fiercely contested by various powerful factions, here lay scattered as if they were mere cabbages. No wonder the Demon Suppression Division could subdue demons. Their profound foundation was indeed formidable. With a sense of wonder, Yifeng quickly calculated his priorities. The most pressing matter was to acquire a technique that could enhance his speed. He focused his mind and made his way directly to the section dedicated to movement techniques. Beginning a meticulous search, the shelves in this area were brimming with a myriad of manuals, dazzling to the eyes, overwhelming in variety. Suddenly, a weathered, ancient tome caught his eye, crossing the river on a single reed. He hastily picked it up and opened the first page. When Bodhidharma came, he crossed the river on a single reed. The opening line invigorated Yifeng's spirit. Continuing to peruse, he discovered that the book was richly illustrated with archaic and profound text, complemented by exquisite illustrations that elucidated the cultivation methods of crossing the river on a single reed in a most vivid and intricate manner. Is this a Shaolin secret? A voice, tinged with surprise, suddenly emerged from behind him. Yifeng's heart jolted, and he turned swiftly to find Zhao Xiongming, who had quietly approached, gazing at the ancient tome in his hands with evident astonishment. Chief Instructor. Yifeng slightly bowed, a hint of confusion in his tone as he inquired, "Why is such a supreme art placed in a corner on the first floor?" Zhao Xiongming's face twitched, and after a light cough, he replied, "Cough. You will understand if you turn to the back." Yifeng, still puzzled, complied and opened the pages further, only to be taken aback. Behind crossing the river on a single reed lay stark emptiness. A fragment? Yifeng furrowed his brows but concealed his disappointment. Zhao Xiongming explained, "Although crossing the river on a single reed is a Shaolin secret, by the time it reached the Demon Suppression Division, only the introduction remained. Even the most esteemed monks of Shaolin could not practice this fragment to any significant degree. If you insist on choosing this technique, I fear." He left his thought unfinished, but the implication was clear. "Young man, do not waste your efforts." Yet upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes lit up, and his heart surged with joy. Just gaining entry was sufficient. As long as he could initiate the practice, the system panel would allow him to forcibly enhance the rest. Whether it was a fragment or not mattered not. "Chief Instructor, I have made up my mind. I shall choose crossing the river on a single reed," Yifeng asserted resolutely, without a trace of hesitation. "Are you truly set on this incomplete text?" Zhao Xiongming's brow furrowed deeply, his tone growing stern. "Yifeng, do you realize that crossing the river on a single reed is incomplete and that mastering it is akin to scaling the heavens?" In the Scripture Pavilion, complete movement techniques were plentiful, such as flowing cloud steps, which presented a moderate level of difficulty and would be more suitable for your current cultivation level. If you choose flowing cloud steps, within 3 years, you will surely achieve minor success. Why cling to this fragment? Yifeng remained silent, merely tucking the fragment into his robe. Observing this, Zhao Xiongming shook his head, weary of further persuasion, and turned to exit the pavilion. "Do as you wish. Remember, do not damage the texts, and do not disseminate them privately." "I shall remember." Yifeng bowed respectfully and watched as Zhao Xiongming departed. The winter wind whipped like a blade, cutting through the snowflakes that stung his face to the bone. Yet Yifeng was oblivious, his heart ablaze with fervor. With a swift touch of his toes against the ground, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, instantly traversing dozens of feet. Behind him, only a series of faint footprints remained, quickly consumed by the swirling snow. "Look at that kid, still flailing about." One of the lieutenants chafed his frozen hands, exhaling white mist in derision. "Indeed, I heard he chose that incomplete crossing the river on a single reed. What a foolish decision." Across the training ground, several practicing lieutenants caught sight of Yifeng's figure and couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves, "That kid hasn't given up." Zhao Xiongming stood some distance away, hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed in concern. He had assumed Yifeng would retreat after encountering obstacles, yet this young man proved to be tenacious beyond expectation. "Chief Instructor, should I go and advise him?" one of his aides asked quietly. "There's no need." Zhao Xiongming waved his hand, his gaze complex. "Let him be. Youth must endure hardship to learn the depths of the world." The winter wind sliced through the air, painfully biting his face. Yet Yifeng remained oblivious, standing in the center of the training ground, eyes closed in concentration as the system panel gradually materialized in his mind. Crossing the river on a single reed one, entry level, it's done. Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile. This crossing the river on a single reed truly lived up to its reputation as a Shaolin secret, though merely at the entry level. He could already distinctly feel that his speed had more than doubled. If he were to face Zhao Hu again, he was confident that he could toy with him using merely the movement technique. Points, 130 points. Yi Feng stroked his chin, his eyes glinting. Over the past 6 months, he had accumulated no points, relying solely on his previous reserves. This amount was far from sufficient to elevate crossing the river on a single reed to a higher tier. However, perhaps he could attempt to see if the system could complete this fragment. System, allocate points to crossing the river on a single reed. Yi Feng silently commanded. Ding. Consuming 130 points, beginning the deduction for crossing the river on a single reed. Lacking subsequent verses. Cultivation speed reduced by 80. Would you like to consume 1,000 points to complete the technique and eliminate negative states? So many? Forget it. I would rather reserve these points to break through my martial skills. No. Yi Feng decisively rejected the offer. Your cultivation speed is akin to a snail in flight. The system will now commence full-scale deduction. Deduction complete. Crossing the river on a single reed 30, entry level. This deduction equates to 2.5 years of arduous practice. Your vitality has seen a slight enhancement. Haha, it worked. Yi Feng exhaled a breath of stale air, his vitality bubbling like a boiling cauldron. This system truly was impressive. Even a fragment could forcibly enhance proficiency. Allocating points was indeed the way forward. With a swift step, Yi Feng propelled himself 10 feet away. Several lieutenants engrossed in conversation felt a fleeting blur, as if something had darted past them. What just went by? One lieutenant rubbed his eyes, confusion etched on his face. I don't know. It looked like a person. Seriously? Are you sure you didn't miss see? As they conversed, the fleeting shadow suddenly reversed course. The speed was astonishing. Resembling a bolt of lightning, carving a zigzag pattern across the training ground. The lieutenants were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. This speed. He really succeeded. One stammered, hardly daring to believe his own eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That is a fragment. Another insisted, though his voice lacked conviction. Zhao Xiongming's gaze fixed intently on the direction Yi Feng had vanished, his expression shifting between contemplation and uncertainty. For the first time, he began to question his previous judgment. On the opposite side of the training ground, Yi Feng halted, exhaling a long breath of stale air. A warm current surged within his chest, filling him with an unparalleled sense of comfort. The initial progress was already remarkable. Should he cultivate further, reaching a state of perfection, Yi Feng could hardly fathom the terrifying velocity that would ensue. However, the most pressing concern remained the depletion of his points. Furrowing his brow, Yi Feng realized that to continue his advancement, he must acquire additional points. It appeared to be the opportune moment to undertake some tasks and earn the necessary points. He contemplated, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Chapter 21. Taking office, the patrolling officer of Qingyan Square Yi Feng walked along the path to the affairs hall. The cold crows cawing and snowflakes swirling around him. He tightened his collar and stepped into the hall. Inside was considerably warmer, and just as he entered, a figure blocked his way. It was Zhao Zongjiao. Yi Feng slightly cupped his hands in greeting. Zhao Xiaoming's gaze roamed over Yi Feng, nodding slightly. Good. Your Qi realm has stabilized significantly. Just in time, I have a task for you. The Qingyan Square in the eastern part of the city is now under your jurisdiction. Me? Yi Feng was taken aback, pointing to himself in disbelief. Qingyan Square was the old district of Jindong City, a place rife with chaos, lucrative yet fraught with peril. He had only recently joined the Demon Suppression Division. With no accomplishments to his name, why was he being entrusted with such a position? There must be something amiss. Before Yi Feng could ponder further, Zhao Xiongming waved his hand decisively, sealing the matter. He pointed to Zhao Hu, who had been silently standing by. Zhao Hu will assist you in quickly familiarizing yourself with the situation in Qingyan Square. Yi Feng followed Zhao Xiongming's, seeing Zhao Hu grinning, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. At this point, further discussion was futile. Yi Feng could only brace himself and agree. Zhao Xiongming offered a few encouraging words before turning to leave the affairs hall. Once Zhao Xiongming departed, Yi Feng immediately turned to Zhao Hu, lowering his voice to ask, Brother Zhao this. Zhao Hu glanced around and replied nonchalantly, Yi Feng, are you puzzled as to why such a good opportunity has fallen upon us? Yi Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhao Hu, awaiting further explanation. That's because the previous patrolling officer of Qingyan Square has fallen. Fallen? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, probing further. What happened? What did he do? He certainly did not wish to assume his new post in ignorance. If the former officer had left behind a mess, it would spell disaster for him. Zhao Hu scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was listening, then spoke softly. It's all due to the demons. They were expanding in Qingyan Square, unearthing an ancient tomb, which contained a demon. The former officer attempted to subdue it but was no match. It required local gangs to drive the demon back into the tomb. This incident has brought shame to the Demon Suppression Division. Therefore, your mission is not only to eradicate the demon threat, but also to keep those disobedient factions in check. Although this task carries considerable risk, the rewards are likewise substantial. Zhao Hu's lips curled into a slight smile. The resources of an entire district are at your disposal. It is a test from Chief Zhao. Yifeng nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The Demon Suppression Division had lost face, and it was his responsibility to restore it. This was no small feat. Yet, as Zhao Hu mentioned, the benefits were immense. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Brother Zhao. In a place like Qingyan Square, rife with chaos, if I were to enforce the law excessively and cause casualties, would there be trouble? Zhao Hu snorted disdainfully, declaring, what is there to fear? We are the officers of the Demon Suppression Division. If anyone dares to obstruct our duties, they shall be dealt with as if they were rebels. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile. The Demon Suppression Division. Truly ruthless. However, he found it appealing. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. The sound of hooves echoed, shattering the thin ice on the bluestone road. Yifeng and Zhao Hu rode side by side, followed by a dozen elite soldiers from the Demon Suppression Division. Upon arriving at the entrance of the square, Yifeng sensed an unusual atmosphere. A massive crowd had gathered, blocking the way into Qingyan Square, creating an impenetrable barrier. These individuals were burly and menacing, their waists bulging, clearly armed with weapons. What is going on? Yifeng halted his horse, frowning. Zhao Hu craned his neck to look around, scratching his head. I'm not sure. Let us go take a look. The two rode forward, forcing their way to the front. They observed several men clad in coarse, short jackets, brandishing machetes, engaged in animated conversation. Yifeng rode closer and interrupted. Hey, you lot. Gathering here, what are your intentions? The men, deep in discussion, were startled by Yifeng's interruption. One burly man, with a face full of flesh, barked without turning. Get lost. The Golden Leopard Society has sealed the area. No entry allowed. Before he could finish, the man turned around and, upon spotting Yifeng and Zhao Hu in their official attire from the Demon Suppression Division, his bravado crumbled. Sweat beads began to drip down his forehead. The others nearby also sensed the shift in atmosphere, turning their heads in alarm. The once lively scene fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. What has happened with the Golden Leopard Society? Yifeng inquired, his expression unreadable. In nothing, the man stammered, his voice trembling. Speak. Yifeng's tone grew more forceful. The man's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. I was merely following orders. In Jindong City, who was unaware of the formidable reputation of the Demon Suppression Division? Over the years, many a rogue had met their end at their hands. Should he provoke this officer, he could easily find himself labeled a rebel and executed unjustly. Where are the Golden Leopard Society members? Yifeng pressed. At the ancient tomb. The man replied, quaking. Lead the way. Yifeng stated coolly. The man, as if receiving a reprieve, scrambled to his feet, obsequiously nodding as he led the way. As Yifeng moved forward, the others hurriedly ran off to relay the news. Damn it. Why would the Demon Suppression Division send someone at this time? Are they trying to snatch my treasure? Chen Luo stood at the darkened entrance of the ancient tomb, spitting on the ground. He was the third in command of the Golden Eagle Gang, the largest bandit group in Jindong City. Half a year ago, the gang was dismantled by the authorities. Relying on his formidable martial skills and audacity, he carved a bloody path to escape with a handful of remnants. Later, he changed his name and formed the Golden Leopard Society, gathering a group of thugs, continuing his illicit activities in the shadows. Get up, you bunch of useless fools. Chen Luo glared fiercely, kicking a lackey. Boss, the people from the Demon Suppression Division are not to be trifled with. The lackey stammered as he struggled to his feet. What is there to be afraid of? Chen Luo spat, recalling his days in the Golden Eagle Gang when he had slaughtered soldiers like cattle. What of the Demon Suppression Division? If they provoke me, I'll still behead them. Keep a close watch. If they dare approach the ancient tomb, kill them without mercy. Why yes, the lackeys replied in unison. Chen Luo had previously heard of the discovery of an ancient tomb rumored to contain treasures, which piqued his interest. He had assumed control over the area, only to be confronted by a demon that he swiftly banished. He thought he could excavate in peace, but now the patrolling officers from the Demon Suppression Division had returned, aiming to seize the tomb. After a humiliating defeat, the cowardly officer had claimed he lost to a demon, which Chen Luo found utterly ridiculous. A cold smile crept across Chen Luo's face, his eyes glinting with disdain. There was surely something valuable inside the tomb. However, the tunnel dug by the demon had collapsed, requiring reopening. He did not expect that before he could dig further, the Demon Suppression Division would send more people. Was it possible that the useless officer had returned seeking vengeance? Come forth. Bring my weapons. Chen Luo commanded. Today, let the officers of the Demon Suppression Division come and go without a trace. Chapter 22. Today you must die. Yifeng furrowed his brow, pulling the reins of his horse tightly. He squinted, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. A burly man sat confidently on a wooden crate, wielding a gleaming blade. With his legs spread wide and his body slightly reclined, he exuded an air of dominance, reminiscent of a bandit leader. Brother Yifeng, that man is Chen Luo, the head of the Golden Leopard Society. He possesses remarkable martial skills and drove away the rat spirit. Zhao Hu whispered in Yifeng's ear. Leave this matter to me. Yifeng nodded slightly, indicating Zhao Hu to proceed. Zhao Hu urged his horse forward, commanding, Chen Luo, those from the Demon Suppression Division, vacate the area immediately. A resounding bang answered him. Chen Luo's wrist flicked, and the scabbard shattered a stone by the roadside, sending debris flying in front of Zhao Hu's horse. You lot from the Demon Suppression Division can't even handle a rat spirit, yet you dare meddle in my affairs? This place was won through my own efforts. The treasures below rightfully belong to me. Get lost, and don't obstruct my view. Zhao Hu's face reddened, veins bulging on his neck. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, as if a mountain had descended upon him, rendering him immobile. Yi Feng had silently moved beside him, one hand pressing firmly on his shoulder, appearing casual yet exerting tremendous force. Zhao Hu was taken aback. During their last encounter, although Yi Feng was strong, he had never been this unfathomable. What had transpired in such a short time? Brother Zhao, Yi Feng's expression remained calm, his gaze icy. Does this count as obstructing official duties? In that instant, Zhao Hu understood. Yi Feng intended to assert his authority over Chen Luo. Brother Yi Feng, feel free to act. Should there be any resistance, eliminate them without mercy. Yi Feng then slowly advanced on horseback, while Chen Luo's expression darkened further. He realized that these two were here to reclaim their dignity. What? Can't the Demon Suppression Division afford to lose? If you can't win, do you intend to call for reinforcements? Chen Luo sneered, his tone mocking. Very well, I'll entertain you today. But let me warn you, blades and swords are blind. If anything goes awry, do not return to complain. Chen Luo bent his legs slightly, gripping the hilt of his sword, adopting a standard draw stance. Both were martial artists. There was no need for unnecessary formalities. If there was a dispute, they would fight. Yi Feng dismounted, assessing Chen Luo's stance. He nodded slightly. Chen Luo's form was indeed well practiced. Although Yi Feng did not wield a sword, his discerning eye, shaped by exposure to many skilled swordsmen in the Demon Suppression Division, recognized that Chen Luo still lacked a certain finesse. Enraged, Chen Luo shouted, "You seek death." He thrust off the ground, launching himself at Yi Feng like a bolt from a crossbow, his sword slicing through the air toward Yi Feng's face. The blade glinted menacingly, reminiscent of a stream of light cutting through the heavens. Chen Luo envisioned Yi Feng cleaved in two, a sinister smirk forming on his lips. However, before the smile could fully manifest, it froze on his face. In a flash, a blur darted past, and a searing pain erupted in his right shoulder. Yi Feng's grip was like iron, locking Chen Luo's shoulder with unyielding force. Chen Luo's pupils dilated in shock. Wait. Yi Feng's expression remained impassive, deaf to Chen Luo's plea as he tightened his grip. Crack, crack. The chilling sound of shattering bones echoed in the ears of everyone present. Yi Feng's other hand was not idle. His elbow crashed into Chen Luo's chest like a cannonball. With a splatter, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs erupted from Chen Luo's mouth. He flew backward, rolling across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. His chest caved in, and his right arm dangled at an unnatural angle. Clutching his chest, Chen Luo coughed violently, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. You are formidable. Today, I concede. I shall return to seek your guidance in the future. Future? Today you shall die. A chilling and bone-piercing murderous intent surged forth from Yi Feng, akin to a flood breaking its dam. The shadow of death loomed over Chen Luo, his eyes brimming with terror and despair. He had never been so close to death. The cold, dark, helpless sensation shattered his resolve. Regret washed over him, but it was too late. Regardless of whether Chen Luo feigned surrender, Yi Feng would not spare him. This was an opportunity for points that could not be missed. Destructive fist. Yi Feng roared, his right fist surging with blood energy, coalescing into a tangible force, resembling a bloodthirsty tiger unleashing its roar. With an unstoppable momentum, his fist struck. Boom. Chen Luo's head burst like a ripe watermelon. The remains of his body propelled forward a few steps before crashing to the ground. Kill a mid-level Qi warrior, gaining 100 points. The arena fell into a deathly silence. The minions of the Golden Leopard Society were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling, barely able to stand. They could hardly fathom that their infamous leader, a notorious figure in Jingdong City, had been obliterated by a single punch. Run. A shout pierced the silence, awakening the minions from their stupor. They scrambled and stumbled, fleeing in all directions as if their very lives depended on it. Yi Feng observed the scattering minions with a glimmer in his eye. These were walking points. Alas, this Qingyan workshop would soon become his territory. If he eliminated these underlings, no one would dare return. He tapped his fingers lightly on the hilt of his sword, ultimately restraining himself from pursuing the fleeing crowd. One punch killed Chen Luo. My heavens, is this still the realm of Qi? Zhao Hu, regaining his composure, approached Yi Feng in shock, his eyes reflecting a hint of unspoken meaning. The chief instructor had indeed chosen wisely. This young man was extraordinarily powerful. Yi Feng offered a nonchalant response, his gaze shifting toward the newly formed mound resembling a grave. Chen Luo had mentioned treasures below. They had almost finished digging, so it was time to investigate and resolve the matter of the demons. He stepped forward toward the cave entrance. The tunnel was deep and long, with a slight incline. As they descended, the light dimmed further, and the air turned increasingly cold and damp, remnants of charred claw marks lingering on the stone walls. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they finally reached the bottom of the crypt. Before them stood a heavy stone door, blocking their path. Yifeng approached and pushed against the stone door. It did not budge. He applied more force, his blood energy surging into his arms, muscles bulging, veins popping. Yet, the stone door remained immovable, as if it were rooted in place. This door seems rather peculiar, Yifeng frowned. Given his current strength, he could easily push aside a massive boulder, but this door felt as if it had been welded shut, which was indeed strange. Xiaohu stepped forward to try, but he too could not shift the door even slightly. This is odd. Why is this door so heavy? Could it be locked by a mechanism? Just as they were at a loss, a faint sound suddenly emanated from the darkness. Squeak, squeak. The sound was soft, but in the quiet of the crypt, it rang out with startling clarity. Brother Yifeng, be cautious. It might be the rat's spirit. Xiaohu sensed something amiss. Swiftly drawing his blade and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The sound of incessant chirping grew louder and more intense, surging forth like a relentless tide. In the darkness, countless pairs of glimmering green eyes emerged, resembling will-o'-the-wisps, densely packed like stars scattered across the night sky, floating erratically and shimmering with an eerie, spine-chilling glow. Chapter 23. The Mausoleum's rodent tide panic surged through Xiaohu as his complexion paled. He swiftly retrieved a fire starter from his waist, ignited it, and hurled it forcefully into the darkness. Boom. The flare erupted, instantly shattering the shadows and illuminating the depths of the tomb. Before him lay an abyss of blackness. A veritable wave composed of countless rodents. Each creature was the size of a young puppy, their sleek brown-black fur bristling, eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, and sharp fangs bared, betraying any semblance of the typical mouse's demeanor. Damn it, have we disturbed a nest? Xiaohu's pupils constricted, his grip on the blade tightening as veins protruded from his hand. Never in his life had he encountered such a multitude of mice. Yifeng's eye sharpened, and with a flick of his toes, a stone the size of a grinding disc shot into the air. The stone, propelled by a fierce gust, plunged into the rodent horde. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of flesh tearing echoed, reminiscent of a meat grinder, as countless mice were reduced to pulpy remnants. Kill mutated mouse. Gain 1 point. Kill mutated mouse. Gain 1 point. A series of system notifications resonated in his mind. Points? Yifeng's eyes lit up. Although these mice were weak, their sheer numbers were perfect for accruing points. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rodent swarm erupted in furious cries, surging forward like a tsunami. Be cautious. There are far too many. Use agility to outmaneuver them. Xiaohu's expression grew grave as he swung his blade, desperately fending off the relentless tide of mice. Yet, their numbers were overwhelming. He simply could not keep up. Get away from me. Yifeng roared, delivering a powerful punch. The force surged like thunder, blood energy swirling, as he obliterated dozens of rodents before him. However, this was merely a drop in the ocean. No sooner had he dispatched one wave than another surged forth, seemingly endless. Rodents swarmed over their bodies, gnawing frantically at their flesh. Suddenly, a series of deep, resonant explosions echoed from within the horde. Boom, boom, boom. Through the chaos, 2 clouds of blood mist erupted, scattering the mice in their wake. It was Yifeng and Xiaohu. Both were adept practitioners of hardening techniques. Their bodies as resilient as iron, the rodents' attempts to breach their defenses were futile. In a frenzy, Yifeng unleashed his full power, each punch reverberating like cannon fire, raining down a deluge of blood upon the surrounding rodent swarm. Points poured in like snowflakes, igniting joy within Yifeng's heart. Kill, kill, kill. Yifeng transformed into a human meat grinder, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the rodents. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain from behind. Looking down, his face darkened. Several giant rats, larger than cats, were viciously gnawing at him. These vile creatures, they even know where to strike? Yifeng frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of pain. These rodents were unervingly intelligent. The secret of his iron cloth technique was exceedingly obscure. How could they be so precise? Could it be that a more formidable creature was orchestrating this from the shadows? With a swift motion, he seized the necks of the giant rats, crushing them as one would a chick. Under their onslaught, the rodent swarm suffered heavy casualties. The ground was strewn with a thick layer of rodent corpses, a river of blood flowing beneath them. At that moment, as if receiving a command, the rodent horde suddenly retreated like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yifeng and Xiaohu stood stunned, gazing at the empty tomb floor, momentarily at a loss for words. What is happening? Why did the mice flee so suddenly? Suddenly, Yifeng's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead. In the darkness, a massive shadow loomed, slowly materializing. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly. By the dim light of the torch, Yifeng finally discerned the true form of the shadow. It was a gigantic rat, far larger than the others, towering over them. It walked upright like a human, its fur as dark as ink, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Its eyes glowed like 2 ghostly flames, sending chills down their spines. The Black Wind Taoist? Xiaohu exclaimed in shock, his face paling. Is it formidable? Yifeng inquired. This is the Black Wind Taoist, a notorious figure pursued by the Demon Suppression Division, skilled in earth evasion and poison techniques, and exceedingly cunning. This is the rat demon reported earlier. In confined spaces,
Its power far exceeds that of ordinary creatures. We must retreat quickly. Jiahu lamented inwardly. Had he known it was this creature, he would not have entered. He would have summoned men to seal the tomb with molten iron. The Black Wind Taoist's blood-red eyes fixed intently on Yifeng and Jiahu, its mouth curling into a sinister grin as it uttered, "I." Before the Taoist could finish, a shadow flashed before it. It was Yifeng. Without granting the Black Wind Taoist a moment to speak, Yifeng launched a sudden assault. The muscles in his right leg tensed, channeling a torrent of blood energy as he struck at the Taoist's head. Boom! The massive form of the Black Wind Taoist crashed against the stone wall like a cannonball, producing a thunderous sound. The entire tomb quaked in response. "Aren't you going to listen to what this demon has to say?" Jiahu stood agape. "Not listening," Yifeng coldly replied, his eyes glacial, brimming with murderous intent. Clenching his fists, the blood energy surged, akin to two crimson dragons coiling around his arms. "No matter what it says, it will die regardless. Why waste time on needless dialogue?" To Yifeng, these demons were merely points waiting to be collected. "Youngster, how dare you ambush me? Despicable and shameless. I shall rend your body to pieces." The Black Wind Taoist roared in fury as it struggled to rise. It could hardly fathom that it, the illustrious Black Wind Taoist, would be ambushed by a mere youth. This was a profound humiliation. Overcome by rage, the Taoist swiftly formed hand seals, producing a black staff from its robes, slamming it into the ground. Boom! A viscous, ink-like black mist erupted from the staff, sweeping toward Yifeng. Wherever the black mist flowed, the ground stones began to melt, sizzling ominously. The corpses of the rodents Yifeng had slain instantly turned to sludge upon contact with the black mist. Yifeng remained unfazed. The blood energy within him surged through the 12 meridians like a raging river. As the blood energy enveloped his body, upon contact with the black mist, it hissed and crackled as if water met fire. Without hesitation, Yifeng drew his long knife, swinging it fiercely at the Black Wind Taoist. Swish! The blade struck the Taoist's shoulder, the blood-infused slash gliding through flesh like tearing paper, carving a deep wound that nearly split its body in two. Yet, from the grievous wound, no blood flowed. Instead, a tenfold denser black mist poured forth. A mocking grin spread across the Black Wind Taoist's face as it sneered, "Futile. My Black Wind Death Chi can corrode anything. Your attacks are ineffective against me. If you fear no attack, then why evade?" Yifeng retorted with a cold laugh, relinquishing the long knife that was beginning to dissolve. With his blood energy surging, he unleashed his fists like the fury of thunder. His fists, enveloped in a crimson glow, surged forth as the flesh of the Black Wind Taoist rippled like turbulent waters, spreading chaos around them. Chapter 24. Unable to overcome? Then I shall break through within the tomb. Dark mist swirled ominously, and the blue stone slabs beneath began to decay rapidly under its insidious touch, disintegrating into a pool of black pus. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, his blood energy surging as he unleashed the powerful breaking army fist in a series of relentless strikes. Each punch was imbued with the force capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks, crashing down upon the Black Wind Taoist. The Black Wind Taoist grinned menacingly, baring his jagged, white teeth, his blood-red rat-like eyes filled with disdain. "Youngster, do you truly believe you possess the strength to harm me with such feeble blows? How utterly foolish." The dark mist writhed like a living creature, swiftly coalescing around the Black Wind Taoist, ensnaring him within its grasp. Yifeng's fists met the surface, producing dull thuds as his strength was entirely negated. Moreover, the mist began to creep up his fists, attempting to burrow into his flesh, seeking to corrode him from within. "Yifeng, be careful," Jiahu shouted urgently, having been pushed back to the entrance of the tomb, his gaze fixed on the depths now completely shrouded in black mist. He could see the crimson glow representing Yifeng flickering uncertainly amidst the oppressive darkness, growing ever fainter, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Anxiously, Jiahu disregarded his own safety, hurriedly lifting several boulders the size of grinding wheels and hurling them into the fray. Catch! The boulders soared through the air, crashing into the dark mist and providing Yifeng with a few footholds. Yifeng lightly tapped his toes, retreating onto one of the massive stones, his chest rising and falling slightly, clearly having exhausted considerable stamina during the fierce battle. Indeed, the ancient demon that had long been sought after by the Demon Suppression Division possessed formidable prowess. Yifeng's expression grew grave. That last strike had nearly cleaved the Black Wind Taoist in two. Any ordinary warrior would have perished instantly, yet the Black Wind Taoist seemed unfazed, with even denser dark mist emanating from the wound. Furthermore, this mist was truly formidable. His blood energy, which far surpassed that of others in the same realm, struggled to withstand its corrosive effects. "Youngster, submit obediently, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall transform you into a ghoul, leaving you to suffer endlessly." The Black Wind Taoist laughed arrogantly, slowly advancing toward Yifeng. With each step, the ground beneath him corroded into a pit. The reason he had ventured into this ancient tomb was that it concealed a treasure of utmost importance to him. With this treasure in his grasp, he could roam freely across the vast world. "Yifeng, run. You are no match for this demon," Jiahu shouted in desperation. He could see that Yifeng had completely fallen behind. If he did not flee, he would surely perish here. Yifeng paid no heed to Zhao Hu's cries, silently calculating in his heart. This demon's cultivation had likely reached the late stage of the Qi realm. With his current strength, the odds of a direct confrontation were bleak. In that case, he would have to take a risk. Yifeng's thoughts shifted as he opened the system panel. Name: Yifeng. Cultivation, second stage Qi realm, 15. Martial arts, breaking army fist 4, major achievement. 1 reed crossing the river 30, entry. Forging 88, minor achievement. Internal skill, green lotus skill 4, major achievement. Points, 1280, over 1,000 points. Yifeng murmured to himself, it should suffice. His gaze fell upon the green lotus skill. Although the breaking army fist was powerful, against a demon of this caliber, its efficacy was significantly diminished. The tenacity of the Black Wind's malevolent aura ultimately stemmed from its superior cultivation. System, allocate points. Beep. Consuming 300 points, initiating the evolution of green lotus skill. Your blood energy is abundant, and your meridians are resilient. Breakthrough consumption reduced by 30. System initiating rapid evolution. Evolution complete. This time consuming 210 points. Green lotus skill, perfection. Byproduct. This evolution is equivalent to 20 years of arduous training, successfully advancing your cultivation to the mid-Qi realm. As the green lotus skill reached perfection, a powerful surge coursed through Yifeng's body. A torrent of energy swept through his limbs and bones, cleansing his meridians. The fatigue wrought by the intense battle vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming surge of blood energy, as if he might burst from its intensity. This is the mid-Qi realm? Yifeng felt the relentless flow of energy within him, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. If the early Qi realm was akin to a gentle stream, then the mid-Qi realm resembled a mighty river. The disparity between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth. This brat has broken through? The Black Wind Taoist's previously arrogant smile froze, replaced by disbelief and shock. A breakthrough during battle? Such a ridiculous occurrence belonged solely to the realm of fiction. No more delays. I must eliminate him before he stabilizes his newfound strength, or the consequences will be dire. The Black Wind Taoist's internal alarm bells rang loudly, an intense sense of crisis flooding his mind. Swiftly, he began to weave incantations with his hands, summoning the black wind to engulf Yifeng. Simultaneously, he activated his demonic powers, preparing to escape underground at the first opportunity. Yet it was not enough. Yifeng sensed the surging energy within him, his brow furrowing slightly. Although he had ascended to the mid-Qi realm, he still lacked the final push to completely vanquish the Black Wind Taoist. Since he had points remaining, he would continue to advance. System, help me upgrade Green Lotus skill. Initiating advancement, Green Lotus skill. After consuming 500 points, your comprehension of the Green Lotus skill is unparalleled. Surpassing even the original creator, none would dare claim to understand it better than you. You begin to condense and compress your blood energy within your dantian. A Green Lotus begins to take shape. Consuming 500 points, your blood energy surges like a boundless sea, flowing ceaselessly. With a single effort, you have opened 36 meridians to accommodate this immense energy. Advancement complete, Green Lotus skill Qi, True Sutra of the Green Lotus. In an instant, the 36 meridians roared, voraciously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Yifeng straightened his back, resembling a great dragon. A torrent of blood energy surged skyward, instantly tearing apart the surrounding black mist. The 12 primary meridians functioned like dragon veins, connecting every meridian, with blood coursing through them like mercury. By the heavens, this is utterly absurd. Zhao Hu could not contain his exclamation, feeling his worldview shaken to its core. Mere seconds ago, Yifeng had been at the mercy of the Black Wind Taoist, with no means to retaliate. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had soared from the early Qi realm to the late stage. Even in fictional tales, such a feat would be deemed implausible. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Black Wind Taoist's expression darkened, his blood-red rat-like eyes betraying a flicker of fear and determination. He had lived for many years and encountered countless prodigies. However, he had never seen anyone, like Yifeng, who could break through 2 realms in mere seconds. Nor had he even heard of such a thing. Flee. I must escape at once. The Black Wind Taoist made a swift decision, turning to run. He could no longer concern himself with the treasure. Survival was paramount. Now you wish to flee? It's too late. Yifeng's lips curled into a chilling smile. Chapter 25. The Grave of the Great Demon? No interest. Want to escape? Yifeng let out a cold laugh, and with a sudden stomp of his foot, the ground cracked open beneath him, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow. With the full force of 1 reed crossing the river unleashed, his speed reached unparalleled heights, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. In the early stages of the Qi realm, Yifeng's speed had already far surpassed that of the Black Wind Taoist. Now, with his cultivation having skyrocketed to the late Qi realm, he was as swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them closed rapidly. Yifeng could clearly see the shadow of the Black Wind Taoist, who was frantically fleeing. The rat demon was panicking, with most of its body buried in the ground, leaving only its head and part of its body exposed, clearly employing the earth escape technique, the demon's burrowing technique. Quite intriguing. A flicker of interest sparkled in Yifeng's eyes. The martial artist's movement techniques emphasize explosiveness and agility, while this earth escape technique melds seamlessly with the earth, akin to a fish gliding through water. Yet, no matter how profound the escape technique, it is futile in the face of absolute power. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng clenched his right fist, his blood energy surging violently, converging at the tip of his fist. "Come out," he bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Yifeng's right leg bent, twisting his waist, and he struck the ground with a mighty punch. Boom. With his fist as the epicenter, the ground shattered like a spider's web. Countless fragments of stone and dirt soaring into the sky. The entire grave trembled violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. It felt as though the grave were experiencing an earthquake, shaking violently. The overhead stone slabs could hardly bear the weight, and large chunks of debris mixed with dirt poured down like torrential rain. "Yifeng, are you insane? Stop. This grave will collapse." Zhao Hu shouted anxiously from outside the grave, his voice hoarse from desperation. Watching the top of the grave continually crumble and countless stones fall, he dared not rush in. If he were to be buried alive inside, even with his mid-Qi Sea realm strength, he would meet his end. He could only fret outside, praying constantly for Yifeng's safety. This kid is truly reckless. Zhao Hu dodged falling stones while keeping a watchful eye on the entrance of the grave, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He simply could not comprehend why Yifeng was acting so recklessly. Clearly, he had the upper hand, yet he was still risking everything. It was simply, "This must be what they call a reckless youth." Zhao Hu shook his head with a wry smile, adding yet another label to his assessment of Yifeng. Consumed by bloodlust, Yifeng ignored Zhao Hu's shouts and paid no mind to the grave's impending collapse. All he could see was the Black Wind Taoist. "Come out." Yifeng roared again, the power in his fist intensifying. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as the ground beneath the Black Wind Taoist completely shattered and collapsed. A massive pit, several meters in diameter, appeared before Yifeng. The Black Wind Taoist, who had already burrowed underground, was violently expelled by this tremendous force. "Spare me, my lord, spare me." The Black Wind Taoist, utterly terrified, shrieked in despair. He had thought that by employing the earth escape technique, he could elude capture. Little did he expect that Yifeng would shatter the ground with a single punch, dragging him out from beneath. "Please spare me. I am willing to offer treasures. Just grant me my life. By the way, aren't you curious about the treasures within this grave? I can serve you, leading you to the treasures." "Not interested." Yifeng seized the Black Wind Taoist's head, his fingers tightening like iron claws. The Black Wind Taoist nearly wet himself in fear. This human was utterly unyielding, completely defying all expectations. Shouldn't he be curious about the treasures in the grave? He hastily exclaimed, "My lord, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. This grave belongs to the great demon, the celestial centipede. The most precious treasure inside is its demon core. It can grant the power to soar through the heavens and burrow through the earth. But the entrance to the grave is completely sealed. Only I." Crack. With a sharp snap, the Black Wind Taoist's head shattered like porcelain. "Killed a late Qi Sea realm demon, earning 400 points. Treasures? This place is right here. It can't escape." Yifeng scoffed, tossing the Black Wind Taoist's corpse aside. "I can't open the door. Does that mean the Demon Suppression Division can't either? Why waste time negotiating with a filthy rat like you? It's far more practical to kill you and earn some points." Yifeng's thoughts were simple and direct. The grave lay within his jurisdiction. Whatever he wished to do with it was merely a matter of his command. To negotiate terms with him over his possessions? Ridiculous. Rumble. Just then, the trembling stone slabs above the grave finally collapsed entirely. Yifeng, Zhao Hu, standing outside, felt his heart shatter, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. He watched helplessly as Yifeng was buried within the grave, his heart aching as though pierced by 1,000 arrows. "Hurry, dig. What the hell are you all standing there for?" Zhao Hu's eyes were bloodshot as he raged at the remaining members of the Golden Leopard Society. Those who had already been terrified were now even more intimidated by Zhao Hu's fury, falling silent as they hastily picked up their tools and began to dig. "Yifeng, if anything happens to you, how can I explain it to everyone?" Zhao Hu clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, blood oozing yet unnoticed. He had witnessed Yifeng's talent. A youth of such extraordinary capability should not meet a premature end here. That would be an immense loss not only for the Demon Suppression Division, but for the entire Qian dynasty. However, as time passed, despair began to settle among the crowd. It had been nearly the length of an incense stick, even if that could want the tea crushed. He must surely have suffocated by now. Indeed, there was no sound from below. It seemed grim. Just as everyone was murmuring and morale sank, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Rumble. Like an earthquake, the entire earth quaked. Countless fragments of stone and dirt bouncing up as if something were about to burst forth from below. This commotion, could it be? A sudden, incredible thought emerged in Zhao Hu's mind. Just then, the earth split open with a massive crack. A figure slowly emerged from the fissure. It was Yifeng. His body was covered in dirt and dust, appearing quite disheveled. Yet, a torrent of blood energy surged around him, a crimson aura wrapping him like a tangible force, emanating an oppressive pressure that was suffocating. Yifeng. Zhao Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yifeng, stammering in astonishment. He could hardly believe his eyes. This was a layer of earth several meters thick. Yifeng had actually dug his way through with his bare hands. Zhao Go, I'm fine. Yifeng smiled faintly, revealing a set of exceptionally white teeth contrasted against the dirt. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and casually discarded the bloodied corpse he had been carrying over his shoulder. It was none other than the corpse of the rat demon, the Black Wind Taoist. Chapter 26. Speak of the breakthrough in the Demon Suppression Division of Jindong City. Zhao Xiongming surveyed the two lifeless bodies before him, his tone dark and foreboding. You claim you ventured to the ancient tomb to exorcise demons, only to encounter Chen Luo of the Golden Leopard Society, who not only barred your passage but also dared to provoke you. You hastily concluded he was a demon accomplice and executed him without hesitation? Then, amidst your battle with the Black Wind Taoist in the tomb, you experienced an epiphany, breaking through two realms and successfully slaying a demon? In response, Yifeng maintained a calm demeanor, his voice steady. As the leader of the Golden Leopard Society, Chen Luo obstructed official duties with an arrogant attitude. The situation was dire. To swiftly eliminate the demon and avert further harm to the populace, I had to act decisively. He emphasized the phrase act decisively, not wishing to bear the stigma of indiscriminate slaughter. While the Demon Suppression Division's mandate is to eradicate demons, it must also avoid unjust killings. That is not my concern. Zhao Xiongming raised his voice sharply, slamming his palm onto the table. I distinctly recall your state when you left, at the early stage of the Qi realm. And now, just days later, you have advanced to the later stage? Are you truly still Yifeng? Yifeng remained unperturbed, having anticipated such scrutiny. This time, in his quest to vanquish the Black Wind Taoist, he had ascended through the ranks excessively, inevitably raising suspicions. However, anyone observing would have to concede that his progress appeared legitimate. Zhao Xiongming narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yifeng with a piercing gaze. The atmosphere thickened, becoming almost suffocating. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke, tinged with skepticism. An epiphany breakthrough? Well, such fortuitous encounters are not entirely unheard of. Your slaying of the Black Wind Taoist is commendable, according to the regulations of the Demon Suppression Division. You may select a martial art. Thank you, Chief Instructor, Yifeng replied, his eyes sparkling with opportunity. He had been lamenting his lack of offensive techniques, and this was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Beside him, Zhao Hu leaned in eagerly. What about me, Chief Instructor? I should have a share too, right? Zhao Xiongming shot him an exasperated glare. What merit do you possess? Merely a lackey's contribution? Focus on slaying demons. Zhao Hu, feeling belittled, retreated to the side. Zhao Xiongming then turned back to Yifeng, his tone softening. Yifeng, what martial art do you desire? Below the innate realm, you may choose freely. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng replied, I am in need of a ranged attack technique. His encounter with the Black Wind Taoist had illuminated his shortcomings. Relying solely on the breaking army fist against a demon of the Dao realm had left him at a disadvantage, forcing him to rely on his superior realm to suppress the foe. Had he possessed a ranged martial art, his battle against the Black Wind Taoist would have been far less arduous. Zhao Xiongming stroked his beard and retrieved an old tome from the shelf, handing it to Yifeng. This is the Celestial Soldier Armor Technique, a rare innate martial art. Should you comprehend it, it will greatly benefit your future endeavors in demon slaying. Understood, Chief Instructor. Yifeng bowed once more, taking the manual and departing the Demon Suppression Division. Upon returning to Qingyan Square, night had enveloped the city. He selected an unoccupied room within the government office and lit an oil lamp. Under the dim yellow light, Yifeng opened the book, feeling a surge of emotion. An innate realm martial art. It represented the third realm of martial artists, where blood energy could extend for dozens of yards, strong enough to withstand the force of a crossbow. Such a level of martial art was exceedingly rare in Jindong City. It seems I have underestimated the significance of hunting demons. Yifeng murmured to himself. The Black Wind Taoist was only ranked in the mid-lower tier of the wanted list, yet the bounty for his capture was substantial. This piqued Yifeng's interest in the Demon Suppression Division's wanted list. Regaining his focus, he carefully turned the pages of the manual. To his surprise, the content was not convoluted. Each page contained detailed annotations, with challenging sections clearly marked in red ink for further explanation. Key points were even accompanied by illustrations, clearly outlining the flow of vital energy. This was perhaps the most accessible martial art manual he had ever encountered. The chief instructor had evidently put considerable thought into selecting this technique. As he continued to read, Yifeng gradually grasped the formidable essence of the Celestial Soldier Armor technique. The core principle involved refining blood energy into various weapons, swords, spears, bows, and even shields and armor, provided the blood energy was sufficiently potent. Furthermore, the weapons forged from blood energy possessed a power that rivaled that of finely tempered steel. Is this the nature of innate realm martial arts? It is akin to divine powers, Yifeng thought, recognizing that his blood energy was already several times stronger than that of other martial artists at the same realm, making this technique exceptionally compatible with him. Closing the manual, he attempted to circulate his internal blood energy. In mere moments, the outline of a long blade began to materialize. This was not due to any extraordinary talent on his part, but rather the manual's detailed annotations and illustrations, which were remarkably instructive. With a thought, Yifeng accessed the system panel. Celestial Soldier Armor Technique 1, Beginner. Points. For 170, Yifeng frowned slightly upon seeing the points displayed. It seemed rather insufficient. System. Allocate points to the Celestial Soldier Armor Technique. Ding. Consumed 400 points. Commencing simulation. Celestial Soldier Armor Technique. Detected external enhancement. Manual annotations detailed. Increasing simulation progress by 50. Simulation complete. Celestial Soldier Armor Technique 50. Major achievement. Summary. The progress of this training session is remarkable, yielding a small feedback of blood energy. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, two bright glimmers flickering briefly. Is this what a major achievement in the Celestial Soldier Armor Technique looks like? Truly profound. With a thought, a shimmering long blade formed instantly in his hand. The blade was elongated, its contours smooth, exuding a chilling aura. Yifeng swung the long blade lightly, and the air resonated with a whistling sound. The fierce blade energy even left deep gashes on the ground. Clang, clang. He tapped it with his fingers, producing a clear metallic ringing sound, akin to that of a genuine metal blade. What a fine weapon. Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim. The quality of this weapon was on par with that of a 100-forged treasure blade. The only drawback was that his points had dwindled once more. It seemed he would need to find a way to accumulate more points. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he furrowed his brow. Perhaps I should select another lucky target from the wanted list? No. The Black Wind Taoist has already reached the later stage of the Qi realm. And beyond that lies the innate realm demons. With my current strength, facing an innate realm demon would be far too challenging. Moreover, the demons on the wanted list are not common prey. They cannot simply be found at will. As he pondered, a sudden uproar erupted outside. Help! Help me! A piercing female voice, filled with terror and despair, shattered the night. Chapter 27. Eyes, all eyes. Help! Help me! In the dim courtyard of the yamen, a disheveled woman stumbled forward, her hair unkempt and her appearance ragged, only to be intercepted by the guards stationed at the gate. Her face was haggard, smeared with mud and streaked with blood, her eyes bloodshot. Your Honor, please help me. There are demons. The demons want to devour people. The woman cried out hoarsely, desperate to breach the gates. Even Zhao Hu, who had been dozing in the back room, was roused by the commotion. Seeing the woman in a state of frenzy, he instructed the guards to escort her to his side room and poured her a cup of hot tea. Trembling, she took the cup and gulped down several mouthfuls, her emotions gradually stabilizing. Esteemed officials, I am Zhou Ziying. I did not intend to intrude upon the yamen, but the Zhou family is truly beset by demons. Zhao Hu, observing the tear-streaked woman, felt a headache coming on. He was a rough-and-tumble man, accustomed to brawling, but comforting a distressed lady was far from his forte. Just as he stood there, at a loss, a calm voice broke the tension. What has transpired? Zhao Hu turned to see Yifeng had entered without him noticing. His heart leaped with relief as he stepped aside and recounted the events that had unfolded. Yifeng nodded slightly, taking a seat across from the woman, his tone soothing. Do not panic, miss. Please, speak slowly about what has happened. The woman lifted her gaze, and upon seeing Yifeng's youthful, yet resolute countenance, felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her. Biting her lip, she struggled to suppress her trembling voice. A few days ago, my family and I went to Lingyan Temple outside the city to pray and fulfill our vows. Upon returning home, I sensed a most peculiar atmosphere within the house. At first, I thought it merely my imagination, but as night fell, I lay in bed feeling an icy chill creeping up my back, as though countless eyes were watching me from the darkness. Terrified, I ordered my maid to stand guard outside my door, but soon enough, a chilling sound echoed from outside. It was as if a beast were gnawing on bones, mixed with the faint cries of an infant, interspersed with eerie laughter. When the sounds faded, I dared to open my eyes, and then I saw. Zhou Ziying paused, choking on her words, her body trembling violently as tears streamed down her cheeks. I saw, through the cracks of the door and the windows, a multitude of eyes. Afterward, I heard the voices of my parents and an unfamiliar woman outside, vaguely mentioning offerings and centipedes. I was utterly horrified, curled up under the covers, and only ventured out when the noises ceased. The room fell silent, save for Zhou Ziying's stifled sobs. Yifeng scrutinized her thoughtfully. The Zhou family was indeed a prominent merchant house, revered and protected by martial experts. The fact that such demons could stealthily assume identities and evade the oversight of the Demon Control Division was alarming. However, could a sheltered young lady like Zhou Ziying truly escape so easily? Exchanging glances with Zhao Hu, it was evident they both pondered this dilemma. Miss, please rest here at ease. I shall investigate the Zhou residence, Yifeng declared decisively, rising to his feet. Zhou Ziying's head snapped up, her eyes brimming with hope. Sir, you must save my family. Yifeng nodded, signaling the constable to keep an eye on her, and turned to leave. Zhao Hu hurried after him, lowering his voice. Brother Yi, How much of what this woman said do you believe? Yi Feng continued his pace, fingers lightly brushing the hilt of his sword, his gaze profound. Half and half, Zhao. You remain here with her. I will first assess the situation at the Zhou estate. Should it seem dire, summon reinforcements from the Demon Control Division. What? You're going alone? Zhao, whose eyes widened in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. Isn't that perilous? What if? He hesitated. The unspoken concern lingering in the air, but thought it ill-fated to voice it aloud. Fear not, I have a plan. Even if I cannot defeat it, I can rely on my agility to escape. You, however, lack such skills. Given the unique and perilous nature of the situation, Yi Feng resolved to act independently. The ability to infiltrate silently and dominate so many was no ordinary demon. Thus, he believed it prudent to proceed alone, even in failure. He was confident in his ability to flee, but bringing Zhao Hu along would complicate matters considerably. Then, be careful. After much deliberation, Zhao Hu nodded, cautioning, I shall watch over her. If you have not returned by dawn, I will fetch the chief to rescue you. Understood, Yi Feng affirmed. His movement swift as he dashed out of the yamen like an arrow released from a bowstring. Whoosh, in a heartbeat, he vanished into the night. Where did he go? Zhao Hu stood frozen, mouth agape, eyes wide as saucers, momentarily stunned. He knew Yi Feng was skilled in lightness techniques, but this was simply preposterous. Had he taken flight? Above Qingyan Square, Yi Feng's robes billowed in the night air, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. I shall uncover who dares to stir trouble in my territory. A perfect opportunity to earn some points. Do not let me return empty-handed. At that moment, before the Zhou residence, a ragged beggar huddled in a corner, trembling from the cold, his disheveled appearance emanating a foul odor. It's freezing, he muttered, his lips quivering, teeth chattering. This dreadful weather could freeze a person solid. Suddenly, a creaking noise echoed abruptly. The beggar instinctively looked up to see the grand vermilion doors of the Zhou family slowly opening a crack. Why is the Zhou residence still opening its doors at this hour? The beggar's curiosity piqued, a mixture of surprise and delight flickering within him. He hesitated, contemplating whether to investigate. After all, the Zhou family was renowned for their wealth in Jingdong City. If he could pilfer something from within, it would be a stroke of fortune. With that thought, the beggar licked his chapped lips and stealthily approached the entrance. 1 step, 2 steps. He reached the door, cautiously peering through the narrow opening to glimpse inside. Yet the next moment, he froze in place. What lay beyond was not the deep courtyard he had envisioned, but a spine-chilling darkness. The moonlight, though bright, seemed to dissolve upon entering, creating not a ripple of illumination. What in the world is this? A chill ran down the beggar's spine, his scalp prickling as he instinctively recoiled. But at that moment, he felt something in the darkness, as if it were watching him. He held his breath, eyes widening as he strained to discern the shadowy figure. Gradually, he could see. The darkness was not empty. It was teeming with countless eyes. They hovered silently, unblinking, fixated on the beggar, exuding an icy aura. An eerie voice drifted from the depths of the darkness. I see you. The beggar's heart raced, terror overwhelming him as he collapsed to the ground, despair flooding his eyes. Demons. They truly are demons. The city is indeed plagued by demons. At this critical moment, a similarly cold voice suddenly echoed from above. I see you too. Chapter 28. Your acting is abysmal. Continuing will only make me look foolish before the Zhou family gate. A beggar suddenly opened his eyes, exerting all his strength to twist his stiff neck. Struggling to turn his head, a figure descended from the night sky like a meteor, enveloped in an unparalleled aura, clad in heavy dark iron armor. The moonlight flowed over its surface, refracting a chilling gleam, resembling a deity of death. The night breeze whispered silently, as Yi Feng appeared before the gate like a specter. With a swift motion, he reached into the writhing darkness, his fingers clenching like iron bands. Show yourself. His muscles bulged, veins protruding like furious dragons as he suddenly exerted force and pulled. Boom. A massive shadow was forcibly dragged from the darkness, crashing heavily to the ground. This shadow stood nearly 10 feet tall, countless heads fused together, forming a mass the size of a water tank. Hundreds of eyes rotated simultaneously, fixating on Yi Feng, sending chills down his spine. The beggar, slumped on the ground, witnessed this scene, his stomach churning, nearly regurgitating his last meal. In his lifetime, he had never seen such a terrifying sight. Yi Feng's blood surged like flames, his tone calm. What are you? The monster's head tilted, its eyes rotating as if in contemplation. After a moment of silence, a hoarse voice emerged. I am a servant of the Zhou family. A servant? Yi Feng scoffed. In that ghastly form, how can you be considered human? Once again, the monster fell silent, countless eyes turning in unison. After a brief moment, it nodded. They are all in my belly. I am indeed a servant of the Zhou family. Yi Feng's lips twitched. This creature was not only repulsive in appearance, but also lacking in wits. With a flash of intent, he unleashed his power. The monster's head exploded like a watermelon, spewing forth a viscous black liquid mixed with various bits of flesh and bone, scattering across the ground. Disgusted, Yi Feng shook his hand, activating the heavenly soldier armor technique. forming a new layer of armor to shield himself from the filth. Kill the flesh puppet, gain 10 points. Though this creature was monstrous, it was not particularly strong. Yifeng mused. The points were meager, but it sufficed as a creature. He had not come for these trifles. Are you all right? Yifeng turned to the beggar, who sat on the ground. Hearing Yifeng's voice, the beggar looked up like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, relief flooding his expression. My lord, this is not a place for you. Leave at once. Yifeng spoke flatly, devoid of emotion. Yes, I will leave. The beggar, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to his feet and fled without looking back. Yifeng retracted his gaze and stepped through the Zhou family gate. Inside the Zhou residence, an eerie silence prevailed. Not even the faintest chirp of insects could be heard, rendering the atmosphere unsettling. A faint, pungent odor permeated the air, causing great discomfort. Indeed, there was something amiss within the Zhou estate. Yet, where did the demons hide? How could he lure them out? Just as Yifeng pondered, a figure slowly emerged from the inner courtyard. It was a woman, pale of face and slender in form, clad in a simple dress. Upon seeing Yifeng standing with arms crossed, his expression stern, her brows furrowed in discontent. Hey, what are you doing here? The woman's voice was sharp, tinged with reproach. Lord Yuhu commanded to use the Zhou family affair to lure the demon suppression division here. Yet you seem to lack patience and have come out prematurely? Wearing such conspicuous armor, are you afraid no one will notice you? The Lord instructed caution, and yet you treat it as mere background noise? Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he listened quietly. Yuhu, demon suppression division? Lure them all in one fell swoop. It appeared that this was indeed the mastermind behind it all. The mere mention of the name suggested malevolence, likely affiliated with demons. In the next instant, Yifeng struck, appearing before the woman and swiftly bringing her to the ground. Boom. The ground shattered beneath them, stones flying. Yifeng's palm surged with blood energy, coalescing into a blood-red blade, directly severing the woman's arm. Splurt. Blood gushed forth. Yet curiously, the wound did not reveal white bone, but instead, a mass of animal fur. The woman screamed in anguish, her voice hoarse as she thrashed violently. Yet Yifeng's grip was like iron, unyielding. His overwhelming strength forced her bones to crack, blood flowing continuously from her mouth. I will give you 10 breaths to answer my questions honestly, if I am dissatisfied. Do not blame me for splattering your brains. Who is this Yuhu you speak of? The woman's eyes darted, displaying disdain, clearly unwilling to cooperate. Yifeng fulfilled his promise. Her skull exploded, blood and matter spraying forth. Kill the demon fox of the pulsing veins, gain 30 points, casually kicking the corpse aside. He continued deeper into the Zhou estate. It appeared this group of demons was quite resolute in their silence, but that mattered little. He would seek them out regardless. Passing through several archways, Yifeng arrived at a spacious courtyard. As he stepped inside, a strong scent of perfume assaulted his senses, inducing a sense of nausea. Suddenly, a figure stumbled toward him, crashing into his embrace. Help! Help! This voice! Yifeng furrowed his brow and looked down to see a disheveled woman, a large expanse of her fair skin exposed. She clutched his garments tightly, trembling, her voice hoarse and broken, appearing terrified and fragile. The exquisite face belonged to Zhou Ziying. Her tear-filled eyes, resembling rain-soaked pear blossoms, amplified her vulnerability. My lord, please save me, save my family. They have all turned into demons. Zhou Ziying sobbed, her voice choked with emotion. After a moment of silence, she did not receive a response from Yifeng. She raised her head slightly, her tear-filled eyes searching Yifeng's face, her tone laced with confusion and anxiety. My lord. You? Yifeng's expression turned impatient, his blood energy beginning to surge anew. Originally intending to ascertain her true intentions, her acting was so poor that continuing would only serve to make him look foolish. Moreover, next time she disguised herself, she ought to wash off the foul scent of the fox. It was truly unbearable. Before the words fully escaped his lips, a blood-colored spear materialized in an instant, its cold light flickering, sharp and unmatched. The spear shot forth like a dragon, swift as thunder. The woman's pupils constricted, attempting to retract her arms in defense. However, it was too slow. As darkness flashed, the spear pierced through her shoulder, lifting her entirely off the ground. Yifeng's gaze remained icy, unwavering. Just as the spear was about to completely penetrate her body, a sudden jingling of bells echoed in the air. Then, 2 exquisite silver bells appeared out of thin air, emitting a melodious chime. As the sound rippled outward, an invisible force enveloped the surroundings. The spear in Yifeng's hand struck an invisible barrier, encountering immense resistance, unable to advance further. Chapter 29. Yulinglong. Humanity, indeed, is the epitome of hypocrisy. Zhou Ziying, thrust into the air by a blood-red spear, could no longer maintain her act. One hand pressed against her bleeding shoulder. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared fiercely at Yifeng. Her delicate features twisted in agony. No trace of her earlier pitiful demeanor remained. Yifeng, gripping the spear with its tip angled toward the ground, spoke coldly. You can no longer pretend? Are you the mastermind behind this? As he spoke, His gaze fell upon the two silver bells hovering in midair. The bells, no larger than a thumb, were intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, swaying gently in the wind and emitting a clear, crisp sound. It was these silver bells that had deflected the lethal strike. This method is indeed extraordinary. Even I could not penetrate it, Yifeng thought to himself, a chill running through him. It appeared to be a protective artifact. Have the demons in this world evolved to such a degree? Upon hearing Yifeng's inquiry, the woman was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a fit of piercing laughter. Haraha, you do not even recognize me. She laughed so hard that her delicate frame trembled, as if she had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Yifeng frowned slightly, retorting, should I know you? He truly could not comprehend the workings of this demon's mind. Was it so strange that he did not recognize her? At this, the woman fell silent, her exquisite face darkening with anger. It dawned on her that this individual clad in the Demon Suppression Division uniform was merely a Na'vi rookie. He dared to infiltrate the Zhou residence without even knowing her name? A wave of contempt surged from the depths of her being. She arrogantly lifted her pointed chin, her tone dripping with disdain. Ignorant young one, allow me to enlighten you today. Listen closely, I am Yu Linglong, of the Eastern Cliff 2 mountain lineage. Eastern Cliff? Yifeng tightened his grip on the spear, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Another demon from Eastern Cliff. The dog demon outside the city was also from Eastern Cliff. These Eastern Cliff demons are rather active indeed. What do you intend to do? Yifeng questioned sternly. Yu Linglong chuckled, waving her hand casually. The two silver bells in midair chimed melodiously. In an instant, a thunderous sound of footsteps approached from afar, growing louder and causing the ground to tremble slightly. Wanna know? Take your questions to hell. Yu Linglong's lips curled into a sinister smile. Troublesome. Yifeng clicked his tongue softly, his gaze sweeping around. These footsteps likely belonged to those who had been replaced by demons. What is the Demon Suppression Division doing? So many demons infiltrating Jindong City without a whisper of warning? Yu Linglong's laughter rang like silver bells. What's wrong? Realizing fear now, is it too late? Let me tell you, even innate martial artists must obediently remain here. I relish watching you righteous individuals struggle in despair and wail in terror. Her tone dripped with a perverse excitement. Yet, Yifeng displayed not a hint of fear. Rather, a glint of fervor shone in his eyes, akin to a gambler who had just discovered a mountain of gold and silver. At this moment, Yifeng was indeed elated. All these demons, in his eyes, were not threats, but rather, a bounty of points. Nevertheless, to ensure his safety, Yifeng decided to test the waters first. With a gentle flick of his right foot, a fragment of stone shot forth like a bullet. Bang! With a dull thud, the head of a nearby Zhou servant exploded. A writhing worm mixed with congealed blood splattering everywhere. Kill brain-eating worm. Earned 5 points. Ah, somewhat meager. It seems they are controlled by the goo worms. Understandable. Hundreds of demons infiltrating the city cannot escape the notice of the Demon Suppression Division. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, collectively. This must amount to over 1,000 points, I reckon. Yifeng smacked his lips, somewhat dissatisfied. To Yu Linglong, this display was nothing short of a blatant provocation. A glint of malice flashed in her eyes as she spoke coldly. Since you are so eager to court death, I shall oblige. Attack. Kill him. Roar. At Yu Linglong's command, the previously lethargic crowd of possessed individuals surged forward as if a switch had been flipped, completely berserk. Their eyes were bloodshot. Faces contorted into grotesque masks of fury as they lunged toward Yifeng, eager to tear him apart. Such numbers are indeed troublesome. Yifeng casually thrust a spear, impaling the leading attacker, yet in the blink of an eye, over a dozen more charged at him with wild cries. These individuals, under the control of goo worms, possessed extraordinary strength and displayed a reckless disregard for their lives. Each assault was accompanied by the sound of tearing muscles and cracking bones, chilling to the bone. Continuing to fight like this, even he would be drained to death. Since you have already become puppets of the demons, you cannot blame me for being ruthless. Yifeng's eyes turned cold. Heavenly soldier armoring technique, coalesce. In an instant, his blood surged, erupting forth like a tangible force, gathering in the air. In the blink of an eye, dozens of weapons materialized in the void, each gleaming with a chilling light, exuding an aura of impending slaughter. What technique is this? Yu Linglong's expression changed drastically as she hastily activated the silver bells, conjuring an invisible barrier to shield herself. Break for me. Yifeng's eyes glinted with a cold light. And with a thought, the dozens of blood-soaked weapons surged down upon the crowd with overwhelming force. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated throughout the Zhou residence. At the center of the blasts, like a volcanic eruption, dirt and debris shot into the sky, raining down like a torrential downpour, leaving behind scorched craters on the ground. The throngs of possessed individuals had no time to react before they were obliterated in a mist of blood. In mere breaths, a vast swath of the once dense crowd collapsed. Limbs and severed arms flew about, resembling a blood rain. Kill marrow-sucking ghost. Earned 8 points. Kill corpse monster. Earned 6 points. You are so ruthless. Yu Linglong, hidden behind her silver bell barrier, fumed. As a demon suppression officer, how can you slaughter the innocent? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Divine retribution? Yifeng scoffed, calming the tumultuous blood within him, his gaze icy. Those controlled by demons, reduced to puppets. Living a fate worse than death, are they not the ones deserving of divine retribution? Enough of your prattle. Today, none of you demons shall escape. Once more. A tempest of weapons coalesced, their chilling intent palpable. Yu Linglong was utterly panicked. Her face had drained of color, disbelief filling her eyes. Could this man's blood energy be inexhaustible? Even with her artifact protecting her, if this continued, she would likely not last long. In that instant, dozens of blood weapons, carrying the might to wither and destroy, descended once more with a thunderous roar. Chapter 30. Gossiping in plain sight? Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of explosions reverberated throughout the Zhou residence. Amidst the chaotic bombardment, the two silver bells, which had previously stood firm, began to tremble violently. Cracks appeared with alarming rapidity, spreading like a web. It was inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. Yu Linglong murmured to herself, her beautiful visage contorted in horror. She exerted every ounce of her demonic power into the silver bells, desperately attempting to mend the precarious defense. Yet, all was in vain. The influx of demonic energy could not keep pace with the shattering force. She could only watch helplessly as the chilling, bloodthirsty weapons drew near, inching closer until they ultimately pierced through her entirely. Splat, splat, splat. Flesh and blood scattered, limbs strewn about. This is mastery of innate martial arts? In her final moments, the dazed pupils of Yu Linglong finally reflected a fragment of the truth. She could not fathom how this young man, who appeared to be barely 20, had accomplished such a feat. How could he have cultivated an innate martial art to such a consummate level? Killing a late-stage Qi Si realm demon. Gained 400 points, huh? Yifeng exhaled deeply, retracting the crimson aura enveloping him. Continuously activating the celestial armor technique had taken quite a toll on him. However, the rewards were substantial. With 400 points, coupled with those obtained from dispatching the lesser minions, he had amassed over 1,000 points. Once he returned, he would perfect the Qinglian true scripture. Yifeng mused, his gaze shifting to the corpse of Yu Linglong. More precisely, it fell upon the pulsating orb, about the size of a fist, nestled between her severed halves, emanating a soft glow. What is this? Yifeng bent to retrieve it. It felt smooth in his hand, akin to exquisite jade. Within the orb, radiant light seemed to swirl, subtly radiating an unusual energy. Just then, outside the Zhou residence, a rapid clatter of hooves shattered the silence. Whoosh! The leading girl abruptly pulled the reins, her steed rearing and letting out a long whinny. Halting firmly before the Zhou residence, she dismounted with agility, her attire accentuating her spirited poise. However, her charming face was marred by impatience. This is infuriating. In the dead of night, dragging people from their warm beds just to clean up after that useless fool. In my opinion, Yifeng is merely a brainless brute. How could such a person be worthy of the title of Demon Suppression Captain? Truly a disgrace to our Demon Suppression Division. The others trailing behind her dismounted as well, their expressions reflecting various degrees of discontent. They had all received a distress signal from Zhao Hu and had rushed over to provide support as officers of the Demon Suppression Division. Fang Yu, don't you agree? The girl shot a displeased glance at the figure beside her. Fang Yu, tall and handsome, bore an air of arrogance. Hearing Su Li's somewhat petulant complaint, he nodded slightly. Yifeng is ultimately too young, too impulsive. Though he possesses some strength, recklessly charging into a den of demons is likely to lead to dire consequences. Fang Yu's gaze fell upon the Zhou residence's entrance, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Umph, a lucky fool who truly believes himself to be someone of importance. Were it not for his good fortune, the credit for slaying the Black Wind Taoist would have been mine. Initially, he was the most radiant star of the Demon Suppression Division, unmatched in glory. Yet ever since Yifeng emerged, first defeating Zhao Hu, then slaying Shen Luo, and subsequently killing the Black Wind Taoist, he had overshadowed Fang Yu, leaving him feeling quite discontented. Although the Black Wind Taoist was notorious, Fang Yu believed he could have slain him as well. Especially after he recently made a breakthrough to the mid-Qi Si realm, his feelings of discontent reached their peak. Ultimately, it was merely luck. This clown, who ascended through fortune, would soon reveal his true colors when faced with a genuinely powerful demon. Fang Yu scoffed disdainfully. But before he could finish his thought, boom! A thunderous noise erupted, shaking the very foundations of Jingdong City. Following that, a massive plume of smoke surged skyward, mixed with debris, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, striking terror into the hearts of all. Brother Fang Yu, could this commotion have been caused by Yifeng? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fang Yu instinctively retorted. Could a Qi Si realm individual create such a ruckus? Most likely, it was the demons causing havoc. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure slowly emerged from the smoke. Yifeng, clutching the orb, wore a grim expression, his gaze piercing as it swept over the crowd outside the Zhou residence. He had heard every word of their discussions. What a waste, a brute, merely lucky. Yifeng was exceedingly displeased, profoundly displeased. He had just exhausted himself battling demons. Yet this group outside found the leisure to gossip openly? Did they truly believe him to be so easygoing? Suddenly, the smoke swirled violently once more, and a shadow darted from within the Zhou residence, moving with the speed of lightning, directly lunging at Fang Yu. Fang Yu's pupils constricted in shock, instinctively raising his blade to block. Clang! A deafening clash echoed, sparks flying. Fang Yu felt an immense force travel down the blade, causing his grip to fracture. Blood spilling forth, he was sent flying as if struck by a speeding train. Along the way, he toppled stone tables, uprooted trees, carving a deep trench into the ground, and finally crashed into a wall with a thud. Puffed. Fang Yu violently coughed up blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs, his insides feeling as if they had been displaced, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. He lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, gasping for breath. A worthless being, daring to speak about me? Speak. Why have you fallen silent? You were quite vocal moments ago. Yifeng approached Fang Yu, towering over him with an imposing presence. Were it not for the crowd, he would have relished testing just how many points this demon suppression captain was worth. Brother Fang Yu. At that moment, a piercing scream pierced the air. Su Li rushed over, panic etched across her face, drawing her long blade and striking at Yifeng with reckless abandon. She had long harbored feelings for Fang Yu, and upon seeing her beloved gravely injured, she could think of nothing else. Yifeng's eyes turned icy, barely moving a muscle. Clang! The long blade struck his dark iron armor, leaving only a faint white mark, barely producing sparks. Is this all? Yifeng scoffed, seizing Su Li by the head and forcefully slamming her to the ground. Boom! The stone slabs beneath shattered, debris flying. Su Li let out a muffled groan, feeling as though her bones would splinter, blood spurting forth and staining her clothing. Yifeng lifted Su Li effortlessly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Did you not say that I was a waste, that I rose through luck? Now, open your eyes and see clearly if I am worthy of being this demon suppression captain. Su Li trembled, terror filling her gaze. She had no doubt that Yifeng would truly kill her. Get lost. Yifeng flung Su Li aside, turning his gaze to the others. The officers of the Demon Suppression Division, who had just been hurling insults at him, now resembled quail, eager to bury their heads in the ground. It was absurd. If even Fang Yu was no match for him, what would they be? Before absolute power, all bravado appeared utterly futile. Yifeng snorted coldly, retracting his gaze. Master. At that moment, a trembling voice broke the silence. Su Li struggled to rise from the ground, her complexion as pale as parchment, with traces of blood lingering at the corners of her mouth. She lowered her head, unable to meet Yifeng's gaze, her voice trembling as she spoke. I am truly sorry, Lord Yifeng. I was wrong. I should not have spoken carelessly. I sincerely apologize. Chapter 31. It is this chaotic world that has harmed you. At this point, Yifeng felt a sense of satisfaction. After venting his frustrations by beating someone, his mood had indeed improved significantly. All right, let's go inside and tidy up, Yifeng said calmly, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. You all should head to the Demon Suppression Division to gather some manpower and compile a list of the missing individuals in the vicinity. Submit it to the instructor. He wished to linger no longer and simply wanted to return home for a good night's sleep. This wretched place was even more eerie than a mass grave. The stench of blood assaulted his senses, and if he stayed any longer, he would likely be haunted by nightmares that night. Disregarding the others, Yifeng lightly tapped the ground with his toes and instantly vanished, leaving only a gentle breeze in his wake. Huh? Oh. The others finally snapped out of their stupor and hurriedly replied, rushing into the Zhou residence. They had no desire to provoke this harbinger of doom any further. As soon as they stepped through the gates of the Zhou residence, a nauseating wave of bloodlust hit them. Ugh, even Su Li, who had witnessed her fair share of bloody scenes, found the sight within the Zhou residence far beyond her psychological limits. The once relatively tidy courtyard had transformed into a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The ground was littered with severed limbs and scattered blood, forming small rivulets that flowed languidly. On the walls, beneath the eaves, and even on the branches, hung dismembered entrails and flesh, creating a grotesque tableau. My heavens! This is nothing short of a slaughterhouse. How many demons has Lord Yi slain? The realization struck them. His strength was likely beyond even the peak of the Qi Si realm. The demon suppression officers felt a fresh wave of trepidation, their understanding of Yifeng's prowess deepening. Initially, they had thought he was merely fortunate to have accomplished remarkable feats. However, it became evident that his abilities far exceeded their expectations. Stop dawdling. If you feel sick, step aside and vomit before returning. Su Li barked, suppressing her own nausea. Quickly clean up the scene, and then proceed to account for the missing persons as instructed by Lord Yi. Yes. The group responded hastily, beginning their arduous tasks. The aftermath of the Zhou residence proved to be even more complicated than anticipated. After all, they had just endured a one-sided massacre, with far too many casualties, both demons and controlled humans. When the logistics personnel from the Demon Suppression Division arrived, they were instantly rendered speechless. This was no longer a residence. It was a battlefield. Even those accustomed to dealing with demons were left in shock by the gruesome spectacle before them. News of the massacre spread like wildfire back to the Demon Suppression Division. The entire branch in Jindong City was thrown into chaos. In one corner of the training grounds, several demon suppression officers sat in a tight circle, cleaning their weapons while whispering amongst themselves. Have you seen Yifeng's strength? It's utterly monstrous. How old is he? 17? 18? To face 100 and slay merely demons, how long do you think it will take for him to break through to the innate stage? Who knows? In any case, we certainly want to be able to keep him in Jingdong City. Speaking of which, are we still going to hold the annual competition this year? The moment those words escaped, the once lively training ground fell into an eerie silence. Everyone seemed to have been muted, exchanging glances that conveyed their shared discomfort. The annual competition was a long-standing tradition of the Demon Suppression Division. Every other year, various branches would select the most outstanding young officers. It served to intimidate the demons and showcase the strength of the division while providing promising youths with an opportunity to shine. But this year, what's the point? The late-stage Chi-Si demons would be as easy to slay as chickens in his hands. If I were to encounter him, I would simply kneel and call him grandfather. Hesitating for even a moment would be a dereliction of my own life. Sign, they lamented, had we known, we wouldn't have bothered with this commotion. Perhaps we should just cancel the annual competition? Returning to Qingyan Square, Yifeng briefly recounted the events at the Zhou residence to Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu, upon hearing the tale, sighed heavily, lamenting the harshness of the world and the rampant demons. Yifeng offered only perfunctory responses, hurriedly bathing before retreating to the side room of the magistrate's office. Outside the room, Yifeng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. This situation was distressing for anyone. If he had not insisted on visiting the Zhou family, perhaps they could have survived a few more days. However, upon further reflection, even if he had not intervened, the extermination of the Zhou family was merely a matter of time. The demons, led by Yu Linglong, had clearly intended to use the Zhou family as bait to lure the Demon Suppression Division. If he hadn't gone, others would have perished in their stead. The demons thrived on chaos, and the weak were devoured by the strong. It was simply the Zhou family's misfortune, or perhaps their inadequacy. Shaking his head, Yifeng pushed open the door. Inside, the room was dimly lit. Zhou Xing sat in a chair, appearing haggard, her eyes swollen and her hair disheveled. Zhao Hu had informed him that Zhou Xing had suddenly gone mad, as if possessed. The officers had exerted considerable effort to subdue her, extracting a palm-sized insect from her body, an unmistakable sign of demonic interference. Upon hearing the door open, Zhou Xing abruptly lifted her head, a glimmer of hope flickering in her vacant gaze. Lord Yi, you have finally returned. What has happened to my family? Are my parents all right? Yifeng's expression stiffened, uncertain of how to respond. Yet, silence was not an option. After all, the events had created a considerable uproar throughout Jingdong City. Zhou Xing could easily learn the truth from others. He gathered his thoughts, striving to maintain a composed tone. Miss Zhou, your entire family has perished. However, rest assured, I have avenged you. Not a single demon escaped. Every last one was slain. The demons that possessed you have also been obliterated. At this juncture, Yifeng's voice faltered. He observed Zhou Xing's color drain from her face, leaving her as pale as a sheet. She sat there silently, resembling a soulless statue, as if the light of the world had extinguished, leaving her in a realm of unending darkness. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Xing finally spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks. I realized it when I escaped, but I still clung to an unrealistic hope. Thank you for avenging me. With that, Zhou Xing rose slowly, swaying as she made her way toward the door. Where are you going, Miss Zhou? Yifeng could not help but inquire. To leave. She whispered so softly that it was almost inaudible. I want to go back and see them. Without a backward glance, she departed. Watching Zhou Xing's fragile, yet resolute figure fade away, Yifeng felt a tumult of emotions brewing within him, akin to a fire raging in his chest. He did not consider himself a compassionate savior. He had slain countless demons and humans alike. Yet witnessing Zhou Xing's hollow demeanor left him feeling an oppressive weight in his heart, as though a massive stone were pressing down on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. This world was merciless. Lives were as expendable as blades of grass. Only strength was the foundation for survival. All he could do was kill. Only by standing at the pinnacle could one dictate the rules. Yifeng inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within, and summoned the system panel. Name: Yifeng. Cultivation: Second Stage Chi-Si Realm. 80. Martial Arts: Breaking Army Fist 5. Great Accomplishment. 1 Read Crossing the River 30. Beginner. Celestial Soldier Armor Technique 51. Great Accomplishment. Inner Skill: Azure Lotus True Classic 2. Great Accomplishment. Points: 1750. Gazing at his points, Yifeng's previously gloomy disposition was somewhat alleviated. With nearly 2,000 points, a breakthrough to the innate realm was more than feasible. System: Perfect the Azure Lotus True Classic. Chapter 32. Breaking through the innate. Am I a calamity? Ding. Would you like to consume 1,000 points to deduce Qinglian Jinjing? Upon hearing this, Yifeng's lips twitched violently. To attain perfection in the deduction, they demand 1,000 points? Why not just rob a bank? Previously, when deducing the Heavenly Soldier Armor technique, It only cost a few hundred points to reach mastery. Yet Qinglian Jinjing demands far more, an outrageous increase. Just as Yifeng was lamenting his loss, a line of small text quietly appeared on the system panel. Detected second-grade demon core, can be used for skill deduction, partially offsetting points. A demon core? Yifeng's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the peculiar orb he had discovered on the corpse of Yu Linglong. At that time, he sensed something strange about it, and casually took it. Little did he know it was a demon core. He retrieved the orb from his pocket, feeling its icy surface beneath his fingers, and looked back at the panel. His deduction points had astonishingly dropped to 600. This demon core indeed offsets points. How intriguing. Yifeng's brow finally relaxed. Although he was unsure how the system accomplished this, the fact that the demon core saved him points was undeniably beneficial. System, continue the deduction. Consuming 600 points, beginning deduction, Qinglian Jinjing. Ding. Deduction complete. Summary. This deduction is equivalent to 30 years of arduous cultivation. Qinglian Jinjing has now reached perfection. Spiritual energy floods the body, cleansing the marrow and bones, breaking through the celestial barrier. You have officially stepped into the innate realm. Boom. A torrent of overwhelming power surged through him like a flood breaking a dam, wreaking havoc within his body. His chi sea bubbled like a cauldron. His bones cracked and groaned under the immense pressure. Pain and pleasure intertwined, an agonizing contradiction that nearly tore him apart. Roar. A sound akin to a dragon's roar erupted from the depths of his throat. His vigorous blood energy soared into the heavens, coalescing above him into a blood-colored lotus the size of a grinding wheel. The lotus slowly spun, casting a sinister red glow that transformed the entire room into a sea of blood. This extraordinary phenomenon appeared swiftly, only to vanish just as quickly. In mere moments, it dissipated like a fleeting flower, transforming into pure energy that surged back into his body. Yifeng gradually opened his eyes, his pupils sparkling with brilliance. As if he had been reborn, his aura had become ethereal. This is the innate realm. Within his dantian, the once hazy sea of blood energy was now completely boiling. At the center of this ocean, a fist-sized spring bubbled with viscous blood energy. This spring is the hallmark of an innate warrior, the Blood Qi Divine Spring. Upon entering the innate realm, one can use the Blood Qi Divine Spring as a medium to communicate with the heavens and draw in the spiritual energy of the world, wielding powers akin to divine abilities. No wonder it is said that there is a world of difference between the innate realm and the Qi Si realm. Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim. If the Qi Si realm still belonged to the realm of mortals, then the innate realm had already begun to break free from the shackles of humanity. System, how many points are required to advance Qinglian Jinjing to innate internal power? Ding. Would you like to consume 3,000 points to upgrade Qinglian Jinjing to innate internal power? Lotus Tai Xian Gong? 3,000. Yifeng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Just a moment ago, the deduction for the Heavenly Soldier Armor technique was only a few hundred. Why must the internal power cost so much? Alas, it seems I must first push Heavenly Soldier Armor technique to perfection. With a helpless sigh, Yifeng acknowledged his financial predicament. He could only temporarily abandon this costly advancement option. The Heavenly Soldier Armor technique had proven immensely useful in previous battles. With blood chi weaponry that combined offense and defense, covering vital points, it was exceedingly practical. If he could master it, his combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. With a mindset of experimentation, Yifeng retrieved the demon core once more. However, the system panel revealed that the deduction cost for Heavenly Soldier Armor technique remained unchanged. It appeared that this demon core could only be used for internal power deductions. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Yifeng pouted and returned the demon core to his pocket. System. Deduce the Heavenly Soldier Armor technique. Consuming 600 points, beginning deduction, Heavenly Soldier Armor technique. Ding. Deduction complete. Deduction complete. Heavenly Soldier Armor technique. Perfection. He closed his eyes, as countless insights regarding Heavenly Soldier Armor technique surged into his mind like a tidal wave, as though he had practiced it 1,000 times. Moments later, Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them, and shouted, Heavenly Soldier Armor technique. His blood chi surged wildly, instantly coalescing into a blood-colored armor enveloping his body. This armor was denser, heavier, and more fearsome than before. Its strength had increased at least twofold, while blood chi consumption had been reduced by nearly half. The blood weapon bombardment could now be employed as a regular technique. After assessing the armor's strength, Yifeng felt quite satisfied. The system's performance was undoubtedly impressive, yet the point consumption was staggering. He was left with just over 500. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted him, and Yifeng frowned, feeling quite vexed. Come in. Zhao Hu pushed the door open, just as he was about to speak. He suddenly fell silent, as if someone had seized his throat. An invisible pressure hit him like a tangible force, leaving him gasping for breath, as though a massive stone weighed down on his chest. You have broken through again? Zhao Hu's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. Yifeng slightly nodded. Puzzled. How did you know I broke through again? Zhao Hu's expression twisted as if he had swallowed a fly, his voice cracking. Beast, didn't you encounter any bottlenecks in your breakthrough? Shouldn't you, like us, Diligently refine your blood qi to advance? I have been stuck in the mid-qi C stage for nearly a year. A year. Do you know how I've endured this past year? Yet you, as if it were as easy as eating and drinking, can just break through whenever you please. Is there no justice in this world? Observing Zhao Hu's frantic demeanor, Yifeng's previously gloomy mood lifted significantly. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasing, "Old Zhao, take it easy. Comparing yourself to me is just asking for trouble. However, with diligent effort, you will eventually catch up to me." Though these words sounded like consolation, they struck a nerve. Zhao Hu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his frustration and striving to calm himself. Being around Yifeng, a prodigy, required fortitude, otherwise he would surely be rendered unwell by the pressure. Enough of the distractions, I have something urgent to discuss. This morning, the Demon Suppression Division received a report that the Bloodslaughter Alliance has appeared in Shiqiao Village, killing many villagers and even abducting the Demon Suppression Lieutenant. The Bloodslaughter Alliance? Yifeng squinted, recognizing the name. The Bloodslaughter Alliance is an evil organization composed of rogues, fugitives, and the disgraced from righteous sections. These individuals practice sinister arts, employing ruthless tactics and resorting to any means necessary to achieve their goals. They are notoriously difficult to deal with. More importantly, the Bloodslaughter Alliance has intricate ties to demons, with rumors suggesting that they are a force supported by demons among the human race. They claim to seek vengeance for you Linglong, proclaiming their intention to uphold justice by eliminating you, the Calamity. Calamity? Upon hearing this, Yifeng laughed in fury. Who among the Demon Suppression Division is more zealous in slaying demons than he? A bunch of demon lackeys dare to label him as a calamity? How preposterous. All right. Brother Zhao, lead the way. I shall confront them at once. Yifeng's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, his tone icy. He is currently seething with frustration, having no outlet for his pent-up anger, and yet, these fellows have presented themselves right at his doorstep. Chapter 33. I seek to borrow your head in the heart of Shiqiao Village. A makeshift altar was erected in the central clearing. Beside it stood a large vat, filled with thick, viscous blood, a chilling crimson that instilled fear. A muscular man, bare-chested, moved with a serpentine grace, his steps bizarre and erratic. His muscles were taut, yet his complexion bore an unhealthy pallor, and his eyes were narrowed into slits, entirely devoid of humanity. This man was none other than Lu Yu, the leader of the Bloodslaughter Alliance. He reached into the vat, scooping up a handful of the sanguine liquid, which he slowly drew across his chest, cheeks, and arms. Finally, he brought his palm to his lips, greedily sucking the blood. The blood sacrifice begins, Lu Yu intoned softly. With a crack, a dozen long knives mercilessly struck the villagers tied up at the altar's edge. Help, beasts! You will not have a good death. Their desperate screams echoed hauntingly in the night air, sending chills down the spine. Blood flowed from the altar's grooves, pooling into the central basin. Lu Yu spread his arms wide, eyes closed, a rapturous expression adorning his face. Just a little more, just a little more. Once the blood sacrifice is complete, and I absorb enough blood energy, my malevolent ghost technique will ascend to new heights. At that time, even if Zhao Xiaoming comes, I shall not falter. Feeling the surging blood energy within him, the celestial barrier that had troubled him for years began to loosen. He was but a step away from mastering the malevolent ghost technique. This venture into Jinnong City, while ostensibly for revenge against Yu Linglong, was truly motivated by his desire for the celestial centipede demon core hidden deep within the Qingyun tomb. That was the inner core of a demon king. Once refined, he would ascend to the true Qi realm and no longer live like a rat in the sewers. Bring her here. Lu Yu licked his lips and commanded his subordinates. Yes, leader. 2 members of the Bloodslaughter Alliance responded, dragging a woman bound with ropes, clad in the uniform of the Demon Suppression Division. She stood tall despite her bindings and shouted at Lu Yu. Lu Yu, you heartless fiend. You harm innocent people, a crime worthy of death 1,000 times over. If I, Yun Shuyan, survive today, I shall uproot your Bloodslaughter Alliance and scatter your ashes. This woman was none other than Yun Shuyan, a captain of the Demon Suppression Division, kidnapped by the Bloodslaughter Alliance. Born into a martial arts family, she possessed an innate righteousness. Though she had secured her position through connections, she was diligent and responsible. She took pride in her work, often capturing demons and maintaining order, earning herself the nickname Fire Phoenix in Qingyun City. Wiping his hands, Lu Yu signaled for a grand chair to be brought forward, propping his legs up as he spoke ominously. Fool, even now you fail to grasp your situation? You are a prisoner now, yet you dare to shout at me? Do you not fear for your life? Fear? Huh. Yun Shuyan laughed heartily. If you have the courage, kill me. You vile scoundrel, if I frown even once, I will not be a captain of the Demon Suppression Division. There are no cowards in our ranks. You. Lu Yu's temples throbbed with rage, veins bulging. Damn it, even hostages are so audacious these days? Yet, he hesitated to act. This woman had formidable connections. The Yun family was a powerful entity in the entire Yuzhou. If he truly killed her, the Bloodslaughter Alliance would have to surrender him to quell the Yun family's wrath. Have I struck a nerve, igniting your anger? Now that you've finally emerged, do you only dare to bully the defenseless? Yun Shuyan showed no fear, intensifying her mockery. Wretched scoundrel, you seek death. Lu Yu, utterly enraged, seized a porcelain bowl containing cinnabar from the table. Let us see how tough you really are. He hurled the cinnabar, producing an explosive fire that engulfed Yun Shuyan entirely. Through the searing flames, she trembled violently, yet remained silent, her eyes still fixed on Lu Yu with derision. Oh, she indeed possesses some spirit, Lu Yu mused, but he wondered, can spirit be eaten? I offer you one last chance. Reveal the personnel layout of the Demon Suppression Division, and I shall spare you. Otherwise. Before he could finish, a deafening thunderclap shattered the night. Boom. It was as if the heavens had split apart. Shiqiao Village trembled with the force. Everyone, including Lu Yu, was startled, gazing upward in shock. Above the darkened sky, countless crimson streaks, trailing long tails of light, descended from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The henchmen of the Bloodslaughter Alliance did not even have time to scream before being obliterated into fragments. Lu Yu's expression shifted drastically as he retreated in panic. Boom. Another streak landed precisely where he had stood moments before. The ground erupted, creating a gaping pit the size of a basin, shards of stone flying in all directions. Lu Yu's heart raced. Had he been even a fraction slower, he too would have been reduced to dust. Huff. Yifeng emerged from the smoke, casually waving his hand. The flames engulfing Yun Shuyan were instantly extinguished, and the cinnabar scattered across the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Yun Shuyan coughed violently, feeling as though she had danced on the brink of death. Every inch of her skin burned painfully, as if she had been fried in hot oil. The mingling of relief and pain brought tears to her eyes. Yifeng furrowed his brows, surveying the scene. Blood flowed like streams, and severed limbs lay strewn about, resembling a hellish nightmare. Strange. I seem to always arrive just a moment too late. Is it my fate to never be the protagonist who makes a timely entrance? Never mind. I shall return and add some fuel to the fire. I will surely be on time next time. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, blood energy surged within him, and a massive halberd materialized in an instant. Yifeng. Lu Yu recognized the newcomer, momentarily stunned before erupting with joy, his eyes gleaming with greed. You dare to come to me voluntarily? Do you realize that in the Dongya Fairyland, the Qing Wolf King and Fox Fairy have placed a bounty on your head? Your head is worth a genuine Qi realm technique. Today, I shall personally claim your head to exchange for the technique and ascend to new heights. Lu Yu slowly rose, blood energy swirling around him, as a massive shadow emerged from behind, transforming into a towering, grotesque ghost. Darkness enveloped the area, the temperature plummeting, and the eerie wails of vengeful spirits echoed ominously. Yifeng's expression remained indifferent, his voice devoid of emotion. Is that so? Then perfect. I seek to borrow your head for my own purposes. Die. Within him, divine energy surged forth like a vast ocean of blood, roaring like thunder. In an instant, he appeared above Lu Yu, the halberd wielding immense force, descending upon him with unyielding might. Chapter 34. I shall see how many times you can be resurrected. The deafening clang of metal on metal echoed like thunder. A shadow, as imposing as a mountain, surged forth from the altar's gloom, violently colliding with the spear. What is that? Yifeng squinted, the firelight from the altar illuminating the shadow's outline. It was a towering figure clad in heavy, cold armor, obscuring all vital points, save for a pair of eyes visible beneath the helmet. Those eyes were a void of shattered gray, devoid of any human emotion, radiating a feral brutality and bloodlust. Ha ha. Lu Yu cackled wildly, the flesh on his face quivering. Yifeng, welcome to Shiqiao Village. To honor your esteemed presence, I have prepared a grand gift for you. This copper corpse is merely an appetizer. Enjoy it well. Copper corpse? Are you of the corpse-refining lineage? Yun Shuyan exclaimed, her delicate face paling. Her body trembled slightly from overwhelming rage. To refine corpses, to bind souls. You are utterly devoid of conscience, a source of outrage for both mortals and gods. Lu Yu grinned maliciously, his tone chilling. Little girl, your tongue is quite sharp. This copper behemoth was once a congenital martial artist. Our Blood Fiend Alliance expended considerable effort to capture him alive. Then, through my master's secret techniques, we infused him with copper essence, taking 3 whole years to create this Blood Fiend copper corpse, impervious to blades and capable of opposing thousands. Beast. Heretic. Yun Shuyan hissed, her silver teeth clenched in fury. The art of corpse refinement is a crime against humanity, a blasphemy that invites the wrath of heaven. Shut your mouth, wench. Lu Yu seethed, anger igniting within him. He despised being labeled as a heretic. It made him feel like a rat, perpetually lurking in the shadows. No, he would not allow that. He would stand upright in the sun, and it all began with Yifeng's head. Yifeng, are you not quite arrogant? Having slain Black Wind Daoist and Yuling Long, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Today, I will show you that there are many in this world who can crush the likes of you. With a sinister laugh, Lu Yu summoned dark energy that surged around him, moving so swiftly that it left after images in its wake. The copper corpse, spurred by the bloodlust, unleashed 2 beams of crimson light from its hollow eyes, crashing down upon Yifeng like a hill. This copper corpse was immensely powerful and fearless of death. A direct confrontation was unwise. Seize the leader first. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, and he quickly assessed the situation. The great spear in his hand glowed with blood light, surging forth to transform into an ancient, blood-colored bow. With one hand gripping the bow, he slowly drew the string back. As the bowstring tightened, a terrifying aura erupted from Yi Feng, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified, the sound of wind and thunder resonating upon the bowstring. Drawing it to its fullest extent, he suddenly released. Boom! The bowstring trembled, producing a thunderous explosion. Lu Yu felt a jolt to his chest, as if struck by a heavy hammer, pain surging through him like a tidal wave. Looking down, he was instantly plunged into icy horror. His lower body had vanished. From the waist down, there was nothing but emptiness, while blood gushed forth like a fountain from his upper half. What is this technique? Blood continued to pour from Lu Yu's mouth, his jaw moving as he tried to grasp at something. His head tilted, and he fell lifelessly, his eyes wide with shock. This was not the script he had anticipated. He had considered himself a master of the sinister arts, having broken into the congenital realm. Yet he couldn't withstand even a single move. Chattering in disbelief, he lay there, making a cacophony. Yi Feng coldly regarded the heap of mangled flesh on the ground, showing no sign of relaxation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Why is he still watching? What is there to see in a corpse? Lu Yu was not dead. The secret art of life and death he practiced was a top-tier survival technique from the 100 Flowers Valley. As long as his vitality was intact, his body could be reborn endlessly. Logically, in this dire state, even a celestial being could not discern any flaw. Yet, why was he not leaving? Had he uncovered something? Unbeknownst to him, Yi Feng's judgment of death was not reliant on sight or experience. The system notifications had yet to appear. Was he merely pretending to be dead? Seeing his ruse failing, Lu Yu cursed inwardly and activated his secret art, gathering the scattered flesh back together. Wait, Yi Feng, let us talk this out. Lu Yu attempted to speak, but Yi Feng offered no such opportunity. Boom. Another thunderous explosion. The blood-red arrow, imbued with unmatched might, pierced Lu Yu's forehead in an instant. Uft. Lu Yu's head exploded, red and white splattering everywhere. How did you know? I wasn't dead. Lu Yu's voice faltered, filled with shock and resentment. He could not fathom where he had shown a flaw. Boring questions, no answers to give. Yi Feng smirked, knocking another arrow, aiming, and firing. The movements flowed seamlessly, with no pause. Boom. The arrow shot like a meteor streaking through the night sky, striking Lu Yu's recently reformed head with precision. Uft. Another head burst apart. I. Lu Yu resurrected once more, this time unable to articulate a complete thought, only a series of incomprehensible syllables. He was utterly despondent, his mind fracturing. How can one live like this? I've died twice already, and you're back again. Is there no end to this? Yi Feng, do not push me too far. I admit, I underestimated you. But do you really think you can kill me like this? Dream on. I tell you, I practice the void-seeking secret art, the 8 gates of life and death. As long as my vitality endures, I can be reborn endlessly. If you have the ability, keep killing me. Let us see how many times you can slay me. Lu Yu had completely thrown caution to the wind, refusing to believe Yi Feng could maintain such intense assault. Oh, is that so? Since you revel in resurrection, then let me indulge you. I shall witness how many times you can come back. Yi Feng sneered, once more knocking an arrow. This time, he did not shoot immediately but slowly closed his eyes. The divine spring within him surged violently, an unending tide of blood energy pouring forth like a flood. Come, let me see where your limits lie. Yi Feng suddenly opened his eyes, the blood light flickering within them, akin to 2 burning stars. Boom, 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 boom. Arrows rained down like a torrential storm. Each arrow, laden with terrifying blood energy, tore through the air, creating piercing sonic booms. The ground erupted into massive craters, debris flying, smoke billowing. Even the seemingly impervious copper corpse was rendered a sieve by this relentless barrage. Ahe! Lu Yu screamed in agony, frantically dodging amidst the hail of arrows. Yet, no matter how he evaded, he could not escape the overwhelming assault. No, it cannot be. How can you possess such boundless blood energy? Lu Yu's voice, once brimming with arrogance, gradually weakened, ultimately becoming a desperate wail. He could not comprehend how Yi Feng, merely a congenital martial artist, could wield such terrifying vitality. I will not accept this. I will not accept it. I, Lu Yu, have traversed the martial world for decades. How could I possibly perish at the hands of a mere insignificant figure like you? Lu Yu's voice grew increasingly faint, ultimately vanishing amidst the tempest of arrows. Thud. The final arrow struck Lu Yu's head with unerring precision, eliminated a congenital martial artist. Awarded 400 points. Chapter 35. The 8 gates of life and death. As the rain of arrows ceased and the dust settled, the once vibrant clearing at the center of Shiqiao village lay in ruins. Only remnants of the Blood Fiend Alliance's defeated soldiers remained, paralyzed by terror, their pants stained with excrement. Yi Feng's fingertips glimmered with a sanguine light as several streams of blood essence shot forth. Puff, puff, puff. Kill a Channeling Realm Warrior. Gain 15 points. Kill a Channeling Realm Warrior. Gain 16 points. Kill. The system notification echoed sporadically, yet a sense of joy eluded him. The rewards were meager, hardly worth noting. Yifeng sighed in disappointment. Those demon creatures were far more valuable. Even a single one surpassed the worth of these minions. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves approached with urgency. Zhao Hu, appearing travel-worn, rode into view astride a frothy bay horse, evidently exhausted. Dismounting. He surveyed the scene of dismemberment with a pained expression. How would he report this upon returning? Rubbing his temples, Zhao Hu approached Yifeng. His tone tinged with resignation. Brother Yi, although these individuals are remnants of a cult, executing them without trial is somewhat against protocol. If the higher-ups inquire. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. They threaten me. You know how I am. My emotions can be volatile, and once stirred, I lose control. Zhao Hu's lips twitched. This was more than mere emotional instability. It was the essence of a reaper incarnate. However, he dared not voice this thought, only managing a rueful smile. Well, what's done is done. But Brother Yi, you were rather impulsive this time. Shiqiao village does not fall under our jurisdiction, and this transgression will surely attract some repercussions. More troubles, more debts, Yifeng replied nonchalantly, kicking a copper corpse aside. The affairs with the Zhou family are far from over. Adding one more issue is inconsequential. Perhaps a minor salary deduction or a verbal reprimand. Just the usual routine. Cough, cough. A cold yet slightly weak voice interrupted their conversation. Yun Shuyan had somehow managed to rise, her complexion pale and blood still lingering at her lips. Nevertheless, she stood tall and bowed deeply to Yifeng, a gesture of gratitude for saving her life. Turning to Zhao Hu, she spoke with unwavering determination, Captain Zhao. This operation was my unilateral decision and bears no relation to Captain Yi. I alone will bear all responsibility. Yin Captain Yu. Zhao Hu was taken aback. He was well aware of Yun Shuyan's esteemed status, born into nobility. Today, she had chosen to shoulder the blame for Yifeng's actions. Had their relationship progressed too swiftly? Please, attend to the aftermath. I have matters to attend to. Yifeng instructed casually, then approached the pile of mangled flesh, battling his revulsion as he began to search through the remains. He was deeply intrigued by the secret technique Lu Yu had utilized, the near-immortal body that could resurrect indefinitely as long as blood essence remained. After rummaging through the disarray, he finally grasped a relatively intact piece of cloth amid the carnage. What is this? Yifeng's heart raced as he retrieved a palm-sized piece of beast hide, densely inscribed with minuscule script, with the words 8 gates of life and death faintly discernible. I found it. It's indeed here. His pulse quickened, and he eagerly examined the text, only to find his expression cloud with disappointment as he read on. Alas, it's certainly isn't that simple. This fragment contains at most 1/10 of the complete technique, akin to a fill-in-the-blank exercise. Moreover, it pertains to the Void Realm, and with my current level, comprehending it is akin to scaling the heavens. Yifeng sighed, carefully folding the beast hide and tucking it close to his chest, regardless of his disappointment. The strength of this technique was indisputable. He could gradually cultivate it in due time. However, the points were indeed scarce, and if he wished to execute a proper deduction, he would require more. If only some foolhardy demon would present itself. It is nearly time to return. Yifeng tucked the hide away and turned to Zhao Hu and Yun Shuyan. Zhao Hu was busy directing the Demon Suppression Division and cleaning up and accounting for casualties, while Yun Shuyan stood nearby, her complexion still pale but her spirit seemingly intact. Now that the situation has been addressed, I shall take my leave. Yifeng announced as he mounted Zhao Hu's bay horse, preparing to bid farewell. Yun Shuyan nodded slightly, her voice soft yet earnest. Captain Yi, I am deeply grateful for your assistance today. I have tasks to attend to and must be on my way. Tasks. Yifeng's grip on the reins faltered, his gaze sharpening with interest. Zhao Hu, witnessing this, felt a jolt of alarm. He knew Yifeng well enough to sense trouble brewing before Zhao Hu could intervene. Yifeng's eyes glimmered with intensity as he inquired, Captain Yun, may I ask what this task entails? Could you elaborate? Caught slightly off guard, Yun Shuyan hesitated but began to explain. I have been assigned to the Faidu Sword Sect to assist in exterminating demons. The Faidu Sword Sect is a renowned swordsmanship sect within the confines of Yunzhou, with disciples dedicated to slaying demons and maintaining a commendable reputation in the martial world. 50 years ago, the sect's master returned from travels with a prodigious young man. This individual, blessed with extraordinary talent, mastered the sect's sword techniques in mere decades, surpassing his mentors. Over the years, he has vanquished numerous demons, earning accolades as the prime candidate for the next sect master. However, Yun Shuyan's voice lowered. Just days ago, the Demon Suppression Division received urgent intelligence indicating that this individual is, in fact, a deeply concealed demon. This matter is grave. If true, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Consequently, the entire Yunzhou Demon Suppression Division has mobilized to investigate this issue. I see. Yifeng nodded, his heart racing with excitement. This was monumental news. If the prodigy of the Faidu Sword Sect were indeed a demon, what a spectacle it would be. The hero dedicated to slaying demons revealed as a demon himself? Having concealed his true nature for 50 years, his cultivation must be formidable, if he could be defeated. Yifeng licked his lips, feeling his throat dry. Given that the entire Yunzhou Demon Suppression Division was engaged, it would be reasonable for him to join as well. Yin Shuyan paused, hesitating. In theory, yes, but this matter is of great significance. You should first report to the Jingdong City Authority and obtain permission before. Oh, Captain Yun, you are being overly formal, Yifeng interrupted, his demeanor resolute. As warriors, it is our duty to eradicate demons. With the demon menace afoot, how can I stand idly by? I am, above all, a man of justice, deeply opposed to evil. In matters such as this, how could I possibly refrain from intervening? I shall certainly lend my assistance. Chapter 36. Escalation of violence. Yun Shuyan paused for a moment, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Lieutenant Yi, I appreciate your goodwill. However, this matter is not as simple as you perceive. The Faidu Sword Sect is situated deep within Yunzhou, over 3,000 miles from Jingdong City. Any cross-regional action necessitates an order from above. Acting without such an order would be tantamount to desertion. Moreover, it remains to be determined whether that disciple is indeed a demon. The Demon Suppression Department has merely received a confidential report and requires further investigation. If it turns out to be a false alarm, wouldn't your efforts be in vain? Yifeng opened his mouth to say something but ultimately let out a sigh instead. Indeed, how could there be so many demons? Alas, it seems he must wait for an opportunity. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair, mounted his chestnut horse, and prepared to return home. Yin Shuyan furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze fixed on Yifeng. In her eyes burned a pure flame, an unabashed intent to kill demons, which left Yin Shuyan momentarily entranced. Lieutenant Yi, if you are determined to involve yourself in this matter, there is still a glimmer of hope. Yun Shuyan finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. The Demon Suppression Department is known for its swift and decisive actions. Should the Faidu Sword Sect indeed be plagued by demons, it will undoubtedly be announced to the world. At that time, various branches of the Demon Suppression Department will receive extermination missions. If you are interested, you may wish to keep a close watch. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and the look of disappointment in his eyes diminished. He clasped his hands toward Yin Shuyan, his tone earnest. Very well. I shall remain vigilant. The two spurred their horses and galloped away, leaving Yin Shuyan standing still, her eyes lingering on Yifeng's retreating figure, her expression contemplative. As night descended, the lanterns of Qingyun Square flickered to life. Just as Yifeng and Zhao Hu stepped into the square, they were intercepted by Zhao Xiaoming's personal guards, who informed them there was an urgent matter to discuss. Why summon us at this late hour? Has something happened? Yifeng wondered as he hastened toward the public hall. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Zhao Xiaoming sat behind a desk with a thick stack of documents in hand. Although he attempted to maintain a serious demeanor, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. This smile caused Yifeng's heart to skip a beat. Could it be that news of the Shiqiao village incident had reached the coach so swiftly? That seemed implausible, even with the fastest horses. It would take several hours to travel from Shiqiao village to Qingyun Square. No matter how well informed, such speed seemed impossible. Zhao Xiaoming noticed the apprehension etched on Yifeng's face, but chose not to address it directly. Instead, he continued with a smile, Yifeng, you handled the Zhou family case admirably. The report from Yunzhou commended your performance highly. Upon hearing these words, Yifeng felt the weight lifted off his chest. Thank goodness. It was not about Shiqiao village. It is merely my duty. Demons must be eradicated, Yifeng replied humbly, bowing slightly. Indeed, well said. You exhibit the demeanor of a great commander. Zhao Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction, growing increasingly fond of Yifeng. You have accomplished significant merit this time, and the Demon Suppression Department shall not treat you unfairly. Bring it in. A guard promptly entered, carrying an exquisite wooden box. Curiosity piqued. Yifeng slowly opened the box to reveal a brand new insignia. As he focused on it, his pupils dilated. It prominently bore the words Du Wei. Realization dawned upon him. He had been promoted. Yifeng, in light of your outstanding recent performance, and with the approval of the higher-ups, you are hereby promoted to the rank of Du Wei in the Demon Suppression Department. I hope you will continue to strive and serve the department diligently. Beside him, Zhao Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. The distinction between Du Wei and Xiao Wei, although only a single character apart, represented a chasm in status, one being an officer and the other a soldier. Zhao Hu had toiled for years within the Demon Suppression Department and was still merely a Xiao Wei. This newcomer, having arrived not long ago, was already soaring ahead. How infuriating. Zhao Xiaoming observed their expressions with a knowing smile. He then produced a brocade box from beneath the table. Upon opening it, a rich aroma of herbs wafted into the air, intoxicating and refreshing. Inside lay a sizable piece of a plant root, dark brown in color, exuding a faint glow. This is Rotsong Rong, Zhao Xiaoming began, his voice imbued with a hint of regret. Rotsong Rong? Seeing Yifeng's puzzled expression, Zhao Xiaoming stifled a chuckle. Cognizant that the young man likely had no knowledge of such a rare item, especially in a small place like Jingdong City. Initially, Zhao Xiongming had intended to follow protocol by rewarding Yi Feng with some silver or medicinal pills upon his promotion to Du Wei. However, after learning that Yi Feng had broken through to the innate realm, he felt those rewards were insufficient. The innate realm, it was a level coveted by countless warriors. Given Yi Feng's talent, his future potential was boundless. If he did not seize this opportunity to curry favor now, it would be much more difficult once Yi Feng ascended to greater heights. Thus, Zhao Xiongming bit the bullet and dispatched trusted aides to Yunzhou's capital, overcoming numerous challenges to procure this road Song Rong at a hefty price. Do not underestimate this item, Zhao Xiongming emphasized, pointing to the road Song Rong. For innate realm warriors, merely meditating to cultivate energy is no longer sufficient to advance. They must rely on rare herbs and treasures to progress further. Road Song Rong is an exceptionally precious treasure that can refine true energy, enhance cultivation, and has a certain probability of helping to break through bottlenecks. Listening to Zhao Xiongming's words, Yi Feng understood that this was far from a standard reward from the Demon Suppression Department. The item was indeed valuable, and he genuinely desired it. The past few days had been perfect for exchanging his merits for such treasures to elevate his realm. Without hesitation, Yi Feng accepted the brocade box, recognizing the favor he owed. I am immensely grateful for your generosity, coach. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to command. Zhao Xiongming could hardly contain his smile. He had achieved precisely what he desired. Though this favor might not be urgently needed, its mere existence bore endless benefits. Since there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Focus on your training, and should you have any needs, do not hold back. Understood, Yi Feng replied before hurrying to the meritorious hall to exchange all his merits for precious treasures. Accumulating merits served little purpose. It was far more beneficial to convert them into strength immediately. As he opened the jade box and retrieved the exchanged medicinal herbs, he found the Jiao Jiechong Pu, which thrived in deep valleys, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, its roots resembling jade and measuring about a foot in length, a vibrant green throughout. He also had the Long Dan Chao, unearthed from a ravine. Typically, these herbs would require preparation into a medicinal liquid before consumption to absorb their spiritual energy. However, with Yi Feng's robust physique and formidable blood energy, he could entirely disregard the impact of the herbs and consume them directly. Seizing the Road Song Rong, Long Dan Chao, and Jiao Jiechong Pu, he stuffed them into his mouth and chewed vigorously. Crack, crack. As the three herbs descended, Yi Feng immediately felt a fiery sensation igniting within him, as if his internal organs were being melted. He gritted his teeth against the agony. Grabbing a water flask to gulp down a mouthful, the herbs transformed into a torrent of heat, surging through him like molten lava. His tranquil energy sea erupted into a frenzy. The once bowl-sized divine spring visibly expanded, rapidly growing to the size of a basin. The blood energy within surged, now exponentially stronger than before. Spiritual energy flooded into his pores, rushing into his meridians, ultimately converging within the energy sea. Yi Feng's body became an insatiable abyss, greedily consuming all the energy around him. His aura ascended steadily. Innate Realm 2nd level. Innate Realm 3rd level. Innate Realm 4th level. Chapter 37. Advancement of the Iron Cloth. Yi Feng felt a searing energy surging violently within him, akin to a swarm of ants gnawing at his bones. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to faint. Gritting his teeth, he desperately circulated the divine spring, guiding this turbulent energy to merge gradually into his being. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the rampant energy within him finally subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort, reminiscent of being immersed in a hot spring. With every pore greedily absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the divine spring, originally the size of a fist, had now expanded to that of a basin, and the vitality within his energy sea surged, vastly more potent than before. He had reached the 4th level of the innate realm. Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the tumultuous power within him. A wave of sharp pain radiated from deep within his meridians, akin to being pricked by needles, reminding him that his physical form was beginning to bear the burden. He chuckled to himself, realizing he had been too greedy. The invincible body in the energy sea realm was indeed insufficient in the face of the innate realm. Nevertheless, this progress was remarkable. For an ordinary martial artist, breaking through a minor realm often required years of arduous effort. Yet he, having merely consumed a few medicinal herbs, had broken through 3 levels in succession. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. Yi Feng slowly rose, his bones cracking like popping beans. Stretching lazily, he opened the familiar system panel. Name: Yi Feng, Cultivation, 3rd stage innate realm, 4th level, martial skills, Breaking Army Fist 5, major achievement, 1 Reed Crossing River, Remnant 31, entry. Celestial Soldier Armor Technique, complete, Iron Cloth 5, major achievement. Internal skill, Blue Lotus True Scripture, complete, points, 1050, 1000 points. Neither too many nor too few, rather awkward. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers lightly against the table. The advancement of the Blue Lotus True Scripture to the innate chapter seemed distant, while the Celestial Soldier Armor Technique was an endless abyss. It appeared that he could only start with those lower-tier martial skills. Time was of the essence. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly. Recalling the near collapse of his meridians during the previous breakthrough, Yifeng's gaze sharpened, and a resolution formed within him. He would engage in horizontal refinement. He focused his attention on the iron cloth. This hard skill, which had accompanied him since his weak childhood, now appeared to be the optimal choice for enhancing his physical strength. He decided to test the waters and see if he could elevate his body's strength. System. Enhance the iron cloth to perfection. Ding. Consuming 50 points. Beginning simulation of iron cloth. Simulating. Simulation complete. Iron cloth major achievement. Summary. Your physical strength has reached the power of one elephant. This improvement is marginally beneficial. Yifeng felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him as a warm current surged from his dantian, spreading rapidly throughout his limbs. The previously aching meridians, nourished by this warmth, felt rejuvenated, akin to a parched riverbed receiving much-needed rain. It was indeed effective. Yifeng exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes shining brightly. The horizontal refinement route not only enhanced his physical strength, but also mitigated the hidden dangers posed by the rapid improvement of his cultivation. It was truly a twofold benefit. System. Continue the simulation of the iron cloth. Ding. Detecting that iron cloth has reached perfection, would you like to consume 300 points to advance the martial skill? Advance. Yifeng unhesitatingly chose to proceed. Ding. Beginning advancement of iron cloth. Consuming 100 points, you practice the iron cloth obsessively, day and night, regardless of cold or heat. Pushing it to the limits of your current realm. Consuming 100 points, you sense your physical body has reached a bottleneck, making it difficult to progress. Thus, you venture deep into the mountains, seeking immense boulders to continuously hammer your body with brute force. Consuming 100 points. You use the boulder to temper your body, day after day, year after year, as your physical strength steadily improves. Finally, a powerful counter-vibration emerges within you. Shattering the boulder into dust, you release a triumphant roar. The iron cloth has finally undergone a transformation. Advancement complete. Iron Cloth Energy C, Golden Bell Shield 1. Major achievement. Conclusion. This simulation is equivalent to 80 years of arduous cultivation. You have honed your physical form to its utmost limit, making vital points as small as mung beans, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective. Booming waves of heat erupted from deep within his dantian, surging wildly through his limbs. A dazzling crimson light enveloped his body, akin to a glowing iron brand. Yifeng's muscles expanded rapidly, stretching his clothes to the point of bursting. But soon, the inflated muscles shrank back to their original state, repeating this cycle. Yifeng distinctly felt his physical strength skyrocketing at an unbelievable pace. After a considerable duration, he exhaled a long breath, and the strange phenomena within him gradually subsided. Upon inspecting himself, the once bronze hue of his skin now shimmered with a faint golden glow, resembling a formidable golden-bodied Arhut. Exhilaration surged within him. Yifeng couldn't help but let out a roar to the heavens, feeling as if a single punch could obliterate a small mountain. He stepped out of his room and into the courtyard. In the center of the yard stood a massive bronze cauldron, weighing several tens of thousands of pounds, utilized by the demon's subduing division to test strength. Yifeng approached the bronze cauldron, drew a deep breath, bent his waist, and exerted force. With a low growl, he lifted the bronze cauldron effortlessly. He strolled around the yard while holding the cauldron, his steps steady as if he were merely taking a leisurely walk. Light as a feather. Just then, the courtyard gate creaked open. Jiahu hurried in, carrying a document. Upon entering, the corner of his eye caught sight of Yifeng leisurely strolling with the bronze cauldron, causing his eyes to nearly bulge out. What on earth is happening? That cauldron weighs tens of thousands of pounds. Even an innate martial artist would struggle to lift it, right? Brother Yi, have you broken through your hard skill again? Jiahu rubbed his eyes, ensuring he wasn't mistaken. Indeed, Yifeng nodded, wearing a nonchalant expression. Is there a problem? Brother Yi, this is simply outrageous. Jiahu exclaimed, jumping up and circling around Yifeng to scrutinize him. I remember just a few days ago. You had only broken into the innate realm. How is your hard skill skyrocketing like a rocket? For an ordinary person, practicing hard skills often required 10 years of relentless effort. You are simply a monster. Yifeng pondered. Normally, wouldn't the speed of hard skill cultivation for an innate realm martial artist be rather slow? Jiahu paused, his expression turning bitter. To be honest, once one reaches the innate realm, very few choose the path of body tempering and horizontal refinement. Why not practice hard skills? Yifeng asked, somewhat puzzled. I believe hard skills are quite beneficial. They integrate offense and defense, compensating for physical shortcomings. Why not pursue them? Jiahu sighed and explained, because of lifespan and cost-effectiveness. Innate martial artists have lifespans of merely 200 years. Achieving minor mastery in hard skills takes at least a decade, while major mastery requires a lifetime. How much time do you have to practice? With that effort, it's better to delve into several formidable martial skills. Look at those long-established masters. How many rely on hard skills for their livelihood? Upon hearing this, Yifeng was momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial issue, lifespan. For ordinary martial artists, cultivating hard skills was an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. There was even a possibility that they might not achieve mastery before their time expired. The reason he had not recognized this issue was that he possessed a system. The system could complete simulations in an instant, but for others, this was simply impossible. Brother Zhao, did you come to find me for a specific reason today? Yifeng set down the bronze tripod, steadied his mind, and shifted the conversation. Upon noticing Yifeng's deliberate change of subject, Zhao Hu ceased to dwell on the matter of martial prowess. He shook the scroll in his hand, his expression becoming grave. There had been an incident in the city, resulting in the loss of many lives. Chapter 38, the Tianxiang Building Another Death? Yifeng was taken aback. A hint of barely concealed irritation in his tone. The Demon Suppression Office had been inundated with incidents lately. Were the demons in the city becoming increasingly rampant? Casting a glance at the dossier Zhao Hu had handed him, the prominent name of the Wang family stood out boldly on the cover. It seemed that the deceased was someone of considerable stature. Who was this unfortunate soul? Setting down his teacup, Yifeng inquired with intrigue. Zhao Hu wore a peculiar expression. Seemingly suppressing a laugh, the deceased is Wang Tong, the second son of the Wang family. He died at Tianxiang Building, and according to the autopsy report, he expired from exhaustion. Yifeng responded with disbelief. Is that all? Dying in the company of women warrants the intervention of the Demon Suppression Office? Zhao Hu shook his head, his demeanor serious. It's not so simple. Wang Tong was a practitioner at the Meridian opening stage, with a solid foundation. The Wang family claims he was in fine form just a week ago. However, after becoming infatuated with the courtesan at Tianxiang Building, his health deteriorated rapidly. And in just a few days, he was reduced to skin and bones. This morning, a servant discovered him lifeless in his bed. As Zhao Hu spoke, he handed the dossier to Yifeng. Yifeng accepted it, quickly perusing its contents, his brow furrowing deeper with each line. A practitioner at the Meridian opening stage. Even one who indulged in nightly revelries should not succumb so swiftly. This incident reeked of peculiarity. Was it the work of demons? Perhaps. But to draw conclusions based solely on the autopsy report would be hasty. Since this transpired within my jurisdiction, it warrants a thorough investigation. Yifeng closed the dossier, his expression turning grave. Zhao, assemble 20 soldiers. We depart immediately. Understood. Zhao Hu straightened, promptly setting off to gather personnel. As night descended, the city was aglow with lights. Most shops along the streets had shuttered for the evening, yet Tianxiang Building remained ablaze with illumination, resembling daylight. The air was saturated with the sound of alluring melodies and the scent of perfume wafting from within, though foot traffic diminished on the streets. A steady flow of elegantly attired patrons continued to enter and exit Tianxiang Building. Yifeng and his entourage navigated through the bustling crowd. Arriving at the entrance of Tianxiang Building, the matron, swaying her curvaceous form, approached swiftly, her face adorned with a forced smile that barely concealed her tension. Ah, Lord Yi. What brings you here in person? Yifeng maintained a calm demeanor, his tone indifferent. Enough chatter, lead the way. The matron's smile faltered slightly, her eyes flickering nervously, but she continued to smile. My lord, the building is filled with patrons. We wouldn't want to disturb the guests. Is there a problem? Yifeng's brow arched, his voice growing colder. The matron felt a chill run down her spine, recognizing the gravity of the situation and could only sigh in resignation. She turned, leading the way while muttering under her breath, it's just a death. Must there be such a fuss? How unfortunate. Inside Tianxiang Building, the revelry continued unabated. Guests congregated in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, their glances frequently darting toward a secluded corner of the hall. Behind a screen, a stretcher draped in white cloth concealed a human form. Yifeng stood before the stretcher, lifting a corner of the cloth with the hilt of his sword. A heavy scent of perfume assaulted his senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose. Beneath the cloth lay Wang Tong's body, peacefully resting with closed eyes, a pallid complexion, and cracked lips. Rather than displaying any signs of pain, his expression bore an eerie semblance of satisfaction. Yifeng crouched down, examining the body closely. Upon lifting the eyelids, he noted the dilated pupils, devoid of life. His gaze then fixated on Wang Tong's tightly clenched right hand. Between his fingers, remnants of fine orange fibers clung. Yifeng plucked the fibers, bringing them to his nose for a sniff. A familiar scent reminiscent of fox musk filled his nostrils, identical to that of Yu Linglong. Yifeng's brow knitted tighter. Who was the last person he had contact with before his demise? The matron's expression shifted, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied. It was Miss Yusen. However, she only entertained the young master with conversation and did not engage in any improper conduct. Moreover, Yusen is frail, and Wang Ting did not linger in her quarters for long. Who knows how this could have happened? Yifeng made no comment, merely tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, his mind already made up. He had not anticipated that this fox demon would be so audacious. Establishing such a prominent brothel in Jiandong City, drawing energy from patrons, no wonder it had gone unnoticed. Clearly, she was no savage creature, but one who understood the art of subtlety. Just as Yifeng was about to instruct the matron to summon Yusen, a sudden sound emanated from an upstairs private room. A lithe figure gracefully descended the staircase. The woman moved with elegance, resembling a lotus blossom emerging from the water, exuding an irresistible allure with every gesture. Look, it's Miss Yusen. It was said that she single-handedly established Tianxiang Building. Truly impressive. Ah, if only I can spend a night with such a beauty. I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Wake up. With your looks, do you really think Miss Yusin would notice you? Dream on. The previously tranquil hall erupted into a frenzy. Young masters, invigorated as if they had consumed elixirs, fixated their gazes on Yusin, as though they wished to affix their eyes to her forever. Their infatuated expressions resembled those of fools enchanted by beauty. Even the soldiers from the Demon Suppression Office, who accompanied Yifeng, fell under her spell. Each displayed a dazed expression, their eyes glazed over, their breathing becoming labored. Yifeng frowned, letting out a cold snort. Wake up. The soldiers shuddered, instantly regaining their senses, expressions filled with fear and regret. Yusin seemed oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. She glided toward Yifeng, performing a graceful curtsy, her voice sweet as honey. I am Yusin, honored to meet you, young Master Yi. Her voice flowed like a melodious stream, captivating all who heard. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, suddenly speaking. Wang Tang's death is closely related to you, is it not? Yusin's body trembled, her face displaying just the right amount of confusion and grievance. What do you mean, my lord? I have never met young Master Wang. With a swift motion, Yifeng drew his sword, its blade gleaming like snow, aimed directly at Yusin's delicate neck. The crowd gasped in shock. No one anticipated that Yifeng would suddenly launch an attack, giving her no time to react. This was not an inquiry. It was clearly an intent to take her life. Stop. A furious roar erupted from the back, reverberating like thunder in everyone's ears. In the blink of an eye, a golden Vidra flew towards Yifeng, moving with astonishing speed, intercepting his blade with tremendous force. Clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. Yifeng felt an overwhelming force hit him, shattering his sword into two pieces. The broken blade, glinting coldly, barely missed Yusin's cheek, embedding itself into the floor where it continued to tremble. Young man, if you dare to harm a single hair on Miss Yusin, I will ensure that you have no place to rest in death. Chapter 39. Obstructing Justice, a crime worthy of death. Stop. The voice resonated like thunder on a clear day, shaking the entire Tianxiang building. Immediately, a figure leapt down from the second-floor private room, positioning themselves between Yifeng and Uxin. The person stood tall, clad in a brocade robe, with a jade pendant hanging at their waist, clearly not an ordinary individual. With a wave of their hand, a Vidra pestle transformed into a streak of light, elegantly hovering before them. Ah, a magical artifact? Yifeng raised an eyebrow and casually discarded the broken knife in his hand. He had encountered such artifacts before, notably from a fox demon he had reduced to fragments. However, these items were not inexpensive. The presence of such an artifact indicated this person was likely either wealthy or of noble birth. You have some discernment. The individual sneered, their eyes filled with disdain. Turning to Uxin, their tone softened like water. Do not fear, Miss Uxin. With me here, no one shall harm you in the slightest. A hint of pride flickered in Uxin's eyes, though her expression remained one of delicate vulnerability. She spoke softly. Thank you. Young master, I am eternally grateful for your rescue. The person gestured for Uxin to step back, then turned their piercing gaze back to Yifeng, their demeanor shifting to one of fierce intensity. You are Yifeng? Just as the rumors say, utterly arrogant. In broad daylight. To dare commit violence within Tianxiang building, do you not fear the law? Do you have no sense of propriety? This matter, I, Wu Yong, shall settle. He believed that his righteous admonition would resonate with those present. However, the patrons within Tianxiang building recoiled in fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Desperate to avoid becoming entangled in the situation. Was this person not a madman? How many relatives did he have to be so brazen? Zhao Hu, furious, leapt to his feet and bellowed. Wu Yong, the Demon Suppression Division is conducting an investigation. You must not interfere. Did your father not teach you this? Your father is merely a sixth-rank official. Do you wish for him to lose his head alongside yours? Wu Yong's complexion turned ashen, but he dared not act recklessly. Though brash, he was not foolish. If he angered the Demon Suppression Division, not only would he be in jeopardy, but even his father, Wu Qiming, might not be able to protect him. Seeing that force would not work, Uxin immediately adopted a softer approach. She stepped gracefully behind Wu Yong, her voice sultry and enchanting, stirring the hearts of those who heard her. Young Master Wu, please do not be angry. There may still be room for negotiation. Given your esteemed status, why stoop to his level? Her voice seemed to carry a certain magic, seducing the senses and leaving Wu Yong momentarily entranced. As if struck by an electric current, a strong protective instinct surged within him, casting aside thoughts of the Demon Suppression Division and the law, solely focused on safeguarding the beauty before him. Wu Yong straightened his posture, pointing an accusatory finger at Yifeng, exclaiming, this matter is mine to handle. No one shall lay a finger on Miss Uxin. Yifeng spoke slowly, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. You think yourself mighty? Obstructing the Demon Suppression Division's enforcement of justice, attempting to murder the Demon Suppression Captain, multiple crimes warranting death. Seize him. At his command. The elite members of the Demon Suppression Division stepped forward, eager to act. They were seasoned warriors, having faced death countless times, and had never endured such humiliation. Wu Yong's face drained of color, cold sweat beading on his brow. Murdering the Demon Suppression Captain? I merely obstructed him. How does that equate to murder? You slander me. When did I hinder the enforcement of the Demon Suppression Division? I merely pointed out your abuse of power and personal vendetta. Yi Feng's gaze hardened, his voice chilling. Since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for being impolite. Obstructing the Demon Suppression Division's enforcement of justice. Intending to murder the Demon Suppression Captain. Such crimes are indeed worthy of death. With that, a torrent of violent bloodlust erupted from Yi Feng, akin to a volcanic eruption, engulfing the entire Tianxiang building. The temperature soared, warping the very air around them. In an instant, Yi Feng flickered, appearing before Wu Yong with the speed of a phantom. His fingers splayed, a visible mass of white energy coalescing in his palm, a terrifying phenomenon born from extreme air compression. Wu Yong's spirit shattered, instinctively raising his Vajra pestle to defend himself. Crack! The Vajra pestle shattered before Yi Feng's palm as if it were mere tofu, disintegrating into fragments. Wu Yong's chest caved invisibly, leaving a grotesque imprint of Yi Feng's hand. He was sent flying, crashing through the wall in a thunderous explosion, collapsing amid the rubble. Blood gushing from his mouth, limbs twitching. Impossible, this cannot be. Wu Yong lay gasping, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. This Vajra pestle had been personally acquired by his father from the Shaolin Temple, a powerful artifact blessed by monks, formidable against ordinary demons. How could it have been shattered by Yi Feng's hand? Regret surged from the depths of Wu Yong's being, spreading rapidly throughout him. He could not comprehend what had possessed him to provoke the Demon Suppression Division, a band of merciless killers. Tragically, the image that lingered in his mind was still that of Yu Xian's enchanting smile. Yi Feng, disinterested, did not spare Wu Yong a glance. Such a wretch was not worthy of his expressions. He turned to his soldiers and commanded, keep an eye on him. Take him back to the Demon Suppression Division and settle accounts with the Wu family later. Yes, my lord. The soldiers responded in unison. Their eyes filled with reverence for Yi Feng. They had heard tales of the new Demon Suppression Captain's formidable strength and ruthless methods. Today, they witnessed the truth of those claims, and they felt a sense of security under his command. Why must you be so aggressive, my lord? Yu Xian's seductive demeanor faded, her voice turning icy. I admit, Wang Teng's death is indeed related to me. Unlike other demons who consume hearts and devour brains, I merely seek to please and collect a bit of essence, a mutual benefit. Is that wrong? At worst, I shall compensate you with an artifact. That should suffice to buy a life. Yi Feng chuckled derisively. This demon was rather amusing, attempting to reason with him. Very well. I shall send you to meet Wang Teng. You can explain yourself to him and see if he will forgive you. With a flick of his wrist, the blood energy within him surged, coalescing into a spear in his palm. Before the spear even arrived, the force of its wind caused the ground to sink. Swift as lightning and thunderous in impact. Do not be so arrogant. Yu Xian's expression hardened, and with a sharp cry, she revealed a jade hairpin in her hand. The hairpin transformed into a 3-foot-long jade sword, her demonic energy surging, causing fine brown fur to sprout from her skin. The patrons who had previously entertained fantasies about Yu Xian now fled in terror, screaming as they scrambled toward the exit. A demon! My heavens! Miss Yu Xian is actually a demon. Run! A demon is killing people. The entire Tianxiang building descended into chaos. Demons, monsters. It's really a monster. Wu Yong lay amidst the rubble, darkness closing in as he nearly lost consciousness. He finally comprehended why he had been momentarily bewitched, daring to lay hands upon the personnel of the Demon Suppression Division. It turned out that all of this was the malevolent influence of the fox demons enchanting sorcery. He realized that this time, he was truly finished. It was likely that even the entire Wu family would be dragged down with him, facing an irreversible calamity. Chapter 40. The Fox Spirit and the Masters within the Tianxiang Tower, a cacophony of screams, cries, and the clattering of overturned furniture merged into a chaotic symphony. The patrons, utterly terrified, scrambled towards the exits, wishing their parents had bestowed upon them an extra pair of legs. The romantic notions of love and beauty faded into insignificance in the face of life and death. The battle between Yi Feng and Yu Xian had escalated to a fever pitch. The clash of blood energy and demonic aura reverberated with such intensity that the very structure of Tianxiang Tower trembled. Zhao stood by, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, yet utterly powerless. Upon returning, he vowed silently to diligently train in formidable martial arts, feeling an acute sense of inadequacy. Typically, he found purpose in assisting Yi Feng with various menial tasks, but now it seemed his meager strength was utterly inconsequential. A thunderous explosion jolted Zhao Hu from his thoughts. He looked up to see Yi Feng enveloped in a shroud of blood energy, radiating like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire Tianxiang Tower. The spear, forged from concentrated blood energy, exuded a terrifying aura that seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Clang! The clash of spear and sword emitted a deafening metallic resonance. Yu Xian felt a surge of sweetness in her throat as an unparalleled force emanated from the sword, disrupting her demonic energy and causing her internal organs to ache with torment. Unable to restrain herself, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. This is impossible? Yu Xian's eyes brimmed with disbelief. The sheer magnitude of this power was inhuman. Even those demons renowned for their strength could scarcely compare. She began to suspect that this human before her was perhaps an ancient being in disguise, masquerading as a youth. Otherwise, how could he be so monstrous? However, Yi Feng had no intention of acknowledging Yu Xian's astonishment. He was solely focused on swiftly vanquishing the fox demon to avoid any prolonged entanglement. Ascend, he bellowed, thrusting his spear upward with great force. A flash of silver streaked through the air, the spear rising like a hidden dragon emerging from the depths, unstoppable in its momentum. Uxian swung her jade short sword, her aura swirling around it to form a protective shield. Yet, the spear, wrapped in a dreadful blood energy, shattered her defenses with ease. Uxian emitted a piercing scream as she was lifted off the ground by the overwhelming force. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, appeared in her chest, allowing light to pass through. Please, spare me. I am willing to submit. To serve as your maid, I beg you to grant me my life. Uxian's voice trembled, laced with desperation. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would never have coveted Wang Teng's meager essence. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Spare you? Where were you when it mattered? Yifeng retorted coldly, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. Had you surrendered gracefully, I might have extended you some dignity. Since you chose defiance, I shall grant you a dignified end. With a slight exertion, he thrust the spear with brutal force, impaling Uxian completely. With a dull thud, her body was pinned to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the earth crimson. She convulsed violently a few times before succumbing to death. Ding! Killed a third-stage fox demon, earning 600 points. The system's icy voice echoed in Yifeng's mind, but he paid it no heed. Instead, he approached Uxian's lifeless form and bent down to retrieve the jade short sword that had fallen to the ground. This was a valuable artifact, not to be wasted. Next, he flicked the spear's tip, and a small emerald orb emerged from the corpse. This orb, translucent and exuding a faint demonic aura, was indeed Uxian's demon core. With the core's absence, her body began to transform. The alluring figure vanished, replaced by a massive orange fox. This is the true form of Miss Uxian? How terrifying. I have been sharing my bed with a vixen all this time. Thank heavens Lord ye intervened in time. Otherwise, we would have remained unaware of the calamity this demon could bring. The patrons who had narrowly escaped gathered at the entrance, casting fearful glances at Uxian's corpse. Murmuring among themselves, Yifeng slowly rose and approached the brothel keeper, whose heavily made-up face was now ashen, her voice trembling. Why, ye lord? What are your orders? Yifeng cast her a glance. The Tianxiang Tower has colluded with demons, bringing about the loss of innocent lives. You must comprehend the gravity of your actions. Upon hearing this, the brothel keeper trembled, collapsing to the ground in a flurry of kowtows, pleading for mercy, my lord. Spare me. I was coerced. I had no idea Miss Uxian was a demon. I truly knew nothing. I implore you to show compassion and grant me my worthless life. Spare me your pleas. Others will be eager to hear your tales later, Yifeng replied indifferently. The brothel keeper's face turned ashen, her lips quivering, but she could utter no more words. Jiahu, Yifeng called. Yes. Jiahu responded promptly, standing respectfully before Yifeng. Clean this place up and notify the Demon Suppression Division. Have them send someone to thoroughly search the Tianxiang Tower for any remaining demons. Also, keep a close watch on that Wu Yong. Bring him back to the Demon Suppression Division to settle accounts with the Wu family, Yifeng commanded. Understood, Captain. Jiahu acknowledged, turning to make arrangements. He directed his soldiers to begin clearing the scene. The patrons, who had previously feigned death on the floor, now scrambled to their feet, looking disheveled and bewildered. Yifeng sheathed the blood-imbued spear, breathing heavily as he pulled a chair and sat down. There are simply too many demons. The Tianxiang Tower is merely a few hundred steps from the Demon Suppression Division, yet it has operated for years. How many more are hiding in Jindong City? Brother Yi, you truly exhibited great prowess today, Jiahu remarked, approaching after arranging matters, though concern lingered on his face. But do you truly intend to raid the Wu family? Although Wu Qiming holds only a 6th rank title, the officials' backgrounds are complex. If we proceed, it may lead to considerable trouble. Jiahu's words were not born of fear of the Wu family, but rather concern for Yifeng. After all, while the Demon Suppression Division was formidable, it could not act against court officials without cause. A misstep could invite dire consequences. Leaning back in the chair, Yifeng appeared nonchalant. What is there to fear? I am acting according to the law. Protecting demons is a grievous offense if we do not extract some information. It would render the Demon Suppression Division utterly devoid of authority. Upon hearing this, Jiahu understood Yifeng's intent. This was a plan to leverage the situation to gain some advantage from the Wu family. A rather shrewd tactic, allowing him to vent his frustrations while simultaneously reaping some benefits, truly a twofold gain. As they conversed, a sudden, blood-curdling scream echoed from the upper floors, followed by the clashing of weapons and voices shouting, Demons! There are demons! Yifeng sprang to his feet. Are there more masters? Chapter 41. Luring the tiger away from its mountain, Wu families reckoning on the 2nd floor of Tianxiang Tower, flickering candlelight illuminated the gruesome scene of scattered corpses. Yifeng's countenance was as dark as water, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping across the dire surroundings. The soldiers, all members of the Demon Suppression Division who had accompanied him, were each hand-picked experts, yet now they lay lifeless here. Captain, this. Jiahu's lips quivered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, unsure of where to begin. Yifeng remained silent, slowly kneeling to examine the bodies on the ground. The manner of their deaths was almost identical, each victim struck down in a single blow. A gaping wound the size of a bull marred their chests, with their hearts mysteriously vanished. The technique did not resemble that of a fox demon. Yifeng's gaze fixed upon a section of the nearby floor. In blood. A line of writing had been scrawled, the letters hasty and vicious, as if scratched by claws. I await you at Lingyin Temple. This message was rife with provocation. This was no mere act of demonic mischief. It bore the hallmarks of a meticulously orchestrated hunt. Xiahou drew closer, observing the bloodied words. His complexion turning ashen. Captain, what should we do? Should we investigate? What now? This is troublesome. Let us return, Yifeng replied curtly. Though his mind was racing with calculations, the demon had chosen to evade confrontation, complicating matters further. This situation, where the enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood in the light, left him with the vexing sensation of striking at cotton. Back? Xiahou was taken aback. This was uncharacteristic of Yifeng. Based on his understanding of Yifeng, the man was fearless and unyielding. Are we just leaving? What about the demon? If you were to leave a clue, what would typically be your intention? Yifeng countered without providing a direct answer. Xiahou pondered for a moment before responding. It could either be a trap or luring the tiger away from its mountain. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he looked up at Yifeng with wide eyes. You mean? Yifeng squinted, speaking slowly. The frequency of demonic activity in Qingyun Square is alarmingly high. In other regions, cases occur at most a few times a year, yet within less than a month, we have already encountered 3 incidents. Is this normal? In reverse thinking, the only thing in Qingyun Square that would entice a demon is the Tian Wugong tomb. Yifeng continued, his eyes gleaming with insight. The Tian Wugong tomb. Black Wind Taoist had once boasted that within it lay the Tian Wugong demon core, capable of granting one the ability to soar through the skies. It is understandable that demons would go mad over such an artifact. What shall we do now? Return to the Demon Suppression Division? Xiahou was bewildered. Return to the Demon Suppression Division? Of course, we must. But before we do, there is something we must attend to. Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smile. What is it? Xiahou instinctively inquired. Raiding a home, Yifeng declared, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Xiahou's spirit was instantly invigorated. A raid sounds splendid. This will be a lucrative endeavor. Let us go, gather the team. We will make a detour to the Wu family. With a sweeping gesture, Yifeng led the way out of Tianxiang Tower, while Xiahou hastily rallied the remaining soldiers to gather their fallen comrades. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of the Wu family, adorned with exquisite architecture, flowing streams, and elegantly arranged pavilions, Wu Qiming sat in a grand armchair, savoring a sip of tea. At last, this cursed weather has turned cooler, he remarked contentedly. Across from him sat a middle-aged man clad in resplendent attire, who immediately lavished praise. Lord Wu, your second son truly is a prodigy. At just 20 years old, he has achieved perfect mastery of his meridians. His future is limitless. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiming beamed with pride. Indeed, my second son has always been exceptionally bright, gifted beyond measure. As for my eldest, Wu Tong, in a corner, Wu Tong's expression darkened as he overheard his father comparing him unfavorably to his younger brother. That old fool is so biased. He seethed inwardly. My talent is no less than Wu Yong's. Why should he receive all the accolades? Filled with resentment and jealousy, a malicious thought crossed Wu Tong's mind. How wonderful it would be if Wu Yong were to perish. Of course, he dared not voice such treachery, keeping it hidden deep within his heart. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded. 2 crimson doors, along with the 2 doormen, were sent flying into the courtyard. What on earth is happening? Wu Qiming's expression darkened, his voice rising in anger. Who dares to create chaos in my Wu family? It is I, came a chilling voice from the entrance. Yifeng strode forward, his voice booming like thunder, causing hearts to race. Xiahou dragged in the nearly lifeless Wu Yong, trailing behind Yifeng. Demon Suppression Division. Wu Qiming, your son Wu Yong has sheltered demons. What punishment does he deserve? Yifeng's voice thundered, reverberating through the courtyard like a storm, overwhelming those present with a palpable pressure that felt as though a mountain had descended upon them, leaving them breathless. Demon Suppression Division. Wu Qiming's complexion drained of color, disbelief painted across his face. He could never have anticipated that the Demon Suppression Division would come knocking at his door. Especially concerning Wu Yong. His gaze fell upon Wu Yong, who was being dragged by Xiahou. The young man was drenched in blood, his breath faint, barely retaining his human form. Father, save me, please. Wu Yong stretched out his hand in desperation, his eyes filled with despair and pleading. Who are you? Wu Qiming's pupils constricted, his expression shifting rapidly as he barked. I have but one son, and that is Wu Tong. Captain, swiftly behead this impostor posing as my son. Yifeng and Xiahou were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated Wu Qiming would argue, deny, and resist, but they never expected him to outright deny his own flesh and blood. Yifeng squinted, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. No wonder he has managed to rise to the 6th rank. He is even more ruthless and decisive than imagined. Father, it is I. I am Yonger. Wu Yong cried, utterly stunned, unable to fathom that his own father would utter such words. Wu Tong was elated, nearly bursting into laughter. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Our Wu family has been loyal for generations. How could we collude with demons? This must be a case of someone impersonating my brother to frame us. My lord, to prove our family's innocence, I am willing to offer a treasure as a token of sincerity, Wu Tong declared, signaling a servant to fetch something. Oh, what treasure? Yi Feng inquired, intrigued. He was eager to see what the Wu family could produce. Moments later, a servant hurriedly approached, cradling a delicate wooden box. Wu Tong snatched it, carefully opening it. Instantly, an intoxicating fragrance of medicine wafted forth, invigorating all who inhaled it and awakening their senses. Qiang Fire Lotus. It is indeed the Qiang Fire Lotus, Zhao Hu exclaimed, his face a mixture of shock and greed. The Qiang Fire Lotus was an exceedingly rare treasure, capable of not only enhancing cultivation but also fortifying the body. With the potential to comprehend formidable martial techniques, it can be said that this Crimson Sunfire Lotus is worth its weight in gold, capable of driving countless warriors into a frenzy. Although Yi Feng was unfamiliar with it, he could ascertain from the spiritual energy that it surpassed the potency of the flesh of the cordyceps, undoubtedly possessing even greater efficacy. Indeed, Yi Feng remarked in admiration. Seeing this, Wu Tong felt a surge of joy within and promptly declared, "My lord, this is a treasured heirloom of the Wu family. Today, in order to prove our family's innocence, I am willing to present it to you." Yi Feng took the wooden box with a half-smile, saying, "Young Master Wu, I am quite pleased with your sincerity. This man impersonating your brother has committed a grave offense. I shall take him back to the Demon Suppression Division for thorough interrogation." He gestured for Zhao Hu to drag Wu Yong away. "My lord is indeed wise." Wu Tong quickly responded, his face a mask of smiles. Wu Qiming watched Yi Feng's retreating figure, unable to hold back the tears that streamed down his face. He understood that Wu Yong's fate was dire. Yet, to safeguard the Wu family, he could only sacrifice Wu Yong. The other members of the Wu family were also enveloped in sorrow at that moment. Only Wu Tong, with his head bowed, could not suppress the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. How exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Chapter 42, Old Ball Donkey, you are quite arrogant. Yi Feng and his companions returned to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division in King Yanfeng. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Zhao Hu could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Brother Yi, are we just going to wait here? It makes no sense to guard against thieves for 1,000 days." Yi Feng understood this reasoning well and was contemplating a strategy. The demon had left blood characters at Lingyin Temple, which could either be a trap or a diversion. If it was a trap, Yi Feng was unperturbed. He was confident in his abilities to at least escape, even if he could not win. However, if it was a diversion, that would pose a problem. Scanning the soldiers around him, Yi Feng's mind sparked with an idea as a plan began to take shape. "Come here," he beckoned. "Deputy Commander, did you call for me?" The soldier stepped forward, looking respectful. Yi Feng scrutinized him closely. The man was tall and robust, bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Feng himself. Especially with that spirited demeanor, it was easy to mistake one for the other at first glance. In a hushed tone, Yi Feng instructed, "I have a crucial task for you. You need to impersonate me and lead a team out of the city. The farther you go after leaving, the better. Find a deserted place and circle back. Remember, make sure everyone sees you leaving the city. Do you understand?" The soldier hesitated, biting his lip as if he wanted to voice his concerns. He comprehended Yi Feng's intentions and was prepared for sacrifice, but thoughts of his elderly mother and wife and children tugged at his heart. Noticing his apprehension, Yi Feng's tone turned serious. If you encounter any misfortune, I will take care of your family. Rest assured, I, Yi Feng, keep my promises and will not go back on my word. Deputy Commander, you can trust me. I will ensure the mission is completed." Upon hearing this, the soldier felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders and immediately knelt to accept the command. The two quickly found a secluded room to exchange uniforms. The soldier indeed mirrored Yi Feng closely, donned in the uniform and equipped with a badge and long sword. He appeared almost indistinguishable from Yi Feng at a distance. With everything in place, the soldier took a deep breath and boldly led a contingent of soldiers out of the headquarters. To make the act more convincing, he deliberately circled the city a few times to ensure everyone saw him leaving. Yi Feng watched as he departed, his gaze gradually sharpening. What is the situation at the Tianwu Centipede tomb now? Zhao Hu scratched his head, looking somewhat helpless. After the last collapse of the passage, I hired dozens of farmers to work day and night, and they finally managed to reopen the passage. However, the tomb's entrance remains firmly closed and cannot be opened at all. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the entire tomb is encased in a thick layer of stone, sealed tight. Attempting to dig in is utterly impossible. Of course, it would not be easy to access a great demon's tomb. Yi Feng was not surprised. If the Tianwu Centipede tomb were so easily breached, it would have been emptied long ago, leaving nothing for them to explore. What concerned him more was whether the decoy plan would succeed. Zhao Hu, go find the instructor and request more manpower. We will lie in wait near the tomb. Yi Feng commanded solemnly. Understood. Zhao Hu promptly responded and turned to leave. Yi Feng remained in the room, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts as he waited quietly. Meanwhile, at Linging Temple, the sound of morning bells and evening drums filled the air with a sacred ambience. Inside the temple, a group of monks clad in robes sat cross-legged on their mats, hands clasped together, chanting softly. A young novice approached the old monk and whispered a few words. He then produced a map from his robes and slowly unfolded it. If Yifeng were present, he would immediately recognize it as a map of King Yanfeng. The old monk slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flickering within his murky gaze. The temple fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yifeng has led his team out of the city. Prepare yourselves. I shall personally venture to the Tianwu Centipede tomb to retrieve the demon core. However, to be safe, send 2 individuals to monitor the movements of the Demon Suppression Division, he instructed. We shall adhere to the abbot's orders. The monks responded in unison, their voices resonating powerfully, causing the candles in the hall to flicker. The abbot rose slowly. His diminutive frame and frail body made his large robe appear almost empty. Yet, this seemingly feeble old man was one of the most formidable demons in King Yanfeng and the surrounding areas. Yifeng. The abbot's eyes glinted with malice as he tightened his grip on the prayer beads, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. This little wretch is thwarting my grand plans. He never imagined that as a prominent demon, he would have to retreat from a mere young man. Yifeng, it seemed, had become increasingly powerful. Defeating one formidable foe after another, Black Wind Taoist, Yu Linglong, and then Uxin. The demons he had slain were rapidly approaching his own level of strength. Amitabha. The abbot clasped his hands together, softly chanting a Buddhist invocation, hoping for success in this endeavor. With the Tianwu Centipede demon core in hand, he would finally break through his limitations and ascend to true demon king status. At that point, whether heading east or delving into the vast mountains, he could come and go freely, no longer subject to the whims of the Demon Suppression Division. Time flew by, and soon it was midnight. The night was eerily quiet. Zhao Hu, leading a team of soldiers, concealed himself within the dense woods, holding his breath and intently watching the entrance of the tomb. Brother Hu, do you think those demons will come tonight? One soldier whispered, breaking the silence, his voice barely audible as if afraid of attracting attention. Zhao Hu frowned, remaining silent. He, too, felt uncertain. Although Yifeng's plan was audacious, it was still merely speculation. If the demons chose not to come or altered their plans, their efforts would be in vain. The deputy commander is a master strategist. He must anticipate the demons' movements. Another soldier expressed unwavering confidence in Yifeng. Shu, don't speak. Stay alert. Zhao Hu hissed, his gaze fixed on the tomb entrance. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The soldiers felt their hearts racing, their palms growing sweaty around their weapons. Just then, Zhao Hu's pupils dilated sharply. A shadow appeared at the tomb entrance, silently like a ghost. A chill ran down Zhao Hu's spine as he raised his hand swiftly. Light the torches. In an instant, the previously prepared torches ignited, illuminating the area. The old monk's face appeared particularly ghastly in the firelight. His gaunt fingers slowly lifted, and a ball of eerie green light began to coalesce at his fingertips. Amitabha. Zhao Hu felt a wave of cold wash over him, his hair standing on end. Instinctively sensing danger, he shouted, "Be careful." Before he could finish, an invisible pressure descended upon them like a mountain, overwhelming them. The soldiers, unable to react in time, coughed blood and were sent flying. A preternatural demon. Zhao Hu's expression changed drastically as he struggled to maintain his footing, his legs trembling as if about to collapse. He had never anticipated that the abbot of Lingyin Temple would be a preternatural demon. Benefactor, do not be mistaken. This treasure is destined for me, not for you. It belongs to this old monk. The abbot's frail hand rose slowly, revealing a faint golden glow emanating from his palm, initially weak like a firefly. The golden light expanded in an instant into a vast, ethereal projection of a Buddhist realm. In this realm, towering ancient trees reached for the sky, and the air resonated with sacred chants as countless ethereal Buddhas sat in meditation, their recitations rising like a tide. Benefactor, this treasure is destined for me. The abbot's voice resonated as if descending from the heavens, imbued with an undeniable authority. With a thunderous roar, the ground shattered, and debris scattered as Yifeng surged forth from the fissure. Old ball donkey, you are quite arrogant. With fists paving the way, a surge of vitality enveloped him. The formidable force of the breaking army coiling around him like a dragon emerging from the sea, crashing fiercely against the abbot's back. Chapter 43. I take pleasure in watching you struggle to destroy me, yet fail miserably, Yifeng. The abbot's eyelids twitched violently, and his emaciated figure retreated 3 paces. However, Yifeng's punch, having been charged with immense force, was swift and ruthless, leaving no room for evasion. Bang! The punch erupted like a thunderclap, and a bone-crunching sound echoed from within the abbot's body. He flew forward like a broken sack, carving a Tinjong trench into the ground, leaving a human-shaped dent on the bluestone slab. Cough. The abbot spat a mouthful of fresh blood, mingled with shattered internal organs. His chest protruded at an unnatural angle, with countless ribs likely broken. How could you be here? The abbot rasped, his voice thick with terror and anger. He could not fathom how Yifeng, whom he believed had already led a team out of the city, could suddenly appear before him. Who was it that had left the city? Yifeng, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you ambush this old monk in such a treacherous manner? You speak of martial ethics while attacking an 80-year-old man. Yifeng shook off the numbing sensation in his right arm and sneered. Old bald donkey, your words are quite displeasing to my ears. I am at the 4th level of the innate realm, ambushing you, who is in the later stages. So what? I relish watching you try to kill me, yet fail miserably. Moreover, as a demon, what right do you have to lecture me on martial ethics? If you're unconvinced, feel free to ambush me as well. Though his words were brash, Yifeng remained vigilant in his heart. That punch, which he had delivered with full force, felt as though he had struck a piece of old leather, leaving his hands numb. This old monk's physical body was tougher than refined iron. The abbot trembled with rage. In his 80-plus years of life, he had never encountered such an arrogant youth. In that case, let us have a bout. I wish to experience Yi Dui's prowess. Before his words faded, a brilliant golden light erupted from the abbot's body. As the golden light surged, his injuries healed at an astonishing rate. And in the blink of an eye, he returned to his peak condition, even stronger than before. Just as I desired. Yifeng bellowed, his feet shattering the blue stone beneath him. The power that had been shackled within him surged forth like a beast breaking free from its cage. The distance of several dozen zhang between them vanished in an instant, and a blood-red aura surged forth like a rampaging dragon, carving a deep trench in the ground where his fist passed. The abbot, not daring to underestimate the situation, joined his palms together and rapidly recited an esoteric scripture. In an instant, a phantom of the Buddha projected from within him, enveloping his entire being. This phantom towered 3 zhang high, exuding a dignified presence, with golden light swirling around it as if it were tangible. Almost as soon as the Buddha phantom took form, Yifeng's fist thundered down. Clang! The fist collided with the Buddha phantom, producing a deafening roar. A visible shockwave erupted from the center of the two, causing the ground to tremble violently. Zhao Hu and the soldiers had retreated 100 zhang away, yet they still felt their blood surge and struggled to maintain their footing in the face of the shockwave. The abbot plowed through the ground for dozens of zhang before finally halting. His robe was tattered, and golden blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained significant injuries. He glared at Yifeng and roared, "You're merely at the 4th level of the innate realm. You are far too arrogant. Who do you think you are, attempting to defy me? Once I annihilate you, you will understand the chasm that separates us." Buzz. As the abbot's voice faded, a colossal Buddha phantom emerged once more. This phantom stood 10 zhang tall, towering above the land, emanating an unparalleled pressure. From afar, the dazzling golden light was visible over half of Jindong City. Within Jindong City, countless citizens were stirred by this sudden phenomenon, stepping out of their homes to gaze skyward. Some devout followers even knelt, prostrating themselves in worship. Yifeng, prepare to meet your end. The abbot's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing through the heavens. The Buddha phantom's palm descended, its intricate patterns visible, with molten gold flowing within the grooves. The earth beneath roared and collapsed, sending a shockwave in a golden halo outward. Ha. Yifeng laughed madly, his laughter tinged with a hint of madness and exhilaration. Even though his legs had sunk into the ground, bones creaking under the strain, he stood firm as a mountain, devoid of fear. Come. Is this all you've got, old bald donkey? You couldn't even scratch me. Celestial armor technique. Yifeng roared, and a thick layer of blood-red armor materialized around him. Simultaneously, a blood-red shield coalesced in his left hand. Faced with the colossal Buddha hand that obscured the sky, speed was of no use. He could only withstand the impact. The abbot's face contorted. His formerly gentle demeanor twisted into that of a malevolent spirit. You little beast. How dare you remain defiant at the brink of death? Today, I shall show you what true power is. What an insurmountable chasm looks like. Die. Boom. The Buddha hand finally descended, crashing into the blood-red armor and shield surrounding Yifeng. Upon impact, a massive golden mushroom cloud erupted, soaring into the sky, dyeing half the heavens in gold. Within Tinli, everyone was rendered deaf in an instant. Those with weaker cultivations were even knocked unconscious by the terrifying sound waves, frothing at the mouth and collapsing. The ground was stripped away, buildings crumbled like paper, collapsing in droves into ruins. The abbot appeared even more emaciated, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. His face was as pale as paper, his robe riddled with tears, exposing his withered flesh beneath, while the sound of cracking bones echoed incessantly. This was the price of forcibly activating true chi techniques. With his cultivation at the later stages of the innate realm, he should not have been so affected. But Yifeng's tenacity and peculiarity had far exceeded his expectations, forcing him to drain his potential and gamble everything. Yifeng, you've pushed me to this extent. Indeed. You are formidable. But this is a true chi technique. You cannot possibly. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from within the dust cloud. He froze, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets as he fixed his gaze on the cloud. Cough. From within the dust, a figure emerged slowly. The figure was drenched in blood, appearing utterly disheveled. His arms were nothing but bare bones, a gruesome sight. The blood-red armor he had once donned lay in tatters, revealing garments soaked in blood. Yet, he remained standing, his spine straight as an unyielding spear. It was Yifeng. He was still alive. Apologies. It seems you are still unable to kill me. Yi Feng's voice was hoarse, yet it brimmed with an indescribable arrogance. You. The abbot opened his mouth, wishing to utter something, but found his throat parched, unable to produce a single word. Old bald donkey, are you surprised? Astonished? Yi Feng grinned, showcasing his pearly white teeth, which appeared particularly sinister against the blood-red backdrop. However, there is no need for such astonishment. After all, a talent like mine is rare in this world. You, an old relic stuck in the innate realm for over 80 years, will never comprehend this. Cough. The abbot, infuriated, spat another mouthful of blood. He longed to retort, to curse, to use every means at his disposal to tear this loathsome brat to pieces. But he could not. The blood within him had become completely chaotic, his meridians severed, and his organs displaced. Forget resisting. He could not even move a finger. Yi Feng approached the abbot, slowly raising his skeletal hand. I am a person who takes great pleasure in sending others on their way. Since you have no final words, allow me to accompany you on your journey. With a skeletal hand adorned with a ring of white ethereal light, I struck the abbot's head with tremendous force. In an instant, the abbot's cranium exploded. Yet, what was truly horrifying was the emptiness within. There was no brain matter, no bones, only a fist-sized, grotesque tumor with a gaping maw. This crimson mass, covered in unsightly wrinkles, was utterly repulsive. As soon as it hit the ground, it sprang up swiftly, attempting to flee. Trying to escape? Yi Feng scoffed, bringing his foot down with conviction. Splatter. The tumor was crushed to a pulp, transforming into a pool of putrid blood. What a formidable figure Yi Feng is, truly remarkable. But remember, you have slain numerous demons of the East Cliff, and they will soon come. The voice of the abbot emerged from the tumor, fragmented and steeped in malice. Even in death, he continues to ramble. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and, with another decisive step, obliterated the pool of putrid blood completely. Ding. Killed a late-stage innate demon and gained 1,000 points. Chapter 44. The Arhot's Divine Skill. The embryo of the Dharma body. Yi Feng furrowed his brows, disgustedly grinding the soiled blood from his boots into the earth. This bald monk, even in death, left behind such a repulsive sight, truly unfortunate. As the outcome became evident, Zhao Hu and the soldiers cautiously drew closer, gazing at Yi Feng as if he were a deity. The late stage of the 4th level of innate reversal. Such an extraordinary feat, who would dare to believe it without witnessing it firsthand? However, the price of victory was harrowing. Both arms were stripped of flesh, leaving only exposed white bones. A tremendous gash across his chest nearly cleaved him in two, with writhing entrails barely concealed. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Why, Yi Feng, how are you? I will arrange for someone to take you to the medical center immediately. Zhao Hu's voice trembled. He had never before encountered such gruesome injuries. The surrounding soldiers, gazing at Yi Feng's bloodied yet still upright form, felt a mixture of reverence and fervent admiration. This was a true hero, a man of unparalleled stature. With a hiss, Yi Feng attempted to lift his arm, every inch of his bones groaning in agony, pain surging through him like a tidal wave. Engaging in such a reckless battle was indeed perilous. Had it not been for my perfected martial skills and tempered physique, I would surely be dead. Yet, the bald monk's martial prowess was truly unparalleled. If I could seize it, my strength would soar. System. Name. Yi Feng. Cultivation. 3rd stage innate realm, 4th level. Martial skills. Breaking Army Fist 6, major completion. A single reed crossing the river 34, entry. Heavenly Soldier Armor Technique, perfected. Golden Bell Shield 1, major completion. Internal skills. Green Lotus True Scripture, perfected. Points, 2,300, with over 2,000 points. I wonder if it is sufficient. Yi Feng glanced at the numbers on the panel, frowning slightly. He was acutely aware of his injuries, essentially half incapacitated. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. The 8 gates of life and death he had previously obtained from Lu Yu was adequate to mend such wounds. However, that secret method belonged to the Void Realm and was vastly incomplete. He had no idea how long it would take to master. Zhao Hu. Assemble the troops immediately. I will personally lead the team to Lingning Temple to settle the score. What? Zhao Hu nearly collapsed, almost kneeling in shock. Have you lost your mind? Look at your current state. Do you want to court death? Cough, cough. Just as Yi Feng attempted to speak, he suddenly erupted in a violent coughing fit. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and the world around him darkened as his body slumped. Yi Feng. Yi Feng. Quickly. Fetch the doctor. What happened? Yi Feng awoke with a start, finding himself lying on a soft bed, his body wrapped in bandages. The strong scent of medicine lingering in the air. Where is this? This is the Demon Suppression Division's medical center. You reckless fool. Do you still dare to show off? Yi Feng struggled to turn his head, only to see Zhao Xiaoming sitting by the bed, holding a basket of fruit. His usually stern and serious face now bore exhaustion and concern. Chief Instructor, why are you here? Of course, I had to come. Do you know that you have been unconscious for a full 3 days and nights? The doctor said your organs were displaced, your meridians severed. Surviving this is nothing short of a miracle. Zhao Xiaoming's voice rose with each word, nearing a roar by the end. Hiki. Yi Feng chuckled weakly, attempting to shift the topic. Chief Instructor, there's no need to worry. I can still hold on. What about Lingyan Temple? Zhao Xiongming couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. This kid, even in such a dire state, still thought about Lingyan Temple. Yet, he felt a sense of relief. Most people in the Demon Suppression Division treated demon slaying as mere work. Those like Yifeng, who risked their lives in battle, were truly rare gems. A strict order had been issued from above to ensure Yifeng received the best care possible. Moreover, he had heard that once Yifeng recovered, he might be transferred to Yundu as a deputy general. That would be a meteoric rise. Reflecting on this, Zhao Xiongming couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. After years of toil and struggle, he had only just reached his current position. Yet, despite his feelings, he held deep admiration for Yifeng. Although this young man sometimes acted impulsively and without regard for consequences, his ability, courage, and determination were undeniable. More importantly, he possessed a heartfelt devotion to his country and a relentless commitment to vanquishing demons. I know what you're thinking. Zhao Xiongming set down the fruit basket and retrieved a golden silk envelope from his pocket, presenting it to Yifeng. It bore intricate golden characters, the Arhat's divine skill. When we arrived, Lingyan Temple was deserted. However, the demons had fled hastily, leaving many items behind. This is a genuine martial skill pertaining to the true Qi realm, with hints of the condensed Qi realm. I thought you would be interested, so I took the liberty of keeping it for you. Seeing the manual, Yifeng's previously agitated spirit finally calmed. It was not in vain that he had endured such suffering. He had temporarily delegated the affairs of Qingyun Square to others. Now, he needed to focus on recuperation. Once he recovered, someone from Yundu would come to see him. He needed to perform well and not bring shame to himself. Yundu? Yifeng was taken aback, astonishment etched across his face. Yundu was the capital of Yun Province, a bastion guarded by the general. How could a mere deputy officer like him attract the attention of Yundu? Surely, the higher-ups did not genuinely believe that overcoming 3 or 4 minor realms in reversal was impressive. There were countless geniuses and prodigies within the imperial capital. Why would they take notice of him? Why ponder such things? It was ultimately a good opportunity. Yundu was the most prosperous city in Yun Province, where martial skills, techniques, and demons were equally formidable. He would need to work even harder. Regaining his composure, Yifeng slowly opened the Arhat's divine skill. However, he was momentarily stunned. The manual was densely annotated with notes. The handwriting was neat, the strokes vigorous and powerful, and a faint scent of ink lingered, indicating it had been written not long ago. Is this Zhao Xiongming's handwriting? Yifeng's heart warmed, and he felt a wave of gratitude. The instructor's kindness was something he could never repay. It was clear that Zhao Xiongming understood his average aptitude and had taken the time to annotate the text specifically for him. Taking a deep breath, he began to read carefully. The opening passage caught his eye. 3 rings gather Qi to guard the Dantian. The horse stands like a mountain stabilizing the cosmos. With no disputes, no thoughts, all worries cease. In emptiness, with no self, one finds peace. The text was obscure and challenging, akin to a celestial script. Yet the annotations nearby almost entirely translated it, highlighting the areas prone to error. Yifeng read each word carefully, becoming increasingly astonished. This martial skill was fundamentally different from what he had learned before. It offered a clever method to condense the Dharma body in advance. It turned out that the phantom of the Buddha was merely the embryo of the Dharma body. No wonder it was so difficult to deal with. Yifeng's eyes flickered. Though he yearned to begin practicing immediately, recovering from his injuries was paramount. The only solution lay with the secret method acquired from the Blood Fiend Alliance. However, that secret method was horrendously incomplete. Despite his efforts, he had yet to grasp even the basics. If he sought out the instructor for guidance, surely he would not refuse? With this thought, he produced a crumpled piece of beast hide and handed it to Zhao Xiongming. Instructor, this is a martial skill I acquired called the 8 Gates of Life and Death. It is said to possess the power of resurrection. Given your vast knowledge, could you please examine whether this technique truly holds such miraculous capabilities? Zhao Xiongming was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized that Yifeng was seeking assistance. He accepted the beast hide, and, after a cursory glance, his brows knitted tightly. The martial arts of the Void Realm? Where did you acquire them? Chapter 45. 10 years? 10 seconds. Yifeng pressed his lips together, remaining silent. He could hardly confess that he had acted on his own accord to seize the opportunity in Shiqiao village. It was far better to feign ignorance and let the instructor draw his own conclusions. Zhao Xiongming took the animal skin, and his expression grew increasingly grave as he examined it. Martial techniques of the Void Realm? I am but a mere practitioner of the true Qi realm, separated by 3 significant levels. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? With my limited knowledge, I can barely provide annotations for the introductory section. As for the profound mysteries that follow, it is beyond my capabilities. The introduction is sufficient. Yifeng's heart raced with exhilaration, joy flooding his being. It was a jest. As long as he could grasp the basics, he could leave the rest to the system. Just a few enhancements, and he would be done. Sitting up slightly straighter, he spoke earnestly. Thank you, instructor, for your guidance. This martial art is indeed quite profound for me. Were it not for your assistance, I would have struggled even to grasp the basics. Lamentably, I lack talent and have a narrow perspective. This favor, I shall forever remember. Lack of talent? Zhao Xiaoming's lips twitched. You call that a lack of talent when you've broken through to the innate realm in just a year? You managed to forcefully practice a fragmented martial technique to its entrance? He was disinclined to engage further in idle conversation with Yifeng and promptly fetched paper and pen to begin annotating the 8 gates of life and death. Time passed silently, only the sound of the pen scratching against the animal skin filling the room. After 2 full hours, Zhao Xiaoming finally let out a long sigh. Rubbing his aching eyes, he handed the animal skin back to Yifeng, his voice tinged with fatigue. All right, I have done my utmost. As for how much you can comprehend, that depends on your own fortune. The master opens the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Yifeng eagerly accepted the animal skin and began to scrutinize it. Indeed, with Zhao Xiaoming's annotations, the previously obscure text now appeared crystal clear, enlightening him profoundly. The 8 gates of life and death 1, entry level. Points can be allocated. Yifeng was ecstatic. It felt as if parched earth had finally received a nourishing rain. Zhao Xiaoming, having put away his writing materials, observed Yifeng's elation and could not help but douse his enthusiasm with cold water. Don't get ahead of yourself. While the 8 gates of life and death is miraculous, mastering it requires years of arduous practice. Right now, your injuries are severe and your meridians are damaged. Focus on recovery. Do not dwell on these fanciful thoughts. These words held merit, yet they applied to ordinary individuals. Unfortunately, Zhao Xiaoming was addressing Yifeng, a man endowed with a system. 10 years. 10 seconds. System. Commence the simulation of the 8 gates of life and death. Ding. Consuming 1,000 points. Beginning simulation of the 8 gates of life and death. External enhancement detected. Detailed annotations. Entry-level training efficiency increased by 300. Simulating. Simulation complete. The 8 gates of life and death 99. Entry level. Would you like to continue the simulation? The subsequent sections lack mantras, reducing simulation efficiency by 90. Yifeng inhaled sharply, not from pain, but from an overwhelming itch. An unbearable itch. It felt as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his flesh, bringing with them an intolerable tingling and prickling sensation. His entire body radiated heat, as if he were being roasted over a fire. Sweat drenched the bandages, rising in steamy wisps. His bones creaked, akin to an ancient tree sprouting new buds, producing an unsettling grinding sound. What's wrong? Zhao Xiaoming immediately noticed Yifeng's unusual state and grasped his wrist, probing his blood energy. Upon encountering the surging vitality akin to molten lava, his pupils constricted. Yifeng's blood energy was boiling like magma, and the fractures in his bones were visibly writhing, sprouting new ivory bones that pierced through flesh, growing wildly. This was utterly unimaginable, unheard of. I'm fine. I'm fine. Yifeng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He could distinctly feel his injuries mending at a terrifying pace. Just a little longer, and I will be healed. It was worth noting that the injuries he sustained would have been fatal to any other martial artist. Even if he had miraculously survived, he would have been left with severe repercussions, rendered a cripple. Yet, all he needed was a bit more time to recover. However, it was still insufficient. Lu Yu could revive from a drop of blood. I can only hasten my recovery. The entry-level effects seem rather average. System. Continue simulating the 8 gates of life and death. Ding. Consuming 1,000 points. Beginning simulation of the 8 gates of life and death. Subsequent mantras are lacking. Reducing simulation efficiency by 90. Simulating. Simulation complete. The 8 gates of life and death 5. Minor completion. Summary. The secret method of the void realm. Infinitely profound. You may not yet achieve rebirth from a drop of blood, but regrowing severed limbs is merely a trifle. Losing a heart is but a minor injury. Yifeng stifled a groan, his hands straining against the bandages. Yifeng, what are you doing? Zhao Xiaoming exclaimed, intending to intervene. But his pupils suddenly constricted. He beheld Yifeng's previously mangled wounds writhing at an astonishing pace, regenerating. On the stark white bones, blood vessels spread, muscles intertwined, and skin began to regrow. In mere seconds, his arms, once reduced to mere skeletons, had returned to their former state. Aside from a slightly pale complexion, there was not a trace of injury to be found. This lad, could it be, he is utilizing the 8 gates of life and death to heal? Zhao Xiaoming's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He suddenly realized that Yifeng's earlier reckless actions were not acts of despair, but rather a strategic use of the secret method to mend his wounds. But the question was, how long had it been? Half a minute? Not only would one struggle to cultivate in that time, but even memorizing the entire manual would be a challenge. Moreover, this was a martial technique from the void realm. Could it be that this lad has, in such a brief span, cultivated the 8 gates of life and death to a minor completion? An incredible thought flashed through Zhao Xiaoming's mind. Instructor, I'm fine. I have fortuitously cultivated the 8 gates of life and death to minor completion. Yifeng did not conceal the truth, acknowledging it directly. After all, this was not something he could hide. Besides, he had no reason to keep it secret. Hiss, even though he had prepared himself mentally. Zhao Xiaoming could not help but gasp when he heard Yifeng's admission. He felt as if his worldview had been violently shaken. Oh, I'm getting old. Once upon a time, I was considered a small genius, but compared to you, I am but a mere trifle, a mere trifle. After a long pause, Zhao Xiaoming finally managed to utter these words. You flatter me, instructor. Yi Feng smiled, not elaborating further. The existence of the system was his greatest secret, and he naturally could not reveal it easily. Explaining it away as talent would suffice. By the way, instructor, Yi Feng seemed to suddenly remember something. A glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. During my coma these past few days, has there been any unusual activity in Jingdong City? Perhaps disturbances caused by demons? He was in urgent need of points. While the 8 gates of life and death was formidable, the points it consumed were indeed staggering. Just now, he had expended 2,000 points for healing, which left him feeling quite insecure. If demons could trouble humans, then Yi Feng could certainly seek out trouble with demons. You lad, truly. Zhao Xiaoming shook his head, a mix of exasperation and admiration evident. As for disturbances by demons, things have been relatively quiet these past few days. After all, that group of monks from Lingning Temple was just uprooted by you. The other demons likely have to reconsider their actions. Yi Feng furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat disappointed. However, Zhao Xiaoming shifted the tone of his voice, becoming somewhat grave. Are you planning to eradicate the Blood Fiend Alliance's branch? Chapter 46. We must assist the cause. The Blood Fiend Alliance, thought Yi Feng, his eyes flickering with surprise at the unexpected mention of the name. He recalled the last encounter in Churchow village, where they had eliminated one of their leaders. It seemed their lingering presence was inescapable. Master, what is the nature of this task? Zhao Xiaoming leaned forward, speaking in a grave tone. At the foot of the Sixine Mountain, outside Liang City, a secret stronghold of the Blood Fiend Alliance has been discovered. They have not only slaughtered the people of several villages and towns, but have also conspired with demons, attempting to overthrow Liang City. The city is in dire straits, urgently calling for assistance from various regions in Yunzhou, and our Demon Suppression Division in Jingdong Town is naturally among those seeking aid. Yi Feng inquired. The Blood Fiend Alliance is so audacious. Has the General S office in Yunzhou not dispatched troops to eliminate them? Zhao Xiaoming sighed deeply, rubbing his temples. The Blood Fiend Alliance is formidable. Each of their branches is guarded by at least 1/4 or even 5th-tier warrior, coupled with the assistance of demons. Our previous attempts at encirclement have resulted in heavy losses. Moreover, this time, the Alliance has dispatched their Saintus, a powerful foe who poses a significant challenge. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng smirked slightly, already formulating a plan in his mind. In essence, it was an opportunity to kill. Not only would it allow him to accumulate points, but it would also refine his martial skills and rid the world of evil, 3 benefits in one. Noticing Yi Feng's fearless demeanor, Zhao Xiaoming understood that such challenges would not intimidate him. He shifted his tone to a more relaxed one. Rest assured, this task does not require you to exert yourself too strenuously. To address this trouble, we have a 5th-tier demon suppression general personally overseeing the operation. This encirclement will involve not only our division, but also the combined efforts of various influential families and sections. I will personally take you there, allowing you to familiarize yourself beforehand. Later, when you arrive in Yundu, it will be advantageous for you. Yi Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. More friends equate to more paths. More enemies equate to more points. All right, master, I accept this task. We must assist the cause. Zhao Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction, providing Yi Feng with a new officer's uniform before they both exited the medical hall and proceeded to the affairs office. The reception desk was manned by a man in his 30s. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoming, he immediately set aside his work and approached respectfully. Master, what brings you here? How may I serve you? Zhao Xiaoming wasted no time, addressing him directly. Lao Lu, hand me the task for encircling the Blood Fiend Alliance's branch. Certainly. Lao Lu responded promptly, rummaging through a pile of wooden plaques. Just as he was about to record the task, he caught sight of Yi Feng standing behind him. Momentarily startled. Master, this task is certainly feasible, but this individual, his gaze lingered on Yi Feng's pristine officer's uniform, hesitation creeping into his voice. He had an excellent memory and could recall the names and appearances of all officers in Jingdong City, yet he was certain he had never seen this one before. Could he be a new officer? Clearing his throat, Lao Lu took the order plaque, verifying it meticulously before lowering his voice. Officer Yi, this task is exceedingly perilous. According to regulations, participants must be at least 3rd-tier warriors. Master, what do you think? He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. He was uncertain of Yi Feng's strength. Despite the officer's uniform, what if he was merely a favored individual with connections? Such occurrences were not unheard of in the Demon Suppression Division. Suddenly, a crimson wave of energy erupted. Yi Feng radiated a molten crimson brilliance, his bones cracking like 100 powerful bows being drawn simultaneously. The entire hall was engulfed in blinding red light, and the iron paperweight on Lao Lu's desk melted into molten metal. Is this sufficient? Yi Feng's fingers curled, leaving 5 melted imprints on the table. Zhao Xiaoming facepalmed. This lad was indeed a source of constant concern. However, the effect was undeniably immediate. The surrounding officers, also there to receive their tasks, fell into a stupor. Yes, absolutely. Lao Lu's voice trembled as he hastily bowed his head, swiftly recording in the task book. I will register you right away. The task location is quite distant, so I will prepare a purple-scaled horse for you. Goodness, according to the information on the order plaque. This horse is only 17 years old. It's already a congenital warrior? Lao Lu's heart raced, unable to calm down. What exactly is this officer's background? He is incredibly formidable. It dawned on him that he recognized Yifeng from the prior incident where he had vanquished the great demon of Lingyan Temple. Yet, wasn't he supposed to be gravely injured? He appeared remarkably vigorous now. The crowd murmured, their gazes toward Yifeng devoid of doubt, replaced by profound awe and admiration. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the powerful are invariably the most revered. Shall we depart? Yifeng retrieved his waist token and turned to Zhao Xiongming. His tone serene. Zhao Xiongming nodded, and the two walked out of the affairs office side by side. As for the discussions around them, Yifeng paid them no mind. Strength is the best proof. 2 days later, in the early morning, at Sixing Mountain, two figures soared from Liyang City like two hawks, tracing an arc in the sky before landing at the valley's entrance. Is this the branch of the Blood Fiend Alliance? Yifeng gazed at the towering mountain before him, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. He had initially imagined the branch to be merely a slightly larger stronghold. But the imposing Sixing Mountain, with its treacherous terrain stretching for dozens of miles, rivaled that of ordinary sects. The sheer scale of this branch was astounding. It was no wonder the court was troubled. Yifeng looked up at the peaks, which were shrouded in a crimson hue. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of bird calls or insect chirps. Only a chilling wind howled through the valley. One could only wonder how many lives had perished to create such a ghastly scene. It was truly shocking. Let us go. We should head to the camp, Zhao Xiongming instructed. The two traversed the rugged mountain path for about half an hour until they finally reached the camp at the foot of the mountain. However, the sight before them caused both to furrow their brows. Scattered around the camp's perimeter were a few disheartened guards, each exuding a lack of spirit. Inside the camp, a cacophony of noise echoed, mingled with the sounds of clinking wine cups and the laughter of women, an incessant melody of indulgence. What on earth are you doing? Zhao Xiongming erupted in fury. Is this a battle or a vacation? Is this how you utilize the camp? The soldiers were startled into submission, nearly dropping to their knees. My lord, we don't wish for this, one soldier cried, his voice thick with grievance and despair. It's all because of the Wang family. Since they took command, they've been reveling in the camp, completely disregarding our lives. He could hardly get the words out, choking on his emotions. They had come to exterminate demons, yet they were being treated like cannon fodder by their own kin. Where's the Wang family? Yifeng narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. It was indeed true that there was nothing new under the sun. One could encounter such tyrannical behavior anywhere. He wondered if he, as the demon suppression officer, could reign in this group of arrogant Wang family members. The soldier pointed towards the largest tent within the camp, gritting his teeth. Right there. That largest tent is where those scoundrels reside. Yifeng remained silent, merely turning to Zhao Xiongming. The latter's expression was as dark as water, clearly enraged. How delightful. So it is this group of scoundrels. Yifeng, accompany me on a journey. I shall introduce you to this despicable group. Having said that, Zhao Xiongming abruptly flicked his sleeves and strode purposefully towards the center of the camp, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity. Chapter 47. Do you dare to present this pitiful thing and embarrass yourself? In a corner of the camp, dozens of corpses lay hastily covered with white cloth, arranged in neat rows. Upon lifting the cloth, it revealed the remnants of the Magic Suppression Division's uniforms, their flesh and blood mostly eroded, leaving behind only shriveled skins and stark white bones. Yifeng reined in his purple-scaled horse, his eyelids twitching slightly, and a heavy weight settled in his heart. It was not uncommon for the officers of the Magic Suppression Division to perish in battle. But the loss of so many at once was exceedingly abnormal. This indicated that the situation had spiraled out of control. In the center of the camp, a thunderous roar erupted from Zhao Xiongming. Wang Han, get out here. Perhaps hearing Zhao's bellow, two figures stumbled out from the largest tent in the camp. The foremost was a young woman clad in elegant attire. Tall and stunningly beautiful, she wore a well-tailored silk gown that accentuated her graceful figure. Yet, amidst the grim military atmosphere, her presence felt particularly jarring. Ah, the woman stretched lazily, yawning as if just awakening from slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, her gaze fell upon the menacingly approaching Zhao Xiongming, and she coyly remarked, "Isn't this General Zhao? We have been waiting for quite some time. My family, the Wang clan, has put in considerable effort these days, slaying many of the Blood Fiend Alliance's monsters. You must report our achievements accurately." Zhao Xiongming was taken aback by her audacity. He had encountered shamelessness before, but this was beyond compare. Suppressing his fury, he surveyed the bleached bones and then glanced at the weary, numb-eyed soldiers around him. Finally, his gaze settled on the exquisitely dressed woman before him. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xiongming quelled his anger. After all, she was merely a junior. The true decision-makers of the Wang family had yet to appear, and it would be beneath him to stoop to her level. Where's Wang Han? Tell him to come out and see me. My father has been waiting for far too long. The elegantly attired woman chuckled lightly, her red lips parting as she slightly tilted her body, gesturing as if to invite him in. Zhao Xiongming, uninterested in further pleasantries, brusquely pushed past her and strode into the tent. At this, the silent man beside the woman suddenly became displeased, barking, "Impertinence! My lady is speaking to you. Are you deaf?" Lu Pei stepped back. The woman's expression turned cold, her voice sharp, commanding an immediate shift in atmosphere. Yes, although Lu Pei felt indignant, he dared not defy her, retreating obediently. His eyes, however, remained filled with resentment as he gazed at Zhao Xiongming. This was a subordinate officer of the Magic Suppression Division. Did he think he was worthy of speaking to him? Zhao Xiongming's temper was well known in Yunzhou. He was not angry, so why should Lu Pei be? Wang Lucan shot Lu Pei a frosty glance, secretly furious. This dog was becoming increasingly disobedient, daring to be insolent in front of Zhao Xiongming. He truly did not know how precarious his situation was. Yifeng stood outside the tent, observing with a cool detachment. He had seen many a powerful figure nurture their hounds, rewarding them with bones when they were useful and discarding them with a kick when they were not. None of this concerned him. Currently, he was merely a deputy, lacking the qualifications to engage in such high-level intrigues. "Little brother, did General Zhao bring you alone? It seems he holds you in high regard." A charming voice interrupted Yifeng's thoughts. He looked up to find the elegantly dressed woman smiling at him. This woman, with her striking beauty, exuded an enchanting allure with every glance and smile. Her sparkling, doe-like eyes seemed to speak volumes, captivating the heart. Yet, Yifeng remained unmoved. In terms of appearance, she could not compare to those sirens, and he held no fondness for the Wang family. "My name is Wang Lucan. What do you go by? Little brother?" Seeing that Yifeng remained silent, she pressed on. Her smile persisted, though her gaze scrutinized him closely. Zhao Xiongming's discerning eye was notorious. To be singled out for a task meant this young man was highly valued. The key was that she had never encountered him before, indicating he lacked substantial backing. If she could recruit him, it would serve her family well, while simultaneously irritating Zhao Xiongming. A twofold gain. Yifeng responded coldly, his expression unyielding. "Little brother, would you be interested in joining our Wang family? With your talents, becoming a guest elder would be more than sufficient." Wang Luchuan's smile was radiant, reminiscent of a blooming poppy, beautiful, yet laced with deadly temptation. "Once you break through to the innate level, our family can arrange for you to marry a lateral member of the Wang clan, and you may select any innate cultivation technique you desire. When you reach the true Qi realm, we can likewise provide you with techniques for that stage." Her words caused an uproar among the soldiers. The significance of inner strength was self-evident. It determined a warrior's potential and blood vitality. Innate inner strength was invaluable, a rarity to encounter. Even within the Magic Suppression Division, one would need to accumulate numerous merits and endure rigorous approvals to exchange for such benefits. The most crucial aspect was that this was merely for a guest elder position. Yet such lavish treatment was offered. Even Lu Pei couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of envy. Although the Wang family treated him well, they would never bestow such extraordinary rewards upon him. "So, what do you say, little brother?" Wang Lucan asked, her alluring smile brightening as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her voice soft and inviting. She believed no young man could refuse such a temptation. "Is that all?" The brevity of Yifeng's response plunged the camp into an eerie silence. A scoff escaped him. "I thought the Wang family could present something worthwhile. This pathetic offer is laughable. Young Master Yi has quite the audacity. Do you realize what you are rejecting?" Wang Luchuan's smile instantaneously froze. It felt as though she had received a stinging slap to the face, her inner fury erupting like a volcano. "I don't know, nor do I care. If you sought me merely for this, I must take my leave," Yifeng said, offering a slight bow as a farewell before turning away without a trace of regret. To him, conversing with such a person felt like a waste of time. This woman was deluded, in any regard. The Magic Suppression Division had far more promising prospects than the Wang family. Once this battle was over, he could directly level up his techniques to the innate realm. Why would he bow to the Wang family? Wang Luchuan's expression darkened, a shadow crossing her eyes. Inhaling deeply to suppress her wrath, she re-established her smile. Though it was now frigid and piercing, "Since that is the case, I shall not press you. However, young master, you should ponder carefully. The 16 Mountain is not a safe place. Should you encounter any danger on the battlefield, exercise caution. On the battlefield, swords and blades were indiscriminate. If the Wang family were to subtly manipulate circumstances, Yifeng's escape would be as arduous as ascending to the heavens." Lu Pei, recovering from his shock, smirked coldly. "Kid, weren't you rather arrogant? Offending the Wang family means you won't find a place in Jiandong City, let alone the entirety of Yunzhou." However, just as he believed Yifeng would slink away in defeat, the young man suddenly halted. Then, with a speed even swifter than before, he pivoted and strode back. Chapter 48. Do you think I will show you mercy? I am here to settle this score. Yifeng suddenly turned around, his eyes blazing like lightning. Fixated on Wang Lucan, his aura surging with intensity. As a practitioner of innate martial arts, his physical form had transcended the limits of mortals with heightened senses. How could Wang Luchuan's seemingly polite threat escape his keen perception? Moreover, she had no intention of concealing her intentions. Prior to this, Zhao Xiongming had cautioned him that when dealing with these aristocratic families, if they sought their own demise, no mercy should be shown. Wang Lucan, you conspire to harm the deputy of the Demon Suppression Division. Come with me. Before the words had fully left his lips, he had already launched his attack. The moment his fist was unleashed, a mighty roar echoed, and before his fist even reached her, a ring of crimson energy erupted, upheaving the ground as if a dragon of earth was writhing beneath. Wang Luchuan's expression changed dramatically. Wait, I only said a few words. How could this fool act so rashly? You are courting death. Liu Pei roared, instinctively attempting to intervene. He dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Wang Lucan, his palm striking out in an effort to neutralize the ferocious blow. Crack! In an instant, Liu Pei's right arm exploded into a mist of blood, his body hurtling backward, leaving behind a long trail of crimson on the ground. A gaping dent the size of a bowl appeared in his chest, with ribs undoubtedly shattered. And he was now gasping for breath, struggling to survive. Yifeng, you are so bold. Wang Luchuan's voice was sharp and piercing, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her once delicate features twisted into a snarl, her beautiful eyes wide open, fixated on Yifeng as if she wished to consume him whole. Yifeng sneered, feigning innocence. Were all present deaf to her threats? Come, tell me. Didn't she just threaten me, saying she would deal with me on the battlefield? Yifeng had no intention of allowing matters to escalate to the battlefield, only to seek trouble with the Wang family afterward. He believed in preemptive action. Since she dared to threaten him openly, he would resolve the issue right then and there. You all witnessed it. He struck first. Wang Lucan abruptly turned her gaze to the surrounding soldiers, her eyes glinting with a chill. If news of today's event spread, it would be detrimental to everyone involved. My Wang family has always been just in rewards and punishments. As long as you speak the truth, I assure you will not be wronged. But if anyone dares to twist the facts, they must weigh the consequences. The soldiers swallowed hard, their Adam's apples bobbing. They glanced at the glamorous Wang Lucan, then at their own disheveled appearances, finally resting their gaze on the hastily covered corpses draped in white cloth. Those were their comrades, brothers who had fought alongside them. Yet now, they lay there, transformed into cold corpses. I heard it. More voices began to join in. Yes, we all heard it. The Wang family intends to harm Deputy Yi. Wang Lucan could hardly believe her ears. This group of mud-legged soldiers had dared to revolt against her? Since they had all heard it, it would make things easier. I am the deputy of the Demon Suppression Division, tasked with exterminating the Blood Fiend Alliance. And yet you conspire to harm a court official, a crime that warrants severe punishment. Yifeng struck with sudden ferocity, his right arm shimmering with golden energy as he aimed directly at her midsection. Wang Luchuan's heart raced with alarm, gritting her teeth as the blood within her surged. Gathering at her fist, 12 threads of entangling silk fist. With a shout, her fist's trajectory changed. It was no longer a straightforward assault, but rather like threads of silk, attempting to dissipate Yifeng's formidable strike. She recognized that while Yifeng was an innate practitioner, so was she. A mere mud-legged fighter could hardly possess formidable martial skills. If she could employ her silk entangling technique to counter his strike, perhaps she could turn the tide in her favor. Boom. The dual-colored waves of golden and crimson energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, the ground collapsing beneath them. Wang Luchuan's blood energy shattered in an instant, her expression one of utter disbelief. The technique she prided herself on crumbled like thin paper before the sheer force of Yifeng's power, disintegrating without resistance. Crash! The remaining force slammed into Wang Lucan. At the critical moment, a jade pendant she wore on her chest suddenly emitted a milky white barrier, barely absorbing the impact of the punch. Yet, despite this, the terrifying force still sent her flying, carving a deep trench into the ground as she soared over Tianzhong before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough. Wang Lucan struggled to rise, only to find her body utterly weak, unable even to wiggle a finger. A fiery pain surged within her chest, each breath akin to swallowing shards of glass. This sensation was far too foreign. Throughout her life, not only had she never been injured, but even minor scrapes would draw a crowd of concerned onlookers. When had she ever endured such suffering? What was more unbearable was the fact that she had been decisively defeated, and so thoroughly. Both of them were innate practitioners. How was it that she, with her superior background and training conditions, could lose so utterly in a single exchange? Why had she been vanquished with such ease? Wang Luhan remained lost in self-doubt as the dirt was blown away from her face, revealing the terror within her. What do you want? She kicked her legs desperately against the ground, attempting to distance herself from this demon. I was wrong. Is that enough? I merely spoke a few words. And you resort to violence? Is the Demon Suppression Division really this tyrannical? Yifeng's gaze fell upon the jade pendant on her chest. A protective artifact? This aristocratic family truly possessed many fine treasures. He casually yanked the pendant off and tucked it into his robe. Cough, cough. At that moment, a light cough reached his ears. Yifeng's gaze shifted slightly. It was a reminder from those within the tent, urging him to cease. Yet, having already subdued her, it seemed Zhao Xiongming was indeed more astute. Yifeng reigned in his overwhelming presence, placing a foot upon Wang Luchuan's chest as he looked down at her. Now you wish to reason? Very well, let us discuss it. As one of the paramount institutions of the Deqian, the Demon Suppression Division cannot tolerate the open threat against one of its deputies. If I fail to respond, where lies the authority of the division? Must I enter the battlefield not only to face enemies, but also to guard against treachery from behind? How am I to fight under such conditions? You should be grateful that you are still considered an ally. Otherwise, your head would already be adorning the gates. Having delivered his verdict, Yifeng turned his back and departed without a glance. Behind him, Wang Luchuan's heart-wrenching sobs filled the air. The surrounding soldiers, observing Yifeng's retreating figure, felt a storm of emotions swell within them. These two were not mere nobodies. They hailed from the illustrious Wang family, having enjoyed the finest resources and training since childhood, their strength far surpassing their peers. Yet, before Yifeng, they crumbled like fragile clay figures, easily shattered. However, no one felt sympathy for the Wang family. These scions of nobility had long grown accustomed to wielding their power over others, disregarding the lives of the soldiers. Now, witnessing their downfall, many secretly reveled in their misfortune. What are you all still standing around for? The assault on the Blood Fiend Alliance is imminent. Hurry to your posts. Following the voice, they turned to see Zhao Xiongming walking alongside a middle-aged man. The man was clad in a dark golden robe, a jade pendant hanging at his waist. He was robust and had a stern visage, though his expression was currently one of displeasure. Zhao Pian, your subordinate is truly formidable. Wang Han suppressed his anger, his tone laced with sarcasm. Huh, you flatter me. Zhao Xiongming smiled faintly and spoke aloud. This lad may have a fiery temper, but sometimes dealing with certain individuals requires such measures. What do you say, Master Wang? Wang Han's expression immediately grew more grim. Yet, he found himself unable to erupt in anger. For it was his daughter who had initially threatened Yifeng, and many had borne witness to this incident. Ultimately, it was the Wang family that stood in the wrong. Zhao was indeed correct. Wang Han's face twitched as he rubbed his ring, contemplating the situation. However, this means we are down two crucial forces. Our forthcoming endeavors may face considerable strain, he remarked. Given this predicament, perhaps it would be better to proceed as follows. Yifeng interjected suddenly. Let us allocate all the responsibilities of our mission to me. I shall bear the burden alone. Chapter 49. The Great War approaches. Let all the tasks fall upon me. I shall bear them alone. The youthful, clear voice rang out, leaving all present in a state of stunned silence. Had this boy lost his mind? To take on 3 tasks single-handedly? In the military, there is no room for jest. Lieutenant Yi, you must think this through, Wang Han remarked, a hint of derision gracing his features. 3 tasks require the elimination of at least 30 members of the Bloodslaughter Alliance. Otherwise, it will be met with disciplinary action. He emphasized the term disciplinary action deliberately. The Bloodslaughter Alliance was not to be trifled with. Its ranks were filled with ruthless individuals of formidable strength. For an ordinary innate realm warrior, completing even one task demanded utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet, Wang Han would not extend a warning to Yifeng. He was eager to witness the boy's downfall. Yifeng chuckled lightly. There is no need for your concern. Lord Wang, I have my own methods. He turned away, ignoring Wang Han, and strode towards the side. With the veil of civility torn away, there was no need for further pretense. Besides, even if Wang Han remained silent, he would have acted this way regardless. The Bloodslaughter Alliance would not be easily subdued, and the scale of their forces was undoubtedly vast, numbering in the hundreds. He was in dire need of points, and such an opportunity could not be missed. Wang Han's smile grew increasingly ominous. Very well, since Lieutenant Yi is so confident, you shall guard the valley entrance. I must inform you that reinforcements from various camps are already in position. This will be the final assault, and General Jinma himself will take to the field. The valley entrance will be the focal point for the Bloodslaughter Alliance's escape. Lieutenant Yi, ensure that not a single one slips through. Otherwise, should the general be displeased, losing your head would be a light punishment. His expression was filled with schadenfreude. According to intelligence, it was highly likely that the Bloodslaughter Alliance as Saintus would attempt to break through from the valley entrance. Yifeng, so arrogant and capable? Let him guard the entrance and see how long he can swagger about. As Wang Han turned to leave, preparing for the assault, Zhao Xiongming hesitated before sighing deeply. Just remain at the valley entrance, but do not venture too deep, lest you attract the attention of that elder. Elder? Yifeng murmured, slightly taken aback. Zhao Xiongming nodded, explaining, this operation against the Bloodslaughter Alliance is personally overseen by General Jinma, a formidable force at the Condensation Realm. The valley entrance is still over 10 miles from the peak. Yifeng mused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. In the realm of martial arts, above the innate level lies the true Qi, and above that is the Condensation Realm. A warrior at the Condensation Realm can shatter mountains with a single strike, incinerate forests with a breath, and their blood energy condenses like a furnace, capable of vaporizing any living creature within 100 meters. In Deqian, a practitioner at the Condensation Realm is already considered a mid-tier combatant, capable of establishing sects and commanding respect. Zhao Xiongming lamented, 10 miles is nothing for a Condensation Realm warrior. Yifeng, you are young with boundless potential. Do not let your bravery lead you into danger. Understood, Yifeng replied. His gaze drifting across the camp towards the distant mountain shrouded in crimson mist. Luyin Mountain, true to its name, never sees the sun. Perpetually cloaked in a heavy aura of darkness. At its summit, blood energy surged into the sky. Vaguely, a massive structure could be discerned within the blood fog. Lurking like a slumbering beast, exuding an oppressive aura. That must be the location of the Bloodslaughter Alliance's branch. According to the intel, the Bloodslaughter Alliance as Saintis was likely at the peak of the 3rd tier, if not having already broken through to the 4th tier. Yifeng stroked his chin, his battle spirit igniting. Regardless, he already had a strategy in mind. Upon encounter, he would employ the Celestial Armored technique to inflict severe injury first, then utilize the 8 gates of life and death to trade wounds, exhausting her. As Yifeng contemplated, the blood energy atop the mountain became increasingly dense. The once calm sky darkened, swirling clouds roiling as thunder rumbled. Zhao Xiaoming's expression turned grave. It is beginning. Yifeng, head to the valley entrance now. Remember, do not venture too deep. Prioritize your safety. Understood, Yifeng affirmed, turning towards the valley entrance. Simultaneously, atop Luyin Mountain at the Bloodslaughter Alliance's branch, a colossal altar made of obsidian stood resolute at the summit. Before the altar stood a captivating woman clad in black robes. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely beautiful, yet a lingering shadow of malice clouded her eyes. Behind her knelt dozens of black-clad followers, each fervently chanting incantations. With a thunderous roar echoing from outside, the woman slowly opened her eyes, revealing a look of resentment. So close. I was so close to breaking through to the true Qi realm. Cold Feijuan gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with frustration. She had initially planned to harness the energy from this sacrifice to achieve a breakthrough, but the forces from the Demon Suppression Division had arrived much sooner than anticipated, bringing a vast army to besiege them. As Cold Feijuan seethed with anger, a gust of foul wind swept in, accompanied by a low growl. A massive azure wolf entered the altar. Saintis, the front line has collapsed, and many of my kin have perished. If you lack a condensation realm warrior to hold the line, I shall take my leave. Cold Feijuan's expression darkened, a flash of rage igniting in her beautiful eyes. Yet she suppressed it, responding coldly, Azure Wolf King. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? The Azure Wolf King bared his teeth, revealing his serrated fangs. Our alliance with the Bloodslaughter is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Do not presume that I will be at your beck and call. I have come to inform you that my East Cliff Demon clan will be withdrawing. You must find your own way. With that, the Azure Wolf King turned to leave the altar, leaving Cold Feijuan with a face full of fury. Damn beast. Cold Feijuan clenched her silver teeth, scanning the altar below. The followers who should have filled the space were now sparse, with barely half remaining. Of the 12 Hall Masters, only 2 remained. The others were either slain, fled, or sacrificed as offerings. Enough, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Cold Feijuan consoled herself inwardly. Raising her head, she looked at the 2 remaining Hall Masters, her voice icy and devoid of emotion. Lin Ting, Zhang He, step forward. At your command. The 2 men in red robes immediately knelt, respectfully replying. What are your orders, Saintis? Cold Feijuan commanded, as the vanguard. You must head to the valley entrance immediately and ensure a breach. I shall follow shortly. Inform Elder Kongwu at once. Even though he is wounded, he must exert his final strength to activate the blood sacrifice array and aid our escape. Saintis, this. Lin Ting and Zhang He exchanged glances. Expressions of difficulty etched upon their faces. Elder Kongwu was a senior member of the Bloodslaughter Alliance. Although he had been grievously injured in the recent battle, he was not someone they could easily command. Moreover, Cold Feijuan's tone was not one of negotiation, but of command. What? Do you dare defy the Saintis' orders? Of course not. We shall inform Elder Kongwu at once. Watching the 2 depart, a complex expression flickered in Cold Feijuan's eyes. To survive, to secure the future of the Bloodslaughter Alliance, she must sacrifice certain things. On Luyin Mountain, the churning clouds seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, spiraling violently to form a gigantic vortex. At the center of the vortex, a blinding beam of light erupted, shooting skyward. Is it beginning? Yifeng sat upon a green rock at the valley entrance, gazing up at the sky. As the moment the beam of light emerged, the earth trembled. Atop Mount Luyin, a dark figure leaped fiercely, accompanied by a ferocious whirlwind, charging towards the beam of light. At the instant of collision between the shadow and the beam, it seemed as though time itself stood still. Immediately thereafter, a more intense explosion reverberated through the air. Boom. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the dark clouds split open, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Wail, wail. At that moment, a series of deep horns echoed from the mountain. Following this, a throng of people surged downwards like a relentless tide of ants, overwhelming the landscape as they descended from the mountain. Chapter 50. Stand back. Leave everything to me at the valley entrance. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with water. In the distance, a dark tide of people surged forward. The Blood Slaughter Alliance was launching an unprecedented offensive, a stark contrast to the minor skirmishes of recent days. Yifeng surveyed the soldiers behind him, 100 from the Demon Suppression Division, each face taut, gripping their blades as if facing a formidable foe. Though Wang Han had instructed him to guard the valley alone, he ultimately could not relinquish control entirely and sent 100 men for support. After all, the valley entrance was a critical point for the Blood Slaughter Alliance's breakout. Any misstep could implicate Wang Han as well. However, this arrangement compelled Yifeng to consider another issue: how to seize the opportunity to slay enemies amidst the throng of soldiers. Sir, might I suggest you enter the fray first while we withstand this assault? A squad leader ventured hesitantly, clearly perplexed as to why this young officer would choose to remain in such a precarious position. Did he truly think he could single-handedly halt an army? Even a master of the innate realm could not endure such exhaustion. Sir, the Blood Slaughter Alliance possesses a multitude of formidable foes. Your status is invaluable. It would be wise to oversee from a safe distance while we take the lead. Another soldier urged, concern etched across their faces. Yifeng appeared far too young, even younger than their own children. Faced with such a daunting situation, it was natural for their blood to run hot. Should anything go awry, they could not bear the consequences. Allow us to take the forefront. The earlier squad leader insisted, his tone resolute. Once we have weathered the initial wave, you can strike with decisive force to eliminate the key figures of the Blood Slaughter Alliance. This would be far more prudent. We, the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Division, have long since cast aside the notion of life and death. We only wish for you to lead us in vanquishing this scourge and avenging our fallen brothers. This declaration was both an oath of loyalty and a veiled counsel. Yet, the reply that met them was the calm and confident voice of the youth. Your task is to hold the valley entrance and prevent any escape. As for those charging into battle, Yifeng's lips curled into a confident smile. Leave that to me. Without allowing further argument, he began to stride forward, his pace quickening until he transformed into a whirlwind, racing towards the tide of enemies. Sir, come back. It's dangerous. The soldiers cried out anxiously, desperate to rush forward and pull Yifeng back. Yet, in stark contrast to their fears, Yifeng's heart soared with exhilaration. His blood surged, his battle robes rippling in the fierce wind, the only sound in his ears the roar of the gale. 10 paces, 5 paces. 3 paces. The distance between the two forces rapidly diminished, so much so that he could see his own reflection mirrored in the eyes of the Blood Slaughter Alliance's soldiers. In an instant, crimson steam erupted from his body. Spiraling upwards, gathering, rolling, and coalescing from afar, it resembled a vast sea of blood, surging violently in the air, obscuring the sun. Countless phantoms of weaponry began to slowly materialize. Buzz, a chilling silence enveloped the world. Countless weapons hovered in the air, each gleaming ominously. Heavenly armament technique. Lin Ting, concealed among the throng, and Zhang He both turned pale, their voices rising in alarm. This was one of the 3 great secret arts of the general's office of Yun Prefecture. Who exactly was this youth? How did he possess such a technique? The sheer number of blood weapons, at least several hundred if not thousands, required an immense reservoir of blood energy to sustain. Was this person even human? He was nothing short of a monster. Retreat. Lin Ting reacted swiftly, his voice hoarse as he withdrew in haste. Zhang He, equally terrified, turned and fled without hesitation. It was no jest, such a formidable display of power could hardly be withstood even by a saint. Yifeng soared into the air, gazing down at the crowd below. Truly, it was exhilarating. This was the first time since entering the innate realm that he had employed this technique. Previous opponents were either too weak to warrant its use or too powerful to allow him to do so. Now, the minions of the Blood Slaughter Alliance served as perfect test subjects. With a simple utterance, fall, the moment the words left his lips, the sky filled with blood weapons descended like meteors upon the encroaching black tide. The threat of death loomed like a mountain overhead. In the next breath, the blood weapons collided thunderously with the tide of enemies. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted, a blinding crimson light consuming all in its wake. The ground churned like a tempest, and within 10 paces, the crowd erupted like fireworks, severed limbs and shattered armor dancing in the shockwave. Kill an early-stage Meridian Warrior. Gain 20 points, kill a late-stage Meridian Warrior. Gain 40 points, kill a beginning-stage Chi Si Warrior. Gain 80 points, kill. The system notifications rang out like firecrackers, a cacophony that reverberated through the entire Sixeen Mountain, startling countless onlookers. Whether they were soldiers engaged in combat, remnants of the Blood Slaughter Alliance, or the various factions lurking in the shadows, all were taken aback by this sudden explosion. At the center of the blast, a massive crimson mushroom cloud ascended. Above Sixeen Mountain, a figure clad in black was commanding several blood-red weapons, subduing an elder enveloped in dark energy. The man sensed something and abruptly turned his gaze towards the valley. An unfamiliar aura of blood energy. This feeling did not belong to the Demon Suppression Division. Could it be a master from a hidden family? At the valley entrance, fierce winds swept across the wasteland, stinging the faces of many in shock. The once dense crowd had vanished, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation, scorched earth, broken soldiers, and mountains of corpses. As the smoke began to clear, a tall figure emerged from the ruins. He was scarcely dusted with dirt, appearing completely unscathed. The onlookers gasped, their mouths agape, their minds blank, utterly devoid of thought. Silence enveloped the area, a silence as profound as death itself. With a single strike, merely one strike, he had annihilated hundreds of Bloodslaughter Alliance foes. Yi Dui, truly a divine being. The squad leader murmured to himself, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I had thought to protect him. What a foolish notion that was. Yifeng exhaled deeply, turning his attention to the system interface. Points, 7,450, thousands, 7,000 points. Yifeng's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. He could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them to confirm. Holy smokes! Holy smokes! He gasped, pinching himself. The pain confirmed it was real. He had struck gold. With this many points, he could surely advance several innate martial techniques. He recalled the Saintess. She must be worth considerable points. Just as Yifeng was enveloped in elation, a faint rustling sounded from the depths of the ruins nearby. Is Zhang He dead? Bah, I'm as tough as they come. Zhang He muttered under his breath. You cursed raven, don't jinx me. What on earth is this kid? That move was beyond terrifying. Who knows when Yin Prefecture produced such a monster? With such strength, even the Saintess would likely be outmatched. Panic and dread laced Zhang He's voice. What now? The Saintess was counting on us to create an opening. Now, not only have we failed, but we have also drawn the ire of such a calamity. The Saintess? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed beside them. Both individuals felt a shiver run down their spines, their body hair standing on end, as the corpse that had covered them vanished without a trace. Immediately after, a visage filled with terror came into view. Why you? Lin Ting was so frightened that his soul seemed to escape him, his tongue tangled, rendering him speechless. Zhang He fared little better, his complexion as pale as a sheet, his body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, both regretted their choices deeply. Had they known this would occur, they would have braved the escape rather than confront this harbinger of doom. Judging by your attire, you must hold a significant position within the Bloodslaughter Alliance. Yet you were not immediately annihilated. It seems your strength is commendable, Yifeng remarked in a nonchalant tone, as if engaging in casual conversation. Now, tell me, where is your Saintess? Zhang He opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched and unable to utter a single word. His eyes darted around desperately, seeking an escape plan. Suddenly, Lin Ting felt a chill at his neck, and then everything spun violently. In his line of sight, he and Zhang He's headless corpses were gushing blood like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. How dare he? This was the last thought of Lin Ting, bewildered until his final breath, unable to comprehend why Yifeng acted with such decisiveness, launching an attack without a single question. Kill innate level martial artist, gain 400 points. Kill innate level martial artist, gain 400 points. Yifeng slowly retracted his long blade, its surface devoid of any bloodstains. If you choose not to speak, so be it. Regardless, this is your only path to survival. I shall ascend the mountain to find her. Chapter 51 All Alone. The treacherous valley of Luyin Mountain, once steep and formidable, now appeared diminished. Crimson blood splattered upon the earth, staining the originally brown soil a dark red. Gulp. The squad leader felt a dryness in his throat as he surveyed the hellish scene before him, his scalp tingling and face twitching. He turned to Yifeng, cautiously inquiring, Yi Dui, the mission has been accomplished. What are your plans next? Yifeng shifted his gaze toward the summit of Luyin Mountain. At the peak, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Two indistinct figures clashed amidst the clouds, causing the entire mountain to tremble. You stay here. I will ascend the mountain to take a look. Although that last strike was impressive, it did not exhaust much of my vitality. Since I am in good condition, it would be prudent to strike the Blood Fiend Alliance while they remain unaware of their vanguard's obliteration. A surprise attack could yield substantial results. Ascend the mountain? The squad leader hesitated, but the outcome is still uncertain above. It would be wiser to secure the valley's entrance, waiting for the general to eliminate the Blood Fiend Alliance's stronghold before proceeding. Do not worry, you guard this position. Yifeng raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal and turned to ascend the mountain. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. I will take a look at the mountain and perhaps have a word with that Saintess. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd varied. As they watched Yifeng's figure fade into the winding mountain path, the squad leader wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a lingering trepidation. This was indeed a true genius, a martial artist of innate talent under 20. He had shattered the Wang family's eldest daughter and her sycophantic followers with a single punch. Alone, he had slaughtered hundreds of elite members of the Blood Fiend Alliance as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Compared to him, those so-called geniuses were laughable. It seemed that after spending so long on the frontier, his perspective had narrowed. He pondered how to articulate the military report. In the camp, Wang Luchuan's face was ashen as she fixated on the valley's entrance, her pupils constricting violently. Initially filled with resentment from being reprimanded by Yifeng, she had even contemplated how to take revenge. Yet, witnessing that earth-shattering strike extinguished all her malice, replaced by an indescribable despair, Wang Luhan felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away, her legs buckling beneath her as she collapsed to the ground. At under 30, with innate second-tier capabilities, She was a paragon of excellence in the imperial capital. She even held the potential to break through to the condensation realm before 60, becoming a pillar of her family. But now, what of the paragon? What future could she expect? Before true prodigies, she was merely a joke. To think I tried to curry favor with such a genius using those paltry conditions. No wonder he looked down on me with such disdain. How foolish of me to assume my offered terms were enticing enough to evoke gratitude. Reflecting on my past actions, how utterly naive and ridiculous. What was most alarming was that I had offended him. If he held a grudge against the Wang family, Wang Luhan dared not think further. Feeling an icy chill envelop her as if plunging into a frozen abyss, she abruptly turned to Liu Pei, who was still groaning nearby, commanding, "Liu Pei, quickly fetch the jade spirit pill I brought. Present it to Yi Dui as an apology for my earlier offense. But miss, that belongs to Lord Wang Han. What is mine? Do as I say. Otherwise, our Wang family faces annihilation." Yes, yes. Liu Pei, trembling in fear, hurriedly complied. If Wang Luhan was so terrified, how could he, a mere lackey, dare to defy? At Lui Mountain, Blood Fiend Alliance's outpost. It's done. Finally done. Long Feijuan opened her eyes, two beams of brilliance shooting forth like tangible arrows. Feeling the surging power within her, a sickly flush crept onto her pale cheeks. The sacrifice of those dozens of useless subordinates had not been in vain. So this is the true Qi realm? Truly formidable. For this moment, she had sacrificed many subordinates, forcibly elevating her cultivation through a blood ritual, though she had not eliminated impurities due to her haste, leading to an unstable foundation and lesser strength than a typical true Qi realm martial artist. It was still sufficient. At the very least, her odds of escaping had increased. The Elder of the Empty Void still radiated a lingering aura, suggesting he could hold on a while longer. She pondered how Lin Ting and Zhang He were faring. Sensing the violent energy fluctuations from outside, Long Feijuan furrowed her brows. According to the plan, Lin Ting and Zhang He were to break through from the valley's entrance with the main forces, drawing the attention of the Demon Suppression Division. Meanwhile, she would select a weakly defended location to escape, a feint to the east while striking to the west, her only path to survival. As for those considered disposable subordinates, how many would perish? What concern is that to me? However, the immense tremor that had emanated from the mountain earlier still weighed on her mind. She wondered which true Qi realm martial artist had made such an impressive display. It would be wise to avoid them if possible. Just then, an unfamiliar presence approached with astonishing speed. They've Yi come so soon? Long Feijuan's hair stood on end as she abruptly raised her head toward the door. A wave of intense unease surging within her. Something was amiss. According to the plan, the main forces of the Demon Suppression Division should have been occupied by Lin Ting and his group. How could someone arrive here so quickly? Could it be an elite squad attempting a decapitation strike? Thoughts raced through her mind as she instinctively tightened her grip on her sword, her gaze fixed on the door. Bang! The wooden door of the hall exploded, splinters scattering. A figure, enveloped in a cloud of dust, emerged into view. It was a young man. Appearing no more than 17 or 18, tall and robust, clad in dark martial attire that accentuated his muscular frame. Is it just you? Yifeng's eyes swept the surroundings, lingering on the scattered corpses with a hint of regret. On the way here, many well-meaning souls mentioned that there should be dozens of Blood Fiend Alliance members waiting in line to kill me. Where are they? Have they all hidden away? I too would like to ask, is it just you who dares to challenge our Blood Fiend Alliance? What gives you the audacity? Upon hearing this, a profound sense of absurdity surged within Long Feijuan. She confirmed repeatedly, even employing secret methods, only to accept the incredulous truth. There was truly only one person. Suddenly, a surge of wrath ignited within her. Before her stood a mere child, his aura barely that of an innate martial artist, not even at the late stage of innate. With such feeble strength, he dared to invade the Blood Fiend Alliance's outpost? What a frog at the bottom of the well, utterly unaware of the vastness beyond. You possess remarkable courage to venture here alone. Long Feijuan's voice was icy, laced with murderous intent. Yet, alas, you are far too arrogant, bordering on ignorance of your own demise. As she spoke, her blood energy reached its zenith, resembling a crimson sun. The air grew unbearably hot. The ground began to emit a burnt odor. Such delectable blood energy, merely being near it filled her with a sense of euphoria. She licked her lips, her gaze betraying unmasked greed. Such pure blood energy must mean each of your breakthroughs was flawless, was it not? I find myself lacking in my recent breakthrough. Thus, I shall use your essence to undergo my baptism. Sensing the formidable pressure emanating from the opponent, Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly. Is this the true Qi realm? Yet, why does this aura seem somewhat insubstantial? Nevertheless, even so, the true Qi realm remains the true Qi realm. There exists a vast chasm between it and the innate realm. To challenge beyond 1's level is no simple feat. Chapter 52. It truly hurts if I don't visit the apothecary soon. I shall be well. Long Feijuan exuded confidence. As the holy maiden of the Blood Slaughter Alliance, she practiced the supreme internal art known as the Fiving Great Method. In her pursuit of mastering this technique, she had consumed the essence of countless martial artists and even the blood of formidable demons. Her physical form had been tempered to a strength akin to that of a demon. throughout the annals of the Bloodslaughter Alliance. There had been instances where a holy son, relying on this formidable physique, had torn apart elite practitioners of rival sections. Her power was the wellspring of her confidence. Boy, to perish at my hands would indeed be your honor, Lung Feijuan declared, her gaze haughty and filled with delight. Come now, struggle to your heart's content. Employ every technique to amuse me. If you can satisfy me, I shall leave you intact. You prattle too much. Have you spent all these years merely honing your tongue? Before she could finish, Yifeng moved. A divine aura surged forth, boiling with blood energy, reaching its zenith. The crimson aura coiled into a spiraling vortex, distorting the air around his fist, producing a thunderous roar. Interesting. Lung Feijuan chuckled, her anger replaced by amusement. With a graceful shout, she formed a fist seal. Though it appeared soft and lacking in force, it concealed a power like thunder. Clang. The two fists collided, akin to two mountains crashing together. The ground within a Tinjong radius collapsed with a resounding thud, massive boulders soaring into the air, only to shatter into fine dust before they could descend. The fierce wind propelled debris like bullets, leaving the surrounding walls riddled with gaping holes. In that moment of impact, Lung Feijuan felt a terrifying force surging through her arm. Boom, boom, boom. A layer of crimson aura erupted around her, resonating with the sound of metal clashing. Counterforce? Are you a disciple of Shaolin? The Bloodslaughter Alliance has never interfered with Shaolin's affairs. Do you wish to incite a sect war? Yet, Yifeng paid her no heed. Not uttering a single superfluous word, and unleashed another punch. Madman. Lung Feijuan cursed inwardly. Could this man truly be insane enough to trade injuries? Did he think that mastering the Golden Bell shield rendered him invulnerable? Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you to the end. Let us see who falters first. With a swift motion, she extended her hand into a claw, fingers like hooks, glinting with an eerie blood light as they aimed for Yifeng's collarbone. Realizing that she had aligned her thoughts with his, Yifeng smirked coldly. Is that all? A few layers of rotten flesh? With that, he struck her neck, twisting it at an unnatural angle. Simultaneously, he felt a considerable chunk of flesh tear from his shoulder. Cough, cough. Lung Feijuan staggered back, her hands twisting violently to realign her distorted neck. Spitting blood, her eyes sparkled with triumph. Boy, did you think you could trade injuries? You are still too naive. That must have hurt, hasn't it? As she spoke, the wound on her neck began to heal. It wouldn't be long before she was fully restored. Yifeng glanced at his own shoulder, which was a bloody mess. Indeed, it hurt a bit, but he would be well before long. Countless flesh buds writhed at the sight of his wound, and within mere breaths, the once mangled flesh was completely healed. His bronze skin bore no trace of injury. Had it not been for the blood on the ground and the chunk of flesh in Lung Feijuan's hand, one would scarcely believe he had been wounded. Lung Feijuan's expression darkened, a mixture of shock and fury surging within her. She had not anticipated that Yifeng would possess such remarkable healing abilities, and even more formidable than her own. Had she endured that punch in vain? Seeing that her composure had shattered, Yifeng lowered his stance and surged forward again. Blood energy coalesced into a spear, the shaft bending like a crescent moon, the tip glowing with a fierce azure light, transforming into a lance over a zhong long. Lung Feijuan's fingers flicked, a crimson light slicing through the air. Puff, puff, puff. The blood light pierced through Yifeng's shoulder, ribs, and thigh, creating gaping wounds the size of bowls. Yet, despite this, the spear in Yifeng's hand showed no sign of halting, advancing with unyielding momentum. Lung Feijuan's eyes glinted with ferocity as she thrust her hands forward like iron pincers, seizing the spear's tip with brute strength. Sizzle. The friction between the spear and her palm emitted a piercing sound, sparks flying. Boy, do not be so arrogant. I'm a true Qi realm warrior. Do you wish to defy me? With a savage grin, she summoned a torrent of blood energy from her palm, intending to crush the spear. Just as she spoke, the spear vanished. What? Lung Feijuan's pupils constricted, sensing a blur before her eyes, as Yifeng's hands shot forth like lightning, gripping her cheek. In the next instant, his knee struck with the force of a siege hammer, enveloped in crimson energy, exploding against her face. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as her cheek caved in, the bridge of her nose shattered, blood mingled with teeth erupting from her mouth. The sheer force sent her head reeling back, nearly snapping her neck. A tidal wave of pain washed over her, threatening to render her unconscious. Yet, as a true Qi realm warrior, she clung to a thread of consciousness amidst the agony. With a swift motion, she struck upward, her hand piercing through the gaps between Yifeng's ribs, gripping tightly before she yanked with all her might. Rip! Half of her chest was torn open, revealing stark white bone and a pulsating heart. Yifeng remained unfazed, the excruciating pain awakening his ferocity. He raised his arm, muscles coiling, veins bulging, resembling a dragon poised for battle. His bronze skin shimmered with a golden glow, exuding unmatched might. With the force of a raging storm, his fist descended. Boom! A visible shockwave radiated outward in circular ripples. Within 100 meters, the ground cracked inch by inch, spreading like a spider's web. Now, Lung Feijuan's head and body had formed a right angle, her neck pierced by bone, blood spewing forth like a fountain, staining the earth crimson. Deprived of the essential connection of her neck, her body could no longer respond. Gasp, gasp. Long Feijuan glared at Yifeng, her throat producing rasping sounds. It seemed she had some final words to utter. With a swift flash, a blade gleamed. Long Feijuan's head soared high, tracing an arc in the air before crashing to the ground and rolling several times, ultimately coming to rest in a corner. Kill a true Qi Realm warrior. Gain 1,200 points. It appears you have some parting words. I am a compassionate soul, incapable of witnessing others depart with unfulfilled wishes. Speak now, if you have any lingering desires. Yifeng leaned down, placing his hand to his ear in a gesture of listening. To be candid, this Blood Slaughter Alliance Holy Maiden's strength was not as formidable as anticipated. She was even somewhat inferior to the old monk from Lingnan Temple. Could it be that her forced breakthrough into the true Qi realm had compromised her foundation? Or was she intimidated by the grotesque self-healing abilities of the 8 gates of life and death, failing to unleash her full potential? As Yifeng pondered, a deep and magnetic voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Well done. Who? Yifeng's hair stood on end as he whipped around. Before him stood a burly middle-aged man clad in dark armor, surveying him with a discerning gaze. This man exuded an aura of seasoned martial prowess, his countenance stern, imbued with the essence of a battle-hardened veteran. Which division do you serve? He inquired. Slaying the Blood Slaughter Alliance Holy Maiden is no small feat. It dawned on Yifeng that the tremors from earlier had ceased without his notice. The imposing figure before him was none other than the demon-suppressing general dispatched to command the 6 Mountain. Chapter 53, Linglong 9 Apertures. Abundant points. The two men exchanged glances for a brief moment before descending into silence. The man in black armor cleared his throat, shattering the stillness. Why do you stare at me? Oh, could it be that you do not know how to address me? My name is Lu Buqian. And what do they call you? He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his stature towering, even a head taller than Yifeng. He resembled an iron tower, exuding an intense aura of oppression. Yifeng nodded slightly, his lips moving to respond. Yifeng. His gaze shifted to the lifeless body of Long Feijuan. A flicker of regret mingled with desire flashing across his eyes. After all, she was the Holy Maiden of the Blood Evil Alliance, undoubtedly possessing numerous valuable items. Alas, it was not appropriate to act in front of this formidable figure. Lu Buqian also glanced at the corpse, an unusual expression crossing his face. As a formidable warrior in the condensing Qi realm, his vision was exceptional. Judging by the traces of battle surrounding them, Yifeng had seemingly triumphed over his opponent without a scratch. Was he truly at the 4th level of the innate reversal true Qi realm? Even the most esteemed disciple of the general would likely lack such prowess. Lu Buqian quickly searched his mind for any information about Yifeng, but found none. How peculiar. A talent of this caliber ought to be renowned across the land. How could he be unaware? Could he be a disciple secretly nurtured by some hidden sect? Lu Buqian's curiosity deepened as he subtly sized up Yifeng. The uniform of the Demon Suppression Department. Which branch do you belong to? Which clan do you hail from? Yifeng casually replied, Jindong City. Jindong City. Lu Buqian raised an eyebrow. The name sounded familiar. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly recalled that the general had mentioned a few days prior that a junior disciple from Jindong City was coming for training. Could it be this very person before him? He looked at the corpse of Long Feijuan, his expression softening considerably. You have rendered a great service by slaying the Holy Maiden of the Blood Evil Alliance. However, the internal process for exchanging military merit is quite convoluted. How about this? I have some martial arts techniques. Take a look and see if any suit you. Consider it your reward, sparing us both the tedious procedures. Yifeng was taken aback. This general was surprisingly warm-hearted, voluntarily assisting him in exchanging military merit. Yet, upon reflection, wouldn't this mean that the credit for slaying the Holy Maiden would shift to Lu Buqian? Truly, he was an old hand, managing to satisfy Yifeng while subtly appropriating the credit for himself. Nevertheless, Yifeng chose not to expose this. After all, his current strength was insufficient, and it was unnecessary to offend a formidable warrior of the condensing Qi realm for a mere accomplishment. After pondering for a moment, Yifeng replied, General, how about you select a technique for me? My talents are rather dull, and my vision is limited. Perhaps it would be best if you took charge. Lu Buqian was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. You little rascal, quite slippery, aren't you? Very well, since you've requested it. I shall help you choose one. From the martial technique you displayed earlier, it seems you have practiced the celestial armor technique. I happen to possess its subsequent method. I shall gift it to you. With a light wave of his hand, an ancient tome materialized out of thin air, gently flying towards Yifeng. Yifeng caught it. Feeling its weight, the cover bore 4 ancient characters, Linglong 9 Apertures. The moment he began to peruse the tome, Lu Buqian casually waved his hand, causing Long Feijuan's corpse to vanish without a trace. Yifeng caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye and inwardly mused on the cunning of the old fox. Seeing Yifeng engrossed in the tome, Lu Buqian spoke calmly. This martial technique is vast and profound, even with my capabilities. It took me over a decade to master it fully. I shall remain at Luyin Mountain for a while. Should you encounter any bottlenecks in your cultivation, feel free to seek my counsel. Yifeng flipped through the tome and indeed found that the celestial armor technique had vanished, replaced by Linglong 9 Apertures 1, entry level. It was indeed an advanced martial technique. Yifeng's heart leaped with joy. The Linglong 9 Apertures lived up to its reputation as the advanced method of the celestial armor technique. Just a cursory glance had granted him entry. This would save him considerable points needed for advancing martial techniques. Thank you, General. Yifeng closed the tome and bowed in gratitude before adding, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Go on. At Luyin Mountain, within the encampment, Zhao Xiaoming sat upright, his intense gaze fixed on the report that had just been delivered from the valley entrance. A few thin pages stirred a tempest within the seasoned commander. One person had routed hundreds of vanguards from the Blood Evil Alliance in a matter of mere minutes, and another had ascended the mountain to apprehend the Holy Maiden of the Blood Evil Alliance. Was this still the language of Deqian? Zhao Xiaoming felt somewhat dazed, repeatedly confirming each word of the report, fearing he was misreading. As the commander, he had witnessed countless prodigies and had personally cultivated numerous elites. However, a feat like Yifeng's, defeating hundreds of Blood Evil Alliance demons with mere 4th-level innate cultivation, was utterly unprecedented. Such valor transcended mere courage. It was nothing short of miraculous. While Zhao Xiaoming racked his brain pondering how to embellish this outrageous report, a commotion arose at the entrance of the camp. He lifted his gaze to see Yifeng descending the mountain with measured steps. His demeanor was relaxed, as if he had merely taken a stroll in the rear mountains rather than traversed a den of dragons and tigers. Zhao Xiaoming hurried forward, scrutinizing Yifeng closely. Upon confirming he was unscathed, he exhaled a sigh of relief, his tone mingling reproach with gratitude. You rascal, how audacious. To dare ascend the mountain alone. Thankfully you are unharmed. What would I tell the general if something had happened? And what of the Holy Maiden? You must not have encountered her? I did encounter her. But fortunately, the general arrived in time to slay the Holy Maiden. Yifeng cleared his throat, masking his embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoming's face broke into a relieved smile. That is good, very good. As long as you are safe. Come, let us return to the tent. We can discuss matters there. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yifeng entered the tent. Countless gazes converged upon the modest tent like spotlights. Among those gazes were admiration, envy, and an unmistakable fervor. Thanks to Yifeng's extraordinary emergence, the campaign against the Blood Evil Alliance had been executed with thunderous force, significantly reducing casualties for the Demon Suppression Department and rendering the mission nearly flawless. It was no exaggeration to say that everyone involved in this operation would earn a measure of merit. At least a dozen individuals could be directly promoted to the rank of lieutenant, ascending to great heights. Such an immense opportunity was irresistible to many. In that moment, the hearts of the crowd stirred, eager to pledge their allegiance to Yifeng, aspiring to become his right-hand men. Simultaneously, a detailed report chronicling the battle at Luyin Mountain was being hastily dispatched to Yunzhou. Ultimately, this report would find its way to the desk of the general in Yunzhou. Chapter 54. The Fallen Prodigy Who is Yifeng? In the majestic and splendid Yunzhou, a province of the Grand Qian dynasty, the capital, Yundu, shines with a brilliance unmatched by any other city, including Jindanqing. The streets are wide enough to accommodate dozens of gallant steeds riding side by side. At this moment, in front of the Yunzhou general's mansion, a throng of people eagerly awaits, their heads craned in anticipation. Among them are local aristocrats, young talents from various regions, and promising young generals from the military, all wondering which fortunate individual will be chosen by the esteemed general and ascend to greatness. Surely, it must be young Master Zhou Chuan. Some speculate. Lan Qingmu is also a contender, despite his lackluster achievements, for he hails from a prestigious family. Could it be Zheng Song? If so, that would be rather unexpected. The crowd buzzes with speculation about the outcome. The Yunzhou general, wielding immense military power and influence, not only possesses formidable strength, but also boasts a legion of accomplished disciples. Of his top 5 students, 3 have already become renowned demon-slaying generals, while the remaining 2 hold significant positions with limitless prospects. To be chosen as a disciple of the general is akin to receiving a ticket to the zenith of power. As the crowd awaits with bated breath, a young man clad in a brocade robe and adorned with a jade crown, a sword hanging at his waist, strides confidently to the entrance of the general's mansion. His tall stature and commanding presence instantly win the admiration of those present. It is Zhou Chuan. Young Master Zhou has arrived. Young Master Zhou, may you achieve great success and become the general's esteemed disciple. Recognizing the young man, voices of congratulations fill the air. Zhou Chuan beams with a radiant smile, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you all. I will not let you down. His voice resonates with vigor, amplifying the air of confidence surrounding him. As Zhou Chuan basks in the adulation of the crowd, the grand doors of the general's mansion slowly swing open. An elderly man in a blue robe, with a gaunt visage, emerges from within. Li the steward has stepped out. It seems the results will soon be revealed. The crowd falls into hushed silence. Steward Li surveys the gathered assembly, clears his throat, and proclaims, by the command of the general, I hereby announce the results of the disciple selection. The disciple chosen by the general is Yi Feng from Jindongqing. As the words hang in the air, a profound silence envelopes the crowd. Everyone stands frozen in disbelief, expressions frozen in shock. Who is Yi Feng? Jindongqing? I have never heard of him. Surely, it cannot be a case of mistaken identity? How could the general choose an unknown individual? The murmurs in the crowd swell like an erupting volcano. Among the most bewildered is Zhou Chuan, who stands rooted in place, his gaze vacant, his complexion pale, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. No, it cannot be. This is impossible. Zhou Chuan feels like a jester, his years of wandering and slaying demons culminating in illustrious achievements, including the defeat of 2 formidable innate-level monsters. He had assumed that this opportunity was destined for him, even planning a celebratory feast. But what is this outcome? After all his toil, the position has been bestowed upon an outsider? Li the steward, may I dare to inquire? Zhou Chuan can no longer contain his agitation, his voice trembling as he demands to know what extraordinary merit Yi Feng possesses to earn the general's favor. Steward Li furrows his brow and regards Zhou Chuan with a measured gaze. Calm yourself, young Master Zhou. It is quite normal that you do not recognize him, for he has only recently joined the demon-slaying division, a mere year ago. What? A year? Zhou Chuan is even more astonished, instinctively asking, is this Yi Feng perhaps from a renowned sect? He believes only such an explanation could justify the general's choice, for those hidden sects, rich in resources and heritage, trained disciples of unparalleled caliber. Not at all. Li the steward shakes his head. Yi Feng is a newcomer, only 17 years old. If the crowd was merely shocked before, they now began to question their very existence. 17 years old. To reach the Qi Si stage at such an age is already a testament to genius. Could Yi Feng truly be a reincarnated deity? Zhou Chuan's complexion turns a ghastly shade, nearly losing composure. The absurdity of the situation overwhelms him. He had only recently attained the pinnacle of innate perfection in his late 20s, a remarkable achievement. Yet, the disciples previously chosen had all been seasoned warriors, their worth unquestionable. What merit does this mere child possess? Li the steward clears his throat, redirecting the crowd's attention. He understands that failing to clarify this matter would tarnish the general's reputation. Ladies and gentlemen, I realize you harbor many inquiries. Indeed, young Master Yi Feng is only 17, yet his accomplishments are undeniable. During his first mission, he single-handedly vanquished a late Qi Si demon and has since accrued numerous extraordinary feats, slaying several major demons. Innate perfection? Zhou Chuan mutters to himself, feeling his throat dry. He has slain 2 innate-level demons and knows well the terror they embody. Their tough hides, immense strength, and mastery of strange demonic arts mean any misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Yet Zhou Chuan remains unconvinced, unable to suppress his inquiry. Li the steward, could it be that he has fabricated his achievements? As soon as the words leave his lips, he regrets them. What sort of place is the general's mansion that they could be so easily deceived? Li the steward's eyes flash with a hint of derision. Young Master Zhou, do you truly believe the general would be so easily fooled? Just yesterday, reports from the front lines confirmed that Yi Feng single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of remnants from the Blood Fiend Alliance on the 16 mountains. This was witnessed by over 100 individuals. It is beyond reproach. Zhou Chuan feels as though he has been struck by lightning, staggering backward, his complexion oscillating between green and white, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. It is over. It is utterly over. All his efforts and sacrifices have become a farce. Suppressing the bitterness within, Zhou Chuan forces a smile. Thank you for the information, steward. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, he turns and departs, lost in despair. Zhou Chuan wanders aimlessly through the streets of Yundu, a mere shell of his former self. Unbeknownst to him, he arrives at a secluded courtyard. The gate stands firmly shut, adorned with the inscription Quietude Chamber, inscribed with a vigorous brushstroke, exuding a sense of tranquility. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chuan pushes open the gate. Inside, towering ancient trees cast a verdant canopy. An elderly man in a gray robe sits leisurely at a stone table, savoring tea. Upon hearing footsteps, the old man raises his head to regard Zhou Chuan. Did you fail to be selected? Zhou Chuan remains silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. His fists clench tightly, nails digging into his flesh, yet he feels no pain. The old man speaks with a hint of indifference. I have looked into this Yi Feng. Humph. His accomplishments are indeed remarkable, but not significantly greater than yours. The general seeks to select a hawkish disciple to suppress our more moderate faction. What should I do? Zhou Chuan is filled with confusion, like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. A glint of coldness flashes in the old man's eyes. It is simple. Since he stands in your way, let him disappear. Once he is gone, the general will naturally reconsider his choice of disciple. At that time, you shall have another opportunity. Zhou Chuan remains silent for a long while, his head bowed, concealing his expression. Yet, from his trembling shoulders and the suppressed breaths, the turmoil and anguish within him are palpable. I understand. Chapter 55. System, let me see where your limits lie. Yi Feng hurriedly returned to his residence, swiftly drawing the curtains to shield himself from the prying eyes of the outside world. System, name, Yi Feng, cultivation, innate realm, 4th level. Martial techniques, Linglong 9 Apertures 1, Beginner, Life and Death 8 Gates 5, Minor Accomplishment. Internal Skill, Qinglian True Scripture, Perfect. Points, 10, 0, 86, 10,000 points. Yifeng's breath quickened. This was the largest fortune he had ever possessed in his life. In the past, he had fought fiercely against demons for a mere few hundred points. Now, was he to attain financial freedom at once? Indeed. One cannot become wealthy without unexpected windfalls, just as horses cannot thrive without night forage. Without mourning for Zhou Chuan's elimination, Yifeng resolved to devote himself entirely to enhancing his cultivation. He took out 2 demon cores and held them in his hands. Then placed the Qiang Fire Lotus gifted by the Wu family into his mouth, crunching it down as if it were a carrot. A wave of scorching energy surged through his body, igniting every fiber of his being. System, upgrade the Qinglian True Scripture. Beep. Initiating upgrade for Qinglian True Scripture. Detected external enhancement. Unknown demon core. Reducing point consumption by 20, consuming 800 points. You circulate your blood energy. Connecting the 12 apertures. Inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy to fill them all, qualifying you to construct the heavenly gate. Consuming 800 points. The Qinglian takes root in your meridians, forcefully clearing the congested apertures. You sense the profoundness of your technique, having reached its zenith. One more step will lead to innate martial arts. Consuming 800 points, as more apertures are cleared, the blood energy within you can no longer be suppressed. Bursting forth like a river breaching a dam. Unstoppable. Upgrade complete. Qinglian True Scripture Lotus Taishan Skill 1. Major Accomplishment. Conclusion. This upgrade is equivalent to a century of arduous training, blood energy rebounding. Breaking through to the 7th level of innate realm. Buzz. A deep resonance emanated from within him, reminiscent of ancient chimes. The azure glow danced upon his skin, and the old layer of skin shed like a cicada's exoskeleton, revealing a lustrous texture akin to jade. Whoosh. Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes, releasing a wave of energy from his mouth. Feeling the surging power within him, he frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. Breaking through innate martial arts, coupled with a spiritual herb, had only elevated him by 3 minor realms? His fingertips grazed the ground, and the stone bricks instantly melted under his touch. Indeed, he was considerably stronger than before. But it hardly amounted to a qualitative transformation. He had inquired with Zhao Xiongming. Yundu was a gathering of talents, with numerous prodigies in the late stage of innate realm. To establish himself, he could not afford to lag behind in cultivation. In that case, system, let us see where your limits lie. Push the technique to the true Qi realm. Invest all my points into it. Beep. Consuming 2 for 100 points. Lotus Taishan Skill, Perfect. Cultivation Breakthrough, Innate 9th level. You visualize the celestial lotus phenomenon, comprehending the mysteries of life and death. As your blood energy surges like a tide, beginning to assault the heavenly gate. Breakthrough. Yifeng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down. Enduring the excruciating pain, he clung tightly to a shred of clarity in his mind, guiding this violent force towards the ancestral aperture at his brow. The heavenly gate serves as a bridge between the human body and the heavens. By breaking through the heavenly gate, one can draw in the spiritual energy of the universe, refining the body and nourishing the soul, thus acquiring unimaginable supernatural powers. However, the heavenly gate is incredibly solid. An ordinary warrior might expend their entire life without making the slightest dent. Moreover, Yifeng was attempting to breach the most challenging ancestral aperture at his brow. Boom. At the location of his brow's ancestral aperture, the originally indestructible heavenly gate shattered under the violent assault of blood energy, crumbling into dust. The breaking of the heavenly gate was merely the first step. The subsequent phase was the most crucial and perilous, constructing the heavenly gate. Constructing the heavenly gate involves using one's essence, energy, and spirit as a foundation, drawing upon the spiritual energy of the universe to reshape a new gate at the site of the shattered one, an entirely personal heavenly gate. This new gate would serve as the warrior's bridge to connect with the heavens, marking their entry into the true Qi realm. Beep. Consuming 800 points. You use the Lotus Taishan skill as a foundation, invoking the spiritual energy of the universe, and commence constructing the heavenly gate. Lotus Taishan skill True Qi Puxian Heart Sutra 1. Major accomplishment. You use the Puxian Heart Sutra as a guide, mobilizing the residual blood energy within you to begin solidifying the embryonic form of the heavenly gate. The embryonic form of the heavenly gate gradually solidifies, transforming into a budding azure lotus. Heavenly gate, forged. Cultivation enhancement. You successfully break through to the true Qi realm. Buzz as the system notification sounded. Yifeng felt a refreshing sensation at his brow. The entire world became clearer and more intimate. A beam of golden light shot from the crown of his head into the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds. Within the golden light, a massive azure lotus phantom slowly blossomed. Is this the true Qi realm? Yifeng clutched his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. In his perception, the entire world appeared more vibrant. His 5 senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree, with the distant sound of soldiers' footsteps, the breath of small beasts underground, and even the rustling of ants' legs being crystal clear. After acclimating to his newfound power, Yifeng retracted his aura, like a dragon diving into the depths. All extraordinary phenomena receded like a tide. However, the others in the camp could not remain calm. Did you just feel that? Someone broke through? Zhao Xiaoming's throat bobbed, his voice somewhat hoarse. He was all too familiar with the signs of a breakthrough to the true Qi realm. I felt it. Lu Buqian withdrew his gaze from outside, smiling as he said, your eastern region truly harbors hidden talents. Who is this expert? Please introduce me to them. The phenomenon just now was astonishing even to him. The energy coalesced into 100 zhong, dense and unyielding, resembling a floral canopy. Undoubtedly the true Qi realm. Judging by the intensity of this phenomenon, it was likely a seasoned commander with decades of accumulation in the innate realm, deliberately breaking through at this moment. It seems they wish to showcase their prowess before us. Ah, Zhao Xiaoming fell into contemplation, several candidates flashing through his mind, only to dismiss them one by one. Could it be Yifeng? The thought barely crossed his mind before he shook his head. Yifeng is exceptionally gifted and progresses rapidly, but to say he has broken through to the true Qi realm seems implausible. At a loss for an explanation, Zhao Xiaoming could only chuckle bitterly. Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, he turned to Lu Buqian, steering the conversation elsewhere, and tentatively asked, General, do you truly intend to take Yifeng to Yindu tomorrow? This seems rather hasty, does it not? Seeing Zhao Xiaoming's reluctance to elaborate, Lu Buqian assumed he wished to keep things under wraps to surprise the commander-in-chief and did not press further. Nodding slightly, he continued Zhao Xiaoming's line of thought. In truth, I too feel it may be somewhat rushed. However, this order comes directly from the commander-in-chief via communication talisman. There is no doubt about its authenticity, and I must follow orders. Lu Buqian felt a twinge of unease in his heart. The commander-in-chief had not publicly appeared for several years, and all directives were communicated through talismans. No one knew the current circumstances of this legendary figure who once held sway over Yin Prefecture. Sigh. Zhao Xiaoming sighed heavily, concern etched on his face. General, I do not question the commander-in-chief's decision. It is simply that the recent selection of disciples has stirred up a tempest across Yin Prefecture. Yet Yifeng has reaped the benefits. I worry. The selection process had actually been in preparation for several years. Countless scions of noble families and talented disciples from sects had traversed the lands, slaying demons and accumulating merit for this opportunity, expending tremendous effort. As a result, the commander suddenly announced that the chosen disciple was Yifeng. This revelation left those gifted individuals, who had diligently prepared for many years, in a state of despair. If Yifeng were to travel to Yunda now, he would undoubtedly encounter numerous troubles in the future. Lu Buqian smiled faintly, a glimmer of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Who among us has not endured similar trials? When I was first promoted, I too faced a fair share of challenges. This young man, Yifeng, possesses remarkable talent. However, his character still requires refinement. My intention in bringing him to Yundu is to expose him to the world and temper his brilliance. Young individuals must inevitably confront some adversity. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest. Zhao Xiaoming remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. The general speaks wisely. It seems I have been overly concerned. Chapter 56. Does everyone want me to step down? In the early morning, outside the camp, a peculiar carriage stood eerily still. The creatures pulling it were not ordinary horses, but rather monstrous beings, robust and muscular, resembling calves in size. Their rough skin was adorned with dark red patterns, and their cold, vertical pupils scanned the surroundings silently. What are these, demons? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with such creatures. At some point, Lu Buqian approached, gently stroking the neck of one of the beasts. Surprisingly, the creature displayed an unexpected gentleness, lowering its head to nuzzle against his hand, emitting a deep rumbling purr from its throat. Do not be alarmed, Lu Buqian said nonchalantly. This is the Crimson Flame steed of the Demon Suppression Division. It is merely a half-demon, having lost its intelligence, but possesses remarkable strength. He continued, they can travel 1,000 miles in a day, reaching Yundu in a single day. Yifeng's expression sharpened. Deep in thought, the Demon Suppression Division could actually strip demons of their intelligence and tame them as mounts? Truly, they were a formidable force capable of suppressing Diqian. The relationship between humans and demons was far more complex than it appeared. Snapping back to reality, Yifeng inquired, General, shall we set off for Yunda now? Yes. Lu Buqian nodded and swiftly mounted the steed. Yifeng couldn't help but feel bemused. The man was a formidable master of the condensing Qi realm. Capable of flying effortlessly, why was he squeezing into this carriage with himself? Before departing, Yifeng turned to Zhao Xiaoming, who stood nearby, and clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude. Instructor, I am immensely grateful for your guidance during this time. If there is a chance in the future, I shall certainly repay your kindness. Zhao Xiaoming laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. You young lad, why bother with pleasantries? Go on. It's not as if you want tea return. When I go to Yundu for my report at the year's end, we shall have a grand reunion. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and pulled out a delicate jade vial, placing it in Yifeng's hand. Here, take this. It's a token of apology from the Wang family, the Jade Marrow Pill, reputed to have miraculous healing properties. The Jade Marrow Pill? Yifeng was no novice. He had heard of this renowned elixir. It was said to be a life-saving remedy, highly valued in the market yet rarely available. However, for him, it was of no use. With the support of the 8 gates of life and death, he could return from the brink of death as long as he did not perish on the spot. I have no need for this. You should keep it, instructor. Yifeng tossed the jade vial back to Zhao Xiongming and lightly leaped into the carriage like a falling leaf. Huh, good lad, you've got spirit. Zhao Xiongming caught the vial, watching as the carriage sped away, laughing heartily. This young man was truly remarkable. He so nonchalantly discarded such a precious item. Few could match his liberality. The crimson flame steed galloped with astonishing speed. The scenery on either side blurred into indistinct shadows, retreating swiftly. Yifeng felt the wind whip past his ears, yet the carriage remained steady as a rock, devoid of any jostling. This speed was likely even faster than that of high-speed trains in his previous life, Yifeng mused. In this realm, martial arts flourished, and in many respects, it surpassed the technological advancements of his former world. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, accommodating a dozen people comfortably. Besides Yifeng and Lu Buqian, a woman sat quietly in the corner, eyes closed in meditation. Clad in a simple long dress, her slender figure exuded grace, and her long black hair was simply tied back, revealing a smooth forehead. Yifeng raised his gaze, discreetly appraising her. Her aura was steady and profound, indicating she was also a formidable practitioner. Yifeng, this is Lan Qingmo. She also participated in the selection for the general's disciples, Lu Buqian's voice, like a fine thread, reached Yifeng's ears. Suddenly, he understood. No wonder this woman had maintained a frosty demeanor since boarding. It was likely due to the competitive nature stemming from the disciple quota that he had occupied. Lu Buqian's gaze shifted to Yifeng. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. This young man, his aura has transformed. If Yifeng yesterday resembled an unrefined gem, then now he was akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance. Particularly, a faint flow of true energy seemed to emanate from the crown of his head. An unmistakable sign of a breakthrough to the true Qi realm. Lu Buqian distinctly remembered that last night on the peak of Luoxiao Mountain, Yifeng was merely at the 4th layer of innate cultivation. How long had it been? In just one night, he had shattered 5 minor realms and leapt directly into the true Qi realm. Even those legendary martial arts prodigies might not achieve such astonishing feats in their youth. Would they? Suppressing his astonishment, Lu Buqian endeavored to maintain his composure. Yifeng, since you have been accepted as a direct disciple of the general, we are now considered fellow disciples. I wonder if you would be interested in serving in the outer camp? Outer camp? Yifeng raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. What exactly did the outer camp entail? He had not heard Zhao Xiongming mention this before. Humph. At that moment, Lan Qingmo, who had been meditating, slowly opened her eyes. A faint smirk graced her lips as she spoke in a cold tone. The Demon Suppression Division in Yundu is divided into inner and outer camps. The inner camp is primarily responsible for the safety within the city, requiring only routine patrols, which is rather leisurely. The outer camp, however, must venture to various locations to suppress demons, facing life and death situations, which is quite arduous. General, am I right? She fixed her gaze on Lu Buqian, her eyes gleaming with a hint of provocation. Lu Buqian's expression darkened slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. How dare this woman challenge him openly? He had intended to coax Yifeng into the outer camp first before explaining further, but now, with Lan Qingmu's interference, his plans had been thoroughly disrupted. Chuckling, Lu Buqian remarked, Qingmu is correct. The outer camp is indeed more challenging. However, for the young, enduring a bit of hardship is beneficial. Yifeng began to grasp the situation. Staying in a secure environment without the worry of demons was certainly appealing. A stable job that anyone would struggle to refuse. Unfortunately, he was an exception. Given that Yundu was a major city, indiscriminate killing was out of the question. Without points, his so-called genius status would be immediately exposed. He was well aware of his own limitations, even with a lifetime of diligent practice. He would only amount to a third-rate martial artist. Comparisons with true prodigies were futile. He might not even match up to Zhao Hu. Lan Qingmu's bright eyes fell upon Yifeng, her voice melodious yet tinged with a predatory edge. Young Yi, it is not difficult to join the inner camp. My family, the Lan family, holds a certain influence in Yundu. With just a word from you, I can arrange everything. However, would you reconsider your position as a disciple of the general? At her words, Lu Buqian's expression darkened, inwardly cursing the woman's audacity. This was the general's explicit choice. Who did Lan Qingmu think she was to meddle here? Both their gazes turned towards Yifeng, waiting for his decision. But for Yifeng, this was not a matter of choice. He lifted his gaze and replied calmly, then let it be the outer camp. I shall follow the general's arrangements. Lu Buqian's tense demeanor relaxed subtly. He had feared Yifeng might momentarily lose his senses and agree to that absurd condition. The position of a direct disciple of the general was not something one could easily trade. Lan Qingmu's breath quickened. Her previously pale cheeks now flushed crimson. This country bumpkin dared to reject her? Were it not for the general's sudden whim to accept him as a direct disciple, such a person would not even be worthy of carrying her shoes. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently, coming to a halt. At the next Zhou Chuan, I would like to have a word with you, Yifeng. A resonant and magnetic voice emanated from beyond the carriage. its clarity permeating the ears of all within. Chapter 57 in 10 breaths time. If you remain lying there, consider it my defeat. Zhou Chuan's voice echoed from outside the carriage, eliciting an involuntary smile from Yi Feng. Did he truly believe he was a soft persimmon, easily manipulated at will? Yi Feng cast a glance at Lu Buqian, his eyes betraying an unfiltered intent to kill. General, I must warn you, I have a rather irritable temperament, and my strikes lack subtlety. If anything were to happen, Lu Buqian interrupted him. His tone laced with severity. Yi Feng, we are all colleagues of the Demon Suppression Division. Do not hold back. Strike with all your might. The intent behind their obstruction was clear. Were it not for the potential repercussions, he would have relished the opportunity to crush this fool under his palm. Lan Qingmu's beautiful eyes flickered with determination as she rose, darting towards the carriage's entrance. Yi Feng, pay attention, if you wish to become a disciple of the Chief General. Strength is paramount. Before her words faded, she shot forth like an arrow, bursting through the window. Boom. A violent explosion resonated outside the carriage, followed by a brief cry of pain, abruptly silenced. Moments later, Lan Qingmu reappeared at the carriage door, her once fair and delicate face marred by a prominent bruise resembling that of a panda, as if she had been struck squarely in the face. Her simple gown was also soiled and disheveled. Yi Feng cast her a cursory glance and remarked nonchalantly, "Yes, I see it now." Lan Qingmu's cheeks flushed with rage and embarrassment as she glared at Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, do not revel in your triumph. If you possess any true skill, step outside and face Zhou Chuan. He is at the pinnacle of the innate 9th level, on the verge of entering the true Qi realm. I advise you to concede gracefully and avoid further humiliation." At that moment, Lan Qingmu's mood plummeted. She had intended to showcase her prowess before Lu Buqian, but instead, she became a laughingstock. Now, she yearned to drag Yi Feng down with her, wishing for him to experience the same humiliation, preferably worse. Yi Feng, disinterested in her plight, replied, "If I emerge victorious, you shall leave as well." With that, he exited the carriage without waiting for her response. Pushing open the door, sunlight flooded in, dispelling the gloom within. Not far away, an ancient tree towered majestically. Zhou Chuan stood poised atop its branches, arms crossed, his garments billowing in the breeze. He surveyed Yi Feng, who emerged from the carriage, his youthful appearance almost juvenile. "You are Yi Feng?" Lan Qingmu also peeked out from the carriage, her bruise glaringly prominent in the sunlight, yet she remained undeterred, fixated on Yi Feng with a glimmer of schadenfreude in her eyes. She was eager to witness how this oblivious youth would embarrass himself. The innate 9th level was more than sufficient to crush any dissent. Yi Feng raised his gaze, surveying Zhou Chuan atop the tree, then glanced at the expectant Lan Qingmu, his patience waning. "Enough. I have no time for your tedious games of inquiry. Let me be clear. I harbor no interest in the position of Chief General's disciple. However, it is not something you may seize at will." He gestured toward a nearby puddle. 10 breaths. Should you still be standing after that time, I shall concede my claim to this position. As for the superfluous chatter, let us dispense with it. If you wish to fight, then let us not waste any more time. Zhou Chuan's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. It had been a long time since he had encountered such arrogance. Did this fool truly believe that becoming a disciple of the Chief General rendered him invulnerable? He had investigated Yi Feng, a rustic from a remote town, lacking any foundation or backing. Had Yi Feng hailed from a prestigious lineage? Zhou Chuan would not have graced him with his presence today. His audacity indicated that he was utterly confident. Ignoring Zhou Chuan, Yi Feng raised a finger, shaking it slowly. 1. His calm voice only served to stoke Zhou Chuan's fury. "You seek death." With a swift motion, Zhou Chuan drew his sword, but Yi Feng was swifter. He stamped down hard on Zhou Chuan's wrist, the sound of bones cracking resonating as he shattered it with a single blow. Immediately after, Yi Feng unleashed a sweeping kick that struck Zhou Chuan in the midsection. Boom! Zhou Chuan's body was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into the puddle nearby. The ground fractured, debris flew, and dust swirled, splattering mud everywhere. His true Qi cultivation was unmistakable. Even the mightiest of innate cultivators could not withstand the power of the true Qi realm. Moreover, how could Zhou Chuan have dared to make the first move? Inside the carriage, Lan Qingmu was rendered speechless, her expression frozen in shock, disbelief, and a hint of fear. To dispatch an innate 9th level expert in one blow? Did this signify that this youth was indeed a true Qi warrior? 17 years old, and a true Qi cultivator, these two concepts were unfathomably intertwined. Yi Feng returned to the carriage, offering Lan Qingmu not a glance, instead moving directly behind her. Still trapped in her state of astonishment, she failed to react. Slap. Yi Feng delivered a merciless kick to Lan Qingmu's rear, sending her flying into the roadside puddle. "Oh!" Lan Qingmu shrieked as she scrambled up from the water, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Feng, trembling with rage. "Yi Feng, how dare you?" Yi Feng dusted off his hands and turned to Lu Buqian, a hint of apology crossing his face. "General, now that it is quiet, may we proceed? It was rather noisy just now, reminiscent of a few flies buzzing about, disrupting our journey." Lu Buqian paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, slapping his thigh so hard that the carriage shook. "Certainly. But you must realize that your actions have irrevocably offended both the Lan and Zhou families. Aren't you concerned about their retaliation?" Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. "Why should I be afraid? As a true Qi warrior, Should I cower before a mere troop of innate clowns? Wouldn't he that render all my efforts in cultivation futile? Moreover, when word of this spreads, it is they who should be fearful, along with their families. General, shall we wager? Upon our arrival in Yundu, I assure you that within 3 days, I will receive gifts of apology from both the Lan and Zhou families. Such words were audacious and brimming with confidence. Yet they posed no issue. A 17-year-old true Qi warrior, what did that signify? Not only in Yundu but throughout the entire Deqian dynasty, such a prodigy was unprecedented. Provided he did not meet an untimely end, his future prospects were boundless. Within 10 years, or rather 5 at most, Yifeng would undoubtedly break through to the condensation realm. When that day arrived, it would be Zhou and Lan who would have cause for concern. Lu Buqian found himself increasingly fond of Yifeng. Not only was this youth powerful, but his insight into matters was remarkably astute. Let us go. Those two possess considerable strength, but they can find their way home. It serves them right. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the driver to continue onward. The carriage rolled away, gradually disappearing from view, leaving Lan Qingmu standing alone, a mixture of astonishment and fury coursing through her. She was astounded by Yifeng's terrifying prowess. Capable of dispatching Zhou Chuan in a single blow, clearly indicating his true qi cultivation, and she was enraged by his ruthless actions. With no other choice, Lan Qingmu hastily assisted Zhou Chuan, channeling her own energy to help him recover. As he regained consciousness, Zhou Chuan drew his sword with a wild look in his eyes, swinging it madly at the air. Where is Yifeng? That little brat. I will kill him. Lan Qingmu opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Zhou Chuan, after all, was among the elite of the younger generation in Yundu, equipped with numerous magical artifacts. Even when confronted by a practitioner of true qi realm, he ought to have been able to withstand a few exchanges, or so one would think. However, he was utterly vanquished by Yifeng in a single blow, a spectacle that was nothing short of astonishing. Zhou Chuan soon realized the gravity of the situation as he gazed down at his swollen wrist, awakening abruptly to the truth. Had he truly lost without even unsheathing his sword? Was it not said that he was merely at the innate realm? Is this truly what the innate realm entails? Observing Zhou Chuan's despondent demeanor, Lan Qingmu felt a stirring in her heart. Zhou Chuan, could you truly resign yourself to this fate? Yifeng's arrogance and disdain for others cannot go unchallenged. Disdainful? I possess his strength. I am even more disdainful than he. Zhou Chuan let out a bitter laugh, gesturing toward himself. It was a single blow, merely a single blow. Moreover, he had even forewarned me that I would lie there defeated. If you wish to confront him, go ahead. I shall return to Yundu at once to seek his forgiveness. Chapter 58. The City of Demons. Within the carriage, the atmosphere was momentarily stifling. Yifeng gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery. The initial excitement he held for Yundu had long since dissipated. With a soft sigh, he broke the silence. General, how much longer until we reach the outer camp? Lu Buqian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slightly lifted his eyelids upon hearing the inquiry, a smile gracing his lips. What? You've already lost interest in Yundu just after setting out. General, to speak candidly, I have no desire for the position of the general's apprentice. Yifeng replied straightforwardly. As you can see, trouble has already found me before we even arrive in Yundu. Who knows how many more demons and monsters await me there? I, Yifeng, have no grand ambitions. My only wish is to wield a sharp blade and eradicate all demons from this world. Nothing more. Lu Buqian's gaze sharpened as he appraised Yifeng, attempting to discern something from his expression. However, Yifeng's demeanor was resolute, his eyes reflecting sincerity. Lu Buqian fell silent, lost in thought. He had to admit that this young man, seemingly unruly, lived with remarkable clarity. Perhaps his choice was indeed the wisest. Yundu was a place where various powers intertwined, with open and covert conflicts never ceasing. The position of general's apprentice appeared glamorous, yet it was fraught with treacherous undercurrents. A moment's carelessness could plunge one into endless strife. This young man, so decisive in his choices at such a tender age, possessed a rare temperament. Perhaps it is for the best that you do not go. Lu Buqian murmured, as if speaking to both Yifeng and himself. He raised his head to look at Yifeng, his gaze laced with consideration. Since your heart does not reside here, where would you prefer to serve instead? Yifeng's eyes sparkled at the question. Can I choose freely? Anywhere in the entirety of Yuzhou? Lu Buqian laughed heartily. Of course. A mere post is nothing. As the esteemed demon suppression general, I certainly possess this authority. Moreover, you were destined for promotion to the deputy general. Choosing a place to serve is only fitting. Without hesitation, Yifeng declared, I want to go to the city most afflicted by demons. Slaying demons was his sole path to strength. The so-called power and status paled in comparison to the tangible act of vanquishing evil. The city most afflicted by demons. Lu Buqian pondered for a moment. Within Yunzhou, if one spoke of the most severe demon infestation, it would undoubtedly be Baiyu City. Located on the border of Yunzhou, it bordered the wild lands, plagued by banditry and suffering citizens. Furthermore, Dongya resided within Baiyu City's territory, with demons frequently appearing, rendering even the demon suppression office feeling overwhelmed. Yifeng grinned broadly. That sounds splendid. A multitude of enemies meant he could slay to his heart's content, rapidly enhancing his abilities. Noticing Yifeng's enthusiasm, Lu Wuqian ceased his further remarks and withdrew a token from his bosom, channeling his energy to etch characters onto its previously blank surface. The words Deputy General slowly emerged. Take this token. Lu Wuqian handed it to Yifeng. Soon, I will have someone prepare a fiery steed for your transport. As for anything else. Lu Wuqian pondered briefly, looking at Yifeng. Is there anything else you desire? Speak now. Once we pass this point, I will be unable to assist you further. I need one more person, Yifeng stated. Who? Queried Lu Wuqian. Zhao Hu. Under the blazing sun, on the official road. Two magnificent steeds raced forward like arrows released from a bow. Yifeng and Zhao Hu rode side by side, with Zhao Hu's face radiating uncontainable excitement. Brother Yi, I never imagined that after your promotion, you would still think of me, old Zhao. I thought I would be stuck in Jindong City for the rest of my life. Just biding my time. Zhao Hu could hardly believe he had been chosen by Yifeng to be directly promoted as his deputy. It felt like a stroke of luck that had fallen from the heavens. In the Demon Suppression Office, climbing the ranks required not only strength but also experience. Countless individuals spent their youth and grew gray-haired, yet still failed to achieve the rank of a deputy. And Zhao Hu? He had only followed Yifeng for a short time. This opportunity saved him a decade of detours. Yifeng was truly a remarkable brother, generous and considerate. However, Zhao Hu's tone shifted, tinged with concern. Brother Yi, Baiyu City is not a good place. Of all the locations you could have chosen, why did you have to pick such a cursed spot? Upon learning that he was to serve in Baiyu City, Zhao Hu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Nearly convinced he was being exiled. Yet, the moment he realized he would be accompanying Yifeng, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It's all right. It's all right. As long as Brother Yi is leading the charge, I'll simply handle the menial tasks. How well do you know Baiyu City? Yifeng casually inquired. Brother Yi, Baiyu City is remote and close to the border. Such places are always rife with chaos. I heard that the previous instructor, Bloodhand Yangfeng, was a formidable character, a notable figure within our Demon Suppression Office. Yet upon arriving at Baiyu City, he was utterly subdued by the local ruffians. Unable to push through several significant cases, ultimately retiring in disgrace. Significant cases? Pray tell, I am quite intrigued. Ah, it was the river god causing the ruckus. Zhao Hu sighed. It was a demon that declared itself a deity, demanding annual sacrifices of young boys and girls from the local populace, threatening calamity should they refuse, flooding the villages on both banks of the river. The most critical part is that the locals believed it wholeheartedly. Those rascals were impervious to reason, treating that demon as a true god. With tens of thousands of citizens, one cannot simply kill them all, or it would lead to a catastrophic situation. A demon posing as a god. Yifeng was taken aback. The demon thrives while the Demon Suppression Office becomes a pariah? Baiyu City certainly seems intriguing. It appears this mission will not be dull. Has the Demon Suppression Office never considered cultivating more warriors? Strength in numbers could surely help eradicate the demons. Yifeng asked casually. Brother Yi, you might not be aware. Zhao Hu lowered his voice. The Demon Suppression Office is not like a sect. It does not pursue expansion or power. What we seek is stability and balance. From the perspective of the Demon Suppression Office, powerful warriors and demons are fundamentally the same. Both are unstable elements. In fact, some warriors can be more destructive than demons. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, pondering this notion. Upon reflection, it did seem to hold some truth. Warriors and demons, in essence, both possessed extraordinary power. If left unchecked, they could indeed wreak havoc upon society. As an institution dedicated to maintaining social stability, the Demon Suppression Office must regulate both. You possess quite the understanding, Yifeng chuckled. I shall have to seek your counsel more often. Oh dear, Brother Yi, please do not flatter me. Zhao Hu waved his hands, feigning humility. I merely possess some hearsay. How could I dare to showcase my knowledge before you? As the two bantered, a vague silhouette of a city emerged on the horizon. Shrouded in the hues of the setting sun, Baiyu City had arrived. Chapter 59. The Law of the Jungle, and You Are the Prey. The silhouette of a city emerged in the distance, exuding an indescribable desolation. At the city gate, tattered banners fluttered helplessly in the wind, with lifeless bodies hanging above. Their identities obscured, yet unmistakably belonging to the enforcers of the Demon Suppression Division. Scattered passers-by, clad in ragged garments, appeared emaciated and hollow-eyed, resembling mere shells of their former selves. Further afield, a colossal statue stood in the center of the square, an entity that seemed neither wholly human nor beast, emanating an unsettling semblance of compassion. Some individuals were kneeling before the statue in fervent worship, their expressions frenzied, muttering incantations. The situation within the city was far worse than anticipated. Yifeng gazed at the devotees prostrating before the statue, his tone laced with derision. This deity is of no use. Why worship it? Upon hearing this, the surrounding townsfolk turned to him, regarding him with expressions of incredulity. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, lowering his voice urgently. My lords, please lower your voices. You must be newcomers to Baiyu City, correct? Yifeng glanced at the man, asking coolly, And you are? I am Xing, the man replied, taking a deep breath. You may not fully grasp the circumstances of Baiyu City. The people here do not worship the river god out of desire. They are compelled to do so. Refusal to pay homage means instant placement upon the dining table of the Demon Lord. Yi Feng inquired gravely, what of the Demon Suppression Division? Do they not intervene? Zheng Yi's bitter smile was rife with resignation and despair. It is not that they do not care. Rather, they are utterly powerless. The River God possesses immense power. And even his subordinate, the Bloodline General, leaves the Demon Suppression Division in a state of helplessness. Those who dared to resist, as you have witnessed, now hang at the city gate. The Demon Lord delights in feasting upon martial artists. Over the years, nearly all martial artists in Bayou City have been devoured. Now, it is the turn of the common folk. Today marks the day of the grand banquet. Everyone prays in hopes of swaying the Demon Lord, pleading for mercy. The two exchanged a solemn glance, recognizing the gravity of their situation. Clearly, Yang Feng's report had been grossly misleading. This was not merely a case of obstinate townsfolk, but rather a dire struggle against overwhelming evil. Yi Feng tightened his grip on the reins, stating calmly, very well. Lead me to this Demon Lord. Zheng Yi hesitated, having expected the two to retreat in the face of danger, but instead, Yi Feng was eager to confront the monster. Many heroes had ventured into Bayou City over the years, hoping to vanquish the demons, yet all had ended as meals for the Bloodline. Though these two possessed formidable presence, facing the demon was another matter entirely. Just as Zheng Yi hesitated, a child approached and whispered something. Zheng Yi's expression shifted rapidly, and he replied respectfully, "My lords, please follow me." Yi Feng's gaze flickered, and without further comment, he nodded and proceeded into the city. The former Demon Suppression Division's headquarters had been utterly transformed. The roof was entirely removed, now serving as an open dining hall. At the center stood a massive stone table, capable of accommodating dozens of diners simultaneously. The Bloodline surveyed the empty table with anticipation, casting a glance to the side. Its towering form was a mass of muscle, straining against its silk garments, as if they might burst at any moment. Today marks the 7th year my lord has been here. Such an auspicious occasion must be celebrated. Let's select the finest elixirs. Where is the main course? Why has it not yet been served? It licked its lips, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. Over the years, martial artists in Bayou City had been consumed almost entirely. Those remaining had either fled or hidden. Even the Bloodline had been forced to tighten its belt, reducing its meals. Yet today, being the River Goddess' birthday, a grand celebration was imperative. A woman stood nearby, her expression vacant as she surveyed the area. A moderately renowned martial artist, she had once held a prominent status in Bayou City. Yet, in the face of the demon, all struggles felt futile. If no others were presented, today, she would likely be the main course. A bitter pang of resignation gripped her heart. She had witnessed too many companions perish at the hands of the demon, and now it was her turn. Faster, the Bloodline urged, its massive paw slamming against the stone table with a deafening thud. The woman clenched her fists, her nails digging painfully into her palms. She could choose to strike a blow against the demon, dying with some semblance of dignity. Yet, such an act would doom her family to the same fate. The will to fight had long since been extinguished in those who survived. She relaxed her body, taking a few tentative steps forward. Was it her imagination? Or did she hear her brother's voice? My lord, it is the one. Zheng Yi's voice suddenly broke through her reverie, snapping her back to reality. The Bloodline, noticing Yi Feng and his companions entering, momentarily froze before erupting into thunderous laughter, its voice echoing throughout the hall. I remember you. The last time you narrowly escaped. Today you dare to return. How delightful. I was just lamenting the lack of a side dish. This human exudes vitality, with muscles ripe for the feast. It ignored Yi Feng entirely, perceiving him as merely an ordinary man devoid of any significant presence. Unbeknownst to the Bloodline, upon entering the true Qi realm, one's vitality becomes denser and more contained, no longer radiating outward. Thus, its previous means of assessing martial prowess proved ineffective against Yi Feng. Yi Feng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on the townsfolk for a moment as he softly declared, I initially intended to say more, but it appears you shall pay with your life instead. The Bloodline paused, momentarily taken aback, as though it had heard the most absurd jest. You speak with such humor. It has been the natural order since time immemorial for our kind to consume humans. The strong dominate the weak, and this is the immutable truth of existence. What is sin? Weakness is the original sin. With that, it lunged toward Zhao Hu with astonishing speed, its hand darting like lightning, generating a powerful gust of wind. Zhao Hu felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, nearly rendering him breathless. This demon was undeniably a being of innate prowess. In that critical moment, a gleam of cold light flashed. With a sickening sound, the Bloodline had not even the chance to react before a gaping hole was torn through its chest. Blood sprang forth. Yi Feng's hand had plunged into the beast's torso, yanking out a heart the size of a basin. You are a true Qi martial artist. The Bloodline collapsed, raising a cloud of dust, its eyes wide with terror as it gazed at Yi Feng, blood pouring from its mouth and nose, its limbs convulsing. It could not fathom that it would meet its end in such a swift and decisive manner, with no chance to retaliate. Yi Feng regarded the Bloodline's expression of fear, his finger gently tapping its brow. Why the fear? You speak of the law of the jungle. Yet when it is your turn, you cannot accept it. Without any grandiose display or gruesome scene, The Bloodlion's massive head exploded like a firework. You have slain a mid-stage innate demon, gaining 700 points. Casually tossing the still-beating heart onto the stone table, he surveyed his surroundings with piercing intensity. I am known as Yi Feng, and today, I have arrived in White Jade City to assume the position of head instructor. I have come here for only 3 purposes. He raised 3 fingers, his voice suddenly amplified, channeling his true energy, resonating like a thunderclap. Justice, justice, and once more, damn it, justice. Chapter 60. Invincible in the world does not mean invincible in the heavens outside the Yamen. The formerly desolate street began to stir with activity following the thunderous crash of the Bloodlion collapsing. Initially, several bold households cautiously opened their doors, peering out. Soon, an increasing throng of townsfolk emerged from all directions, most clad in tattered garments and bearing gaunt faces. Fixating on the figure clad in a dark uniform standing beside the carcass of the Bloodlion. They have returned. Amidst the crowd, an unknown voice uttered these words, igniting a long-dormant hope like kindling to a flame. The Demon Suppression Division. The people of the Demon Suppression Division have come back. The murmurs of the crowd gradually morphed into quiet sobs and ultimately crescendoed into an uncontrollable wailing. After all, it had only been a few days since the previous head of the Demon Suppression Division was ousted. How long could this new arrival endure? The greater the hope, the larger the potential for disappointment. They dared not harbor excessive expectations. Yi Feng listened acutely to the discussions around him, to genuinely instill confidence in these citizens. Merely slaying a bloodline would be woefully insufficient. Only upon becoming a leader does one truly comprehend the burdens of leadership. He sighed and turned to Zhao Hu, saying, Zhao Hu, inquire about how many members of the Demon Suppression Division remain in the city and summon them all here. Understood, Zhao Hu responded, swiftly mounting his steed, the Crimson Flame horse, and galloping away. At that moment, Zhang Yi approached with a woman, kneeling before Yi Feng with a thud, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Head Yi, thank you for saving my life. Such a great kindness. I am truly at a loss for how to repay it. The woman followed suit, bowing and weeping silently. Unable to utter a word, Yi Feng nodded slightly. You are a local. Enlighten me on the demons and monsters that inhabit the vicinity of Bayou City. At this, Zhang Yi felt a tremor of realization. Is this what security feels like? Not inquiring about benefits or personal affairs, but directly asking about the threats posed by demons. This is the mark of a true hero committed to eradicating evil. Zhang Yi's demeanor unconsciously grew even more respectful. Yes, indeed, my lord. There are many demons near Bayou City. Among them, the 3 greatest demon kings are particularly formidable, the Wolf King, the Fox Immortal, and the River God. Moreover, their generals Yi Feng felt a headache begin to throb as he rubbed his temples. The Wolf King and Fox Immortal were familiar foes. He had previously dispatched their offspring and now found himself directly in their lair. Both were seasoned powerhouses in the realm of Qi, standing as pillars among demon kings. The River God, however, overshadowed even the Wolf King and Fox Immortal, firmly securing its dominion over Bayou City with astonishing prowess. Perhaps Bayou City should simply be renamed Demon City. Yi Feng could not help but scoff. There were far too many monsters. This did not even account for the rebels and bandits lurking in the deep mountains and forests. Now he understood why Zhao Hu felt exiled. Anyone arriving in this cursed place would question their very existence. Who would willingly come here? It was akin to starting a game on infernal difficulty. My lord, do not worry. In truth, it is not as terrifying as it seems. While these demons are indeed powerful, they are not united. Seeing Yi Feng's grim expression, Zhang Yi nearly reprimanded himself for neglecting to consider the newcomer's feelings. If this new head were to be frightened into abandoning his post, Bayou City would truly face calamity. The Wolf King and the Fox Immortal have always been at odds, often clashing violently over territory. The River God, though formidable, primarily resides in the Bayou River and seldom ventures ashore. As long as we do not provoke it, it will not seek us out. That is sufficient. I am already aware of these circumstances. You need not feel remorse. Yi Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing his agitation and forcing himself to remain calm. Let the soldiers face the soldiers, and the waters face the waters. It is merely a matter of numerous enemies. It is far simpler than dealing with the intrigues of the Cloud City. At least here, the enemies are visible, and one need not worry about daggers lurking behind. Yet, from whom should he strike first? Yi Feng's hand grasped the hilt of his sword as he fell into contemplation. My lord, I am willing to accompany you in exterminating demons. The previously silent woman suddenly spoke up, causing Zhang Yi to change countenance as he admonished Shaolin. What nonsense are you spouting? It is extremely dangerous here. What business do you have joining in? Hurry back home. Brother, I am not afraid. Shaolin bit her lip tightly, her fists clenched so hard that her knuckles turned white. My lord, please take me with you. I am familiar with the terrain of Bayou City. I know which families collude with demons, and which individuals secretly rebel. I can be of great assistance. Yi Feng nodded. Having a local willing to help was indeed fortuitous. However, he noted a particular detail in her words. His voice bore an unmistakable edge, colluding with demons? Ah, traitors. Are they? In that case, Take me to those families that have allied with demons. I wish to pay them a proper visit. At this, Xiaolin's face flushed with excitement. My lord, follow me. I know exactly who they are. Meanwhile, Lin Kai, the head of the Lin family, sat restlessly on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The thunderous roar from earlier echoed incessantly in his ears. Fairness. Fairness. Is it not fairness? Lin Kai slammed his fist against the bed frame, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it, these rabid dogs refuse to relent. Exterminating demons. Exterminating demons, is that more important than life itself? He could not comprehend it, truly could not. Life is fleeting, is it not for enjoyment? For those lowly commoners. Is it worth risking one's neck? No, I cannot remain here any longer. Lin Kai abruptly sat up, threw on his clothes, and bolted from his room. Someone, quickly, find out what transpired today, and summon the Lord Demon to see how we can eliminate this damned demon suppression division. Lin Kai barked at his subordinates, his voice tinged with impatience. He needed to ascertain the situation swiftly to formulate a response. Otherwise, if the demon suppression division truly established a foothold in Bayou City, calamity would surely befall those families that had allied with the demons. His subordinates, startled by Lin Kai's fury, hurriedly complied and dispersed to gather information. Before long, they stumbled back in a fluster. The Lord Demon instructed that you should not act rashly. He mentioned that this newcomer is formidable, having just slain a bloodlion. However, the Lord Demon assured you not to fear. A mere bloodlion could be crushed with a single finger. In a confrontation, he has a 70% chance of victory, while that demon suppression fellow only has 30. Lastly, the Lord Demon added that he was famished and requested some blood offerings be sent over promptly. Lin Kai exhaled a long breath. The tension that had been coiled in his chest finally relaxed. The Lord Demon is invincible. Surely, he would not lose. The advantage lies with me. His mind began to strategize what blood offerings would please the Lord Demon. He retrieved a precious spirit herb from his bosom and inhaled deeply. The rich spiritual energy instantly surged through his limbs, eliciting an involuntary sigh of contentment. This spirit herb, known as purple jade ginseng, is an exceedingly rare medicinal ingredient, with no market for it. In the past, Lin Kai would not have even laid eyes on it. Such is the boon of aligning with powerful allies, indulging in such spiritual medicine as if it were mere snacking. However, the Lord Demon's claim of being invincible does not imply that the heavens are equally unassailable. Boom. The blue brick courtyard wall suddenly erupted into a cloud of dust, and the 9-foot-high rockery was lifted skyward by the shockwave. Yi Feng's cloak from the demon suppression department billowed ominously, the crimson smoke of battle soaring into the heavens, casting the sky in a dark shade of red. The demon suppression department is on the case. The Lin family has colluded with demons, plotting against the common folk, their crimes unforgivable. Lin Kai, emerge at once. His voice thundered, echoing above the Lin residents, reverberating in the ears of those nearby, leaving a dull ache in their chests. The aura surged like clouds, and in an instant, the world transformed in hue. Should the Lin family cooperate today, it would be dignified. Should they refuse, we shall meet in the netherworld. Chapter 61. Take flight. This stentorian roar reverberated throughout the courtyard, instantly silencing the once bustling area to a hush so profound that a pin drop could be heard. A name stood tall, casting a formidable shadow. Within the Great Qian dynasty, the Bureau of Demon Suppression was a golden standard, synonymous with unwavering resolve, ruthlessness, and the suppression of all evil and heresy. Yi Feng advanced, his true Qi realm aura cascading forth like a mountain's avalanche. Thump, thump. The closest dozen or so members of the Lin family felt as though their chests had been crushed by a colossal boulder. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and collapsed to the ground. Lin Kai stood rooted in place, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, each movement an arduous task. Yet, in such moments, one must never show weakness. Forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace, Lin Kai cupped his fist in salute and said, "Esteemed sir, please quell your anger. There must be some misunderstanding. May I inquire as to your honorable name? I am Lin Kai, the head of the Lin family." He intended to placate this impetuous youth and stall for time. Once he had ascertained the youngster's background, he could tailor his response accordingly. Whether to summon the city's demons for an assault or to swallow his pride and wait for the end of his tenure, there was still room for maneuver. Yi Feng crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, and said calmly, "I am Yi Feng, at your service. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. Someone has reported, with verifiable evidence, that your family is harboring demons. I shall grant you an opportunity to summon it forth. You have 3 minutes. If, within that time, I do not see the demon, the consequences will range from the confiscation of your assets to the extermination of your clan." Now that Yi Feng knew this rotund man was the head of the Lin family, he found him increasingly displeasing. He decided to skip the intermediate steps and fast forward to the conclusion. He was well aware of the nonsensical dialogues that would ensue, denials, lamentations, and finally, desperate pleas for evidence. Why waste time on a predictable routine? Lord Yi, your words are unjust. Lin Kai's heart sank. Why wasn't this youngster following the script? Forcing a smile, he said, "The Lin family has been loyal for generations. How could we possibly harbor demons?" Feng's eyes turned cold. In a blur of motion, he closed the distance to Lin Kai and delivered a resounding slap. Smack. The slap was delivered with such force that it sent Lin Kai spinning 2.5 times in the air before he crashed to the ground with a thud. Ouch! My teeth. Lin Kai clutched his face, spitting out a mixture of blood and shattered teeth. His vision swam, his ears rang, and half of his face swelled instantly, throbbing with pain. The slap was like pouring a ladle of cold water into a boiling pot of oil, causing an immediate uproar. He was the head of the Lin family, the de facto emperor of White Jade City. Even the city lord treated him with deference. How could he be slapped in the face by a mere child? Yi Feng, you have humiliated me repeatedly. I swear vengeance. Vengeance. General Tiger Might. Kill him. Kill him for me. I shall offer you 100 blood sacrifices. Roar. A terrifying aura erupted from the Lin family's backyard. Incense ash rained down, and the once clear sky turned ominous. The brick wall beside Yi Feng shattered, sending debris flying and dust swirling. A dark figure, accompanied by a foul wind, burst from the dust cloud and lunged toward Yi Feng's head with a massive palm, the sound of its passage piercing the air. Daring to launch a sneak attack? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The black figure's power was indeed far superior to that of the Blood Lion. Its aura alone was several times stronger. Despite his surprise, Yi Feng's movements were not slow. He leaned back, almost touching the ground, and his right leg shot out like a taut bowstring, launching him forward. Bang! Chi exploded, producing a black and gold mushroom cloud. The eaves of the Lin mansion's main building shattered. Waves of energy rolled out, sending sand and stones flying, enveloping the two figures in dust. Kill him. General Tiger Might, kill him. Lin Kai scrambled to his feet, disheveled and enraged, shouting with all his might. Zheng Lin somersaulted through the breach in the shattered wall. Seeing Lin Kai still ranting, she was overcome with fury. She charged forward and kicked him to the ground. You collude with demons. You harm the people. Zheng Lin straddled Lin Kai and rained down punches on his face, causing him to howl in agony, his face turning black and blue. At this moment, the dust settled, and Yi Feng saw the true face of the attacker. It was a monster with the head of a tiger and the body of a man, nearly 10 feet tall, its muscles bulging as if forged from steel. It wore colorful fish-scale armor, looking imposing and exuding a formidable aura. At the moment of impact, a sinister, icy energy had invaded his body, attempting to corrode his meridians. The power of incense offerings? Is this demon following the path of the gods? This power was unlike any demon he had encountered before. It lacked the frenzied, bloodthirsty aura, instead carrying a strange sense of sanctity. Yi Feng circulated his true chi, instantly expelling the strange power. This kid has great strength. He can match me even with a hasty attack? The tiger demon was shocked. It was a true demon king, immersed in the power of incense offerings for many years. Even against a demon suppression general, it could hold its own for several moves. Yet, this young man, who appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old, could meet it head-on and not be at a disadvantage? Just what is this kid's background? The tiger demon steadied itself and said in a deep voice, "Boy, you have some skill. To withstand one of my attacks, you must be quite formidable. However, my tiger claws are infused with a vast amount of incense offerings. Taking one of my blows can't be pleasant, can it?" Yi Feng flexed his ankle. It was indeed unpleasant. It almost tore the seams of his shoe. The terrifying defense of the perfected golden bell shield was not easily breached. This tiger demon's strength was not enough to harm him. The tiger demon was enraged by these words. Tore the seams of your shoe? Why don't you say I broke your leg? Its eyes blazed with ferocity, and its demonic aura surged like a tangible force. Boy, listen well. If you know what's good for you, leave White Jade City now. Otherwise, when Lord River God awakens, you will. Why are you blathering on? Die? Yi Feng was most annoyed by pre-battle banter. This tiger demon was like a broken record, repeating the same lines over and over, grating on his ears. If it had any skill, why not just use it? Kill. Tiger Might Demon Subduing Fist. The tiger demon roared, no longer holding back. Golden power of incense offerings rose from its body, making it appear as if a deity had descended, its power overwhelming. It unleashed a barrage of fists, a storm of blows. Yi Feng activated a reed across the river to its limit. He moved like a ghost, true chi surging in his hand, quickly condensing into a long blade, its body slender and exuding a chilling light. The blade flashed like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the air and colliding with the tiger demon's fist shadows. The moment the blade touched the golden armor, it paused for only a fraction of a second before cutting through like a hot knife through butter. The tiger demon did not even feel pain, only wondering why it did not experience the usual pleasure of tearing flesh. Looking askance, it saw half of its hand flying high, blood spurting like a fountain. Only then did pain flood its entire body, causing it to scream in agony. Raising its head, it met Yi Feng's mocking gaze. Spare me. I have never harmed anyone. Too late for that now. Take my fist. Yi Feng's true chi surged, and a Vajra phantom appeared behind him, mimicking his fist strike. A ring of white mist exploded from his fist, accompanied by a sonic boom. Army Breaker Righteous Fist. Take flight. The tiger demon felt an instantaneous chill around its waist, followed by an indescribable sensation of weightlessness that engulfed its entire being. Instinctively, it glanced downward. The earth was rapidly receding. No, it was receding from the earth. In its field of vision, its lower body, along with its legs, had vanished. It felt no pain, only boundless bewilderment and an acute, penetrating cold. So, I am dead. As this thought faded, the light in its eyes was completely extinguished. Chapter 62. You call this a balanced match? Reduced to 7 segments in 3 moves? Thump. The tiger demon's bisected torso crashed heavily onto the flagstone pavement, plunging the courtyard into an oppressive silence, so profound one could hear a pin drop. Was that it? The engagement between Yi Feng and the tiger demon, though seemingly protracted, had in reality lasted a mere 30 seconds. Onlookers had witnessed the tiger demon charge forth with a roar, exchange a single blow with Yi Feng, and then be launched skyward by Yi Feng's fist. Instantly cleaved in two, Lin Kai's complexion had turned ashen, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. A pungent, acrid odor emanated from his damp trousers. You call this a balanced match? Reduced to 7 segments in 3 moves? He now wished to administer a series of resounding slaps to his own face. Serves you right for your loose tongue. Serves you right for believing the demon's lies. Now, the demon is dead, and you're finished. Yi Feng cast a sidelong glance at the corpse on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. This is far too weak. Can this really be considered a true Qi realm cultivator? I suspect this realm of yours is diluted. It seemed that while the divine path offered rapid advancement, the actual strength was rather underwhelming. This was the first time Yi Feng had been genuinely unimpressed by an opponent's power. He hadn't even been compelled to unleash the 8 gates of life and death. It barely qualified as a warm-up. Its only merit was to test the enhancements conferred by the Arhit divine skill, as expected of a true Qi realm martial technique. Its effects were immediately apparent upon initiation. Not bad. It seemed he should upgrade his other martial techniques as well, lest he become overly reliant on past accomplishments. Yi Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for a moment. Seeing that the surroundings remained still and silent, without the slightest movement, he mused, strange. Shouldn't a family of this stature have some old monster guarding the premises? With such a commotion, why hasn't anyone emerged? Yi Feng turned to Zheng Lin, inquiring with a puzzled expression. Logically, a large clan like the Lin family should have an elder statesman overseeing things, serving as a pillar of stability. Could it be that I acted too swiftly, and they were simply petrified with fear? Zhang Lin, upon hearing this, was initially taken aback, but then she understood. A peculiar expression spreading across her face. Lord Yi, are you referring to the Lin family's patriarch? If the Lin family patriarch were still alive, the Lin family would not have fallen to its current state. The old man had been the captain of the White Jade City resistance, leading them in a bloody battle against the demons, earning great merit. Alas, unfortunately, human hearts are treacherous. He was betrayed by his most trusted confidant, falling into the clutches of the demons. His remains never recovered. Patriarch Lin, am I correct in saying this? Zheng Lin, in concluding, abruptly turned to face Lin Kai. Her gaze razor-sharp, as if she wished to flay him alive. Lin Kai shuddered, a flicker of fear and remorse flashing in his eyes. But this emotion was quickly suppressed. He stammered, "You're spouting nonsense. The patriarch, how he died is something you know very well." Zheng Lin retorted sharply, "Lin Kai? For the sake of wealth and glory, you betrayed your own grandfather, betrayed White Jade City. What face do you have to live in this world, you beast?" Yi Feng glanced at Lin Kai, his eyes devoid of any pity. So there was such a thing? This kind of scum would be let off too easily with a single strike. Tie him up and take him to the town demon bureau. In front of all the people, recount his crimes over the years, one by one, and then let the people judge him. Ah? Zhang Lin was stunned, taking a sharp intake of breath, followed by elation. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. This is practically going to ruin Lin Kai's reputation, leaving a stain on his name for eternity. I understand. Lord Yi. I'll go prepare immediately. Zhang Lin was eager to escort Lin Kai to the streets at once, to let everyone see the true face of this beast. At that moment, Zhao Hu finally arrived belatedly, leading a few people to the entrance. He stared at the enormous tiger corpse, utterly dumbfounded. Instructor, did you kill another one? Yes, that's right. Is this all of them? Yi Feng looked at the few individuals, all dressed in tattered clothing, their faces gaunt, but their eyes burning like wildfire. Zhao Hu was taken aback, a sense of melancholy washing over him. These are all that's left. When Yang Feng left, they stubbornly refused to go, determined to fight the demons to the death. Instructor. The group knelt on one knee in unison, saluting Yi Feng, their voices resonant and full of energy. They lowered their heads, their eyes stealing glances at Yi Feng. This newly appointed instructor was indeed a young hero, as the rumors suggested. Get up, all of you. Yi Feng waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Then I'll have to trouble everyone once more to prepare a cart and parade the tiger demon's corpse through the city, so that the people can see it, understand? White Jade City had been oppressed by demons for too long. He didn't have much time to slowly govern, so he simply administered a potent remedy to dispel the people's fear of demons. Yes, instructor. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes gleamed with fervor, and they responded in unison. Twilight descended, the setting sun casting a crimson glow. The streets of White Jade City were sparsely populated, the atmosphere oppressive. in front of a small food stall. The owner was busy packing up, preparing to close for the day and head home. His wife, Wang Shi, was filled with worry. Husband, do you think the new instructor Yi can really eliminate those demons? I doubt it. The vendor paused his movements, shaking his head and sighing. The previous instructors also boasted loudly when they arrived, but what happened? They all scurried away in disgrace. This one is indeed more formidable. But I don't think he's much stronger. Demons are not easy to deal with. They're all extremely ferocious and possess various wicked abilities. I hope this one can last a little longer, at least allowing us to have a few days of peace. Wan Shi also sighed, her face full of sorrow. As the two were speaking, they suddenly smelled a foul odor. What's that smell? It's so pungent. The vendor covered his nose and mouth, frowning. He straightened up and looked around, trying to find the source of the stench. In the next moment, a ferocious tiger head abruptly entered his view. The tiger head was as large as a millstone, its eyes wide open, its fangs bared, and its fur standing on end, appearing incredibly terrifying. The vendor was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his tofu bucket also dropping and shattering into pieces. Duh, demon. It's a demon. He pointed at the tiger head, trembling all over, unable to speak clearly. Wang Shi also screamed in terror, her face pale, her legs weak, almost fainting. At this moment, several members of the town demon bureau passed by, pulling a cart. Hey, you there. What kind of eyes do you have? Look closely. It's dead. It was just killed by our instructor Yi. This is a genuine demon king, and even the Lin family has been uprooted by our instructor. One of them even walked up to the vendor, pointing at the tiger corpse and saying, Duh, dead? Upon hearing this, the vendor finally came to his senses. Taking a closer look, the tiger head was indeed devoid of any life. The damn thing, even dead, it still wants to scare me. The vendor regained his composure and spat heavily on the ground. His eyes glanced at the youth riding the demon horse, feeling inexplicably shaken. In just one day, 2 great demons had been eliminated. White Jade City might really see the dawn of a new era. Brother Yi, in 2 days, the tea houses will be packed. Zhao Hu, riding the crimson flame steed, watched the seething crowd, grinning. Slaying a demon king was enough for the storytellers to talk about for 10 days and a half. However, in this way, we will become the target of public criticism. Zhao Hu's smile faded, a hint of concern in his voice. Those demons will not sit idly by and watch us gain a foothold in White Jade City. They will definitely try to deal with us in every possible way. I know. Yi Feng nodded lightly, his tone calm. Of course, he was aware that his series of actions was tantamount to stirring up a hornet's nest, inevitably attracting the demon's frenzied retaliation. However, this was also intentional on his part. Rather than passively enduring attacks, he preferred to take the initiative, proclaiming to the demons that the Demon Suppression Division had returned. Chapter 63. I see you. In the past 2 days, the entire Bayou City has been in an uproar. First, the Blood Lion met its demise, and shortly thereafter, the tiger demon worshipped by the Lin family was also slain, 2 events of such magnitude that they shook the very foundations of the city, both occurring on the same day. In tea houses and taverns, storytellers animatedly recounted the exploits of Yi Feng in vanquishing demons, crafting various embellished versions that spread widely. The river god, it seems, possesses great forbearance. Yi Feng sat within the Demon Suppression Division, contemplating the clamor outside. Logically, having dispatched 2 of the river god's subordinates, a reaction from the other side would be inevitable. Yet, the past 2 days have been eerily tranquil and unusual calm. Demons are notoriously vengeful. Such silence suggests either that the news has yet to circulate or that the adversary is biding their time for a significant move. Regardless, he resolved to continue bolstering his strength. With a thought, Yi Feng summoned the system panel. Name, Yi Feng, cultivation level, True Qi realm. First layer, martial skills, Breaking Army Fist 7, major achievement. 1 reed crossing the river remnant 34, novice, exquisite 9 orifices 2, novice, golden bell shield, perfection. 8 gates of life and death 6, minor achievement. Internal skill, Universal Bodhisattva Heart Sutra 2, major achievement. Points, 3, 186, 3,186 points. Yi Feng scrutinized the figures on the panel, his brow furrowing slightly. This amount of points is neither excessive nor insufficient. It is evidently inadequate for advancing internal skills. It seems he must first enhance his martial arts. Having employed Breaking Army Fist since the channeling realm, he had become quite adept at it. Moreover, its rank is relatively low, thus, the points required for its advancement to the innate realm should not be overly demanding. Yi Feng made up his mind. System, upgrade Breaking Army Fist to the innate realm. Commencing simulation, consuming 200 points, simulating Breaking Army Fist. Simulation complete. Breaking Army Fist, perfection. Ding. Beginning advancement of Breaking Army Fist. Your mastery of the fist technique reduces the point consumption by 30, consuming 140 points. This martial skill has merged with your instincts. For you, it is not merely perfection but surpasses perfection, and in just 6 months, you have touched the barrier of the innate realm. Consuming 140 points, you observe torrential rain-shattering rocky cliffs, comprehending the essence of unstoppable force before the fist is unleashed. The spine is like a dragon's bow fully drawn, directing the fist's edge, causing raindrops within Tinjiang to stagnate into an arrow ray. Advancement complete. Breaking Army Fist Innate Overlord Bao Draw 1. Major achievement. A flood of information surged into his mind, insights, techniques, and experiences regarding the fist technique crashed against his consciousness like a tidal wave. Instinctively wanting to throw a punch, he halted midway, realizing that such an action would likely reduce the Demon Suppression Division to rubble. The Overlord Bao Draw is indeed a martial skill of the innate realm. Even the sheer force it commanded far surpassed that of Breaking Army Fist. If the prior Breaking Army Fist were akin to a dagger, the Overlord Bao Draw is a mountain-cleaving axe. A single strike could cleave the formidable General Hu Wei into 5 pieces. Suppressing the surging energy within, he exhaled slowly. To achieve such an enhancement for merely 400 points is quite a remarkable bargain. Yifeng couldn't help but smile broadly. He recalled that when he advanced his internal skills, even 10,000 points were nearly insufficient. In contrast, the points expended for martial skill advancement were trivial. With this realization, he resolved to further improve all the skills on his panel. Yifeng rolled up his sleeves, ready for an intensive training session. Time slipped by quietly, and soon evening descended. Within the Demon Suppression Division, Yifeng sat cross-legged, a faint flow of energy swirling around him. Ever since he advanced his martial skill, he had immersed himself in contemplation. This technique is extraordinarily remarkable. Every gesture and movement is imbued with an inexplicable force. This force, intangible yet palpably real, can summon the power of the heavens and earth. Yifeng had a vague sense that if he could master this force, he could easily overpower any martial artist of the true Qi realm without even employing his true energy. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks shattered the tranquility. Yifeng furrowed his brow, slowly opening his eyes, which gleamed with intensity. Judging from the aura emanating from outside, it was Zhao Hu. However, something about the aura felt peculiar. The blood energy was tainted with impurities, eerily reminiscent of the scent from the tiger demon. What could he possibly want at this hour? Yifeng pondered, opening the door. He found Zhao Hu standing there with an innocent demeanor, carrying a bag of ribs. Master, would you like some? Yifeng's gaze swept over, and he inquired coolly, where did you get these? Despite the ample salary from the Demon Suppression Division, they were not lacking in wealth. However, Baiyu City had recently suffered a catastrophe, leaving resources scarce. Meat, especially ribs, had become a rare commodity. Money alone would not suffice to procure it. Oh, a gift from the townsfolk, Zhao Hu replied. I have some family matters to attend to and plan to return home for a few days. So I thought I'd let you know before I leave. As he spoke, he placed the ribs on the table and turned his back to Yifeng, appearing quite natural in his movements. Suddenly, a hand, like an iron clamp, gripped Zhao Hu's shoulder. A terrifying surge of true energy descended like a mountain. Crack! The ground immediately fissured, and Zhao Hu was forcibly pressed into the earth, his knees sinking deep, utterly immobilized. Master, what is this? Zhao Hu's face flushed crimson as he struggled desperately, yet he could not budge Yifeng's hand in the slightest. Excellent acting. You almost deceived me. Yifeng's voice was icy. It's evident you have put in considerable effort, but Zhao Hu would not address me as master in private. Moreover, your family perished at the hands of demons, leaving you as the sole survivor. What do you intend to return to see? Speak. Where has the original Zhao Hu gone? Yifeng suddenly increased his strength, his true energy pouring down like a flood. Crack, crack, crack. Zhao Hu's body began to shatter like fragile glass. Cracks rapidly spreading across him. A rich sandalwood fragrance instantly filled the room, causing Yifeng to frown. Through those fissures, it became evident that Zhao Hu's insides were filled with fragrant ash. A substitute? Yifeng's expression darkened. Such a remarkable tactic, and I failed to perceive it. In the past days, for safety's sake, Zhao Hu and his companions had been residing with him, with the Zhang siblings issuing commands to prevent demon attacks. Yet, unexpectedly, a single oversight allowed the adversary to succeed. Now it makes sense. I must pay closer attention to details in the future. Zhao Hu muttered to himself, his head twisting around to meet Yifeng's gaze. From the corner of his mouth, a fissure began to widen, splitting his face in two and revealing an inner cavity filled with ash. Master Yi, you are truly imposing, but do you think I would reveal his whereabouts to you? Ha ha ha. Revel in your regret and self-reproach. Regret? Self-reproach? Yifeng scoffed, allowing his true energy to circulate within the other's body. In his vision, a fine white thread emerged from the top of Zhao Hu's head, winding upward into the depths of the void. Almost instantaneously, as the true energy completed its transmission, Yifeng locked onto the endpoint of that white thread. Bang! Zhao Hu's body dissolved into a cloud of fragrant ash, scattering in all directions. Yifeng, however, remained unperturbed, sweeping his sleeve to unleash a gust of wind that dispersed the ash completely. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he fixated on the direction the white thread extended. Honing Town, I see you. Chapter 64. Sophisticated techniques often employ the simplest methods, Brother Yi. What are you planning to do? As Yifeng stepped out of the gates of the Demon Suppression Division, he encountered Zhao Hu, who was approaching with a live hen in hand. The familiar, naive smile on Zhao Hu's face sent a shiver down Yifeng's spine. Are you Zhao Hu? Yifeng asked, keeping his composure. Zhao Hu was taken aback and scratched his head. If I'm not Zhao Hu, then who could I be? Brother Yi, why do you seem so strange today? Yifeng did not respond, but stepped closer and firmly grasped Zhao Hu's wrist. Vital energy surged into Zhao Hu's body, coursing through his meridians. There was no trace of ash or impurities. It was indeed the genuine Zhao Hu. Yifeng finally let out a sigh of relief and briefly recounted the events that had just transpired. Then I must ask, where did you go just now? Why didn't you inform me? Zhao Hu, initially shocked, then suddenly enlightened, replied, wasn't I outside helping you inquire about buyers for the magical artifacts? I unexpectedly ran into you on the road, and you mentioned there were demons to deal with, so you sent me away. I didn't think much of it at the time, but halfway there, I felt something was off. Shouldn't you have been the first to rush in when you heard about the demons? Why send me alone to handle it? So I came back to check. Yifeng, what does this signify? Sophisticated techniques often employ the simplest methods? He had anticipated some exquisite sleight of hand. Yet it turned out to be merely a simple impersonation to divert Zhao Hu's attention. This reminded him of a joke from his previous life. A company's internet connection kept inexplicably dropping. A group of tech experts spent half a year investigating, using all sorts of advanced equipment but failed to find the issue. In the end, they had no choice but to station someone in the server room around the clock. Guess what happened? It turned out that a rival company had bribed the security guard to secretly unplug the internet cables every night. This demon's operation was strikingly similar to that of the security guard. Brother Yi, are you planning to go? Zhao Hu, noticing Yifeng's silence, guessed his intentions. Yifeng nodded, his voice low. This capability is troublesome. If left unchecked, it could cause significant chaos if it acts in my name. Honingtown isn't too far. Please save me dinner. I shall return shortly. Yifeng held a deep respect for this unseen adversary, rather than waiting passively to be struck. It was better to take the initiative. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, Zhao Hu couldn't help but be astonished. This scene felt eerily familiar. Last time, Yifeng had taken down a Blood Fiend Alliance leader. This time, he wondered whom he would deal with next. He left in such a hurry that he hadn't even had a chance to enjoy the 3 talents chicken gifted by the Earth Immortal Society. Oh well, that would have to wait until later. In Honingtown, a storyteller stood on a high platform, animatedly recounting recent events with fervor. Below, a large audience had gathered, some standing, others seated, all straining to listen intently. Among them were local residents, traveling merchants, and a few individuals from the martial world. Though the common folk were not well versed in the grand schemes of the world, they gleaned insights into the battles between the Demon Suppression Division and the demons from these tales. This ability to adapt was instinctual for their survival. After hearing the stories, many exchanged their remaining coins for provisions or began gathering their belongings, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. In truth, many hoped for the Demon Suppression Division's victory. But the demon threat could not be resolved in a day. Until a victor emerged, they could only watch and prepare. A woman in black gauze listened from a window, wiping blood from the corner of her mouth with her finger. Her gaze fell upon the table where a paper effigy had already turned to ashes, her expression darkening. Miss you, are you all right? A burly man strode in from outside, rushing to support her with a concerned expression. I'm fine. I merely acted against my own spell and suffered some backlash. It's nothing serious. The woman in black took a pill, her complexion improving slightly. Qing Yan. This new instructor possesses considerable strength. However, I am more skilled. I severed the connection early, so that individual cannot trace me. But this is not a long-term solution. We must prepare in advance. You mustn't overstrain yourself. The burly man quickly produced a handkerchief, speaking gently. We still need to ascend the mountain to gather the 1,000 June treasures to celebrate the Fox Fairy's birthday. Let that young man live a few more days. There will be time to claim his head later. A soft, almost imperceptible hum escaped Yuxian's lips as she curled up like a languid cat in the man's embrace. In the inn's room, the flickering red candles cast an intimate and enchanting atmosphere. Yet, the storyteller's voice continued to penetrate their ears. As for this instructor Yi, not only is he exceptionally skilled in martial arts, but he is also wise and courageous. He not only slew the tiger demon, but also captured the Lin family's traitor who colluded with the demons. How bothersome. Can you silence him? Yuxian said with a hint of playful annoyance. The burly man chuckled indulgently and replied softly, Of course, I shall go and make them quiet. These 2-legged sheep truly do not know their place. They think themselves the masters of this world. Humph. In the eyes of our demonkin, they are merely livestock. Walking sources of sustenance. It seems we haven't killed enough to remind them that food should know its place. Meanwhile, in the tea house, the storyteller was filled with enthusiasm, eloquently spinning tales while waving his folding fan with vigor. He lifted the teacup and savored a sip, delighted to see the increasing copper coins offered by the audience. His heart swelling with joy. Just as he prepared to embellish further, boasting about Yifeng's exploits, a rough voice interrupted him. Ha ha ha. A hero? A robust man pushed through the crowd, striding forward. A mere boy, fresh-faced, kills a few lowly demons and dares to call himself a hero? How laughable. Qing Yin did not hide his scorn, provoking discontent among the crowd, who frowned and glared in unison. In an instant, he returned their gaze with a fierce intensity. His eyes, red and filled with malice, instilled fear in the hearts of many, causing some to nearly lose control of their bladders. What? Am I not allowed to critique? Qin Yin relished this moment of mockery, retracting his menacing grin and casually stating, "How about this? I shall feast upon you all. Since this hero is so formidable, I will count to 3 and see if he comes to rescue you." However, before he could even raise a finger, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, echoing like the growl of a colossal beast. The crowd looked up in unison to witness a white stream of energy approaching Hongning Town at an astonishing speed. Wherever the energy passed, the clouds churned, and the air rippled with an overwhelming force. "You must be joking," a youthful voice rang out, sending chills down Qin Yan's spine. Before he could comprehend the situation, a figure appeared before him. What? Qin Yan's pupils contracted, his body instinctively reacting. His muscles swelled, ripping through his clothing, revealing a coat of pristine white fur. Without uttering a word, Yifeng unleashed a punch, a torrent of overwhelming power crashing down upon Qin Yan's head. Bang! Qin Yan had intended to raise a finger and utter some grandiloquent remarks to showcase his demeanor, but was suddenly struck with such force that his body crashed into the ground. Crack! Crack! Qin Yan's skull shattered like bamboo under immense pressure, bones fracturing with each impact. The force crushed his flesh, exposing the stark white of his skull beneath. In one blow, he was grievously injured. As he pushed the debris off himself, Qin Yan wiped the blood from his face, staring in terror at the looming figure before him. Yifeng gently brushed his sleeve, his gaze indifferent, while the air around him warped, emanating a formidable aura. "Weren't you quite loquacious just moments ago? Please, carry on." Chapter 65, The Ill-Fated Lovers. "What concern is it to me?" Qin Yan pressed his hands tightly against his head, feeling the world spin around him, his mind buzzing. Just moments ago, he nearly encountered the spirit of his long-departed great-grandmother. Now, I ask you answer. Should your response fail to satisfy me, I shall ensure you behold your own brain matter. Yifeng looked down upon him, contemplating that had it not been for the peculiar fragrance emanating from the other, that recent punch would have turned him into a wall mural. Was that incense substitute you're doing? Several blood soldiers coalesced, beginning to spin rapidly while emitting a low hum. Blood obscured Qin Yan's vision. He was overwhelmed by the sheer strength before him, a stark contrast to the intelligence he had received. How had he grown so formidable? Flee, Yushuan. We must escape. In this life and death moment, Qin Yan unleashed a remarkable will to survive, expending all his strength to roar desperately. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously with Qin Yan's cry, a streak of light shot forth from the inn. Yifeng raised a hand, revealing several needles as fine as cow hair within his palm. Hiss! As the needles appeared, they released clouds of toxic smoke. At that instant, Yifeng found his footing compromised. A shadow surged forth, lifting the trapped Qin Yan and fleeing frantically towards the town's outskirts. In a daze, Qin Yan heard Yushuan's voice beside him. How could I abandon you? Fear not. Once we are outside, we shall be safe. He is strong, overwhelmingly so, truly capable of. Do not worry. Do you not know what I excel at? I released 5 clones to escape separately. Can he truly eliminate them all? Qin Yan's mind flickered. Indeed, Yushuan's expertise lay in the art of clones. This technique, mysterious and unpredictable, was perfectly suited for deceiving foes. Yushuan attempted to voice further thoughts, but her steps faltered abruptly, her pupils reflecting the imposing figure ahead. Yifeng stood in the middle of the street, hands clasped behind his back, blocking their path. With a curious gaze, he observed the pair. I did not perceive you as lovers, he remarked. Ah, esteemed sir, we are merely passing through, truly without malice. You are magnanimous. Please treat us as though we were but a fleeting breeze. Yushuan forced a thin smile, striving to ease the tension, while inwardly cursing. How is this person so persistent? Even 5 clones cannot shake him off. Passing through? And yet you employ clones to confront me? Is such an abundance of toxic needles necessary for a mere passage? Yifeng too felt perplexed. What could these two possibly seek by exerting themselves against him? The man radiated a palpable demonic aura, clearly a creature of the night. Yet the woman, judging by her methods, was evidently of refined lineage, possessing legitimate training. As these thoughts whirled, Yushuan's eyes hardened. With a flick of her wrist, a long, dark spike materialized in her palm, thrusting towards Yifeng's eyes with ferocity. Yifeng remained unfazed. This woman possessed remarkable secret techniques, yet her physical prowess fell short. He tilted his head slightly, evading her vicious strike, and seized her wrist. In a manner of reciprocation, he delivered a simple kick aimed at her abdomen. Yet this seemingly straightforward attack was executed with astonishing speed. At close range, Yushuan barely registered the movement before a surge of agony erupted from her abdomen. It felt as though she had been trampled by a rampaging bull. Under the force of the blow, her insides seemed to shift, and a metallic taste filled her mouth as blood threatened to spill forth. Her feet left the ground, and she was propelled backward with a resounding crash, carving a deep furrow into the earth as she tumbled several meters before coming to a halt. Yifeng glanced down, noting his arm, pale as jade, quite aesthetically pleasing. He casually discarded it aside, blood pooling and staining the ground crimson. Approaching the two, he pointed at Yushuan, now lying in the dirt. I shall grant you a chance. You have 10 seconds to clarify your intentions. Madman. This man is utterly insane. Yuxuan cursed inwardly, genuinely terrified. This figure before her was a monster, defying all logical expectations. She hastily utilized her vital energy to staunch the bleeding, but the searing pain in her abdomen caused her to convulse uncontrollably. I hail from the kingdom of Qiong, here to celebrate the birthday of the Fox Immortal. I heard from treasure seekers that a treasure known as the Thousand Gene Leaf was to emerge nearby, so I intended to contest for it as a gift. I sent my clones to seek you out, aiming to deter those treasure hunters, for you are an official. Such desperate rogues fear individuals like you. Yifeng listened, rendered speechless. Well then, an international acquaintance. The kingdom of Qiong borders to Qian. Despite ongoing tensions, interactions between the two nations are not uncommon. Within the borders, the terrain is rugged and marshy, rife with dangers and venomous creatures, fostering practices of poison cultivation and various esoteric arts. The woman before him, skilled and ruthless, adept in the art of clones, bore an air of credibility. Yifeng's gaze shifted to Qingyan. He raised a hand, and a rapidly spinning spear, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, punctured Qingyan's head. Kill a true Qi realm demon. Earn 3,000 points. You have led me on such a wild chase, and yet you are no demon, leaving me with nothing but disappointment. How do you intend to compensate me? Yifeng approached Yuxuan, kicking the severed arm to her feet, inquiring casually. To be honest, he had anticipated capturing 2 demons to amass more points. Instead, he had merely caught a human. What a fortune. Slaying demons was far more beneficial, ridding the world of threats while earning points, a dual triumph. Yet, taking a human's life was troublesome. If she truly had committed no wrongdoing, finding justification for her demise would prove challenging. How about I accompany you to the mountains to seek the Thousand Gene Leaf? Yuxuan, suppressing her emotions, considered the wolf demon merely a fish in a pond. Losing one would not be significant, for there were others. That treasure was a supreme spiritual herb, capable of enhancing one's physique and cultivation. Those fortunate enough might even attain a legendary state of unity with the heavens. Supreme spiritual herbs, like the meat of Sistanch or the red sunfire lotus that Yifeng had previously consumed, were indeed precious. Such treasures would undoubtedly pique the interest of treasure seekers. These desperate rogues, brazen in their claims, proclaimed themselves as officials. Wherever treasures were to be found, they were sure to be present. Thus, upon hearing Yuxuan mention supreme spiritual herbs, Yifeng's interest was piqued. Very well, lead me there. Yuxuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied softly. I am still unsure of its exact location. Seeing Yifeng's expression darken frightened Yuxuan. Look, you are growing impatient. I have not yet finished speaking. I saw the group led by Big Gold Tooth already lurking in the mountains. I can guide you there. Moreover, many among them are wanted criminals. And there are demons among them as well. So, what are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Yifeng's eyes flickered as he seized Yuxuan by the neck. With a swift push against the ground, he shot upwards like an arrow, soaring into the sky. Yuxuan felt the world spin as her stomach churned violently, nearly expelling her previous meal. Ah, my hand. My hand. I've fallen. Chapter 66. The Monster Hunter and the Trial of the Wolf King. The mountain mentioned by Yuxian was not too far from their current location. Yifeng, feeling no inclination to delay further, set a determined course and soared forward in a straight line. His speed was considerable, yet Yuxian felt as though her neck might be crushed under the pressure. However, she dared not voice her discomfort. The man before her exuded a ferocity that was palpable. Should she provoke him, he could easily end her life with a mere flick of his wrist. You haven't introduced yourself. What is your name? How does a person from the Qiong kingdom find themselves into Qian? My name is Yuxian. I came here primarily because I heard that the Qing Wolf King is about to commence trials, and I thought it prudent to arrive early for preparations. Trials? What sort of trials do these wolf demons engage in? Yifeng inquired casually, intrigued to discover the nature of such demonic contests. Among the wolf pack, there must be a king. The Qing Wolf clan has long upheld the tradition of the 3 wolves competing for the throne. They delineate hunting territories based on mountains and cities. Within a specified time frame, the faction that slays the most human warriors will ascend as the new Wolf King. This time, the target appears to be Bayou City. Yuxian's voice dwindled to a whisper at the end, filled with trepidation. She could see Yifeng's expression darken, his gaze now suffused with murderous intent. Are you intentionally luring me out of the city to create hunting conditions for them? Yifeng suddenly turned to her, his eyes glinting with malice. Should her answer fail to satisfy him, he would not hesitate to transform her into a headless corpse. Yuxian, sensing the lethal aura emanating from him, immediately raised her hands and spoke urgently. My lord, I had no intention of leading you out of the city. You came here of your own accord. Yifeng replied. That is quite a valid point, difficult to refute. Boom. Without further regard for Yuxian, Yifeng accelerated once more. His direction now unmistakably set towards Bayou City. The urgency of the situation rendered any thoughts of treasure-seeking irrelevant. He understood that the demons would not target the ordinary citizens, but rather the martial artists, those brimming with vitality and skill. Consequently, those left behind in Bayou City, including Zhao Hu and others, would undoubtedly become the primary targets of the demons. Bayou City. A carriage glided gently through the bustling throngs, finally halting before a grand estate. Within resided the city's sole innate martial artist. At that moment, Yi Luo Chong, the eldest son of the Yi family, stood at the entrance, his demeanor not one of impatience, but rather tinged with barely concealed excitement and anticipation. The reason was simple. A graceful maiden stood beside him. Dressed in a flowing white gown, the young woman possessed an elegant poise and an ethereal quality. Miss Bai, I have prepared a courtyard for your brother at dawn. Do you require anything else? Yi Luo Chong inclined slightly, striving to appear gallant. In response, Zhuang Bai offered a gentle smile. Young Master Yi, there is no need for such formality. By the way, could you share more about the tale of that Master Yi? Did he truly eliminate those two great demons? Noticing the flush on her cheeks, Yi Luo Chong felt a stirring in his heart. Miss Bai, as an outsider, you may be unaware of our situation, but I witnessed the corpses of the demons with my own eyes. It is no fabrication. Alas, had you arrived earlier, you could have seen them at the city gate. Zhuang Bai nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of uncharacteristic brilliance flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuan stepped down from the carriage, politely clasping his fists. Apologies for the trouble. Yi Luo Chong appraised him closely, noting his tall stature and imposing presence, evoking a sense of embarrassment within himself. He guided the two inside, saying, Please reminisce while I take my leave. With that, Yi Luo Chong bowed slightly and exited the courtyard, intending to change his attire to impress his brother-in-law. Once Yi Luo Chong departed, Zhou Chuan took a seat. Master, are you certain the Wolf King selection is taking place in Bayou City? Since his defeat to Yi Feng, he had resolved to join the monster hunters. Ironically, his first mission brought him to Yi Feng's stronghold, inciting a mix of excitement and anxiety. Zhuang Bai rolled her eyes and casually closed the door, reclining in her chair with her legs crossed. Of course, our information as monster hunters is far more reliable than that of the Demon Control Division. Those three beasts will undoubtedly not overlook the only innate martial artist. And with the Demon Control Division's weakened presence in Bayou City, it makes for an excellent hunting ground. That Lin family patriarch will surely choose to collaborate with us to ensure his survival. Zhou Chuan listened intently, committing the insights to memory. He silently lamented the ruthlessness of these individuals, who would readily use martial artists as bait, for the sake of merit. They seemed indifferent to whether these warriors lived or died. The Demon Control Division would never resort to such measures. Should we inform the local Demon Control Division? After all, there are 2 Demon Kings and 1 great demon involved. Our numbers may be insufficient. Can Bayou City's scant resources suffice? Zhuang Bai scoffed. A bunch of inexperienced youths. Managing their territory is already a considerable challenge for them. Zhou Chuan opened his mouth to counter, but found himself at a loss for words. Boom. A clap of thunder erupted, and torrential rain cascaded down, enveloping everything in a shroud of white mist. The faces of the Lin family members shifted, a sense of unease creeping in. There were far too many unfamiliar faces around. Zhou Chuan's heart raced. A faint aura of demonic energy permeated the air. He turned to look outside the courtyard. An elderly man, clad in loose-fitting white garments, ambled in. His hair and beard were snow white, his face lined with wrinkles. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Though his steps were unsteady, he exuded an air of calmness and composure. The old man placed a flask of fine wine on the table and smiled. Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. I apologize for the lack of proper reception. Please accept this fine wine as a token of my hospitality. And you are? Zhou Chuan inquired, recognizing the pressure emanating from the man, undoubtedly the Lin family patriarch. After all, age brings wisdom, and deducing their identities was not a challenge. Just an old man nearing the end of his days. Yi Ku who said slowly, his gaze resting on Zhuang Bai. Are you two from Yendu? I have yet to visit, but many seem to have their eyes on me. If I leave, they may grow anxious. Do you think I still have a chance to go? Zhuang Bai regarded him silently, withholding her response. An overwhelming aura of dread radiated from her, pressing down upon Yi Ku who like a tidal wave. His expression remained unchanged, yet the light in his eyes dimmed significantly. Never mind. I have no desire to go anywhere. Bayou City is perfectly fine. I was born here and shall die here. Silence enveloped the courtyard, interrupted only by the thunderclaps outside. Everyone rose to gaze towards the walls. A flash of lightning split the night sky, illuminating a massive wolf's head that loomed just beyond the eaves. Its gray-black fur clung together, glistening ominously in the light. A pair of blood-red vertical pupils, deep as an abyss, scanned the room with an insatiable hunger. Its crimson tongue flicked over its rough claws, blood-tinged saliva dripping from its claws, merging seamlessly with the pouring rain. It has arrived. Chapter 67. Why am I still unhappy despite my strength? Here it comes. Zhuang Bai's low shout sliced through the air, his gaze sharp as a blade. And a powerful aura surged around him, causing his garments to flutter dramatically. The onlookers in the courtyard felt a sudden tension in their hearts, instinctively glancing towards the wall. A massive wolf's head gradually emerged, its rain-soaked, dark fur glistening ominously in the dim light. Its crimson eyes shone like blood-red lanterns, pupils narrowed to slits, casting a chilling gaze across the courtyard. It was the presence of a formidable predator that sent shivers down one's spine. A true Qi realm demon. Zhou Chuan gripped his long sword tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the reality of facing such a creature was overwhelming. However, Zhou Chuan stole a glance at Zhuang Bai beside him. The demon hunters were well prepared this time, armed with various strategies against the monsters. Surely, they could win. Awoo. The wolf demon, dismissive of any further testing, unleashed a deafening roar. The shockwave rattled the tiles, sending debris cascading down, with rain splattering everywhere. Almost simultaneously, Zhuang Bai sprang into action. There was no hesitation, no idle chatter, only a fierce battle for survival. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted in the air, as invisible energy rampaged wildly, shattering everything in its path. Walls, rocks, and buildings crumbled like fragile paper in an instant. Zhou Chuan felt a terrifying force rush towards him and hurriedly summoned his blood energy to shield himself, pulling Yikahu away to distance themselves from the heart of the battle. Is this the Qi realm? Zhou Chuan's eyes were glued to the battlefield. Unwilling to miss a single detail, countless afterimages flickered through the rain, vanishing just as quickly. The speed was astonishing. Zhou Chuan could barely discern their movements, capturing only blurred trajectories. Boom. A thunderous crash reverberated as the two figures suddenly separated, each retreating a few paces. Zhou Chuan focused intently and saw that Zhuang Bai appeared somewhat disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The wolf demon bore a horrific gash across its chest and abdomen, blood gushing forth, staining its fur. Is that all the blood Yama can do? The wolf demon licked its wounds clean, taunting. This trial was a spur-of-the-moment decision. How did you demon hunters find out? Yes, Zhuang Bai replied with a cold smile. A dagger slipping from her sleeve, fluttering like a butterfly between her slender fingers. This wolf demon was stronger than anticipated. Coupled with the need to protect Zhou Chuan and Yikahu, it was bound to be a grueling battle. Is it that traitor from Third Brother? The wolf demon's voice was low and hoarse, revealing that it had even leaked this information. To mingle with humans is a disgrace to our demon kind. Boom. A bolt of lightning split the night sky, deafeningly loud. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath, about to say something, only to realize that Yikahu, who had been beside him, had vanished. Damn it, that old fox is fast. Zhou Chuan cursed inwardly, feeling anxious as he leaped onto a higher rooftop. The token at his waist was vibrating violently. This was the communication among dozens of demon hunters throughout the city, exchanging information and tracking the wolf demon's whereabouts. Yet, the sounds of screams continued to echo from all directions, rising and falling chaotically, with no way to determine their order. Each scream represented a warrior devoured by demons. The entire Bayou City had transformed into a hunting ground for the wolf demons. This indicated that the demon strength had completely suppressed the demon hunters. Clearly, what had come was no mere wolf cub, but a true, seasoned demon king. Could it be that I can only watch helplessly as they gorge themselves and leave? Whoosh. A gust of wind swept through, drenching Zhou Chuan's clothes. Suddenly, he recalled a person. No. With such a significant event occurring, where was Yi Feng? He was the local instructor. Why had he not appeared? Could it be he had fled? Who said I fled? A voice suddenly rang in his ears, sending a chill down Zhou Chuan's spine. He quickly turned to find Yi Feng standing quietly behind him, his expression calm. Behind Yi Feng was a woman, hunched over and violently retching, her face pale as paper, looking extremely disheveled. Why, Yi brother, what happened? Stop with the nonsense. What's the situation now? Yi Feng interrupted Zhou Chuan, his gaze lowered as he scanned the area. In the rain, two afterimages were colliding fiercely, each clash producing deafening booms. There are 3 enemies. The revelation jolted Zhou Chuan back to focus. Yes, this was not the time for questions. Their strength was uncertain, but it was clear that they were all at least in the Qi realm. Our situation is dire. The demon hunters are scattered throughout the city, unable to ascertain their specific locations or the extent of casualties. Yi Feng nodded, swiftly darting into the courtyard like a wraith. Both sides engaged in battle took notice of his arrival. Their expressions varied. Zhuang Bai let out a slight sigh of relief, though her eyes remained vigilant and displeased. She bore several deep wounds, blood mingling with rainwater, rendering her a pitiful sight. Why did you arrive only now? I thought you were scared stiff and hiding. Just in time. We are both in the Qi realm. Let's take it down together. But remember, if not for my desperate efforts to hold it, this beast would have fled long ago. Zhuang Bai was determined not to let Yi Feng steal her thunder. She had exerted tremendous effort to ensnare the wolf demon. If someone else reaped the rewards, it would be a great loss for her. Hey, another one. The wolf demon snorted, baring its sharp fangs. Fine. I can't deal with both of you. I don't care for this big medicine. Before the words had left its mouth, the wolf demon suddenly turned, muscles coiling as it propelled itself like a cannonball, leaping hundreds of meters in an instant. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, its figure vanished into the torrential rain. Don't let it escape. Losing sight of it will make tracking it nearly impossible. Zhuang Bai turned just in time to see Yi Feng shoot upwards like an arrow, disappearing into the rain. Zhuang Bai gasped in astonishment. How fast? Is this truly the speed one should possess in the Qi realm? Although she had heard of this young man's incredible strength, she had not taken it to heart. After all, cultivation required time. At 17, how strong could he really be? Now she realized, he truly was that powerful. The rain poured like a waterfall, enveloping the world in chaos. The wolf demon raced through the downpour, each landing sending sprays of water several meters high. Its muscles coiled, bursting forth with astonishing speed, covering miles in mere moments. Damn it, it's been half an hour, and I haven't eaten a single person. If this continues, I'll be left with nothing. The wolf demon seethed with frustration, unable to suppress its curses. If this keeps up, I won't even qualify to be a wolf king, let alone a mere gatekeeper. Did you think I'd let you go? Just as the wolf demon wallowed in its anger, a voice thundered from behind. A figure descended from the air, moving with incredible speed, tearing through the rain, closing in with lightning speed. You, the wolf demon gasped, its pupils constricting in horror as it felt a hand clasp around its head. An overwhelming force descended like a mountain, forcing the massive body to halt and instinctively tilt backward. A phantom of a blue lotus appeared behind Yifeng. The heavens opened, and spiritual energy surged into his body, converging in his right palm. A green ceremonial knife materialized in an instant, wielding the might of the heavens, slicing through the air. The overlord draws the bow, 8,000 forces. Swish! As the blade passed, rainwater evaporated, mist swirling. Empowered by the force, the ceremonial knife cleaved through the wolf demon's throat beneath its gray fur, severing muscle and bone. Following through, the blade descended along the neck. The massive wolf's head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the curtain of rain of vivid crimson. Clutching the wolf's head in hand, the colossal body, towering several meters high, crashed down with a resounding thud, splashing into the rainwater and sending droplets flying in every direction. Having slain the true Qi Realm Demon King, 3,000 points have been awarded. Casually discarding the wolf's head, Yifeng approached the carcass of the wolf demon, slicing open its abdomen to retrieve the demon core. Feeling a sudden awareness, he glanced back to see Zhuang Bai, her expression blank, as that stunning strike had utterly severed her pride. Yet, the youth's face bore little joy. Instead, he appeared somewhat dissatisfied, tinged with disappointment. Perhaps it was due to his elevated cultivation, or maybe he had witnessed too much, rendering him numb. Such points could no longer evoke elation within him. Once, he had fought tooth and nail for a mere few hundred points, disregarding all else. Now, 3,000 points merely stirred a fleeting ripple in his heart, and nothing more. Why are you in a daze? Zhuang Bai snapped back to reality, stealthily collecting the heart's blood of the wolf demon, a customary practice among demon hunters, useful for tracking fiends or concocting elixirs. Noticing Yifeng standing still, brow slightly furrowed, she extended a communication token. This token served as a means for demon hunters to relay messages among themselves. Yifeng accepted it, suddenly inquiring, "What do you believe humanity ultimately seeks? I once desired merely to survive, then to thrive, and now I pursue greater power. Yet, why has the elevation in my cultivation brought less joy?" Zhuang Bai's smile froze as she turned to leave. For heaven's sake, Yifeng, are you truly dissatisfied at 17, having attained the true Qi realm? I've trained for over a century and am only slightly ahead of you. How can you still be unhappy? Hey, where are you going? Yifeng called out. To hunt the remaining demons. Zhuang Bai retorted sharply. Am I to linger here and listen to your musings on life? Wait, I shall accompany you. Are you not discontent? Perhaps slaying demons might bring me a touch of joy. Zhuang Bai remained silent. As twilight descended and a torrential downpour engulfed Jade City, shrouding it in a murky haze. Two figures flitted across rooftops like phantoms, their garments billowing as they cut through the air. Their search, however, proved fruitless. The demons, cunning and elusive, roamed the city like specters, constantly shifting their positions. By the time Yifeng and Zhuang Bai arrived, guided by their demon hunting tokens, they found only empty spaces, tainted with lingering demonic energy and a solitary corpse. Are these beasts akin to slippery loaches? Zhuang Bai hissed, her fair face etched with impatience. At this rate, the demons would inevitably exhaust their strength, leaving them vulnerable. This cannot persist, Yifeng murmured, his voice drowned out by the relentless rain. Though outwardly serene, his eyes closed in apparent rest, he was, in truth, accessing his system interface. Points, 6,000, still not potent enough, Yifeng lamented, standing atop a high building, allowing the frigid rain to soak his attire. The intensifying downpour only compounded the difficulty of their search. The remaining two demon kings were demonstrably more cautious and wily than their predecessor. Sensing the impending peril, they had retreated into the shadows, lying in wait to strike. At this rate, we may very well be forced to watch them satiate their hunger before sauntering off, he mused. I must hone my skills in this critical moment. Even a marginal improvement is worthwhile. Yifeng's gaze fell, and he produced the demon core extracted from the wolf demon's remains. System. How many points are required to elevate my internal energy to perfection? Ding. Initiate the augmentation of the Puxian Heart Sutra to perfection, consuming 3,000 points? High-quality demon core detected, reducing augmentation cost by 30. A considerable expenditure, as expected. Yifeng remarked, betraying no surprise. He had anticipated that perfecting his internal energy would demand an astronomical sum of points. Nonetheless, the enhanced demon core's ability to further diminish the cost is a welcome development. Commence the augmentation. Ding. 3,000 points consumed. Augmentation of Puxian Heart Sutra commencing. High-quality demon core detected. Diminishing augmentation cost by 30. Augmentation in progress. Augmentation complete. Puxian Heart Sutra perfected. Summary. A decade of arduous cultivation has culminated in perfection, elevating cultivation to the true Qi realm, third stage. In an instant, Yifeng was suffused with an aura akin to an unfathomable ocean. The true Qi, which had previously reached its limit, surged forth like a breached dam. His eyes snapped open, emitting twin beams of divine light, his brow unfurrowed, and true Qi manifested around his form. The rain around him ceased, rapidly evaporating to create a void. Rumble. The clouds overhead churned and spiraled downward, while the earth within 100 yards trembled violently. A breakthrough amidst battle, and a leap of 2 stages in one breath. Zhuangbai wiped away the rain, her expression awestruck. The young man emerged from the swirling mist, the Zhun Mosi cloak billowing around him, a phantom image of a Luohan surfacing, his eyes burning with fervent intent. Zhuangbai's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, the young man's terrifying aura leaving her somewhat dazed. Impossible. Why did he shatter the bottleneck that has confounded countless others with such ease? Could he truly be a prodigy? A significant improvement, yet still insufficient, far from enough. Yifeng acknowledged the surging power within him, yet felt no elation. The advancement of 2 minor stages was far from adequate to resolve the current predicament. Might you render me a service? Zhuangbai stammered, instinctively inquiring. What is it that you require? She had unconsciously adopted a more deferential demeanor. The young man's performance was simply too astonishing. To break through realms without the aid of any celestial treasures was nothing short of mythical. Retrieve the corpse of the wolf demon for me. And then? I shall deliberately diminish my aura, feigning a state of being pursued, and flee towards the city's periphery. Yifeng turned his gaze towards the boundless rain. Given that this is a contest, and the city's experts are limited, I suspect that its brethren would not wish for a true Qi realm martial artist to perish at its hands. I see. Luring the serpent from its lair? Zhuangbai inhaled deeply. A bold plan. Do you require my assistance? No need. Yifeng demurred. He was unwilling to share the points. Very well, Zhuangbai acquiesced. Noting Yifeng's confidence. Boom. The aura of a true Qi realm martial artist erupted from Yifeng's form without reservation, like a beacon piercing the heavens. It instantly tore through the dense rain enveloping Jade City. The violent force scattered the surrounding rain, creating a temporary vacuum. At that moment, Yifeng was the most alluring human elixir in Jade City. Seizing the wolf demon's corpse, he lightly tapped the eaves, his figure darting towards the city's edge like an arrow released from its bow. Simultaneously, he channeled true Qi into the demon core without cease. Demonic energy surged skyward, intertwining with Yifeng's aura, making them particularly conspicuous in the night. From afar, they appeared as 2 shooting stars, one chasing the other across the inky canvas, locked in a deadly pursuit. Yet, one of the lights was clearly dimming, as if on the verge of being extinguished. Rather than striving to hunt them myself, I shall allow others to return empty-handed. If this is truly a competition determined by hunting, then pursue me, he mused. The sable figure paused intermittently amidst the rain, sometimes accelerating, sometimes decelerating. Soon, he had departed Jade City, arriving at a desolate ridge beyond the city walls. After waiting for a while, he hung the wolf demon's corpse on a tree branch, concealing his aura among the dense foliage, quietly observing his surroundings. Rumble. A bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky, briefly illuminating the world. In this fleeting moment, it was clear that the young man's face betrayed no tension, only a hint of anticipation. His hand gripped the hilt of his blade, his knuckles white with exertion. He was like a fisherman, patiently awaiting the catch. The wind, laden with rain, howled. Crack. With the sound of a snapping branch, a massive claw emerged from behind the tree, and a colossal silhouette materialized from the shadows. Even hunched over, it stood nearly 2 yards tall, its thick limbs knotted with muscle, each step causing the ground to tremble. Its vertical pupils fixed on the corpse, its face devoid of rage, instead betraying a hint of derision. A scavenging fool, deserving of death. Such a treasure is not for the likes of you to covet. The wolf demon raised its head, its gaze fixed on the distant treetop. Cease your hiding. I can smell the human stench on you. Rumble. A bolt of lightning illuminated its hideous visage in a ghastly white light. The wolf demon's claw shot out, a flash of cold light cleaving the nearby tree into fragments. The remnants fell, stirring up a spray of mud. Yet, in the next instant, the wolf demon's pupils contracted. The wounds on the fragments were devoid of blood. Only grayish-white powder, mixed with rain, formed a pool of turbid sludge on the ground. Ash. Correct, but there are no prizes for guessing. Accompanying the youthful voice, a long blade quietly pierced the wolf demon's towering back, its icy edge plunging downward. Roar. The wolf demon unleashed a deafening roar, its muscles surging, forcibly clamping down on the blade. Turning its head, its crimson eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. However, What met its gaze was the phantom image of a golden Buddha, slowly raising its hand, poised to strike. Chapter 69. I won't spare you even if you plead with a resounding crash. The ethereal image of the golden Buddha slowly raised its palm, wielding an overwhelming celestial might, and struck fiercely at the wolf demon. The earth trembled, and stones flew in all directions. The ground, within several dozen yards of the wolf demon, instantly caved in, as soil surged like waves and debris crumbled into dust, sending plumes of dust soaring into the sky. Amidst the deafening roar, the Buddha's image, imbued with unmatched power, forcefully pressed the wolf demon into the ground, leaving only a portion of its spine exposed. Roar! The wolf demon attempted to lift its head, its growl still caught in its throat when Yi Feng's attack, swift as a specter, arrived, leaving no opportunity for respite. A single palm struck the wolf demon's head, akin to a heavy hammer striking a bronze bell, producing a thunderous resonance. The formidable body, towering several yards, was sent soaring into the air by the force of the blow. An overwhelming power surged within, wreaking havoc upon its meridians like a relentless parasite. Are you pretending to be weak while preying on the strong? The wolf demon's expression shifted dramatically. Such a fierce attack could not possibly be unleashed by an injured True Chi realm warrior, even without a sneak attack. The opponent's strength was not significantly inferior to its own. A horizontally trained martial artist? A low growl escaped the wolf demon as it flexed its back muscles, forcing the embedded long knife out of its body. With a powerful push of its legs, it steadied itself, no longer daring to underestimate its adversary. Its arm muscles bulged, and a solid crimson aura erupted forth. Clawing its right paw together, its nails extended half a meter, accompanied by a 3-yard-long crimson true aura. It fiercely slashed towards the Buddha's image. Boom! The red aura sliced through the air like a blade, instantly shredding the Buddha's palm. The residual force did not diminish. The aura swept across, cleaving half a mountainside away. Rocks, accompanied by soil, rolled down like a torrent, producing thunderous roars and raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Kid, I concede you possess some skill. The wolf demon's body suddenly swelled, its already imposing figure rising even further, resembling a small mountain draped in gray fur. It fixed its gaze on Yi Feng, its vertical pupils gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. This horizontal training technique of yours is indeed rare. I wonder if it will get stuck in my teeth when I devour you. The wolf demon licked its lips, demonic energy surging skyward. The mountain ridge fell silent. Even the chirping of insects and birds vanished without a trace. Under this oppressive aura, the entirety of Bayou City fell into a hush, with people gazing fearfully towards the mountain ridge, bewildered by the unfolding events. The wolf demon began to circle around Yi Feng, its eyes betraying a glimmer of greed. Yi Feng emanated an alluring fragrance, far more enticing than any heavenly material or earthly treasure. It was the first time the wolf demon had encountered a warrior of such exceptional quality. If it could consume him, not only would its cultivation benefit immensely, but it could easily secure victory in this competition. What are you laughing at? The wolf demon abruptly halted, its voice tinged with irritation. Yi Feng's lips curled into a smirk, his disdain evident. I laugh at your impending demise, yet you still feign arrogance. Without allowing the wolf demon to continue, golden light erupted from within Yi Feng. Then, a golden figure materialized behind him. The figure lunged forward, its right fist clenched, accompanied by an unrivaled gale, crashing towards the wolf demon's face. This punch was as swift as lightning, as powerful as thunder. The wolf demon barely had time to react, only to see a flash before a tremendous force struck its face. Boom! The terrifying power of the punch exploded, causing the wolf demon's face to cave in. Its nasal bones fracturing, blood and shattered teeth sprang forth. This was merely the beginning. The golden figure pressed its advantage, darting after the wolf demon as it was sent reeling back. Ola 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 ola. A flurry of punches descended like a torrential storm. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled thuds echoed like a drum, unceasing and relentless. Just a mid-stage True Chi realm demon, did it really think itself a blue wolf king? Yi Feng observed coolly, assessing the potential of this new technique in his mind. Boom. The golden figure delivered another heavy punch. The wolf demon barely managed to raise a paw to block the blow. However, its paw was already mangled, flesh torn, and exposed bone glaringly visible, an alarming sight. I am the direct descendant of the Blue Wolf King, the first in line to inherit. You think such attacks could kill me? Before it could finish speaking, a piercing scream echoed across the ridge. The golden figure raised its other hand, fingers together, and struck down like a steel blade. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing rang out as the golden figure forcefully severed the wolf demon's paw. What technique is this? The wolf demon's pupils constricted, staring at its severed paw, its voice trembling. The golden figure before it unleashed punches like dragons, powerful and weighty, each strike imbued with terrifying destructive force. Strangely enough, this figure seemed to possess an immortal body. Even if it dispersed with a true aura, it could instantly reassemble, unharmed. This exceeded comprehension. The wolf demon even doubted that, even in peak condition, it could withstand more than a few punches. Yifeng had initially deemed the wolf demon's deathbed musings unworthy of his attention. Yet this time, he surprisingly halted his assault. With one hand on his waist and the other splayed before him, he crossed his legs, exerting force through his waist, stepping backward. A visually striking posture was thus frozen in time. This is a new technique I developed, called the stand-in. Silence. The wolf demon was momentarily stunned. What is this? Why adopt such a bizarre stance? Is this a prerequisite for unleashing a martial technique? Just as human warriors often adopt specific postures before executing their ultimate moves? TSK. Seeing the wolf demon's bewildered expression, Yifeng felt a wave of ennui wash over him. Indeed, jesting in the ancient world was destined to be a solitary affair. Such loneliness, devoid of understanding, was more heart-wrenching than eating hot pot alone. A prime opportunity. The wolf demon, sensing Yifeng's distraction, its eyes glinting with fierce intent, propelled itself forward with tremendous force. The ground cracking beneath its feet as stones scattered. The wolf demon charged towards Yifeng like a cannonball, its claws enveloped in blood-red true aura, driven by frenzied determination. Who gave you such confidence? You cannot even defeat a stand-in, yet you think you can conquer me? I am destined to be the future demon king. I will not fall here. The wolf demon, cloaked in blood-red true aura, screamed hoarsely, fueled by a surge of madness. The torrent of true aura shredded everything in its path. Yet, at the very moment of impact, the wolf demon's body suddenly halted. Yifeng's palm was already embedded in its abdomen. The solid true aura proved as fragile as paper. His fingers, distinctly jointed like a blade, sliced through the wolf demon's resilient hide, plunging deep into its flesh. Then, with a fierce grip of his fingers, a chilling scream reverberated across the ridge, scattering birds and sending beasts fleeing. Blood flowed down Yifeng's wrist, staining his bronze skin. Yifeng's expression remained indifferent. Yet his eyes sparkled with a cruel thrill as he slowly extracted the demon core, ensnared in blood and flesh, from within the wolf demon's body. Having allocated points to all his martial techniques, his combat prowess had far surpassed his previous self. Though this wolf demon was formidable, it posed little threat to Yifeng now. Return to me, my demon core. The wolf demon's voice was weak as it writhed on the ground, yearning to crawl closer to Yifeng. Without its demon core, it had become a mere shell, inferior even to an ordinary beast. Yifeng pressed his palm upon the wolf demon's head, forcing it to meet his gaze. I told you, you are oblivious to your impending demise. In the vertical pupils of the wolf demon, the indifferent visage of Yifeng was reflected, evoking a wave of despair within it. Please spare me. I am the legitimate son of the Blue Wolf King, and I have also acknowledged the Dragon King as my adoptive father. For their sake, grant this junior one chance. A mocking expression surfaced on Yifeng's face. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the wolf demon's face, the immense force causing one side of its cheek to cave in, blood and shattered teeth erupting forth. Subsequently, punch after punch rained down upon the wolf demon's head like a tempest. Time became an indistinct blur until the wolf demon's entire head transformed into a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, at which point Yifeng finally ceased his assault. Looking down from his elevated position at the now utterly silent wolf demon, there was not a trace of compassion in his eyes. You are not human. Even if you plead for mercy, I shall not spare you. Slaying a true Chi realm demon beast for 1,000 points acquired. Chapter 70. The return of all transformations in the power of the greedy wolf. The torrential rain showed no signs of relenting, with water flowing like a river, washing away bloodstains and debris. In the city, faint echoes of distant beast roars could be heard, only to fade back into silence. Yifeng stood beside the carcass of the wolf demon, absorbing the dissipating demonic energy with a sense of calm. It appeared that the demon hunters were not entirely inept, having successfully dealt with the last wolf demon. Yet, he mused, they still lacked strength. Yifeng weighed the demon core in his hand, feeling the surging demonic power within. It was time to enhance his martial skills. Otherwise, if he encountered demons of a higher realm, he would be left relying solely on the 8 gates of life and death to survive. This battle had given him a clearer understanding of his combat ability. Facing these ordinary true Chi realm demon kings posed little challenge. However, should he confront the truly renowned demon kings, he would find himself outmatched. His gaze returned to the demon core, and he felt a pang of desire. This core contained the essence of the wolf demon's centuries of cultivation, its pure demonic energy rivaling any rare treasure. Unfortunately, he had yet to discover a method to harness this energy effectively, leaving him feeling helpless. Suddenly, he recalled that the system could use demon cores to reduce the cost of deductions and casually inquired, Brother Tongzi, do you have a solution? Naturally, he held little hope, as the system had always been unresponsive, offering nothing but points. However, this time was different. Detected body refinement technique and demon core, conditions for advancement met. Would you like to advance the Golden Bell Shield? Yifeng froze, wondering if he was hallucinating. He stared intently at the system panel, fearing the text might vanish. Could it be true? His heart raced at the thought that the system could indeed use the demon core to advance his martial skills. Moreover, the system was astonishingly enigmatic. like an aloof maiden who would never reveal anything without him uncovering it himself. Advancement? What did that entail? Yifeng suppressed his excitement and quickly probed further in his mind. Could you clarify? What exactly does this advancement involve? Would it directly elevate the Golden Bell shield to a higher level? Or would it consume the power of the demon core for some peculiar transformation? He was determined to understand what this advancement truly meant, as he did not wish to act impulsively and regret his decisions. Advancing the Golden Bell shield requires consuming the energy of the demon core for fusion and transformation. Option 1. Consume a small amount of points to advance to innate martial skill. Option 2. Consume points for a chance to mutate the martial skill, granting it special abilities. Option 3. Consume a large amount of points to advance and mutate the martial skill, gaining the power of the greedy wolf and forging an external Dan. The system's response remained succinct yet conveyed ample information. Intriguing, the power of the greedy wolf. Yifeng stroked the scabbard of his sword, deep in thought. However, he pondered whether hastily absorbing demonic energy might adversely affect his body. History was rife with those who had attempted to directly absorb demonic power to enhance their cultivation, only to meet tragic fates, all succumbing to madness and explosive death. The cautionary tales of the past could not be ignored. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng forced himself to calm down, unwilling to follow in the footsteps of those unfortunate souls. System, what exactly is this power of the greedy wolf? Will absorbing demonic energy truly have no side effects? The system remained its usual unyielding self, offering no further explanations. Yifeng paced restlessly, his steps hurried and disordered. He rubbed his temples, brows furrowed in deep contemplation. It was not until the rain drenched him thoroughly that he finally resolved to act. I have reached this point through my own perseverance and effort, but the system's assistance has been indispensable. Since it has not mentioned any adverse effects, I shall give it a try. If it proves unworthy, I can always abandon this martial skill later. With newfound determination, Yifeng declared, System, I choose option 3. He could only hope that the system indeed possessed something of merit. Demon cores were not easily acquired. Demon entities did not always harbor them within, perhaps related to their cultivation paths. Moreover, 3 demon kings were lurking outside, and he might not withstand their siege. Beep. Option 3 selected. Beginning advancement. Golden Bell shield. Consuming 1,000 points. Clearly, you were at a loss. At this moment, the remnant soul of Yu Linglong appeared, gently narrating the secret methods of the Qingxiu lineage. Consuming 1,000 points, under the guidance of the entity, you finally grasped the method of forging an external Dan. However, how to adapt it for use by a martial artist remained unclear. Consuming 1,000 points, with the assistance of the 3 wolf demons, you successfully absorbed the demonic energy into your body, condensing an external Dan in your Qi. Consuming 1,000 points, Uxian aided you in perfecting the final step. This external Dan not only allows for the absorption of demonic energy at will, but can also be used to refine the physical body. You named it. All transformations return. True Qi all transformations return 1, entry level. Remaining points, 3,900, as the system prompt concluded. Yifeng felt his muscles tense involuntarily and instinctively glanced at the demon core in his hand. His heart raced, and his throat felt parched. It took a while for him to regain his composure. Previously, point allocation had been instantaneous, yielding immediate results. Yet this time, the deceased demons were assisting him in perfecting his martial arts. Could it be that spirits truly existed in this world? Yifeng regarded the demon core, contemplating. He was not afraid, merely curious. They were merely defeated foes, not even a match for him in life, easily eliminated even in death. At that moment, a torrent of chaotic information surged into his mind, overwhelming him like a flood breaching a dam. Yifeng emitted a low groan, rubbing his temples. This time, the influx of information was particularly substantial, taking time to fully process. The newly formed martial skill was less of a body refinement technique and more akin to demonic arts. After all, demons seldom cultivated in a systematic manner like human martial artists. They relied more on innate abilities or magical artifacts to enhance their strength. Thus, the derived techniques were not conventional martial arts. Typical martial arts emphasize a progression from within to without. However, this technique was a reversal of that principle. Yifeng turned his attention inward, examining his Qi. He discovered a fleshy Dan, firmly suppressed by a green lotus. This enabled him to utilize the demonic energy entirely. But it also posed risks. Should he fail to subdue the external Dan, the clash between demonic energy and true Qi could lead to madness. Indeed, high risk often accompanies high reward. This fox spirit likely possessed significant origins. The completion of this martial skill's derivation was mainly due to the contributions of Yu Linglong and Uxian, the 2 fox demons. Their knowledge was evidently broader and more systematic compared to the other demons he had encountered, differing fundamentally. Yifeng stroked the bloodstained demon core in his hand, hesitating. According to the description of all transformations return, consuming this demon core would allow him to seize all its demonic energy for his own use. It sounded quite enticing. Yet, the risks remained uncertain. Perhaps slowly absorbing it would be more prudent. There was no rush. With a sigh, Yifeng stored the demon core away. The martial skill was already at the entry level, and he had ample time to research it further. Raising his head, he gazed at the shimmering Bayou City through the rain curtain. Water dripped from his hair, and in the distance, the city walls flickered in the lightning's glow. The incessant rains had finally ceased, and the long-awaited sunlight graced the land, dispelling some of the gloom. Zhao Hu, with his subordinates, busily traversed the city, assessing casualties and quantifying losses, while also arranging accommodations for the demon hunters who had journeyed from afar. After the arduous tasks, the group gathered in a relatively intact dwelling, though the atmosphere was subtly strained. Master, are you truly at ease allowing Lord Yi to pursue that wolf demon alone? Zhou Chuan initiated, his tone laced with apprehension. What if something untoward befalls him? How shall we answer to our superiors? What do I care about those superiors? Zhuangbai retorted acerbically. He elected to court death. I didn't compel him. If he perishes, it serves him right for playing the hero. You. Zhao Hu erupted, slamming his hand on the table, causing the tableware to rattle. He glared at Zhuangbai, bellowing, Say that again. You could have accompanied him to lend assistance. Just because he declined your help, did you truly abstain from going? The Demon Suppression Division and the Demon Hunters may not be under the same jurisdiction, but we haven't stooped to abandoning others in their hour of need, have we? Do you possess any semblance of conscience? You little brat, what are you insinuating? Zhuangbai recoiled, her voice diminishing in volume. She was also somewhat vexed, wondering why she had been so compliant, refraining from following him. Although Yi Feng had slain a wolf demon, she had also expended considerable energy of that beast, making his triumph more attainable. From the vanishing aura within the city, it appeared that the wolf demon pursuing Yi Feng was the most formidable. While any mishap would be of no concern to her, she felt a certain unease, as if something were obstructing her. She slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet. Fine. I'll go take a look, all right? He's back. Lord Yi has returned with the demon's corpse. The hawker's cry reverberated like a thunderclap, igniting a frenzy. Upon hearing this, the group, disregarding their prior animosity, rose and surged towards the city gate. Indeed, the somewhat dilapidated city gate of Bayou City stood ajar, with throngs of people crowding both sides of the street, stretching as far as the eye could see. What a spectacle! Are these commoners celebrating Yi Feng's return? Zhou Chuan marveled, his eyes filled with astonishment. He considered himself well-traveled, having witnessed numerous scenes. However, such a spontaneous demonstration of welcome from the populace was unprecedented. You're overthinking it, Zhao Hu scoffed, his tone tinged with envy. After confiscating the estates, Brother Yi compelled those magnates to sell their surplus land and then distributed it among these commoners. Without benefits, why would anyone welcome you? He was evidently still resentful of Yi Feng's reckless expenditure. After all, so much land, relinquished gratis, in exchange for the gratitude of a multitude of commoners, seemed imprudent. Wouldn't it have been better to nationalize these lands? TSK didn't realize he was such a paragon of virtue, Zhuangbai remarked, arms crossed, her tone laced with mockery. No wonder he ventured alone to pursue the demons, sacrificing himself for others, so noble. Hailing from a wealthy family, her experience far surpassed Zhao Hu's. Yi Feng's actions, though seemingly wasteful, were, in reality, astute, directly winning the hearts of the people, which was more valuable than mere silver and gold. Of course, this was only feasible in Bayou City. Elsewhere, complaints would have inundated the Demon Suppression Division. But what state will that lad be in upon his return? Grievously wounded? Or disheveled and defeated? Zhuangbai's thoughts were in disarray, uncertain why she had come to the city gate. Despite her disdainful words, she couldn't shake off a sense of concern, as if she were being incessantly scratched by a cat. Look, it's Lord Yi. He's here. Someone with keen eyesight spotted the figure slowly approaching in the crowd, and a resounding cheer instantly ignited the atmosphere. The crowd erupted like boiling water, unleashing a tidal wave of cheers. Lord Yi, Lord Yi, Lord Yi. The deafening shouts converged into a colossal surge of sound, soaring into the heavens. This was no mere performance, but genuine and heartfelt. The commoners' faces radiated sincere joy and gratitude. Yi Feng hadn't performed any earth-shattering feat. He had simply redistributed the land held by the aristocratic families. His martial prowess, coupled with his authority, had made this endeavor effortless. In fact, merely uttering his intention had been sufficient for them to relinquish their land deeds. Zhuangbai's tone was somewhat acerbic. If only we demon hunters could be so well received. She conceded that she was envious. Employing her true energy, she levitated to gain a clearer view. She beheld the youth dragging the mountainous corpse of the wolf demon, advancing slowly. He was tall and imposing, his muscular physique chiseled like a statue, his brow bearing a hint of determination, and his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. Lord Yi, these are peaches freshly picked from my orchard. Please, have a taste. Lord Yi, these are eggs freshly laid by my hen. They're incredibly fresh. Lord Yi, what do you think of my daughter? Perhaps you'd consider taking her as a concubine? Cheers erupted from the crowd, and some even began thrusting items into his hands. Countless maidens, their faces flushed and eyes gleaming with allure, yearned to leap into the young lord's embrace. Standing on the periphery, Zhuangbai watched him pass by, her breathing growing shallow. However, He evinced no hint of mockery, simply walking past as if she were invisible. That fellow. Zhuang Bai gritted her teeth, feeling a strange sense of disappointment. Brother Yi, you must maintain a solemn demeanor. Zhao Hu, trailing Yifeng, couldn't help but grin as he observed the fruits and vegetables in his arms. I've noticed that head Zhao always wears an expressionless countenance, standing ramrod straight. Isn't this better? Yifeng smiled faintly. After all, I'll need everyone's assistance in reporting demons in the future. There's no need to be so aloof. Simultaneously, he discreetly wiped the perspiration from his brow onto his cloak. With so many eyes upon him, he felt somewhat apprehensive. The two of them, carrying baskets laden with fruit, returned to the Demon Suppression Division's yamen. Zhao Hu then retrieved an enormous iron pot from the kitchen. As the lid was lifted, a rich aroma permeated the air, penetrating the nostrils as if tangible. What is this? It smells exquisite. Yifeng scooped up a spoonful and savored it. A surge of warmth coursed down his throat, transforming into pure spiritual energy that flowed through his limbs. It was akin to drinking a large bowl of iced plum juice on a sweltering summer day, indescribably comforting. This is the 3 talents chicken sent by the Earth Immortal Society. They wish to purchase the magical artifact in your possession and have enlisted me as an intermediary to ascertain your intentions. This is a token of their esteem. Zhao Hu's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke. Upon seeing this, Yifeng took a basin and portioned out some for Zhao Hu. After all, he had merely issued commands during this period, while Zhao Hu had handled everything else. He couldn't afford to appear stingy. The Earth Immortal Society. Please handle it for me. I've been rather occupied lately, Yifeng mumbled, chewing on the chicken. Zhao Hu reluctantly nodded in agreement. Given Yifeng's current status, engaging with the Earth Immortal Society would indeed be beneath him. Thus, he had no choice but to take the lead. As the two were partaking, Yifeng abruptly turned towards the entrance. Is there something you need? Zhuang Bai and Zhou Chuan exchanged glances before entering. Humph. Who would have thought that this remote city would produce such a prodigy? Zhuang Bai remarked as she approached the table, placing a token on it. Would you be interested in this? A demon hunter's token? Yifeng's eyes narrowed as he examined the token on the table. Accepting this token would be tantamount to formally joining the ranks of demon hunters. Both demon hunters and the Demon Suppression Division were independent institutions under the jurisdiction of the Great Qin dynasty. The distinction lay in the greater autonomy and flexibility afforded to demon hunters. They may act independently or collaborate in teams, as long as they fulfill their tasks. The court shall not interfere in their specific actions. This freedom, however, also entails greater risks. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. To become a demon hunter, merely possessing innate talent is the minimum requirement. What benefits are there? Yifeng inquired casually. Hee, you are indeed amusing, Zhuang Bai chuckled, her laughter ringing like silver bells. She casually pulled over a chair, sat down with a flourish, and crossed her legs. Demon hunters are directly affiliated with the court. What the Qin can offer you, we can provide as well. Furthermore, we do not require the cumbersome procedures that the Demon Suppression Department mandates. Zhuang Bai raised 2 fingers. We only assess how many demons you can slay or how many traces of demons you can gather. As long as you possess the ability, we can supply you with pills, techniques, magical treasures, intelligence. Whatever you desire, we can provide. Chapter 72, Breaking Boundaries. Clues of the Wolf King. The room fell into a profound silence. A peculiar smile danced on Zhuang Bai's face, while Zhou Chuan regarded him with a stoic expression. Yifeng remained composed, well aware of the advantages of being a demon hunter, yet he recognized that only the positive aspects had been presented. The thick casualty report from before spoke volumes about the horrific fatality rate among demon hunters. Although the Demon Suppression Division frequently engaged in battles with demons, the retirement rate was usually high, with fatalities not exceeding 30%. In stark contrast, less than half of the demon hunters survived beyond a year. After all, demons cared little for one's status. In their eyes, everyone was merely a delectable meal. The audacity of the demon hunters to dance beneath the very noses of these demons inevitably came with a price. Perhaps you should reconsider? Zhou Chuan urged. Unable to contain himself, he was not overly concerned about Yifeng's safety. Rather, he simply hoped that once he grew stronger, he could defeat Yifeng himself and reclaim the dignity he had lost. If Yifeng were to perish young, he would forever miss the chance to redeem himself. I think not, Yifeng replied calmly, tucking the command token away into his pocket under their watchful gazes. Zhou Chuan inhaled deeply, a mixture of helplessness and admiration washing over him. He could not deny that Yifeng was superior to him in every regard. The young man was no fool. He surely understood the immense risks associated with the command token. He recalled his own hesitation upon receiving it, trembling hands finally accepting it after a day of contemplation. Yet Yifeng had taken it without a moment's pause. Such resolve and courage. Zhou Chuan felt inadequate in comparison. Arrogant youth. I hope you can endure for a while longer. Otherwise, I shan't be collecting your remains, Zhuang Bai remarked, leaving a parting gift as a token of gratitude for Yifeng's assistance. Without waiting for a response, he turned and exited, with Zhou Chuan silently following, casting a complex glance back at Yifeng before departing. Once the two had left, tranquility enveloped the room once more. Yifeng reached for the command token, channeling his energy into it. It was akin to entering a state of introspection, unveiling a space within his perception. This meant that the command token served not only as proof of identity and a communication tool, but also as a magical artifact. Yifeng found himself pleasantly surprised. Demon hunters were indeed extravagantly equipped. Items that manipulated space were resources of strategic significance in any realm. With a thought, he retrieved the reward Zhuangbai had mentioned. Crossing the river on a reed, he had not anticipated that this seemingly fierce young woman would be so generous. Holding the tome in his hands, Yifeng's eyes sparkled. Techniques of the condensed energy realm were exceedingly rare within the Demon Suppression Division. Obtaining them required not only ample merit, but also passing through layers of approval, which could take several months just for the paperwork. Yet Zhuangbai had gifted him this technique with such ease. The favor was indeed considerable. It appeared that joining the demon hunters was not a poor choice after all. Once Zhao Hu departed, Yifeng focused his thoughts and opened the system panel. Name, Yifeng Cultivation, True Qi Realm, 3rd level, Techniques, Innate, Overlord's Baohan 2, Major Completion. Condensed Energy, Crossing the River on a Reed, Remnant 2, Minor Completion. True Qi, Linglong 9 Orifices 2, Minor Completion. Cave Void, 8 Doors of Life and Death, Remnant 6, Minor Completion. True Qi, Arhut Divine Skill 5, Minor Completion. True Qi, 10,000 Transformations 1, Entry Level. Internal Skills, True Qi, Puxian Heart Sutra, Perfect. Points, 3,900, Crossing the River on a Reed. Yifeng stroked his chin, recalling its discovery in the scripture pavilion of Jindong City, where it had accompanied him for quite some time. Moreover, this evasive technique was remarkably effective. With the complete incantation now at hand, it would be prudent to master it fully. After all, as the saying goes, speed is the essence of martial arts. System, initiate the mastery of crossing the river on a reed. Commencing mastery, crossing the river on a reed. Complete incantation detected. Negative effects eliminated, and consumption reduced by 10. Consuming 2,700 points, initiating full mastery. Mastery complete. Crossing the river on a reed. Major completion, 99. Remaining points, 1,200. A surge of white light enveloped him, and Yifeng felt as light as a willow fluff. Capable of soaring with just a gentle breeze. This sensation. Yifeng tentatively took a step forward, his toes lightly touching the void. Contrary to his expectations of plummeting, he found himself standing firmly upon an invisible staircase. Perhaps I could utilize this further. A smile crept across his lips as he took another step, then a third. He truly moved as if he were a celestial being, floating gracefully. Eventually standing suspended in midair, a gentle breeze rustled through his garments, creating a melodious sound. Indeed, the techniques of the condensed energy realm were profoundly mystical. Unfazed by the whims of the wind or the earthly realm below, he had approached the mastery of aerial movement associated with the condensed energy realm. With this technique, even when leaping into the air, he could leverage the void to change direction at will, his speed increasing manifold. Should he encounter that wolf demon again, he could easily subdue it solely through speed, without resorting to any tricks. In this moment, he had acquired a portion of the capabilities of the condensed energy realm through this technique. At the very least, in terms of mobility, he would not be outmatched by any adept of the condensed energy realm. Yifeng returned to the ground, stroking his chin, lost in thought. His internal skills were perfected, and any breakthrough in realm would require arduous cultivation. Yet since embarking on this journey, he had never engaged in meditative practice. He had tea before, and he would tea in the future. The points required for internal skill breakthroughs were several times, even dozens of times, higher than those for martial techniques. Yifeng rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He needed to contemplate how to acquire more points. Just then, a faint noise echoed from outside the door, as if someone was hesitating to enter. "What are you still doing in the city?" Yifeng did not look up. Speaking coolly, "Zhao Hu found no record of you. In light of your prior assistance in slaying the wolf demon, I shall spare you this once. Now leave at once." The figure outside trembled slightly, seemingly startled by Yifeng's words. After a moment, a somewhat awkward voice replied, "My lord." The door creaked open, revealing Yu Xian standing at the threshold. Her previously severed arm had been reattached, yet her complexion remained pale, betraying her weakness. Yifeng cast a glance at her. The earlier ambush against the wolf demon had relied on the distraction of her incense clone. Out of consideration for this, he chose not to pursue the matter further. "My lord, I have come to a decision." Yu Xian inhaled deeply, summoning her courage to declare, "I intend to remain here and repay your mercy." "Suit yourself," Yifeng replied, rising to don the heavy cloak hanging on the wall. Ignoring Yu Xian, he strode towards the door, planning to venture into the wild in hopes of encountering some unwitting demons. Seeing Yifeng's intent to depart, Yu Xian hurriedly inquired, "My lord, you seem troubled?" "Indeed. The absence of demons to slay is somewhat vexing," Yifeng responded without looking back. He genuinely needed points, wishing he could summon a line of demons to unleash a barrage upon. "If you do not mind, I possess a lead that could help you locate the Blue Wolf King." Yifeng halted, turning around. Chapter 73, the demon in the city. Proceeding to investigate, you had best not deceive me. Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. The Blue Wolf King had reigned for centuries, and countless demon hunters had failed to even glimpse its shadow. What makes you think you can find its lair? She lowered her gaze and replied softly, my lord. My ex-boyfriend is the third son of the Blue Wolf King. He once took me to meet the Wolf King. This is absolutely true and cannot be fabricated. Yifeng was taken aback. The wolf demon he had slain was indeed the third son of the Blue Wolf King? Upon reflection, it seemed he had nearly eradicated the Blue Wolf King's offspring. Given the nature of demons, it was only a matter of time before the Blue Wolf King sought revenge. Perhaps it would be prudent to take the initiative and resolve the enmity preemptively. In a low voice, Yifeng inquired, where does it hide? In Minyang County. That was indeed an unexpected response. Yifeng rubbed his thumb along the patterns on the hilt of his sword. The place was not far, and there was a demon-suppressing officer stationed there. If the Blue Wolf King truly concealed itself in that location, the local demon-suppressing department would surely have noticed. No. Something felt amiss. Yifeng's gaze sharpened as a possibility dawned upon him. What you say, I shall verify. However, before that, you must assist me with a matter. Please. My lord, command me, Yuxian said respectfully, bowing her head. Deliver a letter to Yundu and seek out a man named Lu Buqian. Just say that your junior brother has a request for him. Yifeng approached the table and began to pen the letter. Once completed, he infused a strand of true energy into the envelope as a token of authenticity. Go. Upon witnessing this, Yuxian understood and prepared to take her leave. If there are no further commands, I shall set off at once. Yifeng made no effort to detain her, merely nodding in acknowledgement. This woman possessed considerable strength and cunning methods. Should he depart, Zhao Hu might not be able to restrain her. Sending a letter to Lu Buqian would also ensure that this benefactor could provide assistance. However, since Minyang County was not under his jurisdiction, he needed a plausible reason for his visit. Cross-regional law enforcement was always a sensitive matter. The Demon Suppression Department would not make exceptions merely because of his illustrious achievements. If everyone could flout the rules, then what purpose would they serve? His gaze fell upon the demon hunter's token at his waist, and suddenly an idea struck him. In the shadowy, eerie valley, the chilling wind howled, stirring fallen leaves and dead branches, creating a rustling sound that heightened the sense of foreboding. A dark figure lunged from the shadows, a foul wind rushing towards Yifeng. Swish! The 3-foot ceremonial knife was drawn, its cold gleam slicing through the air, blossoming into a vivid spray of blood. Kill a Pulse Realm demon and earn 50 points. Yifeng sheathed his knife, ignoring the headless corpse, and kicked it aside. Brother Yi, for such a minor demon, simply notifying the local demon suppression department to dispatch someone for extermination would suffice. Why waste time? Zhou Chuan said helplessly. He could not fathom the intentions behind Yifeng's actions. Suddenly bringing up a lead on the Blue Wolf King, only to ask for a small favor, had caught him off guard. He had been caught up in the excitement at the time, but now, the longer he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. If the Blue Wolf King were so easily located, it would have perished long ago. Most likely, it was just false information. He lamented the time wasted on this errand. Why trouble others for something so simple? Yifeng shot Zhou Chuan a glance, offering no explanation. Seeing that Yifeng was unwilling to elaborate, Zhou Chuan sought to change the subject. Brother Yi, recently someone has sent you a challenge letter. Oh, you might not know this yet, but given the distance from Baiyu City, it's probably still on the way. A challenge letter? Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Have I offended anyone? Zhou Chuan hesitated, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. You did seize the position of the general's apprentice, which has likely angered all the prodigies across Yuzhou. However, recalling this incident made his abdomen ache slightly. Zhou Chuan cleared his throat to mask the embarrassment. Brother Yi, you may not be aware, but if it weren't for the dangers of Baiyu City, I estimate at least a 10-mile line of challengers would form. In fact, he found it surprising that anyone dared to issue a challenge to Yifeng now. All right, I understand. Yifeng rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window. Let them come, but I am not a free attraction. They must bring rare treasures. Otherwise, I shall not meet them. He had no intention of performing charity. If they sought to climb over him for advancement, they must be prepared to pay dearly. After all, these heirs of noble families were never lacking in resources. Zhou Chuan sighed in silent tribute to the unfortunate challengers soon to arrive. As they conversed, the horse-drawn carriage gradually slowed. Through the window, Yifeng spotted an imposing city wall ahead. The wall, weathered and marked by the ravages of time, resembled an elderly figure weathered by storms, standing vigil. The city gates stood ajar, where several officers warmed themselves by a fire. Zhou Chuan retrieved a token from his pocket. I am Zhou Chuan, dispatched by the Demon Suppression Department to investigate the demon disturbances in Minyang County. Please notify your captain. Upon hearing the words Demon Hunter, the expressions of the officers shifted dramatically. Captain Wang has decreed that Minyang County does not accept demon hunters. Please leave. Their synchronized response indicated that this was not the first time such a situation had arisen. Yifeng's eyes glinted with coldness. Indeed, something was amiss. Although demon hunters and the Demon Suppression Department were not the same entity, they maintained a level of courtesy. It was inconceivable that they would be barred from entering the city. Esteemed sirs, we are here on official business to investigate the demon disturbances. I implore you to grant us passage. Zhou Chuan suppressed his rising anger and attempted to negotiate. Captain Wang has stated that demon hunters are not permitted here. The officers remained resolute, their demeanor unwavering, their hands resting on their weapons, ready to draw if necessary. Seeing that the officers were unyielding, Zhou Chuan's expression darkened. What? Do you intend to resort to violence? Swish, swish, swish. In response, several officers drew their swords in unison. Simultaneously, a flurry of footsteps echoed from within the city gates. 2 lieutenants emerged, leading over 100 soldiers, blocking the entrance. Their expressions were grim. You too, please leave. Without a general's decree. Anyone who trespasses will be treated as a demon and killed on the spot. You really have the audacity to claim a general's decree? Who do you think you are? Zhou Chuan laughed in anger, stepping forward, his aura swirling around him, his robes billowing without wind. I shall see how you deem me a demon. The oppressive aura of a congenital realm warrior bore down upon the officers. Yet, the officers stood undaunted, still brandishing their swords, resolutely refusing to yield an inch. Whoosh! A finely crafted iron spear hurtled through the air, slicing through the wind, and embedding itself 3 inches before Zhou Chuan. The spear sank into the ground, vibrating as dust swirled about. A gaunt, elderly figure leaped down from the city wall, tall and slender, yet standing firm like a pine tree. Clad in a demon-suppressing cloak, he exuded a palpable aura of battle-hardened ferocity. This is an internal matter of our demon suppression department. You, a demon hunter, have no right to interfere. Wang Qimin raised his spear, pointing it directly at Zhou Chuan, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Take your men and leave. With that command, the situation escalated, and the facade of civility shattered. Over 100 officers advanced in unison, their blades aimed squarely at the 2 of them. Zhou Chuan's face fell. A true warrior of the true energy realm. Yi Feng's gaze swept calmly over the scene. To his surprise, amidst merely coming to observe, he had indeed stumbled upon something intriguing, a conspiracy involving demons and even his own colleagues. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. It seems you wish to fight. The blatant admission caused the crowd's expressions to shift. Were they truly prepared to force their way in? Wang Qimin was a deputy officer, commanding an entire city and holding the highest decision-making authority, fully capable of representing the demon suppression department. Unaware of their own folly, Wang Qimin scoffed, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he thrust the spear downward, its tip streaking towards Yi Feng like a falling star, enveloped in blinding golden light. The golden light blazes fiercely like the scorching sun, resembling the wrath of celestial deities, an unstoppable force. Chapter 74, The Wolf Menace, The Art of Voodoo. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, and the gun's radiance, forged like metal, surged with the power of a collapsing mountain and a raging sea. In this moment, Wang Qimin was fueled by genuine fury, intent on slaying Yi Feng on the spot. Such a lethal intent, Yi Feng whispered softly, and the last remnants of his hesitation dissipated like mist. With his true energy surging, he formed a blood-red spear in his hand. Then, allow me to demonstrate. Yi Feng bellowed, as the ground beneath him crumbled inch by inch. He swung the blood spear in a wide arc, resembling an enraged dragon of crimson hue, descending with unmatched force and ferocity. There was no flourish, only pure might, unyielding and wild in its intensity. Buzz! Amidst the golden radiance, Wang Qimin swiftly altered his stance. His spear crossed in front of him, gathering a solid barrier of true energy several inches thick, as sturdy as a mountain, exuding a heavy aura. Yet, a tempered body warrior possesses the strength to move mountains. Boom! The blood-red spear struck down with a piercing shriek, crashing against the barrier of true energy. The sound of shattering echoed, as the barrier crumbled like tofu under the frightful force. Boom! The deafening roar echoed, the city wall collapsed, and a shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, uprooting towering trees. Impossible! How could a mere copper-badge monster hunter possess such true energy? Wang Qimin's pupils constricted, his heart filled with shock. A torrent of power, akin to a raging dragon, surged through the spear, overwhelming him, sending his body flying backward, crashing heavily against the city wall. Boom! The already precarious wall could bear no more and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Debris flew, dust swirled, and Wang Qimin was instantly engulfed by the ruins. What? Captain Wang was sent flying? It's over. If Captain Wang is defeated, we are all doomed. The lieutenants turned pale, their teeth chattering. The power Yi Feng displayed was terrifying. With a single strike, he rendered Wang Qimin utterly defenseless. What are you saying? Before the gasp could fade, a thunderous roar erupted. Wang Qimin kicked aside a massive stone and clumsily rose, wiping the blood from his face, appearing particularly ferocious. He fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng, his chest heaving violently, as he struggled to suppress the tumultuous blood and energy within. You brat, you are formidable. A tempered body warrior, are you? You brutes only know how to hone your strength, yet you are oblivious to the subtleties of martial techniques. Your weakness lies in your martial skills. He believed he had discerned Yi Feng's strengths and weaknesses. While tempered body warriors were rare, they were not without vulnerabilities. The process of refining the body was exceedingly time-consuming, and human energy was limited, thus martial skills must inevitably be a weak point. Otherwise, why would one rely solely on brute force to clash head-on? Wang Qimin conceded that the youth's strength far surpassed his own, yet he remained confident in his chances of victory. Suddenly, countless afterimages appeared. Wang Qimin darted and shifted, his form ghostly, his true energy surging as though clad in golden battle armor. Attacking the Vice General of the Demon Suppression Division is a crime deserving of death. I shall execute you immediately. The five-colored dragon spear. With a roar, a long golden barrier coalesced in the air, like an enraged dragon emerging from the depths. Aimed directly at Yi Feng's throat. This technique was Wang Qimin's signature move, perfected over centuries of arduous training. Countless demons had perished beneath its might, making it a feared and effective attack. Whoosh! The golden barrier, like a bolt from the blue, pierced through Yi Feng's body in an instant. The residual force of the barrier struck the ground, carving out a deep trench, sending stones flying and dust swirling. Fool! Zhou Chuan scoffed disdainfully, stepping back a few paces. Such a display before Yi Feng was merely childish play. Indeed, as the golden barrier pierced through Yi Feng, his figure slowly dissipated, vanishing like a mirage. A shadow? Wang Qimin's expression changed dramatically, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He suddenly turned, coming face to face with Yi Feng's icy gaze, a chill coursing through him, spreading like wildfire. I am indeed a tempered body warrior, but I never claimed my martial skills were inferior. Yi Feng's voice was steady. Why do you presume you can outmatch me in martial techniques? With a sudden surge of power, Yi Feng declared, I merely sought information regarding the demons. Which is why I spared your life. Since you, old fool, are so eager for death. Rip! Wang Qimin's arm was brutally torn from his body by Yi Feng. Casting the severed limb aside, Yi Feng seized Wang Qimin, hurling him to the ground like a rag doll. Boom! The ground trembled, dust erupting. Wang Qimin, dazed from the impact, spat a mouthful of blood, his consciousness beginning to blur. Yi Feng leaned down, reaching to tear off his clothing. Don't! Get away! Leave me alone! Wang Qimin shrieked in terror, using his remaining hand to shield his chest. Smack! Yi Feng remained expressionless as he delivered a resounding slap to Wang Qimin's face. The blow left Wang Qimin's cheek bloodied and mangled, his skin torn, revealing the stark whiteness of his cheekbone beneath. He gritted his teeth against the pain, growling softly. You dare attack the Vice General of the Demon Suppression Division? Are you not afraid of punishment from the General? Punishment? From whom? Yi Feng scoffed, tearing off Wang Qimin's shirt. Zhou Chuan's pupils constricted, revealing a look of horror. Before them, Wang Qimin's chest bore a grotesque wolf's head, ravenously devouring flesh and blood. His chest cavity was nearly hollowed out, internal organs visible, even the beating heart could be seen. Voodoo? Was it that wolf demon's doing? Zhou Chuan finally understood why Wang Qimin was so vulnerable. With such injuries, even without Yi Feng's intervention, he would not survive much longer. Why didn't you report this? Whether it's the Demon Suppression General or the Commander, they could have resolved this. Is your merit truly more valuable than your life? Zhou Chuan asked, perplexed. Wang Qimin lifted his head, a glimmer of hope flashing in his murky eyes. I have guarded Min County for over 40 years, with toil that is not without merit. Can you not? Spare me once? Allow me to go to the Central Plains to refine my marrow. Then I shall report. Madness. You are truly mad. Zhou Chuan's chest heaved violently, visibly enraged. This man, in pursuit of breaking through to the condensation barrier, concealed the local demon threat solely for the sake of merit. But what was the point? Such matters could not be kept hidden. The next captain would inevitably expose it. Zhou Chuan pondered for a moment, a sudden realization dawning upon him. I see, you plan to escape to Qian after breaking through the condensation barrier? Wang Qimin fell silent, offering no denial. Zhou Chuan's knuckles turned white from clenching, wishing he could deliver a fatal blow to this traitor. The others looked on with complex expressions, fully aware of the situation, yet as loyal guards, they chose to keep it concealed. Yi Feng fell silent for a moment, retrieving a command token inscribed with the words Vice General. He donned a demon suppression cloak, and the already imposing Yi Feng appeared even more formidable. His youthful visage radiated an aura of authority that commanded respect. The lieutenants, who had held onto a shred of hope, were instantly silenced upon witnessing the cloak and command token. Yi Feng cast a calm glance at Wang Qimin, his voice even. Detain him and await the verdict. A demon suppression general will arrive shortly, and a decision will be made then. Wang Qimin offered a bitter smile, his gaze hollow, devoid of any luster. You are enforcing jurisdiction across regions. You shall not meet a favorable end, he muttered, as if cursing or perhaps mocking himself. The surrounding lieutenants wore complex expressions, their gazes flickering uncertainly. While this action was legal and justified, it was, after all, somewhat irregular. Ultimately, a few stepped forward, securely binding Wang Qimin with ropes. Barring unforeseen circumstances, once the demon suppression general arrived, he would face execution. As for those who were complicit in silence, They too would find it difficult to escape the consequences, unsure if they could preserve their own lives. Zhou Chuan lowered his voice. You need not have revealed your identity. When the Demon Suppression Division comes to hold you accountable, you will find yourself in trouble. Unfazed, Yifeng chuckled, casually stowing the insignia back into his tunic. He stretched languidly, remarking with levity, at worst, I shall simply shed this official garb and embrace the life of a demon hunter. It matters not. He then instructed, summon 2 centurions. I wish to inquire into the particulars of these fiends. Chapter 75. Azure Wolf King, the secret realm contention to avert alarming the quarry. Yifeng elected to establish a camp outside the city rather than enter directly. Wang Qimen, stripped of his Demon Suppression Division cloak, knelt on the ground, resembling a disgraced cur. Several centurions approached with trepidation, presenting his insignia with both hands, their heads bowed, daring not to meet Yifeng's gaze. Yifeng, seated in the principal position, inquired casually, so, none of you possess knowledge of the Azure Wolf King's whereabouts? The centurions exchanged glances, remaining taciturn. Humph, you callow youth. Are you even cognizant of the Azure Wolf King's prowess? Wang Qimen sneered. Over the years, countless demon hunters have sought to slay the Azure Wolf King. Yet what has been the result? Smash. A teacup detonated against Wang Qimen's face. Yifeng retracted his hand, his tone indifferent. Did I solicit your opinion? Zhou Chuan, standing nearby, felt a twitch in his eye. He was somewhat in awe of the youth's composure. Wang Qimen's attainment of the refinement qualification indicated his late true chi cultivation. Yet, such a formidable figure had been routed by the Azure Wolf King and even afflicted with witchcraft. Were it not for the demon's apprehension of the Demon Suppression Division's generals, Wang Qimen likely would not have survived to this day. Brother Yi, now that we have apprehended Wang Qimen, it is perhaps time we departed, Zhou Chuan suggested. Yifeng, slightly taken aback, raised his gaze toward Zhou Chuan. Why should we leave? My purpose here is to eliminate the Azure Wolf King. Zhou Chuan's countenance shifted. Are you mad? That wolf demon is a millennial-old demon king, its cultivation verging on true chi completion, its speed reputed to be the fastest and most formidable below the coagulation realm. Even the Demon Suppression General finds it a vexing adversary. We have already achieved a significant accomplishment by capturing a traitor. Why should we place ourselves in further peril? Zhou Chuan instinctively reasoned, attempting to dissuade the youth before him. Yifeng averted his gaze, feigning deafness, lost in contemplation. Zhou Chuan sighed inwardly, deeming the youth excessively conceited. Anticipating a harsh lesson. Why would a demon king approaching the coagulation realm choose this location? Yifeng mused, his gaze settling upon Wang Qimen. This place not only has a deputy general stationed here, but is also not excessively distant from Cloud Capital. Had Wang Qimen not sought to safeguard his own accomplishments, someone else would have reported this to the Demon Suppression Division long ago. Unless there is something of greater significance here, compelling it to remain. In your county, is there something of particular note? Perhaps a natural treasure? Wang Qimen's body twitched subtly, his gaze evasive. A nearby centurion sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness and regret. Lord Wang, now that matters have reached this juncture, why must you persist in your obstinacy? By atoning for your transgressions, you might yet secure a glimmer of hope for your descendants. Perhaps the mention of descendants touched upon the most vulnerable part of his heart. Wang Qimen slowly raised his head, a self-deprecating expression gracing his pallid face. I risked life and limb for the Demon Suppression Division. Yet I never imagined I would end up in such a predicament. He chuckled ruefully. Indeed, the old wolf is entrenched in Minyang County, drawn by the secret realm. I alone know how to unlock the secret realm, which is why it has spared my life thus far. A secret realm? The term reverberated through the room, eliciting astonishment from all present. Recalling the old general's rise to prominence, a sudden realization dawned. It was no wonder he had entered the martial path at the advanced age of 80, his cultivation subsequently advancing by leaps and bounds, his speed rivaling that of prodigies. He possessed a secret realm. Had he not been truly cornered this time, Wang Qimen likely would have carried this secret to his grave, having divulged his greatest secret. Wang Qimen appeared considerably aged. Lord, I do not seek to preserve my life, only that you might show leniency. All orders were issued solely by me. They were unaware. Silence descended upon the room, so profound that a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone watched Yifeng with bated breath, awaiting his judgment. Yifeng, too, had not anticipated the existence of a secret realm. Many previously perplexing matters now found resolution. Secret realms constituted independent realms. An entry required the conjunction of the correct timing and method. It was no wonder the Azure Wolf King had merely tormented Wang Qimen, consistently sparing his life. If that is the case, then we can lure it into a trap, Yifeng mused. With a flick of his finger, the insignia flew into Wang Qimen's hand. I shall grant you an opportunity to atone for your transgressions. Inform the Azure Wolf King that you will lead it to the secret realm. I shall report to the Demon Suppression Division that Deputy General Wang Qimen, derelict in his duty in concealing the demon scourge, displayed intrepid valor, using his life as bait to draw out the demon, and shall be credited with a first-class merit. Upon hearing this, Wang Qimen trembled, tears welling in his eyes. He prostrated himself heavily on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Thank you, Lord. Outside Minyang County, the mountains stretched in an unbroken chain, resembling slumbering dragons, winding and coiling. Before a precipitous cliff, Wang Kemin stood alone, his figure as straight as a pine, yet unable to conceal the trepidation etched upon his brow. He inhaled deeply, channeling the true qi within his body to its zenith. I, Wang Kemin, request an audience with the Azure Wolf King. His voice, like a resounding thunderclap, echoed through the valley, lingering for an extended duration. A protracted wolf howl emanated from the depths of the mountains. Subsequently, the howls multiplied, originating from afar and drawing nearer, advancing in waves. Wang Kemin's face paled, his breathing becoming labored. It is coming. From the depths of the mountains, a dark silhouette soared skyward, cleaving the heavens like a meteor, bearing an unparalleled sense of oppression, hurtling rapidly toward the cliff. The silhouette was unbelievably immense, obscuring the sky and sun, resembling a mobile mountain. Hills several hundred meters high appeared as mere mounds of dirt beneath its feet, insignificant. Boom. The silhouette landed with a resounding crash, causing the entire cliff to tremble. The remaining light, already dim, was completely eclipsed by the impossibly vast form. Wang Kemin shifted his gaze upward, craning his neck, then craning it further, barely able to discern the entirety of the silhouette. It was a colossal wolf beyond verbal description. Its body was as towering as a mountain, its fur, as black as ink, gleaming with a chilling luster in the fading sunlight. You seek me? Wang Kemin abruptly raised his head, only to see the Azure Wolf King slowly lowering its head, almost filling his entire field of vision. The Azure Wolf King sniffed gently. Wang Kemin felt his mind reel, losing all reaction. He was unsure how long it lasted before he regained his senses, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. You employ that tactic against me again? Wang Kemin hissed through gritted teeth, aghast. The Azure Wolf King's innate ability, the Wolf King's exploration. It was an exceedingly tyrannical ability, capable of instantly intimidating an opponent and extracting information. He had initially succumbed to this very tactic and been afflicted with witchcraft. Now, facing it once more, he remained powerless to resist. A myriad. The Azure Wolf King uttered with disdain. Have you finally seen reason and decided to surrender the key to the secret realm? Azure Wolf King, I have come to negotiate. Wang Kemin stated, regaining his composure. I am willing to lead you to the secret realm, but you must first lift the witchcraft from my body. The Azure Wolf King's nostrils flared, non-committal. Upon witnessing the opening of the secret realm, I shall naturally release you. Impossible. Wang Kemin refused outright. If you open the secret realm, what is to prevent you from reneging? Would I not be at your mercy? As the words fell, the atmosphere instantly congealed. The Azure Wolf King lowered its head, its immense shadow completely enveloping Wang Kemin. Its two blood-red eyes, like twin lanterns, stared fixedly at him. Wang Kemin revealed a resolute expression, tearing open his upper garment, exposing his dilapidated chest. He seized his still-beating heart. You. The Azure Wolf King's pupils contracted slightly, evidently not expecting such madness from the other party. Better to perish together. You can slowly search for it yourself. Wang Kemin's voice was hoarse, laced with a fierce resolve. The Azure Wolf King's colossal body leaned forward slightly, seeking to ascertain the human's resolve. Undaunted, Wang Kemin met its gaze unflinchingly, his hand steadfastly placed over his heart. Moments stretched into an eternity, each second drawn out. At last, the slowly withdrew its gaze, offering a slight nod. Let us each concede a point. You shall guide me to the entrance of the mystic realm, and in return, I shall lift the voodoo curse from you. Wang Kemin's fearless demeanor compelled it to compromise. His demise would jeopardize decades of meticulous planning. Without guidance, discovering the means to unlock the mystic realm would be akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Very well, it is agreed. Wang Kemin did not relent, retreating a few steps to maintain his distance from me until it vanished from sight. Father, do you truly believe he will lead us to the entrance of the mystic realm? Shortly after Wang Kemin's departure, a gray wolf emerged from the depths of the valley. Approaching this side. Of course not. This fellow carries many unfamiliar auras, and I detect the scent of my offspring upon him. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, causing the mountains to tremble under its oppressive aura. Then why? The gray wolf inquired, perplexed. Fool. The growled. I bartered with the fox immortal for the soul control technique. Once we reach the entrance of the mystic realm, his actions will be at my command. At that juncture, I shall make him wish he had never been born. Chapter 76. Fierce battle with the Demon King. All transformations converge. In the early morning, a veil of mist enveloped the valley's entrance. Zhou Chuan sat cross-legged upon a stone, his eyes tightly shut as he drew energy into his being. Occasionally, he would open his eyes, casting a glance at a nearby youth who reclined leisurely on a branch, hands cradling his head. This fellow, ever so lazy. How could he have attained such a high realm? Could it be that he is secretly exerting himself behind my back? Zhou Chuan found himself questioning his existence. Ever since his defeat to Yi Feng, he had resolved to train harder than ever before. Yet, the chasm between them only seemed to widen. Taking a deep breath, he quietly inquired, Brother Yi, do you think the Blue Wolf King will truly come? I do not know. Yi Feng silently activated his breath-concealing technique, minimizing his presence. This sensation felt reminiscent of the ambush in Qingshan town against Chongguang, yet his state of mind had transformed entirely. He felt a profound tranquility, accompanied by the thrill of a hunter waiting for his prey. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared on the opposite hillside. A dozen men clad in tight-fitting attire surrounded a blue-haired man, hastening towards the valley's entrance. The leader, tall and stern-faced, emanated a chilling aura of lethal intent. As he neared the valley's mouth, he abruptly halted and called out coldly, "I see you, come forth." Zhou Chuan's expression shifted drastically, tumultuous waves crashing within his heart. It was impossible. How could they have been discovered from this distance? Instinctively wanting to retreat, he felt a hand pressing down upon him. "Do not panic. It is not us." Yifeng's gaze sharpened as he peered through the grass. Wang Qimin emerged from the underbrush, his right hand unconsciously brushing against his chest. The youth was unsure of how close he could get to his adversary. If the Blue Wolf King were dead, it would be well. However, if he were alive. Wang Qimin halted his thoughts, pondering why he brought so many people. "Do you intend to kill me? Kill you?" The Blue Wolf King scoffed. A surge of green light emanating from his palm. Wang Qimin felt an immediate lightness, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, allowing him to breathe much easier. Humans always tend to underestimate the noble intentions of others. The Blue Wolf King spread his arms wide, and simultaneously, a talisman was readied in his hand. After having waited for over a decade, his patience had worn thin. To him, humans were utterly untrustworthy. Their gazes locked in the air. Both men saw the unmasked intent to kill reflected in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Wang Qimin let out a furious roar, his true energy boiling as he lunged at the Blue Wolf King. "You seek death." The Blue Wolf King's eyes narrowed, his demonic aura erupting as he retaliated with a powerful punch. Wang Qimin's chest caved in, leaving a horrifying imprint on his back. Blood spewed from his mouth, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, his eyes a furious crimson as he clung tightly to the Blue Wolf King. Attack! A golden figure erupted from Wang Qimin's body, propelled by a fierce wind as it struck the Blue Wolf King squarely in the face. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. The Blue Wolf King felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, and despite his formidable physique, he was sent hurtling backward by the blow. Yifeng flickered into existence above the Blue Wolf King. To execute an ambush, one must commit fully. The Overlord draws the bow. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the might of the heavens converged between his arms, akin to a dragon rising from the sea, unleashing a cataclysmic force upon the Blue Wolf King. Such audacity! The Blue Wolf King's countenance shifted, realizing the peril of facing this force head-on. He raised his forearm, transforming it into a massive wolf claw that swept towards Yifeng with a ferocious wind. A resounding clash ensued. Visible waves of true energy erupted in the air. The shockwave swept across the distance, cleaving a mountain peak in two. The Blue Wolf King staggered back, his claw carving deep furrows into the ground. Amidst the terror and astonishment of the onlookers, the Blue Wolf King steadied himself and gazed upward at the youth in the sky, but merely at the initial stage of true energy. A trickle of crimson seeped from his lips. "Who do you believe you are, attempting to challenge me? Not even the demon general of Yunju town, nor the gold-ranked demon hunters, can contend with me." As if to validate his claim, his demonic energy intensified, nearly solidifying, tinting the skies a deep azure. He immediately unleashed his innate ability, the Wolf King's revelation. A surge of invisible power erupted, and Yifeng felt a weight pressing down on his mind, akin to an invisible hammer striking his soul. Stars danced before his eyes, the world spun, and he lost control of his body, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Die!" The Blue Wolf King, sensing Yifeng's incapacitation, his eyes gleaming with malice, unleashed his claws. Cloaked in a surge of azure energy, aimed directly at Yifeng's head. Just as the azure force was about to strike Yifeng, a burst of golden light erupted from within him, revealing a towering figure within its brilliance, exuding an imposing aura. "What?" The Blue Wolf King's pupils constricted, an acute sense of danger surging through him. The golden figure raised its palms, pushing forward. The air sliced through his fingers, leaving a white trail, a manifestation of power at its zenith. The Blue Wolf King reacted swiftly, channeling his demonic energy to form a thick barrier around himself. However, even a moment's delay was enough to alter the course of the battle. Boom! The blinding golden light illuminated the entire valley, sending shockwaves radiating outward. In the distance, a mountain crumbled, a massive shadow crashing down amidst the debris. Yifeng snapped back to reality, tasting iron in his mouth as he instinctively touched his nose, finding it smeared with blood. So this is the power of innate abilities? Truly formidable, it is impossible to defend against. The Blue Wolf King's innate ability directly assaulted the soul, a challenge even for those of the true energy realm. Thankfully, Yifeng had received intelligence from Wang Qimin in advance and devised a countermeasure. He had configured the Arhut Divine Skills Doppelganger to operate autonomously. Even if his true self were under control, the Doppelganger could still retaliate. This was the foundation of his audacity to take such risks. A thunderous wolf howl reverberated through the valley as a colossal wolf, towering 100 feet high, rose from the mountains. It lowered its head, gazing down at the diminutive humans below, a testament to its 3,000 years of life as a demon king, far surpassing the others. Wiping the blood from his nose, Yifeng's expression grew grave. This was his first encounter with such a formidable adversary. Even just its immense size was enough to instill a sense of helplessness. Zhou Chuan, take Wang Qimin and leave first. I will confront it. Yifeng decisively produced a demon core. Confronting such a formidable foe necessitated the use of all transformations converge to elevate his combat power to its peak, offering a glimmer of hope. Be careful and do not perish. I am still looking forward to defeating you. Zhou Chuan hoisted the barely conscious Wang Qimin and swiftly retreated. The Blue Wolf King paid them no heed, feeling the human before him becoming increasingly perilous, resembling a demon more and more. What are you doing? The Blue Wolf King growled, sensing unease. Yifeng offered no reply. A tempestuous wave of demonic power surged through his meridians. The demon core rapidly converted the energy, saturating every part of him. An unfathomable strength erupted from within. As Yifeng opened his eyes, his pupils transformed into a blood-red hue, exuding an eerie coldness. The true energy surged, and the garments fluttered with a haunting sound. Crimson patterns emerged upon the skin, a clear indication that the meridians were filled with demonic power. The Wolf King of Qing felt a sense of uncertainty. This human aura had become indistinguishable from that of a demon, and what was more, it bore an unsettling familiarity, clearly reminiscent of its own progeny. Who exactly are you? The one who will end your life. Yifeng revealed a bloodthirsty smile, influenced by the demonic transformation, his disposition subtly shifting in this moment. Come, let us engage in a thorough slaughter. Chapter 77. Regrettably, I have too many cards up my sleeve. With a surge of furious demonic energy coursing through every inch of his body, Yifeng suddenly clenched his fingers, channeling the exquisite 9 apertures. In an instant, his vital energy coalesced into a resplendent great bow. Buzz, as the bowstring was drawn like a full moon. It erupted with boundless white light, resembling a hand gripping the sun, intent on shattering the heavens. Congealing realm. This is impossible. The Blue Wolf King paled in horror, its wolfish eyes narrowing to pinpricks, instinctively sensing a lethal threat. It could not fathom how its opponent had achieved such power. Yet the menace emanating from the arrow was inescapable. It was a force capable of endangering its very life. A vast beam of white light shot forth from the bowstring, swift as lightning, arriving in an instant. The Blue Wolf King desperately twisted its body in an attempt to evade this fatal strike. Puffed, the sharp edge grazed its body, stirring a torrential downpour of blood. Even so, the violent aftershock crashed into it like a deluge, sending it hurtling hundreds of feet away. Boom! The white light ultimately descended upon a distant mountain range, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion. A brilliant radiance shot into the sky, turning the heavens into a ghastly white. Visible shockwaves swept across the landscape, causing rocks to crumble and trees to disintegrate into dust, even tearing apart the clouds above and revealing a vast void. Yifeng's hands trembled as darkness enveloped his vision, his body swayed unsteadily, almost unable to stand. This strike had nearly drained every ounce of demonic energy from his demon core. Its might rivaled that of a full-force attack from the congealing realm. However, the sheer magnitude of this power had rendered it somewhat imprecise, failing to deliver a fatal blow. Damn human, you have forced me to this extent. In the distance, the Blue Wolf King crawled from the ruins, gasping for breath. One of its forelegs had been ravaged by the aftershock, blood and flesh mangled, nearly exposing its white bones. The Blue Wolf King, shaken and filled with trepidation and fury, reflected on the previous attack. Had it struck directly, it would have undoubtedly met its demise. You little brat, do you think this can kill me? Too naive. The Blue Wolf King steadied its emotions, a sinister grin spreading across its face. I must concede, your previous strike was astonishing, but it has surely exhausted all your strength, has it not? Now, you are but a waning force. What can you do to contend with me? Awoo. At the Blue Wolf King's command, the lurking pack of wolves howled in unison, revealing their true forms. Dozens of massive demon wolves, ranging from several feet to over 10 feet in size, surrounded Yifeng. The predatory glint in their green eyes sparkled with a desire to devour. Just these rabble? Yifeng scoffed. I have heard that wolf packs even dare to attack the demon suppression general. It seems the reality does not match the reputation. While mocking them, he silently retrieved another demon core from his token, placing it in his palm to absorb its demonic energy. Shut your mouth. Damn human. The Blue Wolf King was utterly enraged, its eyes bloodshot. I ask you, why do you carry the sin of my offspring? Did you slay them? Is the demon core in your possession? Upon discovering the sin of its progeny on the opponent, a sense of foreboding washed over it. The wolf pack's survival in Yunzhou depended on its 4 sons of the true Qi realm. But in just a moment of slumber, all its children had perished. How could it possibly accept this? You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward. Yifeng waved his hand lightly, letting the powder spill through his fingers. As the demon core shattered, a surge of demonic energy flooded his limbs, his aura once again reaching its zenith. You wretched being, I will have your life. I will tear your flesh piece by piece and crush your bones to avenge my children. The Blue Wolf King descended into madness, its eyes a crimson hue. unleashing its innate divine ability, the Wolf King's pursuit. Die. The Blue Wolf King was consumed by rage. It leapt high, its gaping maw wide open, transforming into a legendary celestial wolf that devours the sun and moon, lunging towards Yifeng. What unfolded was not the cataclysmic clash one might envision. Two enormous golden hands appeared out of thin air, firmly bracing against the Blue Wolf King's massive jaws. Golden lights swirled around the palms. Colliding with the Blue Wolf King's fangs, the immense force canceled out in the clash. A golden figure materialized behind Yifeng, exuding an aura of solemn grandeur. Resembling an enraged Vidra, its stature rivaled that of the Blue Wolf King, perhaps even more imposing. The two colossal entities were locked in a stalemate. The Blue Wolf King's fangs slowly closed, their movement agonizingly slow, each inch accompanied by a grating sound that set one's teeth on edge. It was evident that their powers were evenly matched. What kind of supernatural ability is this, capable of withstanding the might of a demon? The Blue Wolf King clenched its teeth, overwhelmed by shock, its anger surging as it intensified its effort. Yifeng gradually opened his eyes, recovering from his dizziness. Before him lay a scene of carnage. The Blue Wolf King's colossal maw nearly filled his entire field of vision. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng drew back his longbow once more. The bowstring trembled with a haunting hum, more dazzling light coalescing upon the bow, akin to a miniature sun poised to ignite the very heavens. Boom! The concentrated white light struck the Blue Wolf King's chest. Without any obstruction, it pierced straight through its wolfish form. A woo! The Blue Wolf King let out a heart-rending shriek, the excruciating pain only fueling its ferocity. Its massive jaws snapping shut in an instant. With a resounding crack, Yifeng's body was severed at the waist. Blood gushed forth, and entrails spilled across the ground. A gruesome sight indeed. Yifeng's expression remained unchanged, as if he felt no pain. The ceremonial blade, imbued with razor-sharp energy, was thrust upward with all his might. A blade of energy, several feet wide, rapidly expanded. Its momentum was like a bamboo stalk breaking through, cleaving the Blue Wolf King's head cleanly in two. The Blue Wolf King's eyes were filled with disbelief. Has this human gone mad? To exchange injury for injury. Its mountainous body collapsed with a thunderous crash. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, it revealed a bitter smile. Huff, huff. This is perhaps for the best. After all, we are both doomed. To take down a monster like you with me is worth it. My children shall inherit my will and continue to roam Yunzhou, destroying everything you hold dear. Huff, huff. The Blue Wolf King's voice grew fainter, its life force gradually waning, having sustained such grievous injuries. It was now at its last gasp. The smaller wolves, previously subdued by Yifeng's aura, began to regain their ferocity, slowly closing in. They bared their fangs, eyeing the half-dismembered Yifeng with predatory intent. Regrettably, only you shall perish. Yifeng forcefully pushed against the ground, flipping his upper body around. The wolf's eyes widened in alarm as they beheld his lower half, devoid of flesh, blood mingling with his spilled entrails, a sight most grotesque. Feigning death at such a moment? The Blue Wolf King widened its eyes, seemingly savoring the sight of its adversary's plight. The next instant, the look of derision in its eyes morphed into sheer terror. Before its very gaze, Yifeng's lower half sprouted an array of flesh buds, intertwining and coalescing at a visible pace. In mere seconds, he restored himself to his former state. Farewell, perhaps we shall not meet again. Yifeng slowly rose to his feet, activating the 8 gates of life and death. Even such a near-fatal injury could be effortlessly healed. In the Blue Wolf King's terror-filled gaze, the ceremonial blade, infused with sharp energy, plunged into its skull. The refusal and rage in the Wolf King's eyes finally dissipated, defeated a late-stage True Chi demon and earned 6,000 points. Chapter 78, Old Dang. Perhaps this medicine should be reserved for my junior brother. A towering gray wolf, nearly 10 meters high, fled frantically through the forest, the trees on either side blurring into fleeting shadows. The instant the Blue Wolf King fell, it hesitated not a moment, turning to escape. It was not out of filial piety, but rather a deep-seated terror that had utterly shattered its will to fight. Swish. A brilliant flash of a blade suddenly appeared behind the gray wolf, the sharp gleam of its edge causing the wolf's fur to stand on end. The anguished cries of its brethren echoed behind, those who remained rooted in place, unable to flee in time. The gray wolf dared not look back, desperately channeling its demonic energy to reach the pinnacle of speed. It had never envisioned that it would rise to lead the pack in such a manner. No joy, no exhilaration, only endless dread and despair. At this moment, all it yearned for was to escape, to flee as far as possible. Predecessor! Predecessor! The gray wolf wailed in terror as it dashed for its life. My father has already perished at your hands. Do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? I swear I shall never appear before you again. I will leave Yunzhou at once and never set foot in the realm of Deqian again. I beseech you. Spare my life. In response, only the increasingly near sound of slicing air could be heard. Whoosh! Amidst the howling wind, a silver spear flew in at an almost imperceptible speed, piercing its thigh and pinning it to the cliffside. A howl escaped the wolf as it thrashed its limbs against the ground, emitting a series of mournful cries while rocks shattered and dust billowed. It could scarcely fathom that one day it would be so frightfully intimidated by a mere human. That profound fear, akin to a festering wound, clung to it, robbing it of the strength to escape. A slender figure descended from the sky, landing steadily before the gray wolf. With a deft motion, The spear was removed from the cliff, its tip lightly grazing the wolf's fur. Speak. The gray wolf attempted to utter more, but its voice faltered. Yifeng extended a hand, gently stroking its head as if soothing a frightened creature. Lie still, do not move. With meticulous precision, he drew a ceremonial dagger. The blade flashing as a massive wolf's head rolled onto the ground. Yifeng bent down, commencing the dissection of the gray wolf's carcass. He skillfully opened the wolf's abdomen. Searching meticulously, only to let out a regretful sigh. Nothing. Kill a late-stage innate demon. Earn 1,000 points, exhaling deeply. Yifeng felt a wave of heaviness wash over him. He sat down abruptly, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloping him, his eyelids growing increasingly heavy. Is this the essence of transformation? To directly siphon demonic energy for my own use. It's akin to granting me an auxiliary power source. Not only augmenting combat prowess, but also refining my physique. Truly, this technique is exceedingly comprehensive. Struggling against his fatigue, Yifeng slowly rose to his feet. He opened the system panel to review the gains from the recent battle. The system notifications flooded the screen, a myriad of kill confirmations flashing before his eyes. Kill an innate demon. Earn 1,000 points. Kill an innate demon. Earn 800 points. Kill. Current points, 13,200. The deluge of notifications nearly filled the entire screen. The sensation of his wallet swelling once more was indeed delightful. Perhaps upon returning to the city, he would seek out rare treasures before contemplating a breakthrough. Yifeng kicked at the wolf's corpse. It was not that he aimed to suppress his combat strength. Rather, the system's calculations included external enhancements, and conserving points was advantageous. After all, accumulating points could be rather cumbersome. If rare treasures were absent, he would consider a breakthrough before entering the secret realm. Points held little utility. It would be wiser to convert them all into combat strength and then pursue additional points. Where's Zhou Chuan? The sky reverberated with thunderous roars as two figures soared at astonishing speed. The wind howled fiercely. The mountains and rivers below reduced to indistinct blurs. General, slow down. Lu Buqian clutched Zhou Chuan, who felt his insides churning. Just as he was about to vomit, the rushing wind forced his stomach contents back down, leaving him to cough futilely. Slow down? Do you have any idea who he is? Lu Buqian, in a frenzy, accelerated further. Damn it. This boy has gone mad. How dare he challenge the Blue Wolf King? Lu Buqian's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched, an overwhelming sense of regret flooding his heart. The gravest mistake of his life had been allowing Yifeng to venture out for training. This young man was the most gifted prodigy he had ever encountered, and now, due to his own folly, he might meet his end. As a general tasked with subduing demons, would he merely return to collect his junior brother's remains? How could he explain such a failure to his master? The thought of it weighed heavily upon him, almost suffocating. Yifeng. Lu Buqian clenched his fists, a torrent of grief and fury threatening to spill over. Blue Wolf King, you are doomed. I shall personally slay you to avenge my junior brother. He vowed that. Regardless of where the Blue Wolf King might flee, to the ends of the earth or beyond the borders of Tiqian, he would pursue him relentlessly until death. In that moment, the token at Zhou Chuan's waist trembled suddenly. The next instant, a familiar voice, like a celestial melody, whispered in his ear. Hey, Zhou Chuan. Are you listening? Why have you been so silent? Lu Buqian was momentarily taken aback before abruptly halting his flight. The tremendous inertia caused Zhou Chuan to lose control, and he retched violently. Yifeng? Is that really you? Are you all right? Where are you? Lu Buqian, disregarding everything else, snatched the token, his voice trembling with urgency. On the other end, the boy's tone was casual. Oh, it's the general. I'm doing quite well, just a bit tired. That nonchalant statement was enough to finally ease Lu Buqian's anxious heart. He released a long breath, the highs and lows of life manifesting in this moment. It's good that you're safe. Good that you're safe. Lu Buqian murmured, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. And what of the Blue Wolf King? After fleeing for so long, you must be exhausted. I shall go avenge you at once. As he spoke, Lu Buqian's murderous aura surged once more. Just as well. Let him not escape. Yifeng's survival from the Blue Wolf King was already a stroke of fortune. He did not believe the youth had the capability to contend with the Blue Wolf King. When they last parted, the boy had merely reached the first stage of his true energy. It was unfathomable that he could handle the Wolf King. Even a few wolf cubs would likely prove overwhelming. Of course he is dead. What else could it be? The boy replied, somewhat puzzled. I know you're anxious. But please, let me finish. I've taken care of the entire Blue Wolf family, but I couldn't be bothered to report it to the Demon Subduing Division. Do you have any rare treasures on hand? Can you exchange these corpses for me? By the way, this whole matter was instigated by Zhou Chuan. So if there are any issues, you can direct your inquiries to him. Zhou Chuan. So you called me here just to take the blame? Lu Buqian's face shifted from pale to crimson, his heart racing. The Blue Wolf King is dead? That means Yifeng single-handedly slayed him. This was beyond mere genius. It defied description. A rare smile broke upon his face. Ah, master, taking Yifeng as your disciple was the wisest decision of your life. He reached into his ring, which contained precious medicines he had originally intended as a gift for the commander upon his return. Now, it seemed more fitting to offer them to his junior brother. Old Deng had been trapped in the law phase for centuries. Such medicine would be of little use to him. If given to Yifeng, who could say who the next commander might be? Chapter 79. The mere thought of not being invincible in the world filled him with anxiety. When Lu Wuqian arrived with Zhou Chuan, the youth was leaning against the massive carcass of a wolf. He was nearly engulfed by the soft fur. Sunlight filtering through the leaves above, casting a dappled glow upon him, evoking a languid and serene atmosphere. If one disregarded the wolf's lifeless head, this scene could indeed be deemed picturesque. Lu Wuqian's gaze swept the surroundings, and he formed a general judgment in his mind. It seemed that to defeat the Qing Wolf King, the young man had likely employed some secret technique, forcibly exhausting his potential. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, it would have been impossible to vanquish such a formidable demon. The Qing Wolf King had dominated Yunzhou for 3 millennia, relying not merely on instinct for fortune but also on his formidable strength. If it were otherwise, the Demon Subjugation Division would have dispatched skilled fighters to eliminate him long ago. How could he have remained at large until now? A smile graced Lu Wuqian's lips as he approached the youth, but for Yi Feng, the sensation was far from pleasant. In his perception, a terrifying creature, exponentially more powerful than the Qing Wolf King, was rapidly closing in on him. The intangible pressure felt as heavy as a mountain, nearly suffocating him. Danger. Utterly perilous. In an instant, his instincts flared to life. Clang. A dazzling blade of light erupted suddenly. Like a silver lightning bolt, it cleaved through the air, imbued with an indomitable sharpness, aimed directly at Lu Wuqian. Such strength. Even from a distance, Zhou Chuan could perceive the razor sharpness emanating from that blade of light. It was a terrifying force capable of severing anything, making his scalp tingle and every hair on his body stand on end. Yet, inexplicably, within that oppressive aura, there lingered a distinct demonic essence. In the face of such an assault, Lu Wuqian remained unfazed. He extended a finger, and a torrent of true energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The blade of light collided with the true energy, but instead of an explosion, the true energy enveloped the blade like flowing water, and in mere moments, what had initially appeared as a formidable strike melted away like ice. A general? Yi Feng suddenly realized, drenched in cold sweat. Having absorbed a significant amount of demonic power, his mindset had been affected. He instinctively reacted with aggression towards an entity far beyond his capabilities. It felt somewhat amiss. Raising his hand, he unleashed a wave of true energy. Thick black smoke surged skyward, laced with wisps of purple, creating a particularly eerie sight. Yi Feng, having absorbed a considerable amount of demonic energy, it had fused with his true energy, resulting in an unforeseen mutation. If he were to engage in combat henceforth, those unaware of his background might mistake him for a demon himself. Indeed, quite remarkable. This strike embodies the essence of the blade. Even a demon of mid-level true energy would likely struggle to withstand it. Your talent is not in the slightest inferior to that of the second senior brother. However, the color of your true energy is somewhat peculiar. Lu Wuqian's tone was filled with admiration, seemingly oblivious to the dense black aura. Yi Feng cleared his throat and promptly shifted the topic. General, I previously suggested exchanging these wolf demon corpses for rare materials. What are your thoughts? Lu Wuqian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Certainly, that can be arranged. However, I shall forego this achievement. I will privately reward you and also provide a formal acknowledgement. How does that sound? Such a favorable outcome? Yi Feng was somewhat taken aback and gratefully clasped his hands. Thank you, General. Since we are fellow disciples, there is no need for such formality. Simply calling me senior brother will suffice. Ahem. Then thank you, senior brother. Yi Feng clasped his hands, accepting the jade vial, scarcely glancing at its contents before hastily taking his leave. His figure flickered and vanished from sight. This young man is truly impatient. Lu Wuqian watched Yi Feng's retreating silhouette, shaking his head in resignation. He then turned to Zhou Chuan, leaping into the sky to follow closely behind. Upon returning to Min County, it was already dusk. At the government office, Wang Qimin had been waiting for quite some time. He held his cloak and insignia, his head bowed. Upon seeing Lu Wuqian return, Wang Qimin hurried forward a few steps, kneeling on both knees and raising the items above his head. General, I am guilty. Please punish me. Lu Wuqian's expression remained calm. Zhou Chuan had already clarified the crimes committed by this individual. After a moment of contemplation, he weighed his decision carefully. Considering your years of service to the Demon Subjugation Division and the numerous merits you have established, as well as your initiative in luring out the Qing Wolf King this time, your death sentence may be averted, but you cannot escape the punishment. You will surrender your insignia and guard this city for 50 years on behalf of the Demon Subjugation Division. After 50 years, should you wish to serve again, you may start anew as a school officer. Thank you for sparing my life, General. Wang Qimin, upon hearing this, felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, collapsing onto the ground. He placed the cloak and insignia down and turned to exit the office. The other officers were dealt with according to the law. By the time all judgments were rendered, night had fallen, leaving only 3 figures in the courtyard. This time, Yunzhou's elimination of this great menace is largely thanks to you. Junior brother, a great turmoil is approaching Yunzhou. You must grow swiftly, for this will grant the people of Yunzhou a glimmer of hope amidst the demon calamities. Lu Wuqian's tone was sincere, his gaze imbued with expectation. Yi Feng furrowed his brows, a hint of confusion evident. Though Yunzhou may not be prosperous, it is relatively stable among the 13 states of Deqian. Yet, Lu Wuqian's tone conveyed an urgent sense of impending collapse. General, Could it be that the demon lord from Dongya is on the verge of a breakthrough? Zhou Chuan's expression shifted in alarm, unable to contain his inquiry. Only a demon lord's breakthrough could incite such unrest across Yuzhou. Lu Buqian approached the window, gazing out at the darkening sky, deep concern reflected in his eyes. I sought aid from the court, but was met with refusal. Those masters of the Void Realm have their own matters to attend to. Even if Yunzhou were to fall, they would only consider reclaiming it once their affairs are concluded. Thus, we can only rely on ourselves. A heavy atmosphere pervaded the room, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. Yifeng lost the inclination for reminiscing, exchanging a few brief words before taking his leave. Alone in a chamber, he closed the door and windows, ensuring no one would disturb him. Yifeng sat cross-legged on the bed, inhaling deeply to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Name: Yifeng. Cultivation: 3rd stage of true energy. Martial skills: innate tyrant bow hand 2, great accomplishment. Inner power: true energy universal heart sutra, perfect. Points: 13,200. Is this enough to advance my inner power? Yifeng retrieved the demon core of the Qing Wolf King. Examining it closely, the core was the size of a fist, emanating a profound dark green hue. The demonic energy contained within was far stronger than any he had encountered before, surpassing them by several fold. In this world, the strong abound. There are heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people. With demons rampant, I must exert myself to elevate my cultivation. A wave of anxiety washed over Yifeng as he extracted a pill the size of a longan from the jade vial. The pill was a vibrant red, exuding a rich medicinal aroma that invigorated the senses. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved upon entry, transforming into a warm stream that coursed through his body. Yifeng felt as though his body had been ignited by flames. Every cell rejoiced, eagerly absorbing the medicinal potency. System: upgrade the Universal Heart Sutra. Chapter 80. Ascending in one step, achieving perfect true chi. Ding. Are you ready to advance Puxian Heart Sutra? Detected high-quality demon core. Reducing 40 of the deduction for deduction consumption. Such a significant reduction? Yifeng's eyelids twitched and his breath quickened, though he had mentally prepared himself. The actual results still left him somewhat astonished. The points consumed for the system's deductions were no trivial matter. A single high-quality demon core could save him thousands of points. Consequently, the plan to hunt the River God and the Fox Immortal should be prioritized. After all, points are always beneficial in abundance. Ding. Commencing advancement. With the aid of 9 refinements elixir, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged within you, significantly enhancing your cultivation speed under the influence of the medicinal power. You have gained a buff. Cultivation speed increased by 30. Consuming 3,000 points, your celestial gate stabilizes to an extraordinary level, communicating with heaven and earth. Beginning to forge a golden body above the celestial gate, as boundless spiritual energy floods into your body, your true chi like a dragon. Penetrating the major acupoints of your spine, you have broken through to the 5th layer of true chi realm, consuming 3,000 points. Having opened the ancestral aperture in your forehead, your understanding of heaven and earth deepens, and you finally grasp the truth between life and death, reversing the universe. All laws extinguished. You have broken through to the 7th layer of true chi realm, consuming 3,000 points, unraveling the mysteries of life and death, sinking then floating. Growing stronger through destruction, nearing the supreme state of Buddha's nirvana. Advancement successful. True Chi Puxian Heart Sutra Condensing Gang Great Nirvana Method 1. Major achievement. You have broken through to the 9th layer of True Chi realm. The construction of your 9 celestial gates is complete. True Chi like a dragon, connecting heaven and earth. In an instant, Yifeng completed the construction of the 9 celestial gates within his body, as boundless True Chi surged through the golden celestial gates. His breath climbed steadily, reaching the pinnacle of the True Chi realm in an instant. Boom. The entire Minjiang County began to tremble violently. It felt as if an ancient beast was awakening. The mountains shook, the forest seas roiled, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth churned violently like boiling water. In Dine County, Yaobi City, Yiyang City, countless people merely needed to look up to witness the extraordinary phenomenon stretching for dozens of miles, ascending from the horizon. A colossal beam of light pierced the clouds, illuminating the entire night sky. This spectacle was utterly astonishing. Is this aura, could it be him? Impossible. How could this be? Lu Buqian could no longer articulate his feelings at this moment. The rising aura defied reason, completely exceeding his comprehension. How could anyone in this world break through so many realms in such a short time? His mind was blank, filled only with endless shock and disbelief. Initially, he thought it was already astonishing that Yifeng could reach the 3rd layer of True Chi realm at such a young age. Yet now, it seemed he had vastly underestimated him. He had previously mentioned waiting for decades to undergo refinement in Zhangzhou, but now it seemed, decades? No, just a few days. There are 10 opportunities in Yunzhou. I personally don't mind, but how can I persuade my senior brothers and sisters to yield theirs? Lu Buqian began to contemplate. This youth possesses unparalleled talent, akin to a deity descending to the mortal realm. Can mere mortals comprehend the refinement of Marrow in Zhangzhou? It would be better to have it all for Yifeng. Zhou Chuan was already so frightened that he began to mumble incoherently, slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant. The speed of the opponent's cultivation had begun to make him question his entire existence. He even started to doubt the significance of his years of arduous training. In a room in Minhong County, someone was still striving to break through, surrounded by a halo. Yifeng, enveloped in a golden aura, radiated light that illuminated the entire room as if it were midday. True Qi surged like a roaring river, rushing upwards through the 9 celestial gates. With each breakthrough, endless spiritual energy converged, transforming into golden runes, branding his meridians and bones. Is this truly the limit? Yifeng furrowed his brows, sensing the gradually calming True Qi within him, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Not only was he unable to reach the condensing gang realm, but he hadn't even achieved perfect True Qi. System, is this your limit? Too weak. You disappoint me. Continue to allocate points. Ding. Your resolve and determination are unparalleled in the world. The system must exert itself, commencing full-scale deduction. Consuming 3,600 points. Beginning to deduce Great Nirvana method. Deduction in progress. Deduction complete. Great Nirvana method perfected. You have ascended to perfect True Qi, officially stepping into the extraordinary realm. As the final line of text appeared, Yifeng felt an indescribable, terrifying power erupting from deep within his dantian, like a volcanic eruption, or the Milky Way reversing its flow. Boundless True Qi surged and roared, instantly breaking through all restraints, flowing throughout his limbs and bones. The already resilient body was now being reinforced at an incredible speed. Every muscle, every bone was undergoing transformation. Power, inexhaustible power, stretching his muscles casually. A mere hint of his aura caused the entire courtyard to tremble slightly. Is this what perfect True Qi feels like? Feeling the vast and formidable power within him, his mood became exceptionally light. He was merely a step away from the condensing gang realm. One cannot help but be captivated by the tangible sense of security that comes with the increase in strength. The anxiety previously caused by the situation in Yunzhou vanished without a trace. However, this also meant his points were running low. Yifeng's gaze fell upon the now dull and lifeless demon core in his hand, somewhat astonished. Qing Wolf King, I shall remember your favor. At that moment, he felt a sense of something, his gaze shifting towards the door. Come in. As soon as the words fell, the door was gently pushed open. Lu Buqian walked in slowly, his eyes landing on the youth, his throat dry and throat tight. Recalling their first encounter when the boy had merely achieved innate perfection, it was astonishing that after just one night of rest, he had broken through to the True Qi realm. Who could have imagined that a trip to Bayou City would lead him to achieve perfect True Qi as if it were child's play? In total, it had been less than a month. The cultivation of this youth was nearly catching up to him. Lu Buqian struggled to calm the shock within him and tentatively asked, Junior Brother Yi, what is your current cultivation level? Perfect True Qi, Yifeng replied calmly, without any intention of hiding the truth. There was nothing to conceal. He intended to inquire about matters related to the condensing gang realm. Within the Demon Suppression Division, there were numerous generals. They must have accumulated considerable experience and breakthroughs. It would be prudent to gather information in advance to prepare for his future ascension. Perfect True Qi, so it is. Lu Buqian chuckled dryly, his facial muscles somewhat stiff. In truth, he had already made a rough assessment upon sensing the earth-shattering phenomenon and pressure earlier. However, hearing the youth admit it himself was an entirely different matter. This was simply too extraordinary. As a general of the Demon Suppression Division, Lu Buqian had traversed the world with the commander over the years, witnessing numerous talents. Yet, he had never encountered a genius like this. He could only admit that he truly could not comprehend this world of unparalleled prodigies. Once upon a time, he too was a renowned prodigy in the Great Qian. But upon witnessing Yifeng, he felt a sense of bitterness akin to that of a frog at the bottom of a well. Lu Buqian sighed lightly, pouring himself a cup of tea and drinking it in one gulp. Since that is the case, will you still enter the secret realm? Yifeng was somewhat taken aback. To inquire whether he would enter after knowing his cultivation level? It seemed the secret realm was not simple. Chapter 81. Immediately tell me your name and address. It seems that this secret realm harbors some dangers. Yifeng inquired, considering that if even Lu Buqian felt apprehensive, it was indeed wise to contemplate entering the realm. Danger? What danger? Lu Buqian responded, momentarily taken aback, his hand holding the teacup pausing slightly. A look of confusion crossing his face. I just explored it, and inside are merely spiritual herbs suitable for those at the innate stage. They would be of little use to you, hence my inquiry, to spare you a fruitless trip. Yifeng, so all this time, it turns out he believed my strength too formidable to utilize anything inside. I had thought there might be unparalleled masters or terrifying beasts within. Is that so? Then, brother, could you spare me some of those spiritual herbs? Yifeng asked. Though he had no use for them personally, Zhao Hu and the others could certainly benefit. They had been through quite a lot recently, making it a fitting reward to bring some herbs back. Spiritual herbs? Lu Buqian's expression shifted to one of difficulty. Junior Brother Yi, what do you need those herbs for? If you truly require them, I have some stock here. While they may not be as aged as those in the secret realm, they are still of decent quality. That is acceptable. Yifeng nodded, not overly picky. However, he found it peculiar why he was not allowed to harvest in the secret realm. Very well, please wait a moment. I shall have someone fetch them for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Buqian felt a sense of relief. Those individuals were quite significant. Should Yifeng become aware, given his temperament, he might rush in without a second thought. Thankfully, he had not let anything slip. I shall take my leave now. In the future, we should gather in Yundu when the opportunity arises. Agreed. Yifeng waved dismissively, casually inquiring, by the way, brother? May I ask why one cannot harvest medicinal herbs in the secret realm? The passage to the secret realm is unstable. Lu Buqian replied instinctively, his tone natural, as it was the most convincing rationale, being a common occurrence in such realms. After all, secret realms rely on miniature worlds for existence. A moment's carelessness could lead to their complete collapse. Yet, the youth's previously nonchalant demeanor suddenly darkened. Brother, you may be deceiving yourself, but fooling me serves no purpose. Yifeng's voice bore an oppressive weight, and as his words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the room chilled instantly. Lu Buqian stiffened. He suddenly recalled that Yifeng had previously encountered Wang Qiming, so he must have acquired knowledge about the secret realm from him. His reasoning was, indeed, rather lacking. Brother, what is truly going on? Why can we not enter the secret realm? Yifeng's voice was calm yet carried an inherent authority. He regarded the secret realm with utmost seriousness. He had previously learned from Wang Qiming that this realm was stable. The likelihood of sudden instability was negligible. While it may lack high-tier spiritual herbs, why was he barred from even entering? A justification was due. Junior brother, some matters are better left unclear. In any case, I shall provide you with the spiritual herbs, so why the need for this? Lu Buqian's voice grew hoarse, and his gaze began to waver. I am listening. Yifeng remained unmoved. The other man was on the verge of inscribing "Do not ask further" on his forehead. It was evident that a significant figure had claimed the secret realm. If that were the case, the issue became one of individuals, and thus, resolving the matter with them would suffice. So the inevitable cannot be escaped? Lu Buqian had hesitated but, under Yifeng's increasingly piercing gaze, finally steeled himself. Do you recall that encounter in Yundu with the woman Lan Qingmu? She is utterly unreasonable. That Lan Qingmu even sought her cousin to trouble you. And from my observation, she is not here for friendly reasons, lingering near the secret realm and inquiring about your whereabouts. Thus, I hope you refrain from entering. To avoid unnecessary complications. You are still young. There is no need to clash with these aristocratic families. Once your strength increases further, these troubles will dissipate. Lu Buqian concluded. Studying Yifeng's reaction, he bore no fear of the Lan family, as he too was a general of demon suppression, backed by a commanding officer. However, Yifeng was not yet ready. Despite his rapid advancement, he still fell short compared to those seasoned powers. For now, it is wise to endure. And when one's strength is sufficient, revenge can wait. Interesting. What is that person's name? Where are they now? Yifeng chuckled softly, sensing that this scenario had indeed unfolded as expected. Since they bore ill intent, he felt no need to be courteous. To hear the truth at dawn is worth the sacrifice of an evening's life. Lu Buqian noticed the youth's expression was devoid of murderous intent, instead reflecting curiosity, which eased his heart somewhat. It seemed Yifeng had not succumbed to blind rage. That person is Lan Elzhou, the most talented of the previous generation of the Lan family. It is said she broke through to the true Qi realm by the age of 30, and now, after several decades, her strength has undoubtedly grown. Though she may not yet have reached the condensation realm, she is not far from it. When I arrived, I saw her lingering at the entrance of the secret realm. She has likely already entered by now. Yifeng pondered upon hearing this. He wondered how many points a warrior of such caliber could provide him. After all, the points awarded by warriors were typically modest. Yet, any reward, no matter how small, was better than none. Understood. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Yifeng stepped out, his figure soaring skyward, disappearing into the vast night in an instant. Lu Buqian stood dumbfounded, mouth agape, rendered speechless for quite some time. He can fly? Isn't he merely at the true Qi realm? Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, the mountain wind howled, rustling the woman's garments, producing a sharp sound. She stood quietly atop the mountain, cradling a sword of purest white in her arms. Sister, how shall we teach Yifeng a lesson? Lan Qingmu, with nothing to occupy her time, casually crushed several spiritual herbs beneath her feet. She slightly turned her head, her gaze toward the woman beside her filled with fervor. Lan Elzhou, the most formidable genius of the previous generation of the Lan family, known as the White Jade Sword. In her youth, she single-handedly entered the 10,000 Great Mountains, battling ferocious beasts for a full 5 years. Just when everyone believed she had perished in the belly of a monster, Lan Elzhou returned triumphantly, bearing the head of a true Qi realm demon king. That battle solidified her position within the Lan family and made the name White Jade Sword resonate throughout Yuzhou. Of course, we will kill him. Lan Elzhou spoke coolly. In our Lan family, we seek vengeance without exception. How could we make an exception for a mere boy at the true Qi realm? Moreover, this time, the general has lost his mind by selecting such a boy as his disciple. Each year, countless lives are lost, and precious resources are consumed in our battles against demons. All to protect those worthless commoners. Rather than squander resources on their protection, it would be more prudent to coexist with the demons. Upon hearing this, Lan Qingmu exhibited no surprise, instead wearing an expression of understanding. The Lan family was part of the pacifist faction, advocating coexistence with demons. The selection of disciples by the general was evidently not in their interest. 17 years old, true Qi first stage. This information was directly from Lan Qingmu, conveyed within a month at most, ensuring its accuracy. To send a late-stage true Qi warrior such as herself to confront an opponent demonstrates a considerable level of seriousness. A fourth-tier warrior, not yet 18. Lan El Zhou sighed softly, truly a prodigy in martial arts reflecting on her own past. Breaking through to the true Qi realm by 30 was already a remarkable feat, hailed as a genius seldom seen in a century. Having idled away 6 decades, she had only just managed to reach the 8th level of true Qi. Consequently, she was acutely aware of the terrifying potential of her adversary. If fate were kind, Yifeng would likely be the next commanding officer. Therefore, he must meet his demise. Chapter 82. This man is adaptable and has a path to death. As a whirlwind of chaos enveloped him, Yifeng felt the scenery before him shift rapidly. When his vision finally regained clarity, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Surrounding him were towering, ancient trees, exotic flowers and grasses blanketing the ground. In a mist of spiritual energy, resembling a celestial paradise. Truly a secret realm, it was indeed a splendid place. Yifeng marveled at the sight, but his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on a distant mountain peak. A formidable aura was being released with unabashed intensity, standing out like a beacon in the night. This presence was both domineering and fierce, with an unmasked intent to kill. Roar. Not only do you not flee, but you also dare to provoke me? He mused. A cold smile gracing his lips. Perfect, I was just pondering how to find you. This certainly simplifies matters. With a surge of power beneath his feet, the air exploded around him, waves of force rolling as he stepped into the sky, his garments billowing as if riding the wind. In mere breaths, he traversed several miles, landing firmly atop the mountain. Atop the peak, the wind howled fiercely. Lan Qingmu approached gracefully, her smile radiant as she moved towards Yifeng. Young friend Yi, it has been a long time. I have heard of your recent achievements. Truly a young hero has emerged. As she spoke, she extended her hand, seemingly to shake his. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, stepping forward, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. A series of sonic booms erupted, echoing like distant thunder. In the next moment, he reappeared before her, his right hand darting out like lightning, clasping her delicate hand that resembled white jade. Lan Qingmu's pupils constricted. His speed surpassed their last encounter by more than tenfold. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng's fingers tightened. Boom! Lan Qingmu's body spun away at an incredible velocity. Akin to a top, colliding with boulders and trees, reducing them to dust. Ultimately, her body crashed into the mountainside, causing rocks to collapse and dust to billow, shaking the very summit itself. Yifeng looked down, still holding a severed, white arm. Discarding it casually, blood flowed freely. He then lifted his foot, forcefully kicking a massive boulder weighing hundreds of pounds. The stone flew with tremendous force, like a cannonball, smashing into the mountainside. Boom! A dull impact resonated from within the mountain, accompanied by the sound of suppressed coughing. That last strike had landed squarely on Lan Qingmu's chest. Yifeng's indifferent voice rang out atop the mountain. It seems I have shown you too much leniency. Do you think you can feign innocence before me? It is too late to beg for mercy now. No one shall escape today. Upon hearing this, Lan Qingmu felt as though she had plunged into an icy chasm. What level of cultivation did he possess? How could he be so powerful? This strength far exceeded her comprehension, even overturning her understanding of martial arts. Stop! Lan Zhu exclaimed in shock. What is wrong with this person? He resorts to deadly force over a mere disagreement. Is there no law here? An unparalleled sword energy erupted, transforming into a sea of blood, surging toward Yifeng, attempting to force him into a defensive stance. Do you expect me to cease simply because you command it? That would be quite undignified, Yifeng scoffed, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight once more. In the next instant, he stood before Lan Qingmu again. Her chest caved in, ribs shattered, internal organs severely damaged, blood gushing from her mouth, staining her garment crimson. Her eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Cough, cough, cough. Lan Qingmu coughed violently, her gaze unfocused, her breath barely perceptible. You. How is this possible? It can't be. You. Bang. Yifeng raised his right foot, unleashing an overwhelming force that struck her neck. In Lan Zhu's horrified gaze, Lan Qingmu's neck twisted at a grotesque angle, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Kill a congenital realm martial artist, gain 400 points. Facing the dazzling sword light, Yifeng did not even blink, casually extending his palm. Without employing any martial techniques, the sheer density of his true energy was sufficient to crush everything in its path. True energy practitioners possess levels, and he had already forged his way to the pinnacle of the 9th level, standing at the apex of true energy cultivation. The seemingly light strike concealed a terrifying might capable of shattering mountains. His palm unleashed a sonic boom, compressing the air into roaring white waves that surged toward Lan Zhu. The sword light did not even manage to stir a single drop of water before being entirely engulfed by the overwhelming white energy. Lan Zhu gritted her teeth, desperately channeling her true energy. Her entire being surged as she unleashed a punch. This was the culmination of her life's efforts, an all-out strike. Boom. The two opposing forces collided with a thunderous roar. Lan Zhu's energy was instantly crushed like fragile tofu. Crack. The distinct sound of shattering bones echoed. Her graceful figure was sent flying, tracing an arc through the air before crashing into multiple mountain peaks. Boom. Lan Zhu crawled out of the rubble, her arm twisted grotesquely. Bone shards piercing through her skin, blood pouring forth. The intense pain surged like a tidal wave, contorting her delicate features into a horrifying grimace. The frigid true energy seeped into her wounds, shattering her meridians as it passed. He is only at the first level of true energy? Is this truly the first level? Lan Longzhu was filled with dread. Struggling to lift her head, she gazed up at the figure approaching with slow, deliberate steps. She forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, trembling as she spoke. I admit, I was in the wrong earlier. I should not have attacked you. But there was no need for such severity, was there? I apologize and promise never to provoke you again. Yifeng let out a sneer. This woman was indeed capable of bending and stretching. Just moments ago, she was fierce and murderous, and now she was kneeling in submission without hesitation. Her nature was ruthless. She was no benign character. She would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future and could not be spared. As for the Lan family's revenge, Yifeng cared not a whit. If they were truly that formidable, would they need to concern themselves with the general and come to seize his position? This indicated their weakness, thus he need not pretend any longer. They would do well to keep sending people, it would save him the trouble of hunting down demons. Yifeng suddenly exerted his strength, gripping her tousled hair, dragging her from the rubble with brutal force. Why must you be so aggressive? Lan Longzhu, bloodied and disheveled, spoke with a tone heavy with grievance. Are you not aware of the power of the Lan family? Do you not fear our relentless revenge? Yifeng looked down at her from his elevated position, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You came to this secret realm precisely because it is a small world where matters cannot be investigated. Did you truly think I needed to spell that out for you? When you decided to kill me, you should have considered that those who kill will inevitably be killed. Yifeng's palms surged with true energy as he raised his hand in a swift motion. In an instant, dark true energy enveloped Lan Longzhu. The protective barrier crumbled before the black true energy, disintegrating like paper, unable to withstand even a second before turning to ash. Ah! Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the valley. Kill a true energy realm martial artist. Gain 2,500 points. Chapter 83. The offerings have been prepared. It is time to commence the next instance. Within the secret realm, the clamor subsided into tranquility. Yifeng casually plucked a few relatively intact spirit herbs and began to rummage through the bodies. Last time, he spared her life. Only to have her gather accomplices for an assassination attempt, an utterly foolish choice. If he did not seize something of value from the fallen, he would feel at a loss. After a cursory search, however, no hint of elation graced Yifeng's countenance. Turning the bodies over revealed little more than a few foundational martial arts manuals and some medicinal herbs for healing. One inner strength manual, pertaining to the true Qi realm, possessed some worth, yet to him, these items were akin to mere scraps of paper. Damn the Lan family, are they truly this destitute? Should I take both bodies and storm into Yunda to raid the Lan family? Yifeng exhaled a sigh of frustration and was about to leave the secret realm when an instinct stirred within him, prompting his gaze toward the exit. Buzz, the air shimmered as if disturbed, followed by the voice of Lu Buqian. Yifeng, I am coming in. Is it convenient for you? Yifeng pondered briefly. Realizing this matter could not remain concealed, and softly replied, Please enter. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Buqian's figure materialized within the secret realm. With a single step, he appeared before Yifeng. The sight that greeted him was one of devastation. The ground was fissured, boulders had tumbled, and enormous chasms crisscrossed the landscape. Two dismembered corpses lay amidst the rubble, their ghastly state rendering them nearly unrecognizable. He frowned slightly, his gaze lingering on the bodies before he asked in a somber tone. What happened to these two? Yifeng shrugged innocently, spreading his hands. I have no idea. They were like this when I arrived. Perhaps they fell by accident? Lu Buqian's lips twitched. Even now, he feigned ignorance. This lad truly had audacity, willing to slay anyone. Lu Buqian crushed the two bodies into powder with his vital energy. Exclaiming helplessly, You are far too impulsive. Do you know who she was? Yifeng replied nonchalantly, I know, someone from the Lan family. Is that all? Yes. Lu Buqian was momentarily stunned, his forehead twitching. You killed her without knowing her identity? Have you ever heard of the Northern Earth King? Yifeng shook his head. Lu Buqian was rendered speechless, rubbing his temples with a sigh, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. This lad was truly a trouble magnet. He massaged his brow and began to explain, Forget it. You have never left Yunzhou, so it is understandable. The commander of Shiwezhou in the north is known as the Northern Earth King. Lan Longzhu is his daughter-in-law. Do you comprehend now? Their wedding was just recently arranged. And by killing her, you have directly offended the Northern Earth King. He is ruthless and unforgiving. Her fiancé is the youngest elder of the esteemed Jinyu Dao, having entered the condensing Qi realm before the age of 70. As he spoke, a hint of envy appeared on Lu Buqian's face. Once a martial artist surpasses the true Qi realm, the path of cultivation becomes a treacherous endeavor, with each step fraught with difficulty, regardless of one's extraordinary talent. Reaching the threshold of the condensing Qi realm around the age of 80 is a commendable achievement. As for himself, nearing 90, he had only attained the second level of the condensing Qi realm. However, considering Yifeng's rapid ascension, perhaps it was better left unsaid. One cannot compare humans with beasts. He was not concerned that Yifeng would struggle in the future with the lad's talent. Surpassing that elder was merely a matter of time. What worried him was the present. This youth had enjoyed an unbroken string of victories since his debut. He had never faced any setbacks. Should he stumble now and his mindset falter, it would spell trouble. The path of martial arts places immense importance on one's mental state. Sometimes, a single crushing defeat can shatter a genius. I understand, Yifeng replied calmly, his expression unchanged. He was acutely aware of what Lu Buqian was worried about. Had it been anyone else facing the wrath of a formidable figure, they would likely be kept awake at night in terror. Yet, Yifeng remained unfazed. If he could not contend now, he would wait until he could. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will keep it in mind. Since there is nothing further for me here, I shall take my leave. Yifeng clasped his hands in gratitude. Lu Buqian shook his head, flicking his fingers to unleash a stream of vital energy that swiftly erased the traces of battle from the ground. He hoped to buy his junior brother some time. The Northern Earth King was not to be trifled with. All he could do was hope Yifeng would break through quickly. Otherwise, trouble would surely follow. The events within the secret realm concluded, and Yifeng soared through the air, the wind howling past his ears as the mountains and rivers below rushed by. The return journey was unexpectedly serene, with no foolish beasts daring to confront him. Perhaps the news of the Green Wolf King's demise had spread, causing the demons along the way to restrain their auras in fear of provoking this harbinger of doom. Upon reaching Bayou City, Zhao Hu and the others awaited him eagerly at the city gate. What brings you here? Zhao Hu exchanged glances with his companions, offering a wry smile. Instructor, news of your slaying of the Green Wolf King has spread throughout all of Yuzhou. The higher-ups have specifically commended you, so of course we are aware. Yifeng nodded, his gaze falling upon a towering figure beside him. This man, clad in a brocade robe, could not hide his robust frame. His rugged face bore an undeniable ferocity. Clearly a formidable character. And who might this be? Oh, this is Elder Zheng Tang from the Earth Immortal Society. He was the one who purchased your artifact last time. Zhao Hu quickly introduced. Instructor Yi, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Zhang Tang extended his hand, appraising Yifeng from head to toe. His aura was sharp, and the lingering scent of blood suggested he had slain numerous demons to accrue such a presence. The unmasked hostility in his demeanor only enhanced his impression of Yifeng. He detested dealing with those who wielded power through cunning. It was exhausting and unsatisfying. What brings you to me? Yifeng cut to the chase, uninterested in pleasantries. The Earth Immortal Society was known for its lawlessness, with many members originating from treasure-seeking backgrounds. This man likely belonged to that ilk, and his visit was surely of significant import. Indeed, a straightforward individual. I appreciate that. Zhang Tang found Yifeng refreshing and wasted no time. He produced a jade box from his sleeve and tossed it to Yifeng. Instructor Yi, this is the 1000-gene treasure leaf. I owe it to you, as it was your artifact that allowed me to fend off those adversaries on Eam Mountain and seize the treasure. I, Zheng Tang, was raised by the members of the Earth Immortal Society after being cast out by my family, who denied me even a place in the family tree. My intent is simple. I wish to establish a branch of the Earth Immortal Society in Bayou City to bolster its strength. Of course, we will avoid any overtly illegal activities. We understand the rules of the game. What do you think? Yifeng accepted the jade box, wrapping it in his vital energy to reveal a narrow opening. Instantly, an overwhelming essence of spiritual energy surged forth, as if he had stepped into an ethereal realm. Within the box lay a gleaming array of golden leaves, intricately adorned with delicate patterns, appearing as if they had been fashioned by nature itself, gently quivering with life. Yifeng nodded slightly. This spirit herb was indeed remarkable. For an ordinary True Qi realm warrior, it could facilitate a breakthrough to the next minor realm. Unfortunately, for him, it was of limited significance. Having achieved perfection in the True Qi realm, he still found himself at a loss on how to advance into the condensing Qi realm. Regardless of how much spiritual energy is infused into the acupoints, the energy C within the Dantian remains unresponsive. It appears that, apart from venturing to the central planes for A-soul refinement, there are no other avenues for breakthrough at this moment. Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of helplessness. However, the precious 1000-gene leaf is not entirely without merit. He recalled that Yuxian had mentioned her intention to use this item to celebrate the longevity of the nine-tailed fox immortal. Now, with both the person and the object at hand, it is indeed the perfect opportunity to pay a visit to the venerable elder. After all, living for so long must have been quite arduous. With a plan forming in his mind, Yifeng turned to Zheng Tang and spoke slowly. Very well. I shall accept this item. As for establishing a hall in Bayou City, you may handle that as you see fit. As long as it remains within the bounds of legality, I am more than willing to assist you with any troubles that may arise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tang's face lit up with joy, his smile nearly stretching to his ears. Initially, he had been concerned that Yifeng's affiliation with the Demon Suppression Department might lead him to harbor biases against the Celestial sect. To his surprise, this gentleman proved to be far more magnanimous than he had anticipated. Rubbing his hands together, Zhang Tang chuckled. Thank you, Head Instructor Yu. Please, carry on with your affairs. I shall take my leave now. This recent treasure hunt has cost me quite a few brothers, and I must attend to their families. With that, the two parted ways. Yifeng turned to Zhao Hu, inquiring, Has Yuxian returned? Please summon her. I have matters to discuss. Chapter 84. So you're the Fox Immortal? Lord. Zhao Hu led Yuxian into the room, and Yuxian performed a curtsy, adopting a humble posture, having already met Lu Buqian. She was well aware of the young man's background and relinquished her last shred of delusion. Now, this young instructor was displaying his talent but still lacked power, making it the perfect time to show loyalty. If she waited until he had immense power, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to add to his glory. Yufeng set down his teacup, his gaze fixed on Yu Xian. Since she had returned unharmed, her identity and origins had likely been vetted by the Demon Suppression Division, posing no issues. Didn't you say you were going to use the precious 1,000-weight leaf to celebrate the Fox Immortal's birthday? Do you know where that old fox's lair is? Lord, do you intend to take the Fox Immortal's life? Yu Xian asked, startled. That Fox Immortal was not a demon within the Great Qian borders, but had returned after studying at the Myriad Demon Hall, possessing extremely cunning methods. She remained in Great Qian merely to enjoy offerings, given Yufeng's past ruthlessness towards demons. Yu Xian did not believe he was going to celebrate the Fox Immortal's birthday, but rather to end her life. Yufeng crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, tacitly confirming her suspicion. He hadn't expected the Fox Immortal to have such an impressive background. Being from the Myriad Demon Hall, she surely had a legitimate lineage. No wonder her fox spirits were so different from other demons. He wondered how many points he would get for killing this old fox. Seeing Yufeng's demeanor, Yu Xian felt even more uneasy. After hesitating, she steeled herself and advised. Lord, the Fox Immortal's background is not simple. Even the Demon Suppression Division usually gives her some leeway. If you act rashly, I fear the higher-ups will be displeased. Yu Xian's words were tactful, but her meaning was clear. The Fox Immortal was no ordinary demon. If the Myriad Demon Hall investigated, Yufeng might not be able to withstand it. If the Demon Suppression Division won't do it, what about the Demon Hunters? Yufeng produced a token. Speaking calmly, the Demon Suppression Division was primarily focused on maintaining stability and was less likely to proactively hunt down demons, so their strategies tended to be conservative. But Demon Hunters were different. They had fewer restrictions, and if they could kill, it was considered their skill. Yu Xian looked troubled, hesitating before finally gritting her teeth. The Fox Immortal's birthday banquet is in the next few days. Since things have come to this, I will take you there, Lord. Very well, I appreciate it. As night fell, the mountains were shrouded in mist. Exquisite pavilions were nestled among the verdant foliage, appearing and disappearing. At midnight, the mountain was brightly lit, illuminating the entire area. At the foot of the mountain, crowds surged, numbering at least several hundred. This Fox Immortal has quite the reputation. With so many people, including humans, Yufeng was surprised by the lively scene before him. He had initially thought that only demons would attend the banquet. Unexpectedly, many humans were mixed in as well. Yufeng had deliberately changed out of his Demon Suppression Division uniform and donned an embroidered brocade robe. Already tall and handsome, he now appeared even more debonair and imposing. Many young women secretly glanced at him, their faces flushed with shyness. If Yu Xian hadn't been by his side, some would have approached him. Lord, Master Yi, most people, apart from the Great Qian court, are not so hostile towards demons. Some even mingle with them. For example, the former Qiang kingdom was co-ruled by demons and humans. Yu Xian stood beside Yufeng, explaining softly. She feared that Yufeng might suddenly start a massacre. Hearing this, Yufeng's gaze swept over the demons and humans. His breathing became heavy, and his chest rose and fell slightly. These were all walking points. But to avoid alerting the enemy, he had to be patient. After all, the Fox Immortal had cunning methods and might possess some powerful escape techniques. If she escaped, it would be a great loss. Yufeng suppressed his inner turmoil, his gaze fixed on the palace atop the mountain. Having sent the precious 1,000-weight leaf, he should be able to secure a meeting. If not, he would have to draw his sword and fight his way from the entrance to the summit. As Yufeng's gaze fell upon the magnificent palace on the summit, a nine-tailed phantom slowly descended from the moon. The phantom dissipated, revealing a woman in a gorgeous palace gown, appearing to be in her early 20s, with captivating beauty. Precious 1,000-weight leaf. The Fox Immortal's vermilion lips parted slightly. Her voice soft and enchanting, capable of enthralling anyone. She extended her slender fingers, and the jade box flew in from outside the hall. The box opened, and a golden light shimmered, revealing a crystal-clear leaf lying quietly within, exuding a rich spiritual energy. Indeed, a fine treasure. Let them in. The Fox Immortal's eyes showed satisfaction, and she lightly lifted the chin of the man before her with her slender toes. The man's face instantly flushed, and white vapor continuously escaped from his mouth and nose. His originally strong and sturdy body rapidly withered, his muscles atrophying, his skin shriveling, as if drained of moisture. In moments, he was nothing but skin and bones. A horrifying sight. Two maids in light gauze walked forward, skillfully dragging the corpse away. Demoness, you will suffer a terrible death. A captain in the Demon Suppression Division uniform, his eyes wide with rage, cursed at the Fox Immortal. He was immobilized by several silver needles, forced to watch his comrade being drained into a dried husk. Hehehe. The Fox Immortal giggled. Exterminate? With you? A bunch of watchdogs who only stay in the city? The surrounding maids also giggled, filled with mockery and disdain. The Fox Immortal was a powerful demon who had studied at the Myriad Demon Hall, possessing extraordinary abilities. Even the Demon Suppression Division had to be wary of her. As long as she was around, the Demon Suppression Division could only cower in the city, not daring to leave the city gates. How could they offend the mistress for the sake of a few captains? Mistress, this birthday banquet is too grand. What if those Demon Suppression Division guys sneak in? A maid hesitated, her brows furrowed with worry. Worry about what? A bunch of chickens and dogs. The Fox Immortal sipped her fragrant tea, her eyes flitting about, not caring at all. The experts of Yun Province had all been transferred to support the neighboring Hai Province. The only one worth mentioning was the Demon Suppression General Lu Buqian, merely at the second level of the realm. I really don't care about it. What I cultivate is the myriad demon hall secret art of the external Fate Core, and my demonic power is comparable to 10 realm cultivators. As long as the Yun Province General doesn't return, I am invincible in Yun Province. If the Demon Suppression Division dares to harm even one member of my Fox clan, I will kill 100 to repay them. If there is a next time, I will kill 1,000. I want to see how many people the Demon Suppression Division has to kill. Hearing this, the Demon Suppression Captain controlled by Silver Needles turned ashen. The Fox Immortal rose, walked to the captain, and reached out to stroke his cheek, her eyes filled with pity. Unfortunately, you're not handsome enough. Or I might have let you live a few more days. Just then, a crisp voice came from outside the hall, reporting to the mistress, Yushin, who sent the precious 1,000-weight leaf, request an audience. Oh, let her in. The Fox Immortal's face was filled with nonchalance. If it weren't for the spiritual herb, she wouldn't bother seeing these lowly humans. Surely, to meet her, they would be driven mad, right? Casually raising her head, her gaze swept across the hall door, and she was struck by lightning. 2 figures walked into the hall. The woman possessed an unremarkable appearance. Yet the man behind her evoked an immediate sense of urgency in the fox spirit, causing her legs to involuntarily rub together. Having encountered countless men, she had never before laid eyes on one so imbued with primal allure as the man before her. A longing surged within her. You, huff, huff. The fox spirit's complexion flushed, and she stepped forward with excitement radiating from her countenance. What is your name, handsome young man? What brings you here? Yushuan discreetly retreated a few steps, wary of being splattered with blood. Yifeng's gaze fell upon the face of the young officer, and with an expression devoid of emotion, he extended his hand to grasp the other's. I am Yifeng, and you must be called Fox Spirit, correct? How do you wish to meet your demise? Before his words had fully resonated, an overwhelming aura of terror suddenly descended upon them. Chapter 85. The malevolent demonic being the vast torrent magnified in the eyes of the Fox Immortal, her pupils resembling a great sun. Her expression shifted abruptly as she struck her palm against her waist, the soul-binding bell. With a resonant hum, a palm-sized bronze bell suddenly soared from her waist, radiating brilliant light. The bell's phantom enveloped the Fox Immortal in an instant. The youth's fist, embodying the might of the heavens and earth, descended like a collapsing mountain, causing the very heavens to shatter. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the cosmos. The fist collided violently with the bell's shadow, unleashing a blinding brilliance. In the next moment, the grand hall was reduced to ashes. Countless little foxes disintegrated under the overwhelming surge of true energy, leaving not a trace behind. A pitch-black beam of light shot skyward, staining the entire heavens in inky darkness. The world fell into a profound silence. After an indeterminate period, the black light gradually dissipated. The once resplendent hall had been transformed into a desolate ruin. The phantom of the bronze bell had become exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The Fox Immortal stood in place, her countenance as dark as water, scanning her surroundings. The formerly towering mountain peak had been brutally sheared in half, leaving no trace of the fox demon. Only the demon suppression captain remained, standing unscathed, clearly having evaded all the force of that punch. This showcased the terrifying level of control the youth possessed. You dare to destroy my sanctum. The Fox Immortal glared fiercely at Yifeng, a tempest of rage surging in her eyes. How audacious of you, a mere demon suppression officer. It seems the great Qian has been at peace for too long, forgetting the terror of being ruled by the demon race. Should you provoke the Hall of 10,000 Demons, you shall witness your nation and lineage turn to desolation. As her voice fell, a white jade sword sprang forth from her sleeve, landing at her feet. Yifeng grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. I am merely a passing demon catcher. Do not unjustly besmirch my reputation. What demon suppression office? I have never heard of it. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven to eradicate you, this demon. Yifeng extended his fingers, pressing forward in midair. In that instant, an overwhelming murderous intent solidified like reality. Billowing black smoke erupted from his body, rolling and surging, eerily forming a terrifying scene reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The Fox Immortal felt as if the once bright sky had suddenly dimmed. The air thickened, wrapping around her body as if to crush and consume her. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged from the depths of her being. Where did this demonic being come from? When did such a formidable character arise in the realm of Yunzhou? This black smoke, this true energy, this fierce visage. It is as if the Blood Sacrifice Alliance's bloodchild saint has descended. The Fox Immortal's pupils constricted as she stared fixedly at the rapidly expanding sea of blood. Is this the opponent's ultimate technique? It must be stopped. If I cannot block it, I shall perish. Her instinct for survival exploded at that moment. The Fox Immortal desperately urged the demonic energy within her, channeling it frantically into her magical artifact. She unexpectedly broke through her limits, summoning forth a fourth sword. Falling Heaven Sword, go! The Fox Immortal cried, and the white jade sword beneath her feet instantly split into four. The four flying swords, imbued with razor-sharp sword energy, surged toward Yifeng from four directions. The unmatched sword energy instantly shredded the Crimson Ocean into fragments. The blood-red waves collapsed into the void. The Fox Immortal's expression grew grave, her fury intensifying. Though this martial skill may not be of high grade, Her opponent had cultivated it to perfection. Capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, truly not to be underestimated, if she did not reveal her true prowess. Her adversary might genuinely believe she was an inconsequential wild demon. Now that her ultimate technique had been broken, what means could she employ? As her thoughts raced, 10 jade elixirs suddenly appeared around her, revolving slowly. Each elixir radiated the aura of perfected true energy. This was the external fall stand technique of the Hall of 10,000 Demons? Yu Xian, watching from afar, was struck with terror. Each of the 10 jade elixirs emanated the aura of perfected true energy, equivalent to 10 masters of the same realm. These elixirs could be manipulated at will, enhancing the power of her magical artifacts. The Fox Immortal, indeed, was a product of the Hall of 10,000 Demons, her means truly beyond comprehension. Standing proudly, surrounded by 10 jade elixirs, the phantom of the bronze bell coalesced once more, shielding her like an unmovable deity. Soul-binding bell, suppress. The Fox Immortal commanded, her fingertips weaving complex seals. The once palm-sized bronze bell suddenly enlarged, transforming into a towering mountain in the blink of an eye. With a force akin to a thunderous tempest, it descended upon Yifeng. You, a mere brute, dare to challenge me? The Fox Immortal scoffed today. I shall refine you into an elixir and assist my cultivation. And you, none shall escape. As her words fell, she again weaved her seals, refining souls into elixirs. Azure Demonic True Fire. With a resonant hum, golden light surged from the bronze bell, dazzling in its brilliance. Then, a deafening roar echoed across the heavens. The immense sound made Yu Xian's breath catch, her complexion paling. Such commotion had far exceeded the realm of perfected true energy. This Fox Immortal was indeed terrifying to such an extent. No wonder the Demon Suppression Office in Yunzhou had been hesitant, allowing this fox demon to reign unchecked. The Fox Immortal's expression also shifted dramatically. This commotion was not of her making. In an instant, a golden light shot into the sky, piercing the heavens. A colossal golden hand erupted from within the bell, fingers splayed wide, blocking out the sun. The bronze bell emitted a mournful wail as a massive crack appeared upon its surface. The golden hand pressed against either side of the fissure, exerting tremendous force. The spine-chilling sound of tearing echoed as the seemingly indestructible bronze bell was forcibly ripped in two. Yifeng emerged from the wreckage, his expression indifferent. A golden Dharma form materializing behind him. His brocade robe billowed, illuminated by golden light, resembling a youthful deity. The Fox Immortal barely registered a flicker before a dark spear, enveloped in unmatched radiance, surged forth, piercing through her chest with unyielding force, showering her in a cascade of crimson blood. With a flick of his wrist, Yifeng thrust the spear upward, fly. The Fox Immortal felt an irresistible force propelling her upward, her surroundings blurring into indistinct patches of color as the ground receded at a dizzying pace. Only then did she truly comprehend the terror of the power that could effortlessly rend her magical artifacts. The spear, surrounded by a gruesome spectacle, was engulfed in dark true energy, relentlessly consuming her flesh and transforming into black water surging within her. Her lips moved as she invoked her life-preserving secret art. Yin-Yang veins reverse. A gentle, life-infused white light suddenly erupted from within her, momentarily stanching the deterioration of her injuries. She took a deep breath, steadying herself with her flying sword, but coughed up blood, her complexion as pale as paper. No wonder the Demon Suppression Office sought to eradicate the Blood Sacrifice Alliance. Demonic beings were indeed terrifying. I must escape quickly. Suddenly, the Fox Immortal trembled, her gaze snapping upward. A dark figure strode through the air, carrying a foul wind that appeared before her. Yifeng, calm and collected, stood above her, his spear gleaming menacingly, pointed directly at her heart. The Fox Immortal's breath hitched. She had never encountered such a state of despair since her training began. Right, I still possess my innate divine abilities. She finally remembered the technique she had not employed for a long time. A flash of crimson light flickered in her eyes, and in an instant, a mist of ethereal white enveloped the surrounding area, shrouding dozens of miles in its embrace. Chapter 86. The Dead Hold Great Authority. Your words are always correct. Another manifestation of innate abilities? Yifeng furrowed his brow, sharply lifting the tip of his spear. A concentrated stream of black true energy erupted forth, akin to a dragon breaking through the waves, tearing a massive rift in the ethereal white mist before him. Yet, the moment this true energy pierced the fog, it vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, not stirring the slightest ripple. So it is futile after all. Yifeng, gripping his spear, remained expressionless, scrutinizing his surroundings. The environment around him had undergone a dramatic transformation. The original mountains and rivers had completely vanished, replaced instead by an expansive pool of water. Within this pool, the mist swirled and billowed, creating an otherworldly ambience. Faint sounds of feminine laughter wafted through the air, enchanting and beguiling. An illusion? That seems plausible. The Blue Wolf King possesses formidable powers, so it is hardly surprising that this fox demon employs special tactics. Yifeng remained on high alert, observing the movements around him. If this is indeed an illusion, then the conjurer must be concealed within the depths of this mist. His objective was to seize the fleeting opportunity and deliver a fatal blow. As Yifeng pondered, ripples suddenly broke the surface of the pool. Water splashed, and a melodious laughter resonated, like the chime of bells. Several figures emerged gracefully from the water, their forms alluring and curves accentuated. However, Yifeng's expression morphed into one of incredulity. There stood the Blue Wolf King, twirling a silk scarf, her chest exposed, holding a demon core, and casting a flirtatious glance towards Yifeng. "My lord, come hither." Accompanying her were the fox demon, wolf demon, rodent demon, and a host of other enchanting creatures, swaying their bodies and cradling the demon core in their palms. "Who do you think you are insulting? I swear I will end you today." Yifeng's forehead throbbed with veins, his grip on the spear tightening, producing a creaking sound from the excessive force. Although he anticipated the allure of beauty as a tactic, the act was utterly degrading. Simultaneously, hidden deep within the mist, the fox spirit was seething with rage. Her innate powers could ensnare even the staunchest ascetic. No matter how pure one's heart, there always lurks a hint of illicit fantasy. Yet, this man before her appeared utterly immune to her charms. The fox spirit was left bewildered, her focus wavering. "Found you." Yifeng immediately sensed an anomaly as his aura surged forth. The fox spirit, caught off guard, could not evade in time, and her thigh was pierced, erupting in a spray of crimson mist. "My lord, I merely..." Boom. The might of a sovereign surged forth, momentarily dimming the heavens. The bell the fox spirit had summoned disintegrated into ashes, her delicate form akin to a kite severed from its string, violently thrust into the earth by this cataclysmic force. Dust billowed into the sky, obscuring the sun. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I've grown weary of pleas for mercy." Yifeng descended from the air, yanking the fox spirit from the ground. Her hair disheveled, drenched in blood, her breath shallow, she was on the brink of collapse. In her daze, she glimpsed the young man before her, his body adorned with crimson patterns, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty hue. She suppressed a scream, mustering her remaining strength to glare at Yifeng, enunciating each word with effort. "You are finished. I possess a soul tablet in the Hall of 10,000 Demons. You shall not die easily." No sooner had she spoken than the black true energy erupted violently. Moments later, only her head remained. Yifeng smirked disdainfully. "The dead hold great authority. Your words are always correct. Having slain a true energy late-stage demon, you have gained 6,000 points." With a firm grip, he extracted the demon core, snapping it effortlessly. Shaking off the blood, he vanished from sight. It was time to return. He wondered if that group had fled. At this moment, Yuxian awaited atop the mountain, tending to the wounded officer. Hearing a rush of wind, she beheld Yifeng descending from the skies. His brocade robe stained with a few drops of blood, yet showing no other signs of injury. "My lord." Yuxian hastily bowed, while the officer struggled to rise. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder." Yifeng merely nodded, his gaze drifting to the now deserted peak, revealing a hint of regret. They have all fled. Naturally, the tumult of battle was too great. Those below, not lacking in wits, would surely have made their escape. Yet, such a situation would result in a significant loss of points for him. Should he not pursue and eliminate as many as possible? As Yifeng contemplated, he noticed Yuxian gesturing frantically at him. Her lips moved as if attempting to convey something, yet she dared not speak, her fingers pointing towards the distance. Sensing something amiss, he turned to look. Standing in the distance was a woman, her figure poised and serene, clad in a simple long dress, her hair tied back, gently swaying in the breeze. As she slowly turned, her gaze locked onto Yifeng. In that instant, Yifeng felt his soul quiver. Her eyes were like unsheathed swords, sharp and piercing, striking directly at his heart, causing his vision to blur momentarily. A master. Alarm bells rang in Yifeng's mind, compelling him to collect himself. This woman was not merely at the initial stage of true energy, she was a genuine powerhouse. Who would have thought that slaying a fox spirit would attract such a formidable opponent? Lowering his gaze to mask the gravity in his eyes, he pondered the implications. If she were an enemy, today might test the limits of his capabilities. He wondered if, at the pinnacle of true energy, he could escape the grasp of a true energy realm expert. The woman's expression remained indifferent as she assessed Yifeng. After a moment, she spoke coolly. "You have opened 36 meridians and forged the ninefold celestial barrier. No wonder you could slay the fox spirit. It seems my journey here was in vain." "Oh?" Yifeng's eyes glowed crimson, a surge of brutal energy bubbling within him. This sudden surge caught him off guard. He had seldom experienced such intense negative emotions since his training began. Seeing this, the woman stepped lightly, extending her sword towards him. Her voice as frigid as an icy spring. "Give it a try." Yifeng raised an eyebrow, clearly aware that she recognized him. Another true energy realm expert. Was she a demon suppression general or a renowned demon hunter? After a moment's contemplation, he reached out tentatively to touch the sword's blade. In an instant, an icy chill coursed through his fingertip, radiating throughout his body. Yifeng shuddered, his lips turning visibly purple, a flicker of fierce energy manifesting between his brows. This malevolence dissipated almost as quickly as it arose, replaced by an unprecedented tranquility. The pent-up fury in his mind evaporated before the cold wave, swiftly dissipating. He felt a weight lifted, as if shedding an immense burden, his eyes regaining their clear, dark hue. The woman maintained her composed demeanor as she retracted her sword. Speaking softly, the Demon Suppression Division possesses a technique known as devouring the essence of the abyss. Compared to your practiced internal arts, it produces superior energy cores with fewer side effects. Yifeng paused momentarily, then swiftly grasped the underlying message. It seemed she had discerned his external energy core technique. 36 meridians were insufficient. To break into the true energy realm, one must open at least 100. Devouring the essence of the abyss is among the finest techniques available, capable of condensing 360 meridians, greatly aiding your advancement into the true energy realm. The woman's tone was resolute, imbued with an instinctive authority. Yifeng contemplated this revelation. Fortunately, he had never relied on forced enhancements to break through. It appeared that the path to the true energy realm was fraught with intricacies. One must at least unlock 100 meridians. My own experience in the martial arts is still limited, and my understanding of the profound intricacies of the path remains rather shallow. However, the identity of the other party is not difficult to deduce. Yifeng collected his thoughts and, with a respectful gesture, inquired, "May I ask how you are addressed, senior sister?" Chapter 87. If one must do it, then one must do it to perfection. Shinjue, a woman of few words, spoke briefly before turning on her heel and vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The first sword of Yunzhou, Shinjue? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. It was Yuxian beside him who gasped, her voice slightly trembling. "Is she quite renowned?" Yifeng inquired, puzzled. Instantly, both Yuxian and the military officer regarded him with incredulous expressions, as if observing a person who had just emerged from a mountain cave. For someone from the Demon Suppression Division to be unaware of Shinjue was as absurd as expecting the sun to be oblivious to the east. Moreover, the individual had spent considerable time within the division. How could they possibly be ignorant of such a prominent figure? Yuxian placed a hand to her forehead, appearing defeated. "Lord Yi, have you never inquired about news during your time in the Demon Suppression Division? Shinjue is the second disciple of the Grand Commander of Yunzhou. Once, with a single sword, she caused rivers of blood to flow in Yunzhou, leaving countless demons slain in her wake. She is hailed as the most promising genius to break through to the realm of law, if memory served correctly. This young man before her was also a disciple of the same lineage, albeit not very familiar with her." Yifeng remained unfazed. He held no particular interest in this so-called disciple. After all, she had provided him no favors and had merely become a target for various factions, leading to many regarding him with hostility. Naturally, he had no inclination to learn more about those senior to him. Coughing awkwardly, the military officer stepped in to alleviate the tension. It's understandable not to be familiar with her. Few in Yunzhou are well acquainted with Lady Shin. The only ones who knew her well were the demons, and most of them are now dead. He chuckled nervously, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. Yifeng merely nodded slightly, refraining from further comment, and turned to descend the mountain. Having acquired the secrets of the condensation realm, it was time to commence his preparations. If one must undertake an endeavor, it should be done to the fullest. His ability to remain invincible within his realm was not solely reliant on his martial skills honed to perfection. Each breakthrough had laid a solid foundation, a testament to his perseverance and effort. Yet, this led him to ponder. Points, 11,500, not too many, nor too few. He wondered if it would suffice. Yifeng contemplated. Besides slaying the fox spirit, he had also dispatched numerous lesser foxes. The points awarded varied, but collectively amounted to approximately a third of what one might receive for a single fox spirit. Truth be told, Yifeng found it difficult to let go. Had it been anyone else, a mere city slaughter would have yielded immense points within moments, making one a martial sage within mere days. Yet, he grappled with an internal struggle. It was time to return. The dawn was breaking, the first light of morning emerging. Bayou City, having endured a night of chaos, gradually regained its vitality. The streets bustled with an increasing number of pedestrians, and the shouts of vendors echoed, breathing life into this ancient city that had weathered countless storms. Upon returning to the office, Yifeng felt the insignia at his waist tremble slightly, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. He sensed the conversations of various demon hunters. Most were exchanging tales of their recent achievements and what rewards they intended to claim. The most significant news was that the Daqian court, upon learning that the demon plague in Bayou City had been eradicated, had decided to invest heavily in the region and establish a new office for demon hunters. Evidently, the word of Bayou City's liberation from demons had reached the Daqian court. Their reaction was entirely predictable. Bayou City held a strategically vital position, connecting the interior to the outside world. With the demon threat resolved, the court would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to bolster its rule. As Yifeng pondered this, he entered the office. The atmosphere inside was bustling, filled with lively chatter. At a square table, Zhuang Bai sat upright, diligently writing with a brush. Zhou Chuan stood silently behind her like a sentinel. A dozen demon hunters, robust and brimming with bravado, lined up to register their merits and redeem rewards. Clearly, these individuals were not the type to behave with decorum. Their incessant bickering and foul language filled the air. Zhuang Bai's sharp tongue was no less venomous. "You've only slain 2 demons at the Qixi stage this year, and yet you dare to return? You might as well go back to farming." "Mind your own business," one man retorted, stowing away his insignia and turning to leave. As he approached the door, he collided with Yifeng, who was met with a curious inquiry. "This is the Demon Hunter office. You seem to have taken a wrong turn." Zhuang Bai's brush halted mid-air, ink dripping onto the paper and spreading into a dark blot. "Oh, you're back? Good, good. I'm buried in work, and you've been out gallivanting. Hand over your insignia. Let me see how many you've slain this time." As she spoke, Zhuang Bai gestured for the line of demon hunters to wait momentarily. Instantly, The dozen or so demon hunters were left dumbfounded, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside, their faces a portrait of disbelief. It turned out that the esteemed lady Bai could indeed speak civilly. Zhou Chuan, however, maintained his composure. He had anticipated this outcome and even held a glimmer of expectation, eager to witness the spectacle on the faces of these arrogant individuals upon learning the truth. Yifeng nodded, placing the insignia on the table. Zhuang Bai lightly tapped her fingertips, and a surge of crimson light erupted from the insignia, instantly tinting the room a deep scarlet. The demon hunters, who had previously worn expressions of impatience, now collectively inhaled sharply, their faces turning pallid. How many demons had this young man slain to gather such a terrifying aura? It was as if he had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even Zhuang Bai, who was accustomed to significant scenes, was taken aback. She fought to suppress her astonishment, carefully disentangling the demonic energy from the insignia. The notably weaker energies were systematically extracted, leaving only 2 blood-red auras, towering like pillars of crimson, emanating a spine-chilling pressure. Zhou Chuan stepped back several paces, his expression one of shock. One of those auras was all too familiar to him. It belonged to the Qing Wolf King. But the other belonged to which demon king? In just 2 short days, Yifeng had managed to slay yet another demon king? Zhuang Bai set down her brush, remaining silent for a long moment. Her lips trembled slightly as she slowly uttered 2 words. Fox Spirit. The Fox Spirit, a notorious demon king from Dongya, had caused countless demon suppression generals and hunters to return in defeat. Yet now, this fearsome figure, renowned for instilling terror, was left with such a paltry remnant of power. Akin to a flickering candle in the wind, easily extinguishable with a single breath. A tempest surged within Zhuang Bai, an overwhelming wave of emotion that refused to settle. She recalled that Yifeng had only become a demon hunter about a week ago. In this brief span, he had slain 4 demon kings. What a terrifying record. The Diqian Court's establishment of demon hunters was intended to forge a sharp blade, specifically to handle tricky issues the Demon Suppression Division could not. Yet now, this blade appeared far too sharp enough to instill fear, and even suggest it might turn against its wielder. The room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the young man's voice. What can 2 demon kings be exchanged for? He cared only for this, otherwise he would not have bothered to collect these auras so meticulously. Zhuang Bai's face twitched, suddenly feeling as if the seat beneath her was scorching. The other demon hunters stared dumbfounded at the 2 blood-red auras, as if petrified. They had long since become numb. After all, shock was still within the realm of human understanding. Yet what lay before them had utterly surpassed their capacity for comprehension. The demon king of such caliber possesses a status and identity that is scarcely inferior to that of the demon suppression general. Even Dong Yu would likely find it difficult to bear such losses. Zhuang Bai silently retrieved a ledger from the drawer, her slender fingers trembling slightly. The Azure Wolf King is worth 10 significant merits, which can be exchanged for martial arts techniques at the condensing energy realm. The Fox Fairy, equivalent to 12 significant merits. She paused, lifting her gaze to Yifeng, tentatively inquiring, would you consider pursuing the path of incense and spirit? No interest. Yifeng replied, shaking his head. The path of incense and spirit allows one to cultivate through the willpower of sentient beings, facilitating rapid advancement and progress. Unfortunately, it is merely a fade, possessing only superficial cultivation with lamentably weak combat prowess. He preferred the orthodox martial arts that amalgamate the power of many into one. The strength to shatter myriad laws is the pinnacle he aspires to achieve. Very well. Zhuang Bai sighed, somewhat resigned. I shall deliver the martial arts techniques to you later. I noticed you have acquired the General's Linglong 9 apertures. The artifacts may not serve you well. Would you prefer to exchange them for refining opportunities? As she uttered these words, a hint of embarrassment graced her countenance. She had once assured Yifeng with unwavering conviction that the demon hunters could provide everything. However, it now appeared that some offerings fell short. In her helplessness, she could only bestow upon Yifeng the precious opportunities for refinement. This was the most significant reward from the Great Qian, a means to mass-produce warriors of the true Qi realm, and it could even assist martial artists in consolidating their golden bodies, breaking through to the condensing energy realm. I desire the devouring Yuan returning to Ruin's technique. For the others, you may decide, Yifeng remarked, lacking much understanding of these matters. If they could indeed be exchanged for refining opportunities, that would be most advantageous. The procedural requirements at the Demon Suppression Office were exceedingly cumbersome, and the competition was fierce. It would be far more beneficial to convert everything into the merits of the demon hunters. Chapter 88. Are people to blame without ever meeting them? The devouring of the primordial void Zhuang Bai visibly relaxed. This was the most formidable condensation technique of the Great Qian. With this martial art as a foundation, coupled with the numerous refinements, it could barely suffice as an explanation. She quickly recorded Yifeng's requests and handed the ledger to the nearby Shou Chuan. All noted. There's one more matter. The general of Yunzhou has returned and specifically requested to see you. The general has also instructed that you go to the capital for further refinement. Coincidentally, you can collect your rewards at the same time, saving us the trouble of running back and forth. You need not worry about Baiyu City. There are demon catchers to keep watch. Moreover, the court will soon dispatch personnel to maintain order, so you can rest easy. Returned? Yifeng expressed his surprise. No wonder those elusive senior brothers and sisters had suddenly reappeared. It turned out the general of Yunzhou was back. Moreover, the technique, devouring the primordial void, was clearly a secret art of the demon suppression department, yet Zhuang Bai was able to produce it immediately, suggesting she had been prepared and was waiting specifically for him. Very well. Yifeng chuckled softly, seizing the opportunity to witness the true demeanor of this foremost figure of Yunzhou. Yunzhou, Yundu. This bustling city had recently seen an influx of people. Soldiers in uniform patrolled the streets, and the atmosphere felt particularly solemn. Letters flew in all directions like snowflakes. The demons, which had been stirring restlessly, caught the scent of danger and promptly withdrew, vanishing without a trace. The previously tumultuous situation instantly calmed. Carriages of identical design departed from various cities, converging toward Yundu. As more carriages entered Yundu, figures continuously stepped into the offices of the Demon Suppression Department. These individuals varied in age and appearance, yet all donned specially made black cloaks, with the insignia of the Demon Suppression Lieutenants hanging from their waists. Inside the largest hall of the office, rows of black tables and chairs were neatly arranged, extending toward the entrance. As countless figures took their seats, a dozen officers clad in combat attire stood guard at the door, their expressions grave. The hall was brightly lit, and the atmosphere was one of solemnity. At the main seat sat a middle-aged man in a blue robe, sitting upright with an ordinary appearance, devoid of any distinguishing features. Lu Buqian stood with hands clasped behind his back, perfectly straight like a spear. Shinjuwei appeared nonchalant, trimming her nails with the sword in hand. A plump man with a smiling face observed with keen interest who was absent this year. The lieutenants below took turns presenting their reports, quietly awaiting the review of the middle-aged man in the blue robe. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, with only the sound of paper rustling echoing softly. Each person's expression carried a hint of tension, anticipation, and an indescribable reverence. Finally, it was Bayou City's report that came up. A sharp crack shattered the silence of the hall. The fine wolf hairbrush was abruptly snapped by the middle-aged man's grip. Upon witnessing this, Zhuang Bai couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. However, before her laughter could fade, a sudden sharp pain shot through her toe. An invisible force, like a steel needle, stabbed sharply into her small toe. Zhuang Bai's face flushed red, and she hurriedly covered her foot, struggling not to cry out. The middle-aged man remained unfazed, placing the final report down with a look of satisfaction. Well done. In recent years, the activities of demons have been frequent, and various regions have been unstable. I am pleased that you have remained steadfast in your duties. Upon hearing this, the demon suppression lieutenants present collectively sighed in relief. They had passed this hurdle. Wei Naixing, the only law manifestation realm warrior of Yunzhou, was also the supreme commander of the entire demon suppression department. It was precisely because of his presence that Yunzhou could maintain stability. Even the infamous Eastern Cliff Thousand-Faced Demon Lord dared not stir from his mountain abode. All right, everyone. You have worked hard over these years. Now that we've concluded official matters, let us discuss some personal affairs. Wei Naixing's tone shifted, a smile gracing his face. I wish to appoint a new demon suppression general. Do any of you have candidates in mind? At this declaration, the room fell into stunned silence. The position of demon suppression general was not casually established. It represented the pinnacle of the department's combat strength and signified formal inclusion in the court system as a candidate for the law manifestation realm. It was, without a doubt, a coveted position for every lieutenant. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Noticing the silence, Wei Naixing's brow furrowed slightly. Lu Buqian understood the cue and immediately stood, cupping his hands in respect. Master, I have a candidate. His name is Yifeng, a newly appointed lieutenant from Bayou City. His character is resilient, and his strength is commendable. He has already reached the perfected true Qi realm. With just a few years of further cultivation in the capital, he could break through to the condensation realm. In my opinion, there is no one more suitable than him. The crowd exchanged glances. The name was not unfamiliar. He was the sixth disciple accepted by the general previously. However, if memory served, he had only just entered the true Qi realm at that time. How could he have reached perfection so quickly? Such a rate of cultivation was simply astonishing. Hey, I object. Zhuang Bai suddenly raised her hand, looking displeased at Wei Naixing. Why should Yifeng be appointed as the demon suppression general? It would be far better for him to stay with the demon catchers. You and the demon suppression department rely on spiritual will, I asked him, and he has no interest. He should remain with us, following the path of the true Qi master. I also object. As soon as Zhuang Bai's words fell, another person stood up. Seeing this individual rise, Wei Naixing's previously relaxed expression turned grave. Clearly, he regarded this opinion from the demon suppression general with significant weight. I noticed him during the encirclement of the Blood Fiend Alliance's division. The individual produced a dossier, unfolding it and methodically reading aloud Yifeng's achievements over the past week. Since he arrived in Bayou City, he has progressed from the first level of true Qi to perfection in just over a week. After my research, I conclude, he is clearly a top-tier demon lord disguised as a member of our demon suppression department. At this proclamation, the expressions of all present changed. Wei Naixing's face also revealed his displeasure. This general was clearly using Yifeng to question his judgment. Those who typically enjoyed contrarian stances were truly bothersome. Zhuang Bai silently returned to her seat. She had initially thought it was merely an internal disagreement, but it unexpectedly escalated to this extent. some matters were better left unspoken. Once brought to light, they could not be ignored. Where is your evidence? She asked coldly. Is it solely based on your words? There is no evidence, he admitted candidly. But Yifeng's rapid growth is nearing an abnormal level. Rather than believe he is an unparalleled genius, I am more inclined to think he is a demon lord gradually revealing his true cultivation. Have we all forgotten the prodigy of the Fidesword sect? I personally subdued him, only to discover he was a demon in disguise. Could Yifeng not be the second? Lu Buqian furrowed his brow, stepping forward to speak solemnly. What could he possibly gain from this? Did he slay the Azure Wolf King merely to establish his credentials? Even the thousand-faced demon lord would not dare act so recklessly. Why not? The general retorted coldly, unwilling to relent. Perhaps he seeks to infiltrate our demon suppression department from within. The hall fell silent once more. The lieutenants, experienced and knowledgeable, would not be easily swayed by mere words. Yet, the skepticism is not without merit. After all, Yifeng's meteoric rise is indeed astonishing, almost beyond belief. At that moment, Shinjuwei, who had remained silent until now, abruptly ceased his actions. He even killed the Fox Fairy. Wei Naixing felt a sudden jolt. Who did he kill? The Fox Fairy? The one from the 10,000 Demons Palace? Wei Naixing fell into silence, suddenly feeling as if a heavy pot had been placed upon his head, unsure if he could bear the weight. The general tucked the documents into his bosom, sighed, and returned to his seat. Yifeng slaying the Green Wolf King might have been a strategic move to infiltrate the Demon Suppression Division. The Fox Fairy's demise could not possibly have been an act. Moreover, with Shinjuwei vouching for him, no one could question it. Even if Yifeng were indeed a demon. Observing this, Wei Naixing handed the appointment letter to Lu Buqian. Since there were no objections, a new demon suppression general would be established, and he ordered the command token and Mingguang armor to be sent. By the way, where is this general now? He suddenly remembered that the documents from Baiyu City had been submitted on behalf of Zhuang Bai. Where was the individual? He had taken on an apprentice, yet was left with the blame, and now the person was nowhere to be found? Chapter 89. The celestial demon swallowing elixir. The Grand General summoned you. Zhao Xiang sat upright and lightly nudged the boy beside him. His expression reflected a mix of helplessness and astonishment. He never anticipated that in just a week, Yifeng would be promoted to the position of Demon Suppression General. Even more perplexing was the fact that this lad, unable to find a seat, casually plopped down next to him without a hint of embarrassment. Yifeng finally came to his senses and, amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, stepped forward and bowed. I pay my respects to the Grand General. General Yi, no need for such formalities. Please, take a seat, Wei Naixing replied, rising slightly and nodding. As the Grand General of Yunzhou, it was indeed the first time he had seen his disciple and subordinate in such a capacity, and the feeling was rather peculiar. He had initially hoped Yifeng would help ease the tension between the two factions within the Demon Suppression Department. Yet, it seemed this lad was wholeheartedly engaged in slaying demons, as if testing his own limits. Wei Naixing inwardly scoffed, yet felt a surge of pride as his disciples praised Yifeng. Even the demon hunters were reluctant to let him go. It appeared he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. This opportunity for marrow exchange and refinement is of great significance. Since you have arrived, accompany Lu Buqian, he instructed. Lu Buqian's eyes brightened at the words. It seemed the court was quite pleased with the submission of the Blood Fiend Alliance's Holy Maiden's corpse, granting him a chance for refinement. Yifeng also expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grand General. At that moment, a faint voice reached his ears. General Yi. The court is currently unstable, and many may attempt to win you over. Be discerning. Yifeng's gaze flickered slightly, his expression remaining impassive as he nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Well then, if there are no further matters, let us adjourn, Wei Naixing declared, casting a deep glance at Yifeng before dismissing the assembly. The crowd rose and dispersed. Yunzhou lay far from Zhangzhou, and even aboard the blazing steed that traveled 1,000 miles a day. It would take over 10 days to arrive. During this long journey, Yifeng intended to consult Lu Buqian about the details of the marrow exchange and refinement. Junior brother Yi, in martial cultivation, innate talent and bone structure are of utmost importance as they determine the ceiling of your future achievements. For ordinary martial artists, their bone structure is fixed, and advancing further is akin to climbing the heavens. Of course, there exist rare treasures that can aid in rebirth and alter one's fate. The dragon raising pool in the imperial city of Zhengzhou is one of them. The Dacian dynasty has stood for a millennium precisely because of such divine objects. However, to avoid damaging their foundation, the number of openings each year is exceedingly limited. It is indeed a rare opportunity for us to have this chance. Yifeng nodded, contemplating the merits he had accrued and how many opportunities for refinement they might yield. Judging by Zhuang Bai's reaction at the time, it should not be too few. Noticing the boy deep in thought, Lu Buqian continued, marrow exchange refers to enhancing one's bone structure, while refinement aids in consolidating your body's acupoints. Both are coveted opportunities for martial artists. However, breaking through to the condensation realm is no easy feat even with the aid of refinement. Success is not guaranteed. Should you fail, do not lose heart. Lu Buqian's words were not meant to discourage Yifeng, but were sincere words of encouragement. The condensation realm is a significant threshold on the martial path, where many talented individuals have faltered and made no progress for their entire lives. Perhaps it is simply a matter of insufficient talent. Yifeng shook his head, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. He had never considered himself particularly gifted. His current achievements were merely an illusion brought about by the system. If one were to speak of talent, he could only be regarded as average. Upon hearing this, Lu Buqian was momentarily speechless. He did not believe Yifeng was mocking him, as it was not in his character to engage in such trivialities. However, this self-deprecation sounded more like boasting. At 17, to claim a lack of talent while possessing complete mastery of vital energy? What did that make him? A waste? Lu Buqian felt as if he had been struck, losing the desire to continue the conversation. The two fell into a silent journey, the atmosphere becoming somewhat heavy. At this moment, Yifeng was observing the system panel, holding the demon core of the Fox Spirit. Points, 11,500. The battle with the Fox Spirit had truly opened his eyes to its masterful technique of external elixirs. The Fox Spirit was able to condense 10 external elixirs and store its cultivation, albeit with some sluggishness due to the lack of connection to its meridians. Yet it was still remarkable, since the system could utilize the power of demons to derive martial techniques for him. It was reasonable to assume that the results would be even more exceptional with the Fox Spirit, which was more adept at the art of external elixirs. Upon introspecting his energy reservoir, he saw that numerous white strands had begun to sprout from the flesh elixir within his dantian, closely intertwined with the surrounding flesh. The flesh elixir rose and fell with his breath, as if it had gained life. Beep. Detected qualifying martial technique. All transformations return with the Fox Spirit's demon core. Would you like to derive it? Advancement 1. Increase the number of external elixirs in the limit of stored vital energy. Advancement 2. Enhance the quality of the internal elixir and refine it into a true elixir. Advancement 3. Cultivate a true external elixir. 3 evolutionary paths once more. Yifeng scanned the system panel, quickly weighing his options. From the descriptions, all 3 seemed quite enticing. However, external elixirs were fundamentally mere vessels for storing and transforming demonic energy. Quantity alone would only yield a quantitative change. Furthermore, they would be affected by demonic energy, so why not attempt the true elixir? System, I choose option 2. Begin derivation. Beep. Option 2 has been selected. Derivation of all transformations return has commenced. The Fox Spirit, with its vast experience and knowledge, reduces derivation consumption by 50. Consumed 1,000 points, numerous demons began discussing the methods of condensing external elixirs. Only after the Fox Spirit appeared did you realize that your previous approach was entirely misguided. The difference between wild demons and the Fox Spirit was akin to that between elementary students and professors. Consumed 1,000 points. The Fox Spirit concluded that the path to external elixirs cannot be achieved through brute force. One must utilize the heavens as the furnace, yin and yang as the fuel, and all things as the medicine to refine a flawless golden elixir. Consumed 1,000 points, you comprehended. The flesh elixir connects with the meridians, transforming into a flawless true elixir. Derivation complete. Condensation technique. Celestial demon swallowing elixir. 1. Entry level. Yifeng's brows relaxed as a surge of immense power coursed through him. Sweat instantly drenched his garments, and every bone, muscle, and cell in his body trembled and transformed. A multitude of redundant impurities was expelled, and his internal organs evolved towards a more advantageous state. This sensation was akin to a rebirth, a thorough cleansing. Beside him, Lu Buqian's previously calm eyes suddenly revealed astonishment. He felt as if the boy next to him had transformed into a mighty dragon, emanating an aura that posed a threat even to him. What kind of joke was this? The disparity between them was like that between heaven and earth. Logically, no matter how monstrous the other might be, it should not evoke such feelings. Unless. Lu Buqian swallowed hard. Junior brother, what is happening to you? Yifeng took a deep breath, his bulging muscles gradually contracting back to their original balanced state, as he felt the powerful force pulsating within him in the true elixir. He could not help but marvel. Incredible! It is no wonder that individuals nurtured by top-tier powers can refine martial techniques to such an extent, nearly at the entry level. And yet it has elevated my physical strength to an astonishing degree, comparable to that of a dragon. In close combat, Lu Buqian might not even be my match. It's nothing, just a moment of enlightenment in my training, Yifeng replied, struggling to maintain his composure and suppress the restlessness within. Lu Buqian, upon hearing this, felt even more disheartened. This is merely a moment of enlightenment. Yet, as they were indeed brothers in the same craft, he felt reluctant to depart in a huff and could only manage a forced smile as he said, "Congratulations, junior brother. It seems that this marrow exchange will surely elevate you to great heights." The elder brother continued, "The path of cultivation is long and arduous. We are both fellow practitioners. In the future, I shall rely on your guidance so we may progress together." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Lu Buqian felt a significant weight lift from his heart. As the two conversed, the path ahead gradually widened. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached, heralding the arrival of a convoy. At the forefront of the caravan, a soldier rode forth, cupping his fist in greeting, and inquired, "May I ask if you two are the demon-subduing generals heading to the capital for the marrow exchange?" Upon assuming his duties, Lu Buqian greeted the individual with cordiality, simultaneously conveying a private message to Yifeng. "Junior brother, this man serves under Shui Wang. Of late, Shui Wang has been assiduously courting talent and amassing troops. his intentions inscrutable. We must proceed with caution. Yi Feng's gaze shifted subtly, yet he remained silent. To obstruct passage on the public highway in such a brazen manner transcended mere audacity. The surrounding soldiers appeared accustomed to such occurrences, as if they were commonplace. This was not merely a matter of audacity, but rather, the party resumed its journey, now accompanied by Shui Wang's men. Yi Feng quietly trailed behind Lu Buqian, eavesdropping on the casual exchanges between Shui Wang's soldiers and the others, gradually piecing together fragments of information. It transpired that the Black Mountain Army, garrisoned at the frontier, had recently engaged in fierce skirmishes with the Dayue Kingdom. The Black Mountain Army had suffered successive defeats, losing territory and sustaining grievous losses. The local prince, in a state of desperation, had beseeched the town demon division for aid, hoping to secure the dispatch of skilled warriors to provide support. Senior brother, is this Dayue Kingdom truly so formidable that even the Black Mountain Army is no match for them? Yi Feng inquired with astonishment in a low voice. The Black Mountain Army rivaled the town demon division in renown, both being elite forces of the Great Qian dynasty. The Great Qian had always prioritized its border defenses, ensuring a constant supply of provisions and military stipends. The Black Mountain Army was particularly adept at the art of coordinated military formations, possessing formidable combat prowess. How could such a force be routed by the Dayue Kingdom, losing passes and territories in rapid succession? Lu Buqian's countenance grew grave. The Dayue Kingdom is markedly different from our Great Qian. They have made all martial arts manuals publicly accessible, irrespective of status, allowing anyone to study them. Furthermore, the state centrally allocates resources based on each individual's talent and aptitude, providing tailored cultivation. Those who achieve meritorious service in battle are rewarded handsomely. In essence, the Dayue Kingdom is an unadulterated war machine, its strength far exceeding our imagination. Yi Feng's hand instinctively tightened around the reins. To make martial arts manuals public, to encourage universal martial practice, and to sustain itself through warfare. Was this not a reincarnation of the Great Qian? Where do they obtain the resources to support so many martial artists? Yi Feng couldn't help but ask. What other option is there? They plunder, of course. The Dayue Kingdom itself has scarce arable land and a relatively small population. Coupled with the formidable strength provided by the myriad demon hall, they are able to sustain this system. Yi Feng remained silent, absorbing this information. Merely hearing about the system was enough to appreciate the Dayue Kingdom's formidable nature. No wonder even the Black Mountain Army was unable to withstand them. It seemed that the Demon Hunter system was likely a pilot project modeled after the Dayue Kingdom's approach. Throughout this journey, he had gained some understanding of the prevailing trends in the world. Indeed, war was the norm, and peace merely a respite between conflicts. Amidst their conversation, a towering metropolis abruptly came into view, dwarfing Cloud Capital several times over and resembling an ancient behemoth entrenched at the horizon's edge. At the city gates, the soldiers stood tall and exuded profound energy, all of them being innate realm martial artists. Above the city, one could sense a soaring cloud of energy, vast and boundless. This was the capital of the Great Qian dynasty, the core of its dominion over the 13 prefectures. The party arrived at the city gates, presented their credentials, and successfully passed through inspection. The soldier smiled and inquired, "General, would you honor us with a visit to the Shui Wang residence?" "Thank you for Shui Wang's gracious invitation." Lu Buqian replied with a courteous smile, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. "However, I am on official duty and must first report to the town demon division. The matter of marrow cleansing cannot be delayed, and I fear I must decline His Highness's kind offer." The soldier's smile remained unchanged, and he refrained from further persuasion, cupping his hands in farewell. As he watched the two depart, the smile gradually faded, replaced by a somber expression. Shui Wang, who held sway over a vast region, was disguised as a mere soldier. His face was now devoid of any mirth. "There's no need to rush them. I am in no hurry. So why should you be? I am curious to see if the Qian Emperor can remain complacent after losing Jing Prefecture." Meanwhile, Yi Feng and Lu Buqian had arrived near the dragon nurturing pool. They had initially imagined the so-called dragon nurturing pool to be merely a large pond. However, upon beholding it, even Yi Feng, who had witnessed numerous spectacles in his previous life, was deeply moved. Amber-like precious wood, tens of feet in length, was stacked upon itself like the spine of a giant dragon, spiraling upwards and encircling the entire structure. Standing below and gazing upwards, the building soared into the clouds, as if piercing the firmament and reaching for the heavens. This was the most important place in the Great Qian, also known as the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, where talents from all prefectures were recruited for advanced studies. Lu Buqian led Yi Feng inside. The hall was bustling with people who, upon seeing their uniforms, consciously stepped aside. Lu Buqian presented a gilded booklet, Lu Buqian of the Yun Prefecture Town Demon Division, here to process the marrow cleansing matter. The woman behind the counter quickly perused the booklet and fell silent. 11 times? Did your Yun Prefecture allocate all the cleansing opportunities to him? How many? Several adjutants who had been observing from afar crowded around, their faces filled with astonishment. A single cleansing required either 50 years of peace in the territory or the slaying of a renowned demon king. How could this young man have 11 right off the bat? It is arranged. The general has already signed off. Also, please provide a copy of Devouring Yuan Returns to Emptiness. Lu Buqian added. Upon hearing this, the woman's hand trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but glance at the merits listed above. The names of the Azure Wolf King and the Fox Immortal were as red as blood. She then looked at the young man waiting patiently beside him and found it hard to believe that he had not yet completed the core formation stage. After confirming that everything was in order, the woman turned and headed towards the back. This was the safest place in the Great Qian, housing almost all martial arts techniques and methods, making it extremely convenient to access them. After learning that this general was only at the true Qi stage, the adjutants and demon hunters who were watching fell silent. Where did this freak come from? Yifeng ignored the astonished expressions around him, feeling conflicted about how many days to spend maxing out the technique. He had leveled up too quickly before, which had already aroused suspicion. Having understood the external environment, Yifeng felt it was better to be more discreet. After all, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Should he wait a few days before coming back? After all, this was said to be the strongest core formation method. It couldn't be too fast, or it would be too shocking. After a moment, the woman returned, holding a copy that was thicker than a dictionary. General Yi, this is Devouring Yuan Returns to Emptiness. The slot has been arranged. You can undergo marrow cleansing whenever you are ready. Thank you. Yifeng took the copy, which was heavy in his hands. He and Lu Buqian left the hall together and found a room to stay in nearby. As soon as they entered, he couldn't wait to open the copy. Detailed records, vivid and simple language, and annotations. The Town Demon Division is indeed very thoughtful. Yifeng flipped through the pages, very satisfied. As expected of the Town Demon Division's trump card, the content was detailed and easy to understand, even for beginners. He turned to look at the panel, where a line of small text had appeared. Core formation. Devouring Yuan Returns to Emptiness 1. Entry. He closed the book and took a deep breath. Next, it was up to the system. Add points for me.